Chapter 281 Volcanic Eruption. The ships entering the sea began to speed up, and the exposed chimneys emitted thicker black smoke. These ships seemed to be programmed to move in one direction, and their speed began to increase gradually. It seems that these wooden boards are also protected in some way. Such a thin thickness is definitely not an ordinary wooden board. At that time, when Imo-ran saw Shushu driving on such a thin wooden board, he felt that it would break at any time. But fortunately, nothing happened. This kind of wooden board did not even bend a little. Imo-ran stood by the boat and looked back, and could see many mutant dinosaurs rushing out of the forest, with the dense mines on the ground. They made it to the shipbuilding site with their flesh and blood. They destroyed the defense line used to block and knocked down the dock used to build ships. A large group of mutant dinosaurs stood on the coast and roared, their rotten eyes staring at the departing ships. If I have to say it, well, it feels like impotent rage. Brother Imo, this ship is really weird. There is nothing else in the captain's room except a small control panel and 2 buttons. Zhang Tian walked out of the captain's room and came to Imo-ran's side and said, "This should be driven according to some set program. In short, let everyone be vigilant in the next time. In addition to land, there should be mutant monsters in the ocean." Looking at the rolling black waves below, Imo-ran was very sure that there must be something in it. "Yes, I understand." Zhang Tian nodded in agreement, and he also thought that this possibility was very high. The ocean is synonymous with the abyss and darkness, and the creatures born from it are definitely not comparable to those on land. As time goes by, more and more ships sail out from the island. Most of these ships are second-level wood-clad iron, and a few have been upgraded to third-level iron ships. All ships are automatically controlled and move in one direction under the setting of a certain program. The ships of each team are closely together, and ships from other player teams can be seen along the way. Of course, not everyone can be lucky enough to leave this island. Some unlucky people are like this. In a shipbuilding site. Zhao, the invasion has started again. Set up a defense line quickly, and stop those dinosaurs. Then you get off the boat to defend. Why are you barking on it? Hurry up. Can the people in front go faster? Those mutant dinosaurs are about to rush over. The vehicles and players rush to the ship without any command. Unfortunately, the third invasion of mutant dinosaurs started again. But no one was willing to stay behind to cover for others, and everyone squeezed onto the ship desperately. Hurry up and send the boat. Don't worry about the life and death of those people. Let's go quickly. Seeing the mutated dinosaurs rushing in like a tide, some players could no longer wait. Regardless of the players who were boarding the ship, they immediately pressed the release button on the control panel. Release failed. The expansion planks on both sides were not retracted. No. 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 You can't do this. Seeing the panel popping up in front of him, the player turned pale and began to press the button frantically. But the only response he got was the panel that kept popping up and the countless mutated dinosaurs pouring into the shipbuilding site. Time, 1:59 p.m. Pa! With the end of the last second countdown, the giant volcano that had accumulated for 30 days ushered in its eruption. Boom boom boom. The sound that resounded through the heavens and earth came from the crater, like the trumpet of doomsday, and its terrifying sound made the soul feel deeply terrified. The violent earthquake seemed to tear the entire island apart, and the waves began to move away from the island rapidly like the souls of the dead fleeing for their lives. The smoke and dust gushed out of the crater like a waterfall, rushing straight into the sky. They continued to diffuse and spread in the air, and the entire island seemed to be shrouded in darkness as if night had fallen. In the center of the eruption, magma gushed out like a torrent, forming an extremely huge red flower. A huge, hot flower carrying destruction and death. The magma fell to the ground, splashing huge sparks, like fireworks. Beautiful and deadly. Boom boom boom. Another more violent sound came out, and a bigger flower bloomed from the crater. Countless magmas fell from the sky, quickly raining down a magma rain on the island. Boom boom boom. The third explosion was heard, and this time, the sound was even more terrifying. The entire giant volcano exploded in an instant, and the hot magma inside was like a huge red net, instantly covering the entire island. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. At this moment, the island could no longer withstand the violent vibration and began to sink into the sea. The hot lava and the dark seawater met, and both instantly burst into thick black smoke. Watching the scene happening in the distant sky, The players on the ship were all terrified. Even though they were so far away from the island, they could feel the terrifying destructive force coming towards them. The time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the gyroscope offset some of the shaking, many people still felt seasick. Or it might be related to the rotten seawater here. It seems that something is going to happen here. Mo Rand's eyes swept around the surrounding ships, and found that there were quite a few players who were seasick. But some of them were because they smelled too much of the rotten seawater, which caused physical discomfort and vomiting. Watch you. Why is the seawater so smelly? I didn't feel it all the way here. But it's so smelly here. Zhang Tian, who was wearing 3 or 4 layers of masks, walked to the side of the boat. As soon as he stuck his head out, he could smell a foul smell. All the players present put on heavy masks and gas masks. Although there are protective suits available, they have been given to the players who are most affected. Report to the captain. There are multiple large targets underwater that are surrounding and approaching us. The cold mechanical voice of Shu Shu suddenly sounded in the helmet, and dense red dots appeared on the screen in front of him. Ran. Under the sea, countless mutated ancient fish were attacking everyone, and there were several huge black shadows among them. Sure enough, there is something wrong with this sea area. Look! The mutant monsters are here as expected. Zhang Tian. There are monsters coming from the sea. Let everyone be prepared. Mo Ran turned around and told Zhang Tian the news. And Zhang Tian immediately conveyed it to all the players. The 6 ships were very close, and they could easily hear each other by shouting a few times. All the players immediately took action and began to operate their weapons on their respective vehicles. Shu Shu. Start the mine launcher and set a delayed detonation to throw high explosive mines to the sea ahead. Understood. Captain. The mine launcher behind the turret moved upwards, and the huge muzzle aimed at the sea ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, countless high explosive mines were sprayed out one after another like flowers scattered by fairies. Plop, plop, plop. The high explosive mines sank into the sea one after another. When the internal countdown ended, the mines just arrived at the location of these mutant marine creatures. Chapter 282. The mutant marine monsters arrived at the platform in the sea. High explosive mines sank into the sea one by one. When the internal countdown ended, the mines just arrived at the location of these mutant marine creatures. Boom, 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 boom. All these high explosive mines were detonated, and the powerful force generated by the explosion instantly tore the mutant creatures around. The sea surface in front instantly boiled, like a pot of boiling water. Bang, 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 bang. The mine launcher fired without stopping, and countless high explosive mines were constantly thrown into the surrounding sea surface. A circle of protection was directly formed, which would blow any mutant creatures that entered into it into pieces. It fell into the sea, sank, and reached the mutant creatures. It exploded instantly after the countdown ended. This cycle repeated, and a large wave of the frontline attacking creatures was instantly killed, blown into countless limbs and fragments, and forever merged into the sea. Bang, splash, roar, roar. The dark sea surface was torn apart, and huge mutant creatures rushed out from it, exposing their hideous appearance to everyone. Megalodon, Songlong, Plesiosaur, Mosasaurus, Arapaima, Ichthyosaur, etc. All kinds of marine overlords from different periods appeared one after another. Its huge mutant body was covered with rotten flesh, and various mutant limbs grew on it like mushrooms after rain. Various roars were continuously emitted from its mouth, rushing towards the direction where everyone was. Mutated monsters have appeared. Open fire. Boom, boom, boom. Duh, 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 duh. The various artillery and machine guns on the vehicles were fired one after another, and the iron curtain composed of various shells pressed down on these mutant monsters to suppress them. I don't know if it was because they were soaked in sea water for a long time, or for other reasons. The bodies of these mutant monsters were abnormally soft and rotten. No matter how large the caliber of the artillery and machine guns, they could easily penetrate the bodies of multiple monsters. This sudden battle did not last long, but ended very easily. These monsters are too stupid. They are obviously creatures born in the ocean, but they can't even dive into the water to attack. They just rush on the water surface, looking at the corpse slowly sinking in the sea in the distance. Zhang Tian couldn't help but express this doubt. The players next to him were the same. Everyone thought that these monsters seemed too stupid. These monsters should be programmed. What they can do should be to destroy the ship under our feet by colliding with themselves. Mo Ran spoke slowly, and at the same time, He stretched out his left hand forward, and a huge virtual screen appeared in the air. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted, and they all watched the picture presented on the screen. The images on the screen were provided by the Hummingbird drone bomber, and the content was exactly the fleet of players behind everyone. The vehicles and weapons on the fleet were all firing non-stop, targeting the mutant creatures that were constantly approaching from all sides. The fleet of players was very long, and the order was based on the time they left the island. Or in other words, the order of combat power. The ships at the front were all steel ships, and the vehicles and weapons on them were also extremely powerful, which could easily block the incoming mutant creatures. The picture on the screen flew back quickly, presenting the last ship in front of everyone. Wooden boats. I didn't expect there were 2 wooden boats at the back. Almost all players have second-level wooden iron ships, and their 2 wooden ships are really surprising. It seems that they were rushed out in a very short time. Look at it. The vehicles are not fixed, and they are parked together randomly, which directly causes the ships to tilt a little. The 2 wooden ships at the back also started firing at this moment, constantly killing the attacking mutants. The tilted hull and the continuous bombardment of the artillery made the whole ship shake constantly. The content in the picture continued to play, and then in everyone's sight, these mutants stepped on the horsepower and directly hit the wooden ship with their bodies, over and over again, one after another, even if their bodies were broken. As long as their core was not damaged, they would continue to perform such actions. The wooden boards on both sides of the ship began to break, and the ship began to shake violently. The unfixed vehicles kept shifting, causing the shaking to become more intense. Then a megalodon came for the final blow, and the entire ship capsized instantly. The vehicles above fell into the sea one after another, followed by a boatload of players. They thrashed and surged in the sea, and were then dragged under the dark sea by the mutant monsters that rushed over. The screen disappeared, and Moran recalled the Hummingbird drone bomber again. After watching the content on the screen, all players no longer look down on these mutant monsters. Ants kill elephants. The existence that is most despised and looked down upon can always give you a big surprise at some point. In the next hour, everyone encountered 4 waves of mutant monsters again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the mutant monsters that had been attacking disappeared without a trace. The gray sky began to dim, and the night began to slowly climb over the sky. It was more than 6 o'clock, and the world at this moment was completely dark. Everyone set up searchlights on the boat and kept patrolling the surrounding sea. The time came to 7 o'clock. Everyone look ahead. There is a huge circular platform ahead. A player shouted, and the searchlights on the ship shone forward. A huge circular platform suddenly appeared on the sea in the distance. The platform was very large, like a small island, and the surface of the platform was flat and flawless, without any bulges. Then the boat under everyone's feet began to slow down automatically, and then with a rotation, the right side of the hull was directly docked steadily on the edge of the platform. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone put down the expansion planks on the side, and then released the vehicles fixed on the hull, and drove down one after another. After all the vehicles on the ship, including the people in them, left the ship and went down to the platform. Crack, crack, crack. A violent cracking sound suddenly sounded, and the 6 steel ships were covered with cracks in an instant. And then, they broke into countless pieces, and disappeared in the dark sea in the blink of an eye. This scene shocked everyone present, and they didn't understand what happened at all. Everyone, drive all the cars to the other side of the platform. The players behind are coming. Looking at the lights on the sea in the distance, Zhang Tian immediately shouted to the surrounding players. If everyone is heading in the same direction, then the place where they are now should be the disembarkation point. In order to avoid too many people crowding and causing chaos in a while, it is the best choice to move away in time. The vehicles present drove to the other side of the platform one after another, and everyone's eyes were all fixed on the players' ships that were getting closer and closer. Chapter 283 Rules of the New World. In order to avoid too many people crowding and causing chaos, it is best to stay away in time. The vehicles on the scene drove to the other side of the platform, and everyone's eyes were all focused on the players' ships that were getting closer and closer. Soon, the ship at the front of the fleet quickly docked, and a large number of vehicles and players got off. Then these ships broke into pieces and completely disappeared on the sea. The ships behind began to line up to dock one after another, forming a long line on the sea. The number of vehicles and players on the platform gradually increased. and the bright lights illuminated the entire platform. The players on the platform quickly organized their own groups, and everyone was alert to the surrounding players. After a long time, as the players on the last ship arrived at the platform, all the players in Area 21 gathered here. The noisy exchanges were endless, completely breaking the tranquility of the ocean. Time passed quietly, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening in a blink of an eye. As the time of 8 o'clock arrived, the voice suddenly came from the sky. "Good evening, all ants." The voice fell from the sky and accurately reached the ears of every player. The sea platform, which was originally bustling with people, suddenly became quiet at this moment. As if the mute button was pressed, all the players stopped talking and started listening to what the voice said. Mo Ran, who was testing the new function of the armor, stopped and started listening to the voice. The voice in the sky continued. "Since you can hear my voice, it means that everyone has reached the offshore platform. Congratulations to everyone here. You have successfully lived through another world. Ha ha ha. Now I just want to give you a heads up that we will go to a new world tomorrow. The time is 7 o'clock in the morning. I will explain something to you at that time. As for what it is, I will tell you tomorrow." The sound in the sky slowly disappeared, and the world fell into silence again. All the players present were speechless and confused when they heard this. "What the hell? You're taking a shit halfway. Be careful of cracking your butt. It's really a waste of my time." Mo Ran looked speechless and contemptuous, turned around and continued to tinker with the armor. The sun and the moon turned. The stars changed, and time quickly came to the next day. At more than 6 o'clock in the morning, all the players on the platform had already woken up, and everyone was communicating, waiting for the time to come. At 7 o'clock, the sound in the sky arrived as expected. "Good morning, all ants. I didn't expect the time to be up so quickly. I won't waste your time here. I will start to explain a few questions to you now. First of all, I will give you 30 minutes. Within these 30 minutes, please clean your body and tidy yourself up. At the same time, change into a clean autumn outfit to show your best side." When the players present heard this, everyone showed an extremely confused and puzzled expression. "What does it mean? What does this want us to do? Take a good bath? And dress up? Is this asking us to participate in something? What the hell? What does he mean? Isn't there something bad waiting for us?" Just when all the players were in a daze, the voice in the sky continued. After hearing the content, everyone's expression instantly turned into shock and disbelief. At the same time, during these 30 minutes, everyone can carry some small items with them, or carry a backpack, but the width and height must not exceed 20 cm. As for why? Well, because starting from the next world, everyone's vehicles including systems will be temporarily unusable and can only be unlocked after a specific time. So all ants, during this period of time, everyone must survive well, but don't lose your life. All the players were stunned when they heard this. They just couldn't believe what the voice said. What is a vehicle? A vehicle is a means of survival for them. It is a fortress that can provide shelter from the wind and rain. It is a place where a large number of weapons, food, medical treatment, supplies and other items are stored. Now they are told that their vehicles will be taken away. How can they be calm? It is like cutting off the hands and feet of a normal person, making it impossible for them to survive. Fuck you. Isn't this intentional? If the vehicle is taken away, how can our survival be guaranteed? You also asked us to clean ourselves and dress ourselves up. Do you want to skin us and eat us? This is a typical example of us washing ourselves clean so that we can be served. Zhao. Stop cursing. Hurry up and load your weapons. No matter what kind of weapons you bring. Bring more. Yes. 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 The vehicle disappears and cannot be used. You must bring enough weapons. Otherwise you will definitely die. The players present were furious, pointing at the sky and cursing. But many players immediately took action, hurriedly ran into the car, and began to load weapons in large and small bags. But they quickly realized how much stuff could a backpack with a height and width of 20 centimeters each hold. But these players still did not stop, and began to put all kinds of weapons into their pockets. Interesting. What are you trying to do this time? Although there was no hint this time. Judging from what the voice said, there must be big moves in the next world. Brother Mo. Let's quickly load more weapons. Otherwise, it will be dangerous without the vehicle. Zhang Tian, who was standing by, looked panicked and was about to rush into the car to load weapons. but was pulled back by Emma Ran. Don't worry. The voice hasn't finished yet. And how much do you think can be loaded into a 20-centimeter backpack? After hearing what Emma Ran said, everyone present realized that. Yes. How much can a 20-centimeter backpack carry? And the fact is just as Emma Ran said. It is not a very wise thing to equip weapons. The voice in the sky ignored the abuse of the crowd and continued to speak. The next world is a parallel world. Its original appearance is similar to the world you were in before. Everyone will be deployed according to their original country, and will appear in any city in their own country. Hearing this, many players from Mongol looked at the various guns on their bodies. Well, punishment? It's really too cruel. If this is carried over like this, the scene is simply unimaginable. Zhang Tian and others all looked at each other. Only Mo Ran showed an expression of as expected. I will provide you with a mobile phone, a legal identity, and a certain amount of money. What you need to do is to obtain enough resources within a limited time to hold on until the disaster begins and unlock the vehicle. He is for what kind of disaster it is, when it will come, and what will happen at that time. I will not tell you. When the disaster comes, you will naturally know it. So now, why don't you act quickly? You have wasted a lot of time. The voice ended, and everyone suddenly reacted after a while of digestion. Oh my! Can you still play like this? Does this mean that we are going to reach a peaceful and beautiful world? Oh my god! Can we end this kind of life, and no longer have to worry about all kinds of monsters? Don't forget. He said that there will be a disaster later, and that beautiful world will not exist for long. Don't talk about it for now. Hurry up and pack up. Even if there will be a disaster, I want to enjoy the moment of peace. The players on the platform immediately became noisy, and got into their respective vehicles. Let's go. Everyone clean up and change into clean clothes. And don't think about weapons or anything else. Emma Ran patted Zhang Tian's shoulder, and then took the lead in walking into Shu Shu. Zhang Tian and others looked at each other, and immediately got into their respective vehicles. Chapter 284 Preparation Before Departure. Emma Ran patted Zhang Tian on the shoulder, and then walked into the Shu Shu first. Zhang Tian and others looked at each other, and immediately got into their respective vehicles. Emma Ran entered the Shu Shu, and then countless blue particles began to appear on his armor. The armor he was wearing began to disappear, turning into countless blue particles that gathered on Emma Ran's right hand. The blue particles began to condense, and then formed a silver-white polygonal bracelet. There were many blue light strips flowing on the surface of the bracelet, and the overall look was very technological. The new function came at the right time, so that even if Shushu is not here, I can summon the armor anytime and anywhere. Then Emma Ran came to the mecha combat unit, waved his left hand forward, and the mecha was instantly put into the space bracelet. Then he entered the storage room and took all kinds of high-standard explosives and bombs, including some food and medicine. No wonder the protagonists in novels like space skills. The effect is so convenient. Looking at the items in the space bracelet, Emma Ran hummed a little song and went into the bathroom. After a few minutes, the bathroom door opened, and Emma Ran walked out wrapped in a bath towel and came to the wardrobe room next door, opened a wardrobe and took out a set of light and warm long-sleeve trousers and put them on. Then he opened another closet and took out a jacket hanging inside. The jacket is light gray in color, very thin and light, and will not hinder movement. The workmanship and fabric are very solid, and the surface has a water-isolating coating, so there is no need to worry even if it rains. He put on the jacket, then took out a pair of socks and put them on his feet, and then took out a pair of black sneakers from the shoe cabinet below. After putting all these on neatly, Emma Ran also packed some clothes and put them into the space bracelet as a backup. Standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror next to him, Emma Ran began to observe and sort out his own details. The mirror reflected a young man about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a light gray jacket from head to toe. He has a slender body, a handsome face, and white hair that matches the light gray clothes on his body. After wearing clothes for so many years, I still like black and gray the most. The main reason is that this white hair is too conspicuous. Even if I dye it, it will fade as soon as I wash it. I really don't know what happened to my hair. Emma Ran stretched out his hands and tidied up his hair that had just been washed and dried. 30 minutes are up. Everyone please leave the vehicle immediately. A voice came from the sky and began to urge everyone. Emma Ran started to get up and walk out, then put his left hand on the bracelet on his right hand. The silver-white bracelet deformed for a while, and finally formed a silver-white wireless headset. Mo Ran took the earphones off the bracelet, and then put them into his right ear. "Shoo shoo," Mo Ran called softly, and Shoo Shoo's cold mechanical voice immediately rang in Mo Ran's ears. "Report to the captain." "I'm here." Mo Ran walked to the exit, and looked back at the inside of Shoo Shoo for the last time. "It seems that I need to leave for a while." The exit slowly opened, and Mo Ran stepped out. At this moment, there were already a large number of players on the platform outside, wearing various styles of autumn clothes. Many female players also put on makeup. As soon as Mo Ran appeared, he instantly attracted the attention of many players around him. After all, this white hair is really eye-catching. "Ha, Brother Mo. You are still as handsome as ever." A hearty laugh came from the side. Mo Ran turned his head, and saw Zhang Tian in a red sweater walking towards this side. "You are not bad. I didn't notice it before. I didn't expect that you were not ordinary handsome after shaving your beard." Mo Ran also responded with a smile. But what he said was indeed the truth. Zhang Tian has always had a beard, and the whole person looks like an uncle. In fact, he is only in his 20s. Now that he has shaved his beard, his face looks particularly handsome and resolute. The two talked freely, and the people around them also stopped to watch. I smell. Ah, Big Brother Mo Ran smells so good. I really want to do something unspeakable with him," a male player next to him suddenly said, and the others immediately moved away from him, and looked over with an expression of, he. It feels like a domineering president and his little male wife. As if, ouch. Sister, don't hit me with a headache. Xinya just had this YY idea, and was immediately bounced off by Sinyan next to her. Are you reading that kind of book again? You are still stubborn even after I took away all your books. Sinyan looked at Xinya with a look of disappointment, and her head kept bouncing. The voices of the people around were amplified through the headphones, and all of them were transmitted to Mo Ran's ears without missing a single word. The thoughts of young people nowadays are really quite novel. Mo Ran's mouth kept twitching wildly, and he didn't know how to complain. Wow, Stinky Brother is quite handsome. A clear female voice came out, and Su Shi's figure slowly appeared in front of Mo Ran. A sweatshirt matched with a hip-wrap short skirt. Black stockings perfectly outlined two beautiful legs. There was light makeup on her face, and her smile was charming. You are also very good, and you look very beautiful and moving. Mo Ran responded with a smile. Su Shi's appearance was definitely that of a great beauty, which was completely undeniable. Then, brother, are you interested in your sister? No, Mo Ran said. Compared to complex and unpredictable humans, he prefers loyal and cold machines. Su Shi, it seems that everyone has come out, which means that everyone is ready. So now, let's go! As the sound in the sky appeared, the vehicles of everyone present began to slowly turn into particles and dissipate. Until the end, only many players were left on the entire platform, and all the vehicles disappeared without a trace in an instant. This scene shocked everyone present, and then everyone found that their panels had all disappeared, and they would not appear no matter how they called. Shoo shoo, where are you now? Can you hear me? Mo Ran began to ask in a low voice. Although the armor has some of Shoo Shoo's systems, he is more concerned about where Shoo Shoo's main body is gone. Report to the captain. I'm behind you. Shoo Shoo's cold voice came out, and Mo Ran turned his head quickly after hearing it. But all he saw was a hopeless black sea. Then Mo Ran moved several directions and got the same results, but soon understood the meaning. It seems that Shoo Shoo has not completely disappeared, but has become a kind of existence similar to a soul, invisible and intangible. But it will always follow me, and can still communicate with the system in the armor. This discovery made Mo Ran very happy, which meant that Shoo Shoo could still provide him with long-range assistance. The next second, countless balls of light enveloped every player. Everyone felt a bright light in front of their eyes, and their consciousness began to blur at this moment. The moment before everyone's consciousness disappeared, the voice in the sky came out again, accurately falling into everyone's ears. Everyone should switch their identities in time, and don't forget your original identity, so as to immerse yourself in the tenderness of emotions. Chapter 285 Parallel New World. The moment before everyone's consciousness disappeared, the voice in the sky came out again, accurately falling into everyone's ears. Everyone should switch their identities in time, and don't forget your original identity, so as to immerse yourself in the tenderness of emotions. This is Words in the Words. Mo Ran's consciousness completely dissipated, and he felt that he had fallen into a pure white world. The control and feeling of the soul over the body are gradually fading, as if the body has entered a state that has never been reached. If you have to say it in a way, it's like being injected with anesthesia during surgery. In a still world, countless white balls of light appeared from the sky, and then fell into the cities of each country. The balls of light slowly dissipated, and the originally still world began to flow again. After an unknown period of time, the lost consciousness and senses began to slowly return to themselves. Mo Ran began to feel the touch of his body, and at the same time heard the gradually amplified external sounds. He took a slight breath, and a slightly cold air rushed into his nasal cavity. The dazzling white light in front of him began to disappear, and then a round brown wooden table appeared in front of Mo Ran. There were 2 white and thin arms on the table, with a bracelet on each side. The wrist of the right hand was very conspicuous, showing silver white, and full of technology. Inhale, exhale. He took a deep breath of air, and the cool air entered his body, instantly dispelling the dizzy feeling in his head. It seems that this is the parallel world I arrived at this time. Mo Ran turned his head and looked around. What came into view was a huge crossroads, with cars flowing on the road, and the signal lights on the road kept flashing, directing vehicles in different directions. High-rise buildings stood on both sides of the bustling streets, reaching the sky, looking very spectacular. The slightly slanting sunlight shone on the glass curtain wall of the high-rise building, reflecting a dazzling light. Some high-rise buildings have billboards and neon lights on their roofs, advertising some products and other advertisements. Under the high-rise building is a bustling street with various shops located in it. Men and women, old and young, all kinds of people walk in various places, adding a strong prosperous atmosphere to the whole city. Mo Ran was a little absent-minded for a while, as if he had returned to the peaceful life before. Little brother, would you like something to drink? Just then, a soft female voice sounded next to Mo Ran. Mo Ran was startled and quickly turned his head to see that it was a shop assistant in uniform. But then he thought of something, and Mo Ran's suddenly tense heart couldn't help but relax. I was shocked. I've been in those worlds for too long. I feel like I'm going to stab anyone I see. Mo Ran couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, then looked up and found that this was a beverage store. He was sitting on a table in front of the store at the moment. There were many people sitting at tables and chairs around him tasting drinks, but many of them looked at him with vague eyes. Well, then let's have a cup of coconut milk hot cocoa with roasted cotton set. Mo Ran glanced at the sign above the store and randomly chose a beverage set. Okay. Please wait a moment. The young lady put on a bright smile and turned to enter the store. Shoo shoo. Are you there? Captain. I'm here. Mo Ran asked in a low voice, and Shoo Shoo's cold mechanical voice came out of the headset. Then Mo Ran reached into his pocket and took out a Weihua mobile phone, an ID card and a bank card. There were 6 digits on the back of the bank card, which Mo Ran thought should be the password. I'd never seen this model before. It looks like the latest model. Mo Ran took a general look at the appearance of the phone, and then pressed the power button. The dark screen lit up instantly, and after scanning the face, the phone was unlocked. Mo Ran slid up and successfully entered the system. The internal page was very neat, and there was nothing else except the system software that came with it. It's too neat here. There's not even a must-install software like WeChat. Mo Ran couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the empty page inside the phone. Then he looked at the top of the phone and saw the 3 big words no service. Mo Ran. Hiss. That's right. How could a new phone come with a SIM card? I feel so stupid. Mo Ran looked up and found that there was a mobile phone business hall next to the beverage store. Well, it's better to come by chance than to come by chance. He went to the front desk of the beverage store to explain, and then turned to the mobile phone business hall next door. But before entering, Mo Ran first came to an ATM machine next to him. He decided to check the amount on this bank card first. Insert the bank card in your hand, and then enter the 6-digit password obtained from the back. The password verification is successful, and the information in the bank card will soon appear on the screen. It's only 2,000 yuan. This is too stingy. Forget it. Let's get a mobile phone card first. After removing the bank card from the ATM, Mo Ran turned and came to the door of the mobile phone business hall. The glass double door slowly opened, and Mo Ran walked in. Hello. Sir. What business do you need to handle? As soon as he entered, a young lady in a black uniform immediately came forward to greet him enthusiastically. I want to apply for a mobile phone card. Okay. Please follow me. The staff in the business hall was very fast, and it didn't take much time to apply for a mobile phone card for Mo Ren. Remove the card slot on the phone. Put the mobile phone card in and reinsert it. After waiting for a while, the message of no service above instantly turned into a 5G signal. While downloading a series of software, such as Sinway and Alipay, Mo Ren slowly returned to the seat in the original beverage store. As soon as he sat back in the chair, the set meal that Mo Ren had ordered before was delivered to him. Please enjoy it slowly. Well, okay. Thank you. Mo Ren picked up the coconut milk hot cocoa, exhaled a few breaths of cool air, and then slowly took a sip. This tastes really good, with a very strong coconut milk aroma. The moment the taste buds met the coconut milk hot cocoa, Mo Ren couldn't help but brighten up. Then he picked up a piece of roasted cotton from the plate and slowly put it into his mouth to chew. The roasted cotton was very soft and sweet, with a caramel aroma. While enjoying the delicious food, Mo Ren created a WeChat and Alipay account and bound this bank card. Then Mo Ren seemed to have thought of something and whispered to Shu Shu. Shu Shu, can you transfer some money to my bank card? Report to the driver. No problem. Chapter 286. Wang Ma burst into tears. Shu Shu, can you transfer hundreds of millions of dollars from my bank card? Report to the driver. No problem. Listening to the voice in his ears, Mo Ren couldn't help but slow down his breathing. Suddenly, he felt like he was doing something bad. After all, this was in Longwa. If he was discovered, he would be doomed. Mo Ren took a deep breath and then focused his eyes on the phone in his hand. Shu Shu, hack into this phone. Enter the network system. Continue to monitor and collect information. Hide yourself extremely, and don't be discovered by any system. Understood? Driver. Shu Shu's cold mechanical voice came out. And then he began to hack into the phone in Mo Ren's hand. It easily solved the firewall system, quietly settled in the mobile phone, and then began to spread continuously in the network along the wireless network. This process was silent and completely undetected, like a ghost hiding in the depths of the network, leaving no trace. During the time when Shu Shu helped him solve the financial problem, Mo Ren browsed the mobile phone video while drinking warm coconut milk cocoa. On the other side, Shui, Suihua, why do you treat me like this? Is there something I did wrong? Did I forget to send you a meal one day? Or did I buy too few gifts for a certain festival? Why? I gave you almost all my salary. Shouldn't my sincere efforts? On a street, a man was kneeling on the ground, looking at the two people in front of him with tears on his face. A woman with delicate makeup and a beautiful figure, and a middle-aged man with a beer belly. The man cried with snot and tears, and his voice began to become choked. But in return, the woman was disgusted, and the middle-aged man next to him laughed and mocked. Many pedestrians stopped to watch, all shaking their heads in shock. Wang Ma, you are so noisy. Shut up. It was the past, and it is now. When I was with you, I said that we can only be friends. Now I have someone I love, and you can't pester me like this anymore, the woman shouted angrily. And Wang Ma, who was choked instantly, and looked at the woman with a dull face and disbelief. The light in his eyes seemed to have disappeared, as if his life had slipped away with him. Hey, Suihua, don't be angry. You will get wrinkles if you are angry, and your face will not be beautiful then. You can sit in my car first, and I will come to you after I comfort this big brother. The middle-aged man with a beer belly had a lewd smile on his face, and his right hand kept stroking Suihua's waist. Hate it. Then hurry up. I can't wait to do that, Suihua said delicately in an instant, then turned around and sat in a sports car next to her. Before leaving, she glanced at Wang Ma, who was kneeling on the ground with an extremely disgusted look. The middle-aged man with a beer belly looked at him with a lewd smile, and then turned his eyes to the kneeling man on the ground. Then he slowly leaned down and spoke slowly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. TSK. What a pitiful dog. Your so-called goddess is about to make love with me. Oh! When our cub burp fart condoms are used up, I will definitely call you to deliver them to room 704 of Shanyan Hotel. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man with a beer belly laughed up to the sky, and then walked towards the sports car. Then the sports car started, and slowly drove towards a hotel in the distance with a roar. This guy is too pitiful. Not only was he dumped, but he was also severely ridiculed. Good fellow. Is this the legendary dog licker? This is the first time I've seen one in real life. Will this kid lose his mind and cancel the other party's account? The pedestrians around were chattering, not caring about the man kneeling on the ground at all, and discussing what happened just now. Some people even laughed, and some even took photos of the incident and mocked it online. Wang Ma, who was kneeling on the ground, looked around with his eyes dim, as if he had lost his life. Then, he slowly got up like a zombie, limped away from here, and turned into an alley. The alley was not wide, and was very clean. There was a row of flower beds on each side, which were full of a whole row of green ivy. These green ivy climbed all over the walls on both sides, and there was only a road in the middle for pedestrians and electric vehicles to enter. Wang Ma was limping along, and suddenly he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. When he stood up again, one of his front teeth had been knocked out. A crack had appeared on his lips, and 2 scratches appeared on his hands. But Wang Ma seemed to feel no pain, and numbly got up from the ground. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, a package suddenly fell from the air. It fell on the green ivy in the flower bed, then bounced to the ground with a buffer, and rolled in front of Wang Ma. This was a small bag that was 20 centimeters high and wide, and it seemed to be stuffed with something. Bulging, Wang Ma stopped and slowly looked up. There was only a narrow sky and green ivy on both sides. Wang Ma lowered his head and was about to step over the bag. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something. A vague sense of attraction emanating from the bag, as if attracting him to open it. Wang Ma finally stopped and lowered his head to pick up the bag, holding the bag in his hand. The attraction became even stronger. Is there something in it? Wang Ma slowly unzipped the bag, and after just one look, his pupils suddenly shrank and expanded, and his body trembled in an instant. He quickly hid the bag in his hand in his arms, and looked around vigilantly. After making sure that there was no one around, Wang Ma took another cautious look. Inside the bag was a pistol, 2 magazines, and a box of bullets. The pistol was black in color, with a tiny purple bead inlaid on the butt. The bead emitted a faint purple light, which looked very strange. Gun! This is actually a gun. No. No. No! How could there be such a thing in Dragon Country? This should be fake. Yes. This must be a toy gun. Wang Ma kept convincing himself that this was just an ordinary toy gun. But he was somehow influenced and took out the pistol. The moment his right hand grasped the pistol, a cold metallic texture entered his palm. Then, a faint voice appeared in his mind. The voice was hoarse, and it carried endless killing intent. Kill! 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 Do you hate it? Are you in pain? Are you angry? Pick up this gun and kill the people you hate. Go! 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 Go kill them! The voice in his mind became clearer and louder, almost occupying all his thoughts. The memories of pain, discomfort, anger, etc. hidden in the depths of his memory burst out at this moment, and continued to rise. I want to kill you. No. No. How can you do this? It's illegal. No. No. Kill. Kill you. Kill. Wang Ma's voice was hoarse. His eyes began to turn red. And then the remaining rationality was completely replaced by anger. He took out all the pistol ammunition and bullets from his backpack, and then put them in his pockets. He was wearing a down jacket today, and the pockets inside were very spacious, which could completely hold these things. Then he threw the small bag into the trash can on the street, took a taxi, and immediately went to Shanyan Hotel. Chapter 287 Room. He was wearing a down jacket today, and the pockets inside were very spacious, which could hold all these things. Then he threw the small bag into the trash can on the street, took a taxi, and immediately went to Shanyan Hotel. On the street a few dozen meters away, a player wearing a down jacket was walking leisurely on the street. That narrow street is really a great place to hide things. Just stuff the small bag you brought into the green vines on the wall. No one would know that there was something hidden there. When the disaster comes, this will definitely allow me to easily hold on until the vehicle is unlocked. As he was thinking, the player suddenly paused and stopped. Wait, did I fix it when I stuffed it into the green radish on the wall? Thinking of this, the player fell into deep thought for a moment, but then relaxed. Well, I definitely fixed it. How could someone as cautious as me make such a low-level mistake? Well, that's right. After figuring it out, the player continued to hum a little tune and walked away leisurely. In the taxi, Wang Ma sat in the back seat with his head down and said nothing. His face was extremely gloomy, as if water would drip out of it in the next second. The atmosphere in the car was very subtle and depressing. The driver in the front seat also noticed something was wrong, and looked at Wang Ma sitting in the back through the rearview mirror from time to time. Hey, looking at this guy's reaction. He must have gone to the hotel to catch someone cheating. He looks so pissed. He must be very angry. Why not just send him to the police station? I feel like he'll do something terrible. But the driver looked at the air conditioning outlet on the left side of the steering wheel, where a family photo was clipped. There were 4 people in the family photo, including him, his wife, son and daughter. The 4 figures in the photo were happy, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. Let's not get involved in this matter, lest this guy come up to trouble me in the future. Anyway, we are now in a society ruled by law. In addition, Shanyan Hotel is a large hotel with a lot of hotel security inside, so there won't be any trouble. At most, it's just a fight. I'd better not worry about it. After thinking it through, the driver couldn't help but speed up, wishing to throw this guy out of the car immediately. After turning on the road for a while, the taxi slowly stopped in front of the gate of Shanyan Hotel. Sir, we're at Shanyan Hotel. Do you want to scan the code or... Bang! Before the driver finished speaking, there was a loud sound of the door opening and closing, and the right rear door was slammed shut with such force that the whole car trembled. The driver, who was about to turn around to collect the fee, was stunned and dropped the code scanning card in his hand. Fuck you. The driver almost spit out a curse, suppressed his anger, and opened the passenger window. He shouted to Wang Ma, who was standing outside, and his voice was a little louder because of his anger. Hey! Sir! You haven't paid yet. Hearing this, Wang Ma, who was standing next to the car, slowly turned around and stared at the driver with a pair of bloodshot eyes. His expression was extremely cold, and he looked at the driver as if he was looking at a dead person. Hiss! Hack you! The moment he looked into those eyes, the driver shuddered all over, cursed softly, and quickly shifted gears and accelerated away. Seeing the taxi going away, Wang Ma's right hand in his pocket slowly relaxed, and the black pistol was now in his hand. Turning to look at the Shanyan Hotel in front of him, Wang Ma's eyes were full of coldness, but there was a hint of entanglement. As a native of Longhua, he knew that if he did this today, the consequences would be very huge, and he could even be sentenced to death now. His heart began to be entangled at this moment, and hesitation and fear began to appear in his eyes. But the moment this thought appeared, another more powerful thought instantly occupied his brain. Negative emotions such as pain, hatred, and anger continued to surge and amplify, and the painful memories deep in his heart continued to appear in his brain. Kill! 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 Wang Ma made a low sound, and his eyes were red again. He zipped up his pocket, then put the hood of his down jacket on his head, and then began to walk towards the door of Shanyan Hotel. Shanyan Hotel was unusually lively today. A red carpet was laid at the entrance, and many flowers were placed around it. A huge red banner was pulled up, with words like Happy Wedding written on it. A loving couple was getting married today, and countless guests were entering the wedding venue. Shanyan Hotel not only has accommodation services, but also provides a wedding venue. With its large venue and good reputation, many couples make reservations here every day. The security inside the hotel almost came outside and began to direct the guests and vehicles to enter. Wang Ma was mixed in the team of guests and slipped into the hotel quietly. Shanyan Hotel has a total of 16 floors, each with 50 rooms, and room 704 is located on the 14th floor. After determining the floor of the room, Wang Ma turned and entered the elevator and pressed the button to the 14th floor. The elevator began to rise slowly, and the LCD screen above began to jump numbers continuously. Not long after, the rising elevator slowly slowed down, and the floor number on the LCD screen also jumped to the 14th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and Wang Ma walked out from inside, his eyes fixed on the numbers on each door, and then stopped in front of the number 704. Oh, you little beauty really fascinates me. Wait for me to rest. Let's have another battle. The middle-aged man with a beer belly hugged Suehua, and his greasy face kept rubbing against Suewa's chest. Ah. Disgusting. You are so bad. Suewa's soft voice kept coming out. But the disgust in her phoenix eyes could not be hidden. It's so disgusting. If it weren't for money, I would be with you. It's over in less than a minute. And it's so short. Suehwa was speechless in her heart. But the expression on her face remained charming. Just when the two were still in love, a knock on the door suddenly sounded at this moment. Dong 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 dong. The sudden knock on the door interrupted the two of them. They looked at each other and immediately stood up and looked at the door. Who is it? There is someone inside. The middle-aged man with a beer belly shouted impatiently. But the only response to him was the continuous knock on the door. Shua! You don't understand what people say, right? There is someone inside. Seeing that the knock on the door still did not stop, the middle-aged man with a beer belly suddenly became angry and cursed at the door. But the person outside the door seemed not to hear it at all. And the continuous knock on the door continued to come out. Shua! I'm a fucking motherfucker. Suehua. Wait a moment. I'll go see which bastard is knocking on the door first. Well, hurry up. The middle-aged man with a beer belly got out of bed, grabbed a bathrobe beside him, and put it on. Then walked towards the door of the room. Yatata. The bolt on the door was pulled open. And as the door handle turned, the middle-aged man with a beer belly opened the door. In front of him was a man in a down jacket, with a hat on his head, and an extremely gloomy face staring at him closely. Chapter 288 Gunshots. Yatata. The bolt on the door was pulled open. And as the door handle turned, the middle-aged man with a beer belly pulled the door open. In front of him appeared a man in a down jacket, with a hat on his head, and an extremely gloomy face staring at him closely. I'm so mad. The middle-aged man with a beer belly was startled instantly, and his body involuntarily stepped back a few steps. But when he saw the man's face clearly, the whole person laughed instantly. Ha ha ha. Aren't you the licking dog? I haven't called you to send the cub burping kit yet, but you came to my door directly. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man with a beer belly laughed and walked forward, pointing in front of Wang Ma. Wang Ma ignored the fly in front of him, but looked inside. A woman was sitting on the bed, browsing her phone. The quilt covered her body, but still exposed a large area of snow-white breasts and a goose-like neck. Noticing the movement coming from the door, Suehua looked up and met Wang Ma's cold and red eyes. Suehua was startled at first, then seemed to think of something, and immediately reacted and looked down. Ah! What are you looking at? You hooligan! Turn your head away quickly, and close your dog eyes. Suehua screamed, immediately threw down her phone and lifted the quilt high, covering her whole body completely, leaving only her head exposed, her phoenix eyes staring at Wang Ma angrily. Seeing that Wang Ma ignored her completely, and even focused his eyes on his woman, the middle-aged man with a beer belly instantly felt a surge of anger rushing to his head, and waved his right hand and slapped her directly. Pa! Zhao! Look at you. You imp. Do you think you can look at my woman? You dare to ignore me. Who do you think you are? The middle-aged man with a beer belly slapped Wang Ma in the face, and the hat on his head fell to the back, and a red slap mark gradually appeared on Wang Ma's face. Under the slap, Wang Ma slowly turned his eyes to the middle-aged man with a beer belly in front of him. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he was looking at a dead person, and the zipper of his right pocket was slowly unzipped. Zhao, what the hell is that look in your eyes? Speak. I'm fucking talking to you. Seeing Wang Ma's cold eyes, the middle-aged man with a beer belly couldn't help but feel hairy in his heart. But that look also made him extremely angry. As if he looked down on him, he raised his right hand again, and then swung it towards Wang Ma's face again. But this time, the slap did not fall on Wang Ma's face, and was now being held tightly by his left hand. Wang Ma had worked on a construction site for a while, so he was considered strong. His strength was naturally not comparable to that of the middle-aged man with a beer belly. In addition, he was more than 1.8 meters tall, and now he was like grabbing a chicken. Zhao! Let me go! Let me go! I told you to let me go! The middle-aged man with a beer belly felt so painful when Wang Ma grabbed his hand that he was so angry that he was about to stretch out his left hand to slap him. But before he could make any move, Wang Ma had already kicked him hard in the abdomen. Bang! The middle-aged man with a beer belly rolled out like a ball, and his head hit the TV cabinet in front of the bed heavily. Ah, ah. Cough, cough, cough. My stomach hurts, ah. Vomit. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man, with a beer belly, covered his stomach and fell to the ground in pain, with undigested food constantly spitting out of his mouth, flowing all over the ground. His head was hit with a wound, and red blood was constantly flowing out of it. Ah! Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Are you okay? Suewa screamed, looking at Mr. Zhang, who was in pain on the ground with horror. But at this moment, her body was naked and she didn't dare to get out of the bed. Click! Wang Ma walked into the room, closed the door with his backhand and locked it. Then he took a step and began to walk towards the two people step by step. Ahem, cough! Nima, do you know who I am? If you dare to hit me, I will. Mr. Zhang made a painful sound, struggled to stand up slowly from the ground, and looked up with an angry face. The next second, a black cold object hit his forehead. Mr. Zhang trembled all over, and the words that were just about to come out of his mouth stopped abruptly. His eyes slowly turned and his eyes fell on the object in Wang Ma's hand. Gun? Gun? Mr. Zhang blurted out in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the black pistol against his forehead. Suewa on the bed also had a horrified face, and the whole person was completely stunned. But at this moment, Mr. Zhang suddenly reacted, and the expression of disbelief on his face disappeared instantly. What a crap thing. You're trying to scare me with a toy gun, right? Ah. If you have the guts, shoot me. Having said that, Mr. Zhang was very scared at the moment. Hey. This thing can't be a real gun. But how is that possible? This is in the territory of Dragon Country. But this thing feels like it's real. Mr. Zhang was very confused at the moment. He didn't believe that this thing was a real gun. He thought it was a high imitation toy. Oh, fake? Then I can give it a try. Wang Ma spoke slowly, his voice cold and emotionless. Hey, what do you mean? Mr. Zhang hadn't figured out what Wang Ma meant when he saw the black pistol pointed at his right leg. The next second, bang! A loud gunshot sounded instantly, and a 9mm bullet was fired from the gun barrel, hitting his thigh directly. The bullet easily penetrated the thigh, and the fat on the surface instantly surged like waves. And then the bullet shot out from the other side and hit the floor below directly. Plop! Mr. Zhang only felt a shock in his right leg, and then his strength was directly drained away by an unknown force. His brain was buzzing and dazed, but soon he was swept up by a sharp pain. Ah! My leg, ah! Mr. Zhang collapsed to the ground in pain, holding his right leg tightly with both hands. The bright red blood gushed out like a spring, dyeing the entire floor scarlet. Ah! A shrill scream was heard instantly, and Suehua looked at the scene with horror. Ah! Let's end it soon. Wang Ma uttered a word coldly, then slowly raised the pistol and pointed it at Mr. Zhang's forehead. Brother, you are really worried enough. I just came to the Magic City to participate in the competition. You, a special police squadron leader, accompanied me here. Aren't you worried about your job? The door of room 721 opened, and a sturdy man carrying a lot of luggage walked in, followed by a teenage girl with twin ponytails. Look at what you said. Now Longwood is stable and healthy, and with the popularization of the Sky Eye system, there are very few things that require us to go out. In addition, I haven't had a holiday for a long time. Now I have been given a few days off. It's just right for me to accompany you to the Magic City. The man responded with a smile, while putting the large and small bags on the ground. I'm 18 years old, and you and our mother are still treating me like a child. The girl muttered dissatisfiedly, and her two pink cheeks bulged, looking very playful and cute. Okay. You have grown up. But it's a pity that you are still just a short melon. The man put the luggage away, and then touched the girl's head with a proud look. This seemed to touch the girl's reverse scale, and she was so angry that she punched him with her little fist on the spot. Bang! Just as the two were playing, a loud gunshot suddenly came out, which was particularly clear in the quiet 14th floor. Chapter 289. You are not wrong. They are wrong. Bang! Just as the two were playing, a loud gunshot suddenly sounded, which was particularly clear in the quiet 14th floor. The two who were still playing and joking were stunned for a moment, and the man suddenly raised his head and looked out the door with disbelief. This is a gunshot. No. How could this be possible? How could there be a gun in the territory of Dragon Country? But this sound is clearly, and it seems to be a pistol. The man was shocked and frowned deeply. Brother, what was that sound just now? Was it a gunshot? The girl with twin ponytails asked tremblingly with fear on her face. In Longwa, many people have rarely or never seen a gun in their lives. Even the sight and sound of guns in movies and TV shows are not as strong as those heard in reality. The loud gunshot just now made her heart throb. Don't be afraid, Yudwa. I'll go out to see what's going on. You stay in the room and lock the door. Don't open the door if someone you don't know knocks. After calming his sister's emotions, the man immediately got up and left. Brother, you must be more careful. Okay. The worried voice of his sister came from behind. The man responded and closed the door. Not long after, the sound of locking came from inside the door. The gunshots were very loud, which means they are not far from here, probably in the area of room 701 to 710. Recalling the direction from which the gunshots came just now, he roughly determined the direction. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out, completely tearing apart the tranquility of this building. Looking at Mr. Zhang, who was wailing in pain on the ground, Wang Ma pointed the gun at his head expressionlessly. Seeing the black muzzle of the gun pointing at his forehead, Mr. Zhang was instantly scared to death. Under extreme fear, the leg wound pierced by the bullet did not seem so painful at this moment. Mercy. Mercy. Sir. Mercy. I have parents above me, and children below me. I don't want to die. Sir, please let me go. Mr. Zhang cried with snot and tears. Because of extreme fear, his body had physiological reactions. A stream of yellow liquid spread out from under him, and the fishy smell of urine instantly emanated. Mr. Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground, kept begging for mercy, his head banging on the ground. But only a few 9mm bullets responded to him. Bang, bang, bang. Puff, sizzle, sizzle. The bullets instantly blew up the round head, and all kinds of red and white things inside instantly flowed out. The remaining bullets penetrated his back, leaving blood holes one after another. Mr. Zhang's body was motionless on the ground, and he was still kneeling before he died. Red blood kept flowing out, and soon formed a blood puddle on the ground. Ah! Ah! Kill! 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 Ah! Suehua, sitting on the bed, looked at the gradually dying body, and the bright red blood spreading all over the ground. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the fear in her heart. The piercing screams were like the sound of air defense, constantly irritating Wang Ma's eardrums. Wang Ma slowly turned his body, slowly raised the pistol in his right hand, and aimed the black muzzle at Suehua. Suehua, who was still screaming, saw this scene, and her throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand, and she couldn't make any sound. A strong sense of fear filled her whole body, causing her whole body to tremble violently. Wang Ma, I know you like me. I am with you. I am with you now. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Okay? Suehua said tremblingly, and slowly pulled away the quilt covering her body. A seductive body was revealed in front of Wang Ma, and the two plump fruits looked extremely tempting. Suehua looked at Wang Ma with hope, but she only met a pair of eyes like dead water, and the slowly tightening index finger of her right hand. Bang! 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 Blood flowers bloomed on Suehua's body one after another, and her consciousness disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ka ka ka. Wang Ma's index finger kept pulling, but the pistol in his hand never responded again. No bullets out. Wang Ma's voice was hoarse and slow, like a person who had just woken up from a deep sleep. And then his eyes slowly moved down and fell on a female corpse covered with blood holes. Chui. Suehua. Suehua. Looking at the familiar face of the female corpse, Wang Ma's cold eyes suddenly shrank at this moment. And then the corner of his eye glanced at another male corpse on the ground, looking at the bright red blood sprayed all around and the black pistol in his right hand. Wang Ma was in extreme shock. I killed people. I killed people. Why did I kill them? Why? Why did I kill them? Wang Ma kept retreating, and then fell to the ground with the buttocks. His trouser legs, shoes, clothes, and hands were instantly stained with a lot of blood. He covered his head in disbelief, and the whole person began to tremble violently. At this moment, A voice slowly sounded in his ears, and kept echoing in his mind. No. No. You are not wrong. They are wrong. She failed your love. He took your love away. They mocked you and humiliated you. You are just seeking justice for yourself. You are just seeking revenge. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. The voice was like a ghost, constantly echoing in Wang Ma's mind. Wang Ma's entire body gradually became excited, crazy, and happy from the initial fear. Yes. 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 I am not wrong. Everything I did is not wrong. They are wrong. They are wrong. Ha ha. I am not wrong. Ha ha. Wang Ma's entire body was like crazy, with an extremely hideous expression on his face, and his two eyes began to become bloodshot and turned extremely red. The voice in his mind continued, and began to seduce Wang Ma step by step. They are wrong. He is wrong. Everyone is wrong. Everyone is wrong. You are right. You are not wrong. They are all wrong. Then what should I do? What should I do? Since they are all wrong, what should I do? Wang Ma began to mutter to himself, establishing communication with the voice in his mind. It can help you. It can help you. Who is he? Where is he? How can he help me? Tell me quickly. The moment the voice appeared, Wang Ma responded immediately. Where is it? It is on your right hand. On your right hand. On your right hand. Listening to the voice in his mind, Wang Ma looked at his right hand fiercely. At this moment, he was holding a black pistol in his bloody right hand. You are the one that can help me? Wang Ma lifted the pistol with both hands and looked at it with an infatuated face. The ghostly voice sounded again, constantly echoing in Wang Ma's mind. Everyone is wrong. Everyone is wrong. Take it. Go and kill everyone. The voice in his mind suddenly became louder, as if giving Wang Ma an order. Yes. 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 Kill. Kill. Kill everyone. Kill everyone. Ha ha ha. Wang Ma jumped up from the ground, ejected the empty magazine of the pistol, then took out a magazine full of bullets from his pocket, inserted it into the pistol, and loaded it. Then he quickly walked to the door, turned the handle to open the door, and rushed out directly. Chapter 290 Muchuan. Wang Ma jumped up from the ground, ejected the empty magazine of the pistol, then took out a magazine full of bullets from his pocket, inserted it into the pistol, and loaded it. Then he walked quickly to the door, turned the handle to open the door, and rushed out. Wang Ma came to the corridor, and happened to meet a cleaning lady who came to clean. The aunt who was pushing the cleaning cart was stunned for a moment, and looked at Wang Ma covered in blood with shock. At this moment, Wang Ma was looking at the cleaning lady with a grim smile on his face, and at the same time, his right hand was slowly raised. Looking at Wang Ma's slowly raised right hand, the aunt only saw the item in his hand clearly at this moment. That's a gun. The aunt looked terrified but a little uncertain. Suddenly, she saw a man rushing out from the corner of the corridor behind her, and Wang Ma's right index finger in front of her began to slowly tighten. Damn it! That's really a gunshot. This is a big deal. How could there be guns in Longhua? We must notify them immediately to send someone over. The man ran in the direction of the sound, took out his cell phone from his arms, and started dialing a number. What happened? How could there be a gunshot? Did I hear it wrong? That was a gunshot. How could there be a gunshot here? How could it be a gunshot? Who turned up the volume of the TV so loudly? There were many noises coming from the rooms we passed by, and some brave people even opened the door to check the situation. Go in. Everyone go in immediately. Stay in the room and don't come out. The man ran and roared, and at the same time showed everyone the small vertical black wallet on his left hand. Looking at the small black wallet in the man's hand, everyone who came out of the room was full of confusion. Just then, bang, 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 the gunshots came again, and those who came out of curiosity were instantly frightened and immediately rushed into the room without looking back and locked the door. 15 sounds mean 15 bullets, plus the sound of this kind of gun. The other party is likely to use a Glock 17. The man's pace quickened again, and the phone in his hand was connected at this moment. Quick! Notify the special police in Shanghai and the police to come to Shanyan Hotel immediately. There was a shooting on the 14th floor. The moment the call was connected, the man shouted loudly. There was silence on the phone for a while, and then a voice came out from inside. Brother Muchuan. Today doesn't seem to be April Fool's Day. Is it a joke like this? Listening to the voice of the man on the phone, Muchuan almost jumped up in anger. Damn! Xiao Chui. Do you think I'm joking with you? Muchuan just ran to the corner and turned around to see a man covered in blood and holding a pistol in his hand, who was pointing the muzzle at a cleaning lady in front of him. Seeing this scene, Muchuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he immediately shouted loudly. Stop! Muchuan roared. And Wang Ma, who was about to shoot the cleaning lady, paused for a moment. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a 9mm bullet flew past the cleaning lady's scalp. Swish! The gunshot rang out, and the cleaning lady was stunned in an instant. She only felt a strong wind flying over her left head. Brother Muchuan. You don't. Bang! The person on the other end of the phone began to feel something was wrong, and the sudden gunshot shocked him all over. The shot missed, and Wang Ma quickly turned his head and looked back, only to see Muchuan standing at the corner in front. Without any hesitation, Wang Ma immediately pointed the pistol at Muchuan and then pulled the trigger. I'm so angry! Muchuan shuddered and immediately turned around and rushed to the corner behind him. The next second, bang bang bang, crackle, Wang Ma kept pulling the trigger in his hand, and 9mm bullets shot out from the barrel and hit the wall at the corner. Pits appeared one after another on the wall, and various gravel and dust kept falling from it. I'm so angry! This is much more exciting than dealing with thugs. Looking at the wall fragments flying around him, Muchuan, who was hiding behind the wall, didn't know what words to use to describe the current situation. Have you notified Xiao Chui? Muchuan shouted into the phone. I'm afraid. There's really a gun. Muchuan. Hold on. I've already started notifying the Magic City Department. An anxious response came from the other end of the phone. The gunshots had stopped at this moment, and Muchuan carefully looked out. Wang Ma had already started running and rushed towards the elevator. When he passed by the cleaning lady, he hit her hard with the butt of the gun. Ouch! The cleaning lady was knocked to the ground in an instant, covering her head in pain and wailing. TMD! He even hit the elderly. This guy is too beastly. Muchuan couldn't help but curse, and immediately rushed to the cleaning lady, who fell to the ground. When he came to the cleaning lady, he could clearly see that her head was hit with a wound, and red blood was constantly flowing out of it. Auntie. Hold on. I've called the emergency number. Muchuan immediately searched the cleaning car, found a bundle of plastic bags, tore it open and wrapped it around the aunt's head. While treating the aunt's wound, Muchuan looked at Wang Ma, who was gradually going away. I saw that Wang Ma had rushed to the corner and was running towards the elevator next to him. Damn it! Muchuan was anxious when he saw the scene, and immediately shouted loudly to the people around him. Is there anyone here? Come and help. Someone is injured. Is there anyone here? The surrounding rooms were silent, although some voices could be heard inside. No one opened the door and came out. Damn it! Muchuan could understand what these people did, but he was anxious when he saw Wang Ma disappearing around the corner. Click! Just then, a hotel door on the side slowly opened a gap. Then, a man and a woman poked their heads out. Seeing this scene, Muchuan's heart warmed up, and he hurriedly shouted anxiously. Come and help! The criminal is about to escape. Come and help this and stop the bleeding. I need to chase him immediately. The man and woman behind the door looked at each other, then walked out of the door and came to Muchuan quickly. The two were wearing very similar clothes, and they looked like a couple. The two quickly took over Muchuan's actions and began to deal with the wound on the aunt's head very skillfully. You are medical students. Seeing the two's skillful techniques, Muchuan guessed their identities at once. Yes, that's right. We are students of the medical university. It happened that we came to the Magic City for a holiday today. He is my boyfriend. The girl answered quickly, while cooperating with the boy to bandage and stop the bleeding. That's great. I have called an ambulance. You stay here with this aunt. After Muchuan finished speaking, he turned around and was about to rush out. Wait! At this moment, the boy behind him suddenly called Muchuan, and then ran into the room with a puzzled look on his face. When he came out again, the boy was holding a slingshot and a bag of marbles in his hand. That guy has a gun. It's not easy to deal with him if you don't have something in your hand. Come on. Take this. Looking at the slingshot and a bag of marbles handed by the boy, Mu Chuan looked at him with a look that said, "You kid is really a torturer." The other party playfully stuck out his tongue, and then devoted himself to bandaging the cleaning lady. Mu Chuan put a whole bag of marbles into his arms, took out one and pinched it on the slingshot, and then began to rush to the corner. By the time he rushed to the elevator entrance, the elevator door Wang Ma was about to close. Mu Chuan seized the opportunity and shot a marble directly into it. The marble hit Wang Ma's right hand firmly, and Wang Ma, who was loading the pistol magazine, paused for a moment. The bullets and magazines in his hand fell to the ground, and the whole box of bullets was also scattered all over the elevator floor. Oh my god! A whole box of bullets. Real or fake? Seeing this scene, Mu Chuan was stunned. Chapter 291. What kind of firepower does this guy have? Oh my god! A whole box of bullets. Real or fake? Mu Chuan was stunned when he saw this scene. What? A whole box of bullets. Mu Chuan. What kind of firepower does that guy have? The phone in his pocket exclaimed, and Xiao Chui's unbelievable voice came out from it. It's no wonder that Xiao Chui reacted like this. After all, this is in Longwa. If there is a gun or a bullet lost in it, it will be an extremely serious matter. That guy has a black pistol, which looks like a Glock 17. The number of ammunition that can be seen is a box of 9mm bullets and 3 magazines. As Mu Chuan spoke, he rushed to another elevator door and quickly pressed the elevator button next to it. After hearing what Mu Chuan said, Xiao Chui on the other end of the phone couldn't help but take a breath. A box of 9mm bullets has about 60 bullets, plus 3 magazines, so there are at least 100 bullets. This is the known number of ammunition, which is already so terrifying. Who knows how much the guy can take out from his clothes? At this moment, the elevator is just on the upper floor, and it quickly descended to Mu Chuan's floor and opened the elevator door. Before the elevator door was fully opened, Mu Chuan quickly entered it. Mu Chuan. How is the situation over there? Are there any casualties? At this time, a majestic voice came from the mobile phone in his arms. Mu Chuan immediately picked it up and found that the call had been transferred to the captain. Hello. Captain. I am chasing the bandit now. He is fleeing to the lower floor through the elevator. 2 people died in room 704. A man and a woman, with multiple gunshot wounds on their bodies. Mu Chuan quickly explained the current situation, and a heavy sigh came from the other end of the phone. Okay. I understand. Mu Chuan. You must be more careful. The Magic City has dispatched a large number of public security and special police to Shanyan Hotel. Please ensure your own safety while chasing the bandit. Yes. Mu Chuan said firmly. He suddenly remembered the wedding held in the lobby of Shanyan Hotel today. Not good. Mu Chuan was shocked and felt a very bad feeling. Well, what's wrong with Mu Chuan? Is there any new situation? The voice of the detachment leader came from the phone immediately. Mu Chuan did not dare to neglect and said immediately, Captain, a wedding is being held in the lobby of Shanyan Hotel today. A large number of people are in the lobby. Hearing this, the detachment leader on the other end of the phone and the captains and others around him all looked horrified. Everyone knew that once the gangster opened fire at the wedding scene, then there is only one consequence. Many people will die. For such a problem, the Magic City Department is currently having a heated discussion. Damn it! We must notify Shanyan Hotel and ask them to evacuate the staff immediately. There are so many people gathered at the wedding scene. It is impossible to quickly clear the scene and evacuate. And once panic and chaos occur, it will definitely cause a large-scale stampede and even slow down the evacuation of people. Just as everyone was discussing fiercely, one person suddenly stood up and said, Shanyan Hotel sent a message that they have found the figure of the gangster and are in elevator number 1. When the people who were discussing fiercely heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. In the elevator. That's great. Let them stop the elevator and lock the gangster in the elevator. That's right. Lock him in the elevator. Even if he has 18 martial arts, he can't get out. Wait until we arrive and catch him directly. Dare to act wild in the territory of Dragon Country. This kid is dead. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Now that 2 people have died, the matter cannot be allowed to escalate further. But before everyone can be happy for long, someone once again told everyone a heavy news. No! Shanyan Hotel sent a message that there are other guests in elevator number 1. They were hijacked by the gangster. and someone has been injured. After the man finished speaking, the picture was immediately displayed on the big screen in front. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the picture on the screen was displayed in an elevator. In elevator number 1. Dad. Dad. You have to hold on. A woman's face was full of pain, and her hands were pressing the chest of a middle-aged man with her clothes. The middle-aged man fell to the ground. His face was extremely painful, and the red blood had wet the shirt in front of him. Next to the two of them, Wang Ma was watching the scene with a crazy and silly smile on his face. He slowly raised his head, and his cold eyes were fixed on the monitor above the elevator. His left hand was pressing the call button on the elevator panel, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. Start the elevator, or they will both die. Ha ha ha. Wang Ma's voice at the back had turned into a grim laugh, as if he was mocking the guy on the other end of the surveillance. Let all the security guards wear stab-proof suits and explosion-proof shields. Stuff more books into their clothes if necessary. Take all kinds of explosion-proof tools, and block the elevator entrance for me, under the premise of ensuring their own safety. When this bastard comes out, press him to the ground directly. If he is injured or disabled, the hotel will bear all your medical expenses and give rich compensation. Also, speed up the evacuation of the wedding scene. Express our deep apologies to them, and promise to give them a more perfect wedding scene. The moment he received the message from the criminals, the general manager of Shanyan Hotel immediately issued an order. After hearing this, everyone seemed to be pumped up and acted quickly. The general manager rushed to the monitoring room to check the current situation. As soon as he came to the monitoring room, he saw the situation presented on the screen. General Manager, what should we do? The staff who controlled the elevator looked at the situation on the screen and looked at the general manager at a loss. Sweet. This despicable and vicious guy. The general manager looked at the situation on the screen and Wang Ma's extremely arrogant words, and he felt that his back teeth were about to break. Still not moving? Then I'm going to shoot. 3-2. Bang. The elevator that was originally stationary started to move again and began to slowly descend downwards. Seeing this scene, Wang Ma stopped counting and looked at the surveillance screen with a proud and arrogant look. I'm very sorry, everyone. Due to an emergency in the hotel, please, guests near the elevator side, please leave your seats first and evacuate too. Please don't panic. Leave the hotel lobby in an orderly manner. The lobby manager and other staff members quickly came to the wedding stage and used the microphone to notify the guests present to evacuate. Chapter 292. An emergency occurred. Hotel lobby. A wedding was being held here at the moment. The VIPs were seated below, and above was a stage made of flowers and lights. At the moment, two newlyweds were in the center of the stage, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. The atmosphere of the entire wedding had reached its climax, and the two newlyweds began to exchange rings after swearing to each other. Many guests below took out their mobile phones to record such a grand moment. But the hotel staff who suddenly appeared on the stage really confused everyone present, and no one understood what was going on. What are you doing at the hotel? Why are you suddenly coming to the wedding? There is an emergency. Did something happen? What happened? Why did the wedding suddenly stop? Everyone is asked to evacuate quickly. The atmosphere of the wedding was suddenly interrupted, and the faces of the guests were full of displeasure. More people expressed confusion and did not understand what the emergency the staff was talking about. But looking at the anxious expressions of the hotel staff, the guests present also noticed that something was wrong. Some people began to leave their seats, and the people next to them also stood up from their seats after seeing it. The guests closest to the elevator left the hotel first under the command of several hotel staff. The other guests gathered in another direction and began to leave from the hotel gate on the other side. On the stage, the bride and groom were completely immersed in their own world, and did not notice the changes in the outside world at all. The two looked at each other with deep love in their eyes. After exchanging rings, they kissed each other passionately. Seeing that nearly 1/3 of the guests had evacuated, the lobby manager couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turning his head and glancing, he saw the bride and groom kissing passionately on the wedding stage. Oh my God! Oh my God! The lobby manager was so scared that he almost jumped up and ran towards the wedding stage. The high heels on his feet made a clicking sound, and his speed was comparable to that of a sprint champion. Every step was steady and accurate. Under the persuasion of the surrounding staff, the two people who were kissing passionately on the stage reluctantly separated. Who? You two, You two quickly follow the staff to leave. There is an emergency inside the hotel. The lobby manager ran to the stage out of breath and said hurriedly, looking at the lobby manager running over. Both of them were confused. When they turned around, they found that the guests around them had already started to evacuate, and many seats were empty. Despite all the doubts, the two followed the hotel staff to evacuate. Several staff members began to roll up the long skirt under the bride's wedding dress to avoid obstacles during the evacuation. Bang! Just as everyone was evacuating in an orderly manner, a gunshot suddenly came from the direction of elevator number 1. It was like a heavy hammer raised high, hitting everyone's heart hard. 5, 4, 3. Watching the numbers on the elevator display slowly drop, Wang Ma grabbed the woman on the ground. His left hand was like a clamp that tightly grasped the slender neck. And then he grabbed the woman to his chest, acting as a human shield. He raised his right hand slowly and aimed the black muzzle of the gun at the elevator door. At this moment, Wang Ma's right hand was shaking constantly compared to before. If you look closely, you can see a red and swollen mark on the wrist, which was where Mu Chuan had hit it with a marble before. At that time, Wang Ma didn't feel any pain at all. He picked up the bullet from the ground and continued to load it. But as time went by, the place where the marble hit his right hand began to swell and produce a bright red mark. Although Wang Ma didn't know why he couldn't feel the pain now. His body was still a body. Ordinary people would inevitably have some impact on their arms if they shot without touching the gun. Wang Ma's right hand was not only hit by marbles, but also shot several times continuously. The muscles in his arm had already been damaged, causing his right hand to tremble constantly. Ha ha! The fun game is about to begin. Get ready. Beautiful lady. Wang Ma's voice was crazy, and the woman in his hand was trembling all over, and tears kept falling like a kite with a broken string. 3, 2. The elevator is coming down. Everyone get ready. Watching the number on the elevator screen continue to drop. The security captain at the side of the elevator door was ready. The transparent explosion-proof shield held in his left hand blocked his chest, and the baton held in his right hand could not help but increase the force. 2 pairs of eyes stared at the elevator door like hawks, and the burly figure stood in front like a huge stone. On the other side of the elevator, there was also a burly security guard at the front of the team. Yes! The many security guards behind immediately replied, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the elevator door. Ding! As the elevator reached the first floor, the silver-white iron door began to open slowly. The security captain immediately rushed up, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes met a man covered in blood. At this moment, the man had a playful smile on his face, and in his right hand, there was a black pistol. The next second, gunshots rang out. Bang! A 9mm bullet shot out from the barrel of the gun and hit the explosion-proof shield hard. This level of explosion-proof shield can only resist projectiles and some sword attacks, and cannot stop 9mm bullets at all. The bullet easily penetrated the transparent shield and then hit the chest of the security captain. Ugh! The security captain only felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he was kicked hard. He groaned instantly, and his body couldn't help but step back a few steps. Although they were prepared, the security guards present were startled by the sudden gunshots, and their bodies couldn't help but stand there in a daze. In fact, this is a completely normal phenomenon. Just like when someone suddenly waves his hand in front of you, your eyelids will subconsciously twitch. And just in such a short moment of distraction, Wang Ma opened fire again with the pistol in his hand. Bang, 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 bang. Several gunshots were heard, and several security guards were shot in the thigh. Ah! My leg. Ah! Ah! It hurts. My leg. Bright red blood continued to flow out of the trouser legs, and the whole person fell to the ground and screamed. Ha ha ha! You didn't even cover your legs. Are you saving them for my pedicure? Ha ha ha! Looking at the miserable appearance of several security guards on the ground, Wang Ma in the elevator laughed wildly instantly. You sweep. Go to hell. The security captain came to his senses and roared, and rushed out like a cannonball in an instant, holding the baton in his hand high, and hit Wang Ma hard. Although he felt a burning pain in his chest now, he felt that he should not be shot through, and the book in his arms played a good role in preventing it. Seeing the security captain rushing over, Wang Ma was not in a hurry and directly put the pistol against the woman's head. The security captain who saw this scene braked instantly and stopped at the intersection of the elevator door. The baton raised high in his hand stopped instantly, and two pairs of eyes stared at Wang Ma in the elevator. He. I don't know whether your stick is faster or my gun is faster. Otherwise let's compete. If you win, I will be arrested. But if you lose, then this woman will die. Ha ha. Chapter 293 Shooting in the Lobby. He. I don't know whether your stick is faster or my gun is faster. How about we have a competition? If you win, I will be arrested. But if you lose, then this woman must die. Ha ha ha. Wang Ma looked crazy, with a lingering grin on his face. No, don't. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please don't. The woman's body trembled even more, and her body had a physiological reaction due to extreme fear. Cough. Let go. Let go. Let go of my daughter. You, bastard. Cough, cough, cough. Next to him, a middle-aged man leaned against the wall of the elevator, staring at Wang Ma with his eyes full of anger. The security captain then discovered that there was a middle-aged man in the elevator besides a woman, and the middle-aged man was shot, and a lot of dried blood appeared on the floor of the elevator. Yo, you are still alive. It seems that you are still very strong. Wang Ma glanced at the middle-aged man. His eyes were full of uncontrollable ridicule, and then he turned his eyes back to the front. The security captain came on. Get out of my way. I have something important to do. Hearing Wang Ma say this, the security captain snorted coldly. Business. I think your so-called business is to kill people. You damned guy. Hearing this, the grim smile on Wang Ma's face slowly disappeared, replaced by an extremely cold expression. You know everything. Why don't you get out of here? Wang Ma roared instantly, and the sound was so loud that the security captain couldn't help but take a step back. Damn bastard. The security captain cursed in a low voice and had to slowly step back. Wang Ma quickly walked out of the elevator with the woman. The surrounding security personnel were about to step forward, but they were all stopped by the security captain, and the surrounding security personnel were puzzled. Boss, let this lunatic go. There are injured people in the elevator. Hurry in and rescue them. The security captain yelled, his eyes fixed on Wang Ma. The surrounding security personnel heard it and quickly entered the elevator and saw the middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood. They quickly took out the bandages and medicines from the toolbox and quickly treated and bandaged the middle-aged man. Daughter. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing the woman being taken away by Wang Ma, the middle-aged man in the elevator was filled with grief and pain, and then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Wang Ma led the woman out little by little, and the surrounding security personnel kept a distance from her at all times. The security captain was the closest, staring at Wang Ma with his eyes, wishing he could beat him to death with a club. Wang Ma retreated while observing the situation behind him, and when he felt the distance was about right, bang! Ah! Wang Ma threw the woman in his hand away, and hit her head hard with the tip of the gun, and then ran away. Stop! You sweetly stop right there! The security captain roared, raised the baton in his hand, and rushed towards Wang Ma. Wang Ma didn't even turn his head, and fired several shots directly to the back, emptying the magazine in the pistol. Bang, 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 bang. The security captain and other personnel were shot several times in an instant and fell to the ground. The security captain was the most seriously injured. His right leg was penetrated by 2 bullets. His arm was also scratched by a bullet, and at least 4 bullets hit his chest. Wang Ma loaded a new magazine for the pistol in his hand while running wildly, and he quickly came to the hotel lobby. In the hotel lobby, countless guests were in chaos due to the gunshots just now. At this time, someone found Wang Ma running with blood all over his body, and the crowd became more terrified in an instant. Wang Ma was about to raise his gun to shoot at the crowd, but suddenly he glanced at the 2 newcomers on the stage. Oh! Happiness. So happy. But I am so jealous. So turn me into a bird with broken wings. Several people who were rushing to the edge of the stage noticed the commotion of the crowd, and turned around to see a man covered in blood in the distance. And the man was holding a pistol in his hand, with the black muzzle facing them. Wife, be careful. The groom immediately turned around and pulled the bride behind him. Bang! The next second, a gunshot suddenly rang out. At the same time, the groom felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he was hit hard by a hammer. Husband! The bride's pupils suddenly shrank, and she hurriedly hugged the groom, who was falling backwards, and the 2 fell heavily to the ground. The staff around screamed in shock and fell to the ground with their legs softened. Ha ha ha. Painful. Painful. Painful is right, ugh. Wang Ma laughed wildly when he saw this scene. But his head was attacked the next second. A steel ball hit his head hard, causing him to lose balance and almost fall to the ground. Sweet. You damn beast. Mu Chuan roared, picked up another marble in his hand, pulled the string to the full and shot it out. The marble flew through the air quickly and hit Wang Ma's right hand holding the gun. But even so, he still didn't knock the gun out of his hand. Wang Ma turned around quickly and fired several shots directly in the direction of Mu Chuan. Seeing Wang Ma pointing a gun at him, Mu Chuan did not hesitate and immediately rushed to a nearby pillar. Bang 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 bang. Crackle. The stone pillar was instantly broken into pieces, and Mu Chuan, hiding behind it, curled up to avoid the fatal bullet. Woo woo woo, woo woo. The shrill sirens came from a distance, and Wang Ma immediately turned around and ran. And before leaving, he fired the remaining bullets in his pistol at the fleeing crowd in the distance. But his right hand was shaking more violently now, and some bullets missed, but some hit the fleeing guests. After replacing the empty magazine, Wang Ma jumped and rushed out of the hotel door. What are you doing? Bang! Ah! Wang Ma grabbed an off-road pickup truck, dragged the driver down, and shot him in the chest. In fact, the shot was supposed to hit the head, but because his right hand was shaking so violently, it was difficult to aim. Ah! A woman in the passenger seat screamed instantly, but the black muzzle of the gun in Wang Ma's hand instantly made her cover her mouth tightly, not daring to make any sound. Wow! There is an unexpected gain. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Ma saw the two children sitting in the back seat, who were hugging each other tightly and looking at Wang Ma with horror. With a step on the accelerator, the off-road pickup truck rushed out instantly, broke through the guardrail outside the hotel, and rushed directly to the road. An electric car was unable to dodge and was knocked to the ground by the off-road pickup truck in an instant, and the huge tire ran straight over him. Boss, is what the superior said true? There are guns in this magic city? A fully armed SWAT officer asked in disbelief on a SWAT bulletproof vehicle. The same was true for the other SWAT officers around, and everyone's face was full of confusion. Ever since they received the news of the shooting in the magic city, the shock on their faces could not disappear. The SWAT officer who was called the boss had a serious face, and there was also an unbelievable look on his face. It may be true. The tone of the superiors is very serious. We must immediately look ahead. At this moment, a special police officer sitting in the front shouted immediately. Everyone in the back immediately looked over and saw an off-road pickup truck rushing out of the guardrail. It directly knocked down a person riding an electric bike and even ran over him. Chapter 294 Escape. The people behind immediately looked over and saw an off-road pickup truck rushing out of the guardrail. It directly knocked down a person riding an electric bike and even ran over him. The electric bike driver fell to the ground and wailed in pain, and the people around were stunned. But it was not over yet. The off-road pickup truck kept running rampant on the road. Pedestrians and vehicles were all his targets. Many people who could not dodge were instantly knocked away and then ran over by the off-road pickup truck. Damn it! What is that guy doing? The SWAT team members who saw the scene were so angry that their eyes seemed to burst out with anger. Report to the command center. Suspected armed gangsters are fleeing. Please give instructions. In a quickly set up conference room in the Magic City, dozens of people in uniforms, solemn and dignified, are staring at a huge screen in front of them. The images on the screen come from the cameras on the special police car and the surveillance cameras on the surrounding streets. Damn it! How dare he make such a fuss in the Dragon Country? And in this Magic City? Looking at the off-road pickup trucks running wildly on the streets, one person slammed the table and stared at the screen with wide eyes. Does this guy have any mental illness? And he did such an impulsive thing because of the illness? Either he has a sudden mental illness, or he is being instructed by someone, or he is taking revenge on society because of his own life problems. No matter what the reason is, he must be stopped immediately. And the pistol he used must be found out where it came from. Give them an order immediately, and stop the gangster at any cost. One person picked up the communicator and immediately passed on the order. Send a team to Shanyan Hotel to search for any remaining gangsters. The police and ambulances in the rear quickly entered the scene to comfort the frightened people and treat the wounded. The traffic police on the road ahead quickly asked pedestrians and vehicles to evade, and the special police and police from that direction quickly set up a defense line at the end of the road. Make sure to completely block the criminal on this road and never let him rush out of this road. As soon as the order was issued, responses from various departments could be heard. Putting down the communicator, the man looked at the screen in front of him with a serious face. The road outside Shanyan Hotel is called Shanyan Road, and the daily traffic volume is not small. A few corners ahead of this road is a crossroad with huge traffic volume, and the traffic there are definitely not comparable to this road. Once the criminal enters there, the consequences will be very serious. Understood? Chase the fleeing off-road pickup truck in front, and make sure to stop it on Shanyan Road. The SWAT bulletproof team suddenly accelerated and chased the off-road pickup truck that was fleeing on the road ahead, followed by dense police cars and ambulances. A SWAT bulletproof vehicle separated from the team and drove into Shanyan Hotel with the police cars and ambulances behind. Mu Chuan rushed out of the hotel gate and saw the off-road pickup truck that crashed into the street at a glance. Sweet beast. He actually drove away. Then, Mu Chuan found a man lying in a pool of blood in the square ahead. Damn it! Cursing, Mu Chuan quickly rushed down the stairs of the hotel gate and ran to the man. There was a bloody red on the man's chest, and a 9mm bullet shot straight into his right chest. Bright red blood continued to pour out, soaking all the clothes he was wearing. The man's breathing became very rapid, and he felt like he was about to drown. Hey sir, hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. You must hold on. Mu Chuan kept talking to him loudly, and quickly treated his wounds. The man raised his left hand tremblingly, grabbed Mu Chuan's hand tightly, looked at him with extremely eager eyes, and seemed to be saying something with his mouth opening and closing. Do you mean you have something to tell me? Seeing this, Mu Chuan immediately reacted and quickly leaned over. My wife and children are in that car. They have been taken away. Go and save. Ahem. 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 Go save them. Save them. The man's voice was extremely weak, and it was inaudible without careful listening. Fresh red blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, Mu Chuan was extremely angry, and his body was shaking slightly because of anger. But he still treated the man's wounds while trying his best to calm him down. Woo! 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 The shrill sirens gradually approached, and then several SWAT bulletproof vehicles sped past on the street. The red and blue lights above kept flashing, looking very conspicuous. A SWAT bulletproof vehicle drove into the hotel square, followed by many police cars and ambulances. As soon as you enter the square in front of Shanyan Hotel, you can see a large number of panicked residents running out of the gate. Police cars and ambulances stopped one after another, and a large number of fully armed police officers and well-prepared medical personnel quickly got off. Seeing the fully armed special police and police, people's fear began to subside, and a strong sense of security enveloped their hearts. Hurry! There are wounded people here who need help, and there are also wounded inside. Many people have been shot. Seeing the medical staff getting off the ambulance, Mu Chuan immediately waved and shouted loudly, and at the same time, he was relieved. A team of paramedics immediately ran over with the stretcher, and the man in the lead immediately stepped forward to check the situation and started to deal with it. He was shot in the chest. The bullet penetrated the lungs, and blood accumulated inside. Treat him immediately. The surrounding medical staff immediately stepped forward to assist. Soon, the man who was shot on the ground began to breathe calmly, and his vital signs were temporarily guaranteed. The medical staff immediately put the man on a stretcher, put him in an ambulance, and quickly sent him to the hospital. Mu Chuan locked his eyes on a team of special police officers, and immediately stood up and ran over. He had to tell them the news. Comrade, I have a news that I must tell you. Mu Chuan quickly ran to the team of special police officers, while holding up the small black leather bag in his hand. Looking at the special police certificate displayed in Mu Chuan's hand, the special police team quickly saluted him. Comrade, please speak. Mu Chuan immediately returned the salute and quickly told them about the man's situation. What? There are hostages in the car where the criminals are riding. I understand. Thank you for your information. Comrade. The team leader thanked Mu Chuan and conveyed the news to the higher-ups. Husband. How are you? Husband. Are you okay? The bride didn't care about the pain in her body and hurriedly got up from the ground and immediately checked the groom beside her. Wife, was I handsome just now? The groom, who was held in the bride's arms, smiled foolishly, and a tearful face appeared in his sight. Yes, yes. My husband is the most handsome. Okay, don't talk. Just lie in my arms. The ambulance will be here soon. You will be fine. The bride hugged the groom tightly, her body trembling with sadness. The hotel staff around saw the scene, and their eyes were slightly red. The lobby manager next to the two also felt uncomfortable, and his eyes were a little sore. Then, the lobby manager's eyes fell on the boutonniere worn by the man. There was a shock and disbelief in his eyes, and he immediately reached out and pulled the boutonniere off. Everyone was attracted by the lobby manager's actions, and their eyes fell on the boutonniere in his hand. The lobby manager turned the boutonniere in his hand in a direction, and everyone found that there was a bullet stuck in the center of the boutonniere. Seeing this scene, everyone present widened their eyes, and the groom sat up suddenly from the ground. Then he tore open the clothes on his chest, and saw a huge bruise on his chest. There was no other wound. The bullet did not hit him. Honey, I'm fine. Look, I'm fine. The groom turned around immediately, and showed the situation on his chest to the bride. The bride burst into tears of joy, and the sadness around her was instantly swept away. Husband, wife, Baji Baji. The two hugged each other excitedly and kissed passionately, which made the staff around them envious. Oh, it's good to be young. I want to get married too. The lobby manager next to him saw this scene, and his face was full of eager yearning. Chapter 295, Blockage. The two of them hugged each other excitedly and kissed passionately, which made the staff around them envious. Oh, it's so good to be young. I also want to get married. The lobby manager next to him saw this scene, and his face was full of longing. A large number of police and medical personnel rushed into the hotel lobby and began to appease the crowd and evacuate. After a simple bandage, the injured were all put on stretchers and sent to the hospital by ambulance. I admire your performance, Ingyong, and Shanyan Hotel will not forget what you did today. All your medical expenses will be fully covered by the hotel. Get well, and I hope to continue to see you in the hotel in the near future. The general manager of the hotel gave an impassioned speech, which made the security personnel present cheer. Although he failed to stop the gangster, the general manager was well aware of the difficulty. After all, the other party had a real pistol, and the strength of the enemy and us was very different. So naturally, he could not compete with him. In Wang Ma's shooting just now, many security personnel were attacked, but the injured parts were not fatal, and fortunately no one lost their lives. The security captain was in a more serious condition. His right leg and left hand were attacked by a pistol, and his chest was hit by multiple bullets. Fortunately, he was wearing a stab-proof suit, and the shield and the books in his clothes blocked the bullets. These bullets only left circles of bruises on his chest, and did not harm his life. There are scattered shells here. Collect them and keep them. 2 teams will take the elevator to the 14th floor. The rest will go up the stairs in 2 groups. Search each floor, and don't let go of any suspicious person. A part of the police force quickly went up to the 14th floor by elevator. As soon as they came up, they heard noisy sounds in the corridor. Oh my God! Someone is dead. Really dead. It's so scary. Let's go quickly. The scene is so horrifying. Don't take pictures. Hurry up. It will be bad if the police come later. The special police and the police ran all the way and soon arrived at room 704. Along the way, you can see many passengers carrying large and small bags and leaving in a hurry. Everyone leave immediately. No photos allowed. Leave immediately. Seeing that many people gathered in front of room 704, the team leader shouted instantly. The crowd gathered at the door hurriedly dispersed and began to pack up and leave this floor under the supervision of the police. Please pack up and leave immediately. The injured person will be handed over to the medical staff for treatment. The medical staff following the SWAT and the police quickly stepped forward, lifted the cleaning lady on the ground onto a stretcher, and began to carry her downstairs. Under the supervision of the police, the 2 couples packed up their necessary items and left quickly. The SWAT team entered room 704 and searched the entire room without destroying the scene to ensure that no one was hiding. After confirming that there was no one in room 704, the SWAT team began to search the rooms on this floor one by one, and the rest was left to the team members in charge of the murder scene. Stop the off-road pickup truck in front immediately. Stop immediately. Otherwise we will take coercive measures. The captain in the SWAT bulletproof car shouted loudly through the loudspeaker to Wang Ma, who was constantly rushing forward. But Wang Ma did not slow down at all, but instead increased the speed of the car by several levels. Such a huge scene naturally attracted a lot of attention. Some pedestrians on the street took out their mobile phones and posted this scene on the internet, which began to spread on the internet. This is the last warning. Please stop immediately. Otherwise we will take coercive measures. The SWAT captain gave the last warning, his eyes fixed on the off-road pickup truck in front of him. But the only response he got was the accelerating car and a pair of hands reaching out from the main driving direction. A black pistol was in his hand, and the black muzzle was pointed at the pedestrians across the street. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshot suddenly sounded, and the bullets quickly shot at the pedestrians on the street. Ah! Gun! How could there be a gun? Help! I was shot. My shoulder. Ah! My shoulder. The shops and pedestrians on the street were instantly shot, and various glass signboards were smashed to pieces. Many people were hit by bullets and fell to the ground in pain and kept howling. Damn it! Go! Outflank him and force him to stop. The captain who saw this scene could no longer bear it and directly issued an attack order. The speed of a special bulletproof vehicle suddenly increased by a level, and it instantly drifted sideways and rushed in front of the pickup truck. Then two special bulletproof vehicles sandwiched the left and right sides of the off-road pickup truck. Get out of the way! Get the heck out of the way! Looking at the special bulletproof vehicle approaching, Wang Ma roared in anger and kept shooting at the special vehicle with a pistol. Bang, bang, bang. Ping, ping, pong. The bullets hit the bulletproof steel plate. Sparks flew and left shallow dents on it. Then the three special bulletproof vehicles began to slow down, sandwiching the pickup truck like a dumpling in the middle. And another special bulletproof vehicle came from the back and sat on top, completing the closed loop. Squeak! Squeak! A harsh friction sound was heard, and the pickup truck and the special bulletproof vehicle rubbed against each other fiercely. At this moment, the driver of the special bulletproof vehicle on the right noticed the woman curled up on the co-pilot, and immediately reported the situation to the captain. Captain, there are hostages in the car. There is a woman on the co-pilot, and there seem to be several children in the back. What? Hearing this, the captain was instantly shocked. At this moment, a voice from above sounded in everyone's communicator. Attention, all units. There is a woman and two children in the gangster's car. Repeat, there are hostages in the gangster's car. Wang Ma, who was trapped in 4 special bulletproof vehicles, was completely mad. He swung the steering wheel left and right crazily, and stepped on the accelerator firmly. The pickup truck ran wildly in the encirclement, but it could not get rid of the cage formed by the 4 special bulletproof vehicles. The speed of the vehicle began to gradually decrease. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! You guys get out of the way right now! Wang Ma's face turned red due to the roar, and his eyes were as red as if they were injected with blood. But then, the furious expression on his face disappeared, replaced by an almost crazy grin. Ha ha ha! You won't let me go! Right? Well, let me see if you will. Wang Ma quickly pointed the gun at the woman in the passenger seat, and then pulled the trigger at her thigh. Bang! Ah! A gunshot was heard, followed by a shrill scream. A blood hole pierced by a bullet appeared on her thigh, and bright red blood continued to flow out of it. Ha ha ha! Will you let me go? Will you let me go? I ask you if you will let me go. If you don't let me go, she will die. Wang Ma pointed the gun at the woman's head, and the crazy and ferocious smile on his face made him look like a devil. Report to the captain. The gangster fired, and a hostage was injured. Repeat. The hostage was injured. Rampant. This is really too rampant. This damn guy. Let them shoot. They must kill this gangster immediately, and can't let him go any further. No. There are hostages in the car. If we can't kill the gangster in one shot, the hostages will be in danger. Didn't you see? This gangster is mentally very wrong now. We must put the overall situation first. There is a crossroads with a huge flow of people ahead. We can't let him pass. Aren't the lives of those hostages lives? This is too careless. As long as the gangster can be successfully killed, the lives of the hostages can be protected in time. No. This is simply a gamble. If the gangster can't be killed in one shot, the hostages inside will be in danger. Bang! Enough. Just when everyone was arguing, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 296, Encountering Du Lao. Bang! Enough. Just as everyone was arguing, A voice full of majesty suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an old man slowly standing up from his chair. The old man was slightly hunched and wore ordinary clothes, but these could not conceal the majestic aura emanating from him. I didn't come here to listen to your quarrel. This matter has become big enough. Come up with a way to deal with it immediately. The hostages in the criminal's car must be kept safe. This is the first time we meet face to face. I didn't expect you to be older than I thought. Gu Lao. Mo Ren put down his phone and looked at Gu Lao, who was sitting across the table. Normally, your appearance also caught my eye. Especially the white hair. It's hard to believe it's natural. Gu Lao smiled and responded, looking at Mo Ren constantly. But are you really only 58? Looking at your white hair. It's really not like that. Looking at Gu Lao with white hair. Mo Ren still found it hard to believe the age he said before. The white hair is just overworked. My body is not that fragile. Alas, the most regrettable thing is those 65-year-old people. Coming to this survival game is simply a disaster. Gu Lao couldn't help but sigh heavily when he said this. Mo Ren nodded after listening to it, expressing his approval of what Gu Lao said. The age of the players in the survival game election is between 18 and 65 years old, and they have no major diseases. These are the conclusions Gu Lao came to after investigation. Those young people who have just turned 18 will not have any difficulties. But for those elderly people who are old but have no diseases, it will be difficult. The physical strength is not as good as that of young people. And being alone in the wilderness, there is basically only one way to die. It is also extremely difficult to find shelter from others. After all, no one is willing to take an elderly person with him. Some just killed him and took away his supplies and vehicles. So except for old people with special identities like Gu Lao, it is difficult for old people to survive alone. Hello, Grandpa. This is your coffee. Well, okay. Thank you. Gu Lao thanked the waitress, then picked up the cup of coffee on the table and began to taste it. Gu Lao wore a big black windbreaker today. His hair was combed and shaped, and his long beard was shaved off. He looked very elegant and had the sense of an old gentleman. In addition, staying with Mo Ren, who was so conspicuous, instantly attracted the attention of all the people around him. Mo Ren and Gu Lao. The two of them are simply killing men and women. Killing the sky. Killing the earth. And even killing the air. Oh my god. What a handsome little brother. His white hair is so eye-catching. The white hair looks so special. It seems that it is not dyed. It feels natural. That brother is really good. He looks very fragrant. It must be good to turn him into a little boy. That old man is not bad either. He exudes a very gentlemanly aura all over his body. Wow. I think this old man is still charming. He really touches my heart. Hey! You are really hungry. You can eat anything. Get out. Get away from me. Hey! Do you think they are grandfather and grandson? I think this possibility seems very high. The people around were whispering to each other, and their eyes kept jumping between Mo Ren and Gu Lao. The whispers of the people around were amplified by the headphones, and transmitted to Mo Ren's ears especially clearly. F****. What the hell? What is this? Damn. These people are really... Although Mo Ren still remained extremely calm on the surface. In fact, his heart had already been like a turmoil, sitting on pins and needles. No! Hurry up and drink this drink in one gulp. I have to leave this place quickly. Mo Ren complained in his heart, and couldn't help but speed up the speed of drinking the drink. By the way, Mo Ren, do you have teammates to gather together? Gu Lao took a sip of coffee, then looked up at Mo Ren and asked. Burp? No. I choose to work alone. What about you? You should meet with him. After taking a big sip of hot cocoa, Mo Ren burped a little and said, well, that's it. I am indeed going to meet with him. Although I have applied for a mobile phone card and opened a WeChat account, I searched based on the names they might have founded. This efficiency is too slow, and there may be other people's situations. So we have identified several iconic places in Lanhua. We decided to meet there. And the closest to me is the tall tower in the distance, which is the iconic building of the Magic City. And it is definitely a very conspicuous symbol. Mo Ren turned his head and looked in the direction of Gu Lao's gaze, and he could see the giant tower rising into the sky in the distance. That is indeed a good landmark. I believe that many players will go there to gather. Looking around, he could see many players looking at the tower in the distance, heading there as if to determine the direction. It was obvious that they were players. I don't know what the so-called disaster is, or when it will come. Now I only have more than 1,000 yuan in my pocket. It seems that I need to make some extra money to ensure daily needs. It seems that you are well prepared. Indeed. This thing is a very popular commodity. Gu Lao slightly opened his collar, revealing several huge gold necklaces. With his ability of perspective, Mo Ren discovered that Gu Lao not only wore a gold necklace around his neck, but also wore gold necklaces on his hands and feet, and 2 gold watches on both hands. Fortunately, he was wearing a coat now. Otherwise, if people saw it, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. In fact, when the disaster comes, buying for free might be a good choice, Mo Ren said with a smile. And Gu Lao also smiled, and said nothing after hearing it. After all, the most common thing for these players is buying for free. One by one, the two of them chatted unconsciously. Of course, the chat was very quiet, so others couldn't hear it. And of course, they couldn't let them hear it. Look, family, what a handsome little brother. And the old man next to him is also very handsome. I didn't expect to encounter such a scene when I went out for a live broadcast at noon today. I really love it. At a table in a snack bar in front, a female anchor was holding a mobile phone for a live broadcast. The mobile phone camera was aimed at Mo Ren and Gu Lao. The screen was pulled very large, but the content was still very clear. There were more than 400,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, which shows that the popularity of this anchor is extraordinary. This handsome face, this slender figure. Slurp slurp. I'm really drooling. Is this really a man? His skin is so white. Isn't it? After confirmation, this handsome guy has great potential to be a male girl. That's right. Such a dirty statement. But I like it. Under this comment, many similar remarks popped up instantly. In addition to the little brother, this old man in a coat is also very good. Are they grandfather and grandson? It's very likely. After all, this white hair looks very compatible. Ha ha ha. Anchor. Anchor. Let's go to the beverage store in front to check it out. It's just right to see the whole face of the little brother. Yes. This angle of view only shows half of his face. Where is the other half? Hurry up. Watching the comments in the live broadcast room, Lin also speeded up the speed of eating rice. Well, immediately. Wait until Lin finishes the remaining rice in the meal and go over immediately. Everyone should be like Lin and not waste food. Lin turned the screen of her mobile phone back and quickly shoveled the rice in the bowl into her mouth. Her little face instantly bulged into 2 round cheeks. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed at this scene and typed the word screenshot taken. Chapter 297 The Gun of Killing. Lin turned the screen of her mobile phone back and quickly scooped the rice in the bowl into her mouth. Her little face instantly bulged into 2 round cheeks. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed at this scene and typed the word screenshot taken. Bang! 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 A gunshot suddenly rang out, and then a severely damaged off-road pickup truck rushed out of the alley. The anti-collision beam installed in the front had fallen off, and only half of it was left, rubbing wildly on the ground, bringing up a large number of sparks. The structure of the entire off-road pickup truck was severely hit, and deep pits appeared in many places. There were several bullet holes in the front windshield, and the entire glass was covered with dense cracks. The right front door was completely gone, leaving only the torn door lock. The woman in the passenger seat had long disappeared, leaving only an empty seat. The 4 tires under the vehicle were all damaged, leaving only the shrunken tires on the steel rims. If you look closely at the bottom of the car, you can see a water stain falling continuously. Above the head, several unmanned shuttles followed the pickup truck closely, each with a high-definition probe under it. The entire pickup truck kept shaking and drifting, crashing wildly on the pedestrian street. Some pedestrians were hit by the off-road pickup truck before they could dodge, and fell to the ground wailing in pain. All the shops along the way were hit, and the tables, chairs and goods placed outside were all smashed to pieces. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha! GABA GABA! Go GABA! Go GABA! Wang Ma in the car was going crazy, and his distorted expression made him look like a creepy evil ghost. At this moment, his whole body was covered with blood, and his left ear was completely gone, leaving only a hideous wound on his head. Blood continued to flow out, soaking his neck completely. He was shot several times in the back of his shoulder, and the blood had already soaked his back completely. Looking at the few remaining miles on the meter, Wang Ma slowly turned his head and set his sights on the two children in the back seat. Uncle is almost dead. There is no point in keeping you here. Go to hell with Uncle. Wang Ma raised his right hand tremblingly and pointed the black muzzle of the gun at the two children in the back seat. The two children hugged each other and cried loudly. Now the only thing that could protect their bodies was the seat belts tied to their bodies. Shoo shoo. Stop the car. Don't use too much force. Protect the two children inside. Understood. Driver. Emma Rant's voice was extremely subtle, but it was still easily captured by Shoo Shoo, and the cold mechanical sound soon rang in his ears. Just as Wang Ma was about to pull the trigger, the car under him suddenly braked. The steering wheel turned to the right without control, and at the same time, the left door snapped and bounced off the bolts. Then, the seat belts tied to the two children tightened suddenly, and the two felt a strong restraining force. The next second, the whole off-road vehicle drifted instantly, and the vehicle suddenly turned to the right. Wang Ma, who was not wearing a seat belt in the main driver's seat, was thrown out of the car by the huge rotation force. Squeak! Bang! Click! Click! When the vehicle completely turned in one direction, the electronic brakes that locked the four wheels opened instantly. The vehicle continued to rush forward due to inertia and directly hit a row of flower beds on the side. The entire trunk began to deform and shrink, and then the entire off-road pickup truck barely stopped. The seat belts tied to the two children began to loosen, and the sense of restraint on the two people disappeared instantly. The children's faces were pale, and their two young faces were full of fear. Click! Click! The fuses on the system in the car blew out one after another, and the entire car system and the battery completely lost energy supply. Family. Family. Family, family. You. Look, look. See. Lin held up her mobile phone, and the whole person was completely stunned in place, just staring blankly outside. Just now, she paid for the meal and was about to leave the store when the beads on her hand suddenly broke. She was stunned and felt a crash in front of her. She looked up and saw the pickup truck running rampant. If I had just gone out, I would have been destroyed by a tornado. The parking lot? It must have been taken away. The master didn't lie to me. This bead can really save your life. Oh my goodness. I have to buy another one next time. No. Buy more. Lin slowly calmed down her fear, looked at the broken necklace in her hand, and then looked at the devastated street outside. She couldn't help but feel a little scared when she thought about it. The comments in the live broadcast room had already been rolling like crazy. The scene just now had completely shocked everyone. Oh my god! What kind of operation is this? A black shadow passed by in a flash. What kind of pickup truck is this? This is a tornado that destroyed the parking lot. Look at what the streets outside have been smashed into. The scene just now was too horrifying. Lin almost died. Lin, where did you buy the beads on your hand? I want to buy some too. All fans were glad that Lin escaped. But someone recognized the pickup truck. Wait! Look at that pickup truck. It seems to be the one that appeared in the news. Yes. It's this car. There's a gangster in this car. And he has a gun in his hand. Gun? What are you talking about? This is in Dragon Country. How could there be a gun? Really? You'll know after you take a look at this. The fan sent a video link, and everyone immediately clicked on it. Lin also noticed this comment and clicked on it to check it out. In the video, an off-road pickup truck was running wildly on the street, with tens of thousands of special police and police behind it. In the off-road pickup truck sat a man covered in blood, shooting at pedestrians on the street with a pistol. Oh my god! It's a gun! It's really a gun! Lin saw this scene and immediately retracted her leg that was about to step out. She originally wanted to join in the fun, but now she decided to give up. Such a huge movement instantly attracted everyone in the store, and many people came outside to check the situation. Lin quickly walked to the window and pointed the camera outside. She didn't have the courage to go out again. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts. Wang Ma, who was covered with bruises and fractures, slowly climbed up from the ground. His face rubbed against the ground and became bloody at this moment. The right hand was also completely broken and twisted into a weird angle. Kill! Kill! Keep on! Kill! Wang Ma roared to the sky, took the pistol in his right hand with his left hand, and slowly stood up from the ground. This scene frightened the people around him, and they immediately stayed away from this terrible man. Mo Ran frowned when he saw the scene, and his eyes were especially fixed on the pistol. Mo Ran, that gun is... Gu Lao also noticed the pistol in Wang Ma's hand, and his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Well, that's right. It's the killing gun. After Mo Ran finished speaking, he stood up and left his seat, and slowly walked towards Wang Ma in front. Mo Ran, you are going to... Seeing this, Gu Lao stood up immediately. He had guessed what Mo Ran was going to do. The gun of killing is a firearm that constantly releases killing thoughts. This thought will constantly echo in people's minds, making the person using it fearless and extremely calm. This gun was very popular at the beginning. No matter how timid a person is, using this gun can instantly turn him into a cold-blooded killing machine. For those who are extremely timid, fearful, and introverted, this gun is simply a magic weapon that can allow them to survive in a cruel environment and acquire a cruel and killing character. Over time, players gave this gun a nickname, Fledgling Transformer. It is a crash course for beginners. You can graduate directly with this gun. But the disadvantages of this gun are also obvious. Once the user's emotions are unstable, it is very likely that he will be assimilated by the killing thoughts of this gun, become crazy, and completely forget himself. Thus, he will become a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and his mind is full of the desire for killing. And Wang Ma is in this state at the moment. Chapter 298. This gun cannot be kept. He will become a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and his mind is full of desire for killing. Wang Ma is in this state at the moment. I didn't expect someone to bring a gun here, and it was this gun, but I can guess what that person is thinking. I'm afraid it's to deal with the disaster that will come later, so as to maintain psychological calmness and kill. He is a guy who knows how to think. In the conversation with Gu Lao just now, the two talked about the sound they heard at the last time. After thinking about the content in it, it is not difficult to guess the meaning of those words. It's nothing more than telling these players, who often experience killing, to put away this idea when they come to this world. If they don't change and suppress the killing in their hearts in time, and something serious happens, then the only outcome is to go in and eat, or even eat peanuts directly. As for the latter meaning, it is the opposite of the former, and it also makes the two guess a result. That is, the time of disaster may not be soon, at least a few months or more. In such a long time, the mentality of the players may change, leading to some subsequent things. The gun of killing was definitely a good weapon before, but unfortunately it is a scourge in this world, and it may even attract the attention of some people. For people like us who have inserted into this world, exposure is not a good thing. This gun must be destroyed. Thinking of this, Mo Ran quickly exerted force on his feet and rushed forward in an instant. Everyone leave here immediately. Everyone leave here immediately. The drone hovering in the sky shouted, anxiously dispersing the people present. The shrill sirens began to sound from a distance, and countless SWAT and police cars appeared at the street entrance. It's him, the gunman in the video. I heard that he killed 2 people in Shanyan Hotel. Not only 2 people, he also injured many people, and was chased by SWAT and police all the way. Run. Let's run. Otherwise, he will be spotted in a moment. Where are the police? Why haven't they come yet? The people around who reacted were instantly panicked and began to flee from here quickly. Kill! Ha ha ha! Kill! Don't run! No one can escape! Ha ha! Wang Mahjong slowly raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at the people who fled in panic. Damn it! Immediately control the drone to hit him, and don't let him shoot at the people around him. Looking at the drone images transmitted on the screen, the SWAT captain immediately gave an order. Captain, look! Someone is rushing towards the gangster. A team member suddenly shouted, and the SWAT captain saw a figure rushing towards the gangster at a speed that shocked everyone. Just as Wang Ma was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye. Then a strong wind came, and the pistol in his left hand was suddenly grabbed by a thin white arm. Then the arm suddenly twisted downward, and a huge force instantly acted on Wang Ma's wrist. The wrist was instantly twisted and deformed, and the pistol in his left hand was also snatched away. The next second, his chin felt a huge force, so great that his upper and lower teeth collided fiercely, and a bloody smell instantly surged in his mouth. Wang Ma's brain was buzzing for a moment, and his entire upper body staggered backwards. Mo Ran turned around and kicked Wang Ma in the chest. Ahem. Plop. Wang Ma's chest sunk, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground, rolling for a long distance before slowly stopping. This scene instantly shocked the people fleeing around, and everyone stood there in a daze, not seeing what had just happened. Oh my god! This young man is so fierce! Looking at the content transmitted by the drone, the SWAT captain instantly burst into a swear word. Who is this young man? His skills don't look like an ordinary person. He performed the whole set of moves without any delay. It seems that he has practiced it before. Looking at the content on the screen, everyone present was slightly surprised. The old man also narrowed his eyes and began to carefully look at Mo Ran in the screen. Wait, what is he going to do with that gun? Damn! Is he going to? What the hell? He is doing this. Mo Ran in the screen continued to move. But what happened next stunned everyone present. Looking at Wang Ma, who flew backwards and fell to the ground, Mo Ran locked his eyes on the killing gun in his hand. The pistol is pitch black in color and looks very similar to the Glock 17. But what is slightly different is that there is a round purple bead inlaid on the handle. The purple beads emitted a faint light, which looked extremely strange. With the pistol in hand, Mo Ran began to hear a faint voice in his mind. Kill! 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 The voice was ethereal and repeated, like a demon whispering in his ear. Scream! 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 I'll see if you can still scream like this. Mo Ran removed the magazine from the pistol, then grabbed the pistol with both hands, and then began to exert force with both hands. Ka-ka-ka-bang. Ka-ka-ka-bang. The pistol made a series of cracking sounds, and then a shattering sound was heard, and the killing gun in his hand was directly broken into two pieces by Mo Ran. The handle was separated from the gun body, and various spring parts jumped out from it. Mo Ran spread his hands, and the pistol that was broken into two pieces fell to the ground. Mo Ran looked at the broken pistol on the ground, and saw that the purple ball embedded in the handle began to dim, and then turned into gray powder and disappeared completely. The voice that kept echoing in his mind also disappeared the moment the pistol broke into two halves. Sure enough, since I have been using infinite endowment, my body has begun to undergo some subtle changes. Mo Ran clenched his hands, and there was no change on his white and slender hands. Mo Ran had discovered that his body had begun to change before. His strength had increased a lot. His speed had become very fast, and his body was more flexible than before. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now the situation is visible to the naked eye. Chow. Damn it! This. He broke the gun. What the hell? This guy is too strong. This is too fake. And his skills just now were too fast. Such a terrifying speed. The exclamations of the people around him came one after another, and everyone looked at Mo Ran with a shocked look. Chow. Mo Ran. What kind of strength do you have? You can even break a pistol. This is too fake. Gu Lao quickly came to Mo Ran's side and stared at the broken parts on the ground in amazement. Look at that guy. He can actually get up from the ground. My god. He can get up from the ground after being kicked so hard. What physical fitness. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd, and Mo Ran looked up and looked forward. He found that Wang Ma, who was kicked out by him, was struggling to get up from the ground. What kind of physical fitness is this? He can still stand up from the ground after being kicked so hard by me. Mo Ran couldn't help but frown slightly, but soon he relaxed. The SWAT bulletproof car and the police car came here with a roar, and countless SWAT and police officers swarmed down from them. Wang Ma just struggled to stand up from the ground, and was pressed to the ground by the SWAT who rushed from behind. Ah! Cough cough. Let me go! I'm going to kill you! Cough, cough cough. Wang Ma screamed, and there was a constant cough of bright red blood in his mouth, coupled with a worn-out face. The whole person's appearance was extremely terrifying. Chapter 299 Shoo Shoo. This money comes at the wrong time. Ah! Cough cough. Let me go! I'm going to kill you! Cough, cough cough. Wang Ma screamed, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. With his scratched face, his appearance was extremely scary. Get down. Don't move. Get down. The SWAT officer who was suppressing Wang Ma kept screaming. But the only response was Wang Ma, who kept screaming and going crazy. He even bit a SWAT officer's foot with his teeth. But unfortunately, he couldn't bite through the special combat boots on his feet. With the injection of a tranquilizer, Wang Ma, who was originally going crazy, slowly stopped. Several special police officers lifted up the limp Wang Ma and directly buckled him into a car. So handsome. Looking at Mo Ran standing on the street, Lin Lin looked at him with stars in her eyes. In the live broadcast room on the mobile phone, various comments were sliding one after another. Wow! So handsome. Love. This little brother is so handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he is also very skilled. I feel safe with him. Finally, this criminal was caught. People like this should be caught and shot immediately. That's right. The number of people injured by him is over 100. Which is a shocking number. Such a strong fighting force. The image of the delicate and beautiful Nan Liang in my mind is shattered. Sad Xin. It seems that today's events will be very big, especially in today's fast-paced internet life. Although there will definitely be people from above to suppress them. Should we let Shushu do it quickly for them? Looking around, you can see many people taking pictures with their mobile phones. Mo Ran and Gu Lao looked at each other, and they immediately decided to leave here immediately. Wait, brother. Don't leave yet. Just as Mo Ran was about to turn around and leave, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Mo Ran paused, turned around, and saw a fully armed special police officer coming to his side. The SWAT officer was very strong and exuded a chilling aura. Hello. What can I do for you? Mo Ran spoke slowly, keeping a calm face. But in fact, he was not calm at all. Hey. Looking for me? What do you want from me? Hello. I am the SWAT captain of this operation team. Your performance just now really impressed me. The SWAT captain came to Mo Ran and stretched out his right hand. Mo Ran also stretched out his right hand. And the two shook hands with each other. This hand is so thin and white, without any calluses. It doesn't look like it has been trained. But just now, the moment he shook hands with Mo Ran, the SWAT captain looked him up and down with a piercing gaze. At the same time, he also noticed the bracelet on Mo Ran's right hand, which looked very sci-fi and particularly eye-catching. Brother, stop looking. Stop looking. What are you looking at? If you keep looking at me, you will see through me. And can you let go of my hand? What's the point of holding it like this? Mo Ran looked calm on the surface. But in fact, his heart was already surging like 1,000 horses galloping. But the SWAT captain had no intention of letting go, which made Mo Ran's heart extremely tormented. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice of Shushu rang in Mo Ran's ears. Report to the driver. A large amount of funds have been obtained, all of which have been legalized. And any records of the source of funds have been eliminated. Now start to transfer money to your card. Listening to the voice in his mind, Mo Ran was stunned at first, and then shouted in his heart that it was not good. No! Shushu! Wait a minute. Ask for the sack. But no matter how Mo Ran's heart called, what was supposed to happen still happened. Ding! Longwood Bank reminds you that the bank card you hold has arrived. Yuan. Ding! Longwood Bank reminds you that the bank card you hold has arrived. Yuan. Ding! Longwood Bank reminds you that the bank card you hold has arrived. Yuan. Ding! Longwood Bank reminds you that the bank card you hold has arrived. Yuan. The phone in Mo Ran's trouser pocket made a loud beep, which kept echoing on the street. Ah! Shushu! Shushu! This money came at the wrong time. When Mo Ran first used the phone, for some reason, all the volumes of this phone were turned up to the highest, causing him to be startled when he just watched a short video. At that time, he only turned down the media volume, and seemed to have forgotten to turn down the ringtone and notification sound. Ding! Longwood Bank reminds you that the bank card you hold has arrived. RMB. Ding! Longwood Bank reminds you that the bank card you hold has arrived. RMB. The sound of money coming into the account kept coming out of Mo Ran's pocket, and it fell accurately into the ears of everyone present. It can be seen very clearly that the expressions on the faces of everyone present began to change. The SWAT captain who shook hands with Mo Ran also twitched visibly on his resolute face. And what he faced was Mo Ran's calm, handsome, and charming face. No way. This calmness is bullshit. Mo Ran kept howling in his heart. But the phone in his trouser pocket kept ringing. Wait for me a moment. Okay. The SWAT captain and Mo Ren loosened their hands. Then took out the phone that kept ringing in his trouser pocket and turned off the sound directly. Buzz. 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 Wow. Great. The phone stopped making sounds and started vibrating. It kept vibrating like a vibrator in Mo Ran's hand. Mo Ran, SWAT captain, pulled down the phone page and turned it to silent mode. Silent mode is on. And the whole world is quiet from now on. Great. Put the phone back in his pocket and then extend his right hand. The SWAT captain also subconsciously extends his right hand when he sees it. And the two hold their hands together again. Looking at the hands that were held together again. The two were stunned at first. And then looked at each other with confused faces. Mo Ran, SWAT captain. The SWAT captain was indeed professionally trained. And he quickly reacted to this delicate atmosphere. Ha ha. Brother. You are really young and promising. The SWAT captain laughed awkwardly. And the two of them immediately let go of their hands that had been shaking for a long time. You are too kind. Since the criminal has been caught, I will leave first. After Mo Ran finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left. He really didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. But the SWAT captain seemed to have planned it in advance. And pulled Mo Ran before he moved. Chapter 300 Deal with the identity issue. Mo Ran said. And immediately turned around and left. He really didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. But the SWAT captain seemed to have planned it in advance. And pulled Mo Ran before he moved. Ha ha ha. Don't leave so quickly. Brother. You caught such a criminal. We will naturally give you some rewards. At the same time, I want to ask you something. I wonder if you are willing to go with us. The SWAT captain said this. And his eyes also glanced at the two broken guns picked up by the team members next to him. Mo Ran, who was standing aside, saw this and immediately understood what the SWAT captain meant, as well as the deep suspicion revealed in his eyes. Okay. It seems that today is not over yet. I must let Shushu hide my identity immediately. Mo Ran kept a calm face, and then spoke lightly. Captain, you are too kind. It is just a piece of cake to do a righteous act. But before that, I need to pay the bill first. After all, I just ate there. Mo Ran said, pointing his finger at the beverage store in front. The SWAT captain turned his head and agreed to Mo Ran's request. Well, the old man next to you. Do you know this little brother? The SWAT captain's eyes were on Gu Lao next to him. Gu Lao was stunned at first. And then his head shook like a rattle. I don't know him. I don't know him. I'm just an old man who came here to watch a show. Oh, it's getting late. Well, I have to go first. Bye. Gu Lao said and immediately ran away. And his figure disappeared on the street in a short time. Mo Ran's mouth twitched wildly when he saw this scene. And he was speechless to the extreme. Fuck. You old guy. You were chatting with me so happily just now. But now you turn around and don't recognize me. Having said that, Mo Ran still turned around quickly and walked towards the beverage store. The moment he turned around and distanced himself, Mo Ran immediately said to Shushu in a very small voice. Shushu, where did the money in this card come from? Soon. Shushu's cold mechanical voice sounded in Mo Ran's ears. Report to the captain. The amount of money comes from all accounts around the world. Most of which come from accounts that have not been used for a long time. I have erased all traces of the transfer of money. No one can search for the source of the balance on your card. After Shushu finished speaking, Mo Ran felt that cold sweat was about to wet his whole body. My Chi-Tang master. The identities of us players are special. And now there are these huge amounts of money from unknown sources in the card. And there is no way to find any source. If this is discovered, it will be a rhythm of burping. No. I must ask Shushu to forge an identity for me right away. And the legal source of the money. Mo Ran didn't dare to delay and whispered to Shushu immediately. Shushu, forge an identity with a huge amount of money for me right away. And mark the detailed source of every sum of money in the card. My identity only needs to let others see the surface information. And the information below the deep level must be hidden for me. And no one can find it. Also, you can handle the specific situation for me yourself. And don't let others find out my true identity. Mo Ran could only end the call immediately after noticing the SWAT captain approaching from behind. Although there was more to add. Shushu should be able to understand the meaning. After a few seconds, Shushu's cold mechanical voice finally sounded in Mo Ran's ears. Understood. Captain. hearing the voice coming from his ears. Mo Ran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And a big stone in his heart slowly fell at this moment. My name is Su Chong. I wonder what you call this, brother. The SWAT captain came to Mo Ran at this moment and began to introduce himself. So it's Brother Su. Just call me Mo Ran. Well, Mo Ran. This name is good. Ha. Su Chong put his left hand on Mo Ran's shoulder. And the whole person also let out a heroic laugh. But his eyes always drifted to Mo Ran from time to time. Just now, through the headset, the person above expressed great interest in Mo Ran and hoped to bring him to meet. When he arrived at the beverage store, the receptionist immediately started to settle the bill. Little brother, this is the bill for your table. The receptionist handed over a bill. And Mo Ran took it and looked at it. Damn! Gu Lao actually ran away without paying. Oh! That old bastard is really looking at the extra price of a cup of coffee on it. Mo Ran was so angry that he kept sucking his teeth. He took out his mobile phone and turned it on. A large number of dense messages popped up instantly. And these messages were still being sent continuously. Hey! My dear Shu Shu. How many accounts did you steal money from? Looking at the text messages of hundreds of millions of yuan. Mo Ran's heart was beating wildly. Glancing at Su Chong standing at the door, he immediately opened WeChat to scan the code to pay. And then quickly put the phone back into his pocket. After paying the bill, Mo Ran walked out reluctantly. Hey, the money is paid. As soon as Mo Ran came out of the store, Su Chong immediately came to Mo Ran's side, and his strong arm instantly rested on Mo Ran's shoulder, fearing that this kid would run away in the next second. Our place is pretty good, with a large venue, a lot of greenery, and birds and flowers everywhere. Everyone in it is talented, and everyone is a brother, and has a very good relationship. Listening to Su Chong's endless chatter, Mo Ran could only respond from time to time, no matter how embarrassed and speechless he felt. Passing by the off-road pickup truck that crashed into the flower bed, he could see two children who had been rescued from inside. The child was not injured, but was a little dazed due to excessive shock. He was now being taken to the hospital on a stretcher by medical staff. The police began to deal with the surrounding situation and evacuated the crowd gathered nearby. Among the crowd, there were many reporters who were seen taking pictures with handheld cameras. A large circle of yellow cordons was set up around, and many police officers were guarding outside the cordons to block pedestrians attracted by the noise. When he came to these special bulletproof vehicles, Mo Ran could see shallow bullet holes on some of them. The back door of the special bulletproof vehicle opened, and Mo Ran jumped up lightly, followed by Su Jian behind him. The space inside the special bulletproof vehicle was not crowded, but it was enough to accommodate many people. Not only was it equipped with many advanced electronic communication equipment, but there was also space under the seats to store weapons and armor. So embarrassing. Looking at the group of fully armed special police sitting next to him, staring at him, Mo Ran was quite helpless. Chapter 301 Meeting under the tower. So awkward. Looking at the group of fully armed SWAT officers sitting next to him and staring at him, Mo Ran felt helpless. Along the way, Su Chong and other SWAT officers talked to Mo Ran from time to time, asking about things, such as what his family did and what he was doing in the Magic City. Mo Ran responded to the questions of several people in a disjointed manner. Looking at the growing suspicion in Su Chong's eyes, Mo Ran felt so tired. Oh, don't ask. Don't ask anymore. You will ask all my secrets. Just when the atmosphere in the car was extremely quiet, the destination of this trip finally arrived at this moment. Luckily I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been taken away with Mo Ran. After running for several streets in a row, Gu Lao finally stopped to take a deep breath. It's almost time. They should have gathered under the tower. Gu Lao took out his mobile phone, and after confirming the current time, he immediately decided to go to the tower. He scanned a shared bicycle on the side of the road, stepped on the bike, and then turned the accelerator to rush over there. Looking at the huge tower rising from the ground in front of him, Gu Lao parked the shared bicycle at a specific parking spot. Return, lock, and pay in one go. After doing all this, Gu Lao immediately walked towards the tower. Before reaching the tower, you can see a large number of people gathered below. You can often see a few or a dozen people in a team, and everyone is talking to each other. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and soon locked onto a team of 100 people in the corner. As Gu Lao approached, The team of nearly 100 people also discovered Gu Lao and immediately began to walk towards Gu Lao. Hey, isn't this Gu Lao? I thought you and Mo Ran were taken away together. It's all on the news. The incident over there is really big, and almost the entire network knows about it. Mo Ran's skills are too good. And what's the point of breaking a gun with bare hands? The most important thing is, what's the matter with the crazy account information? A bunch of old people who looked like Gu Lao immediately surrounded him and chattered non-stop. That kid has a lot of secrets. After all, he performed so well. It's normal for him to be taken away. Anyway, leave him alone. Nothing will happen to him. How about the number of people who have arrived? In response to everyone's inquiries, Gu Lao simply responded and dismissed them. They have more important things to do now. The personnel belonging to our vehicle are basically all here, and the remaining few should be here soon. After such a period of observation and discussion, we have also discovered the pattern of everyone's deployment. After a conversation, Gu Lao also understood the pattern of everyone's deployment location. As long as the players belong to the same vehicle, they will be deployed in a city and will soon be able to reunite with the players in the vehicle. The other players belonging to their large team were randomly assigned to the surrounding cities. Well, that's how it is. It seems that as long as we wait here, we will be able to reunite with everyone soon. During this time, the captains of each team used a chat software called GG, created their own group chat in it, used the class name in the previous army as the name, and set keywords to search the group chat. This was also the means of contact they had agreed on before. But the effect was also very useful. Soon the group chat received a large number of applications, and the connection between everyone began to be gradually established. At this moment, more and more players began to gather at the bottom of the tower. There were more and more people, and it was very obvious that a group appeared. This scene also attracted the attention of local residents, and everyone speculated and expressed doubts. Hey, why are there so many people under the tower today? And it seems that there are several groups. Could they come here to travel? It feels strange that so many people gather together. Gu Lao and others also noticed this keenly, and immediately divided the team into many small teams, intending to leave here immediately. Everyone has a lot of gold jewelry on them. We will divide into many small teams and go to the old city, where there are ways to deal with these gold jewelry. At the same time, everyone will find a place suitable for us to set up camp. If there is anything, just contact us by phone, WeChat or GG. After assigning the next tasks, Gu Lao and others quickly divided into small teams and began to go to the old city by different means of transportation. Other players who stayed here also noticed the situation of the people around them, and immediately moved away from here. In the virtual network, the superficial identity of having a huge amount of money, *%, hiding the deep real information, *%, processing myself according to the situation, *%, starting to think about the problem, learning, processing, starting to create a new identity, starting to block the real information, starting to process it carefully. Slurp slurp. Picking up the cup of tea on the table, blowing a breath of cool air, and then slowly taking a sip. It really deserves to be a special place. Even the tea here has a different smell. At this moment, Mo Ran was in an office, savoring the freshly brewed tea in his hand. He looked at the wall next to him, and his perspective ability was activated. He could clearly see dozens of uniformed personnel inside, as well as Su Chong, an old acquaintance he had just met. He could see what they were discussing at this moment. This is the feeling I got from my contact with him. I think there must be something wrong with him. Su Chong stood at attention and expressed the feeling he had along the way with Mo Ran. I also think there is something wrong with this kid. His skills are not something that ordinary people can do. And his, continuous sound of money arriving is too exaggerated. Several 100 million yuan has been deposited in just a few seconds. The most important thing is that he broke the gun with his bare hands. No normal person can do this. I think this guy may have something to do with the shooting. I think we should arrest him and interrogate him. Anyway, once his identity information is found, we will know what kind of person he is. The intensity of blocking online news continues to increase. We must try our best to suppress the impact of this incident. The people present talked to each other and began to speculate about Mo Ran's identity. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The old man who had closed his eyes to rest also opened his eyes and looked at the person who made the sound. This. Who is this kid? This is too exaggerated. Ijua. Chapter 302 This Guy's Identity. Ijua. At this moment, a voice suddenly came out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The old man who had closed his eyes to rest also opened his eyes, and looked at the person who made the voice. This. Who is this kid? This is too exaggerated. Ijua. Looking at the information on the computer screen, a person sitting in front of the computer stood up from his chair in an instant, with an extremely shocked expression on his face, staring at the screen with an incredible look on his face. What's wrong? Why are you so shocked? Is there something wrong with that kid's identity? Why are you so shocked? What's wrong? Is that guy's identity unusual? Put his information on the screen. What shocked you so much? Let's all take a look. Seeing the man's huge reaction, the people around him couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity about Imorant's identity. This guy's identity is really unbelievable and shocking. Hearing what the man said, it made everyone present even more confused and curious. After the man finished speaking, he quickly operated on the computer with both hands, and soon projected the content on it onto the big screen in front. Everyone immediately looked over, and then everyone's expression became very exciting. What is this? Damn it! Looking at Imorant's personal information displayed on the big screen, everyone present widened their eyes full of shock. Mysterious hidden family. It has the most extensive and huge business in the world, and its scale is completely spread all over the world. Steel, oil, shipping, aviation, aerospace, agriculture, gas, cutting-edge technology, etc. all have huge shares. The highest even exceeds 60%. The family is very secretive, and is completely unknown to the outside world. Now the family has been handed over to Imorant alone. 57 trillion in assets. This is an incomplete statistical figure. How much money does this guy have? Looking at the information listed on the screen, the people present were more and more shocked. And they were shocked to the point that they could not describe the current situation in words. How is this possible? Dig deep. I want to see what secrets this kid has. That's right. Dig. How come I don't know that there is such a great person in Longwa? Quickly dig out all his details. Under the urging of the crowd, the man in front of the computer continued to operate non-stop. Soon, with the last press of the enter key, the big screen in front of the crowd showed the picture instantly after a period of fluctuation. Top secret file sealed. Seeing the information displayed on the big screen, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Wow! The old man sitting on the chair stood up and came to the man's computer. He logged into his own permission system and then clicked again to check Imorant's information. Top secret file sealed. Seeing the picture displayed on the computer screen, even the old man was slightly shocked. This Imorant is really not simple. Just the most superficial ordinary information is so amazing. So what will his real deep information be like? At this moment, a room next to it opened and several technicians walked out. Report. We can't decrypt his phone. The shocked people turned their heads to look over when they heard this. What? Can't decrypt his phone? How could this happen? Isn't his phone just an ordinary Nuwewa phone? How can we not decrypt it with our technology? The nearest people stepped forward immediately and took the phone from the technician. But no matter how they looked at it, this phone was just an ordinary Nuwewa phone. What are they doing? Why are everyone's expressions so shocked? Through perspective, Imorant clearly saw the situation next door, and the shocked expressions of everyone on his face were in his sight. Oh my god! Could it be that Shushu has done something incredible to me again? No. How is this possible? But looking at their reactions, it seems that this matter is very unusual, because the big screen in front of everyone is on this wall. Imorant doesn't know what they saw. As a result, Imorant was almost nervous to death, and a bad feeling slowly rose in his heart. Imorant could only drink water continuously while suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. Soon, a cup of tea was finished. Imorant, do you want some more tea? Suddenly a cold female voice sounded, which scared Imorant. He turned around and saw a young lady in a special police uniform, holding a teapot in her hand. Well, then have some more. Imorant looked calm on the surface, but in fact, He was extremely panicked at this moment. I just saw you looking at this wall. Is there something? The special police lady asked Imo-ran while pouring tea. She just saw Imo-ran looking at this wall. No. I just think this wall is quite white. After thanking the lady, Imo-ran picked up the teacup and continued to drink. Huh? Quite white. Hearing this, the special police lady looked at the wall with a puzzled face. At this moment, the wall was covered with various indicators and painted with blue paint. It didn't look like it was quite white at all. The SWAT girl walked away with a puzzled look on her face, leaving Imo-ran to continue staring at the wall. Not long after, he saw the people in the conference room move and came to him in groups. Hey, hey, hey. Why are so many people here? No way. What are they doing? Imo-ran's mood, which had just calmed down, immediately became nervous, and his eyes were fixed on the door. Not long after, the figures of the group of people appeared here. Hello. Sir. Hello. Sir. The busy people around immediately put down their work, stood at attention and saluted him. These people responded briefly, and then came all the way to Imo-ran. Wow /a /him/a/. There are so many people. Don't look at me so straight. Imo-ran seemed to be drinking tea calmly, but he was actually very flustered. Brother Imo-ran, I hope you can take the initiative to tell me the truth. The officer in the front suddenly spoke up, looking at Imo-ran with a barely perceptible smile on his face. The people who were busy around were also attracted by the situation here, and cast their eyes over from time to time. Imo-ran understood as soon as he heard it. The other party was trying to trick him. Shushu must have handled it for me. Otherwise the other party would not have such a reaction. This was a trick on me. They must not know my identity. So I don't need to be nervous. Just tell it normally. Imo-ran finally took a sip of the tea in the teacup, and then slowly spoke. Chapter 303 finally came out. Shushu must have handled it for me. Otherwise the other party would not have such a reaction. This is a trick on me. They must not know my identity. So I don't need to be nervous. Just say it normally. Imo-ran took a sip of the tea in the teacup and then slowly spoke. Tell the matter on your own initiative. I don't quite understand what this officer means. I am a good citizen. Hearing this, the officer couldn't help but snorted coldly. Humph. This is the first time I have seen a good citizen who not only did not run away, but also fought against a gangster with a gun. And the pistol used by the gangster was broken with bare hands. It's really impressive. Imo-ran became even more nervous when he heard this. As expected, it was about the gun. But fortunately, the gun body was destroyed, and the killing will inside had long disappeared. The gun was now just a pile of scrap metal. Now I had to find a way to get out of here and leave here immediately. Just as Imo-ran was thinking quickly, an old man walked out of the crowd. Haha. Why are you talking so seriously? You can't treat a hero who subdued the gangster like this. Imo-ran. Right. I really admire your heroic performance in subduing the gangster. Our dragon country needs passionate young people like you. I wonder what reward you want. The old man looked at Imo-ran and said with a smile, Thank you for the compliment. Old man, what I did was just a piece of cake. As for the reward, it's polite. I wonder if I can leave now, Imo-ran said, and then stood up from his seat. Although he didn't know what Shushu had done, leaving this place immediately was the most important thing. The old man nodded slightly after hearing this. After all, this was indeed reasonable. With the information about Imo-ran he had already obtained, he really didn't care about any reward. Of course. This is your phone. Don't forget to bring it. Imo-ran quickly took the phone handed over by the old man, and left this place immediately after saying goodbye. He really couldn't stay there for a moment. It's not appropriate to let him leave like this. The officer looked at the old man in confusion, wondering why he let Imo-ran leave like this. To commend a hero who subdued a gangster, you should let him go after commending him. Otherwise, why would you let him eat here? The old man turned to look at the officer and smiled embarrassedly. The officer immediately understood what he meant and stopped asking questions. But the matter is not over yet. Wait until the gangster wakes up to interrogate him. At the same time, the online popularity of this matter must be suppressed to reduce the impact as much as possible. Understood? Woohoo! I was really scared. The eyes of those people were too hot. Seeing that he came out so easily, Imo-ran couldn't help but feel very surprised. But his whole body was very relaxed at this moment, and even his pace seemed much more cheerful. He opened his mobile phone and found that the time was already past 2 p.m. And the text messages of the incoming money were still being sent at this time. Send. Looking at the bank card amount with countless zeros, Mo Ran was almost shocked beyond words. Shoo. Enough money? Don't continue to pull it. Mo Ran immediately gave an order to Shoo, and a cold mechanical voice soon sounded in his ears. Understood. Captain. The inflow of funds has been stopped. Staring at the voice coming from his ears, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a little scared. Good man. If I didn't tell you, this problem would be a big deal. Looking at the stopped inflow of funds, Mo Ran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then put his eyes on the phone. They didn't find these funds in flow. I guess Shoo set up protection for the phone. But it feels too troublesome to use the phone. It seems I need to change to something else. Thinking of this, Mo Ran immediately turned and entered a bathroom. After making sure that no one was around, Mo Ran turned over the bracelet on his right wrist. The bracelet began to deform the next moment, and soon 2 small grooves formed. Mo Ran stretched out his finger and tapped the small groove. When he took it out, 2 transparent contact lenses had appeared on his finger. After a while of gesturing in front of the mirror on the sink, Mo Ran put the 2 contact lenses into his eyes. Blinking, he adjusted the position of the 2 lenses. When he opened his eyes again, a large amount of virtual data appeared in front of Mo Ran. His sight fell on a trash can next to him, and the manufacturing company, production time, and required materials of the trash can instantly appeared in front of Mo Ran. The content was extremely detailed, directly listing everything from the birth of the trash can to the present. This is not more useful than a mobile phone. Mo Ran canceled the information displayed in front of him and left the toilet with a hum. He took a taxi and started to go to the largest server manufacturing company in the city. It happened that the funds were very sufficient now, so Mo Ran decided to start hoarding a large number of servers. These servers are good things. Shoo is growing up now, so he needs to eat more of these things. Sitting in the taxi, Mo Ran began to check the place where the shooting first occurred, while searching for a suitable place to live, symbolically swiping the phone. In fact, all the operations are being carried out in his eyes. Various virtual screens keep appearing in front of him, and Mo Ran can easily control them with just a thought. The surveillance system of the entire Magic City has long been controlled by Shoo, and Mo Ran easily found the starting point. It was an alley that was not covered by the surveillance. After checking the information of that alley, it was found that the greening there had just been remade not long ago, resulting in the surveillance inside not being covered. In the playback of the surveillance video, a person can be seen entering this alley. Then he stayed in it for a while, and the figure appeared in the surveillance at the other end. Judging from the distance of this alley and the speed of ordinary people walking, it doesn't take so much time to pass through. So there is only one possibility. That is, he did something in the alley. At the same time, Wang Ma, who was abandoned on the street, walked all the way and turned into this alley. When he came out from the other side, his whole spirit had completely changed. Then the picture continued to switch and entered the surveillance view in the taxi. It can be seen that Wang Ma sat in the back seat with a gloomy face, and all the actions of the driver in front. Then he entered Shanyan Hotel and took the elevator to the 14th floor. His figure finally disappeared at the door of room 704. And when he reappeared, his body was already covered with blood. So this is what happened. I didn't expect this guy to be so miserable. He paid so much but ended up like this. No wonder he was affected so badly by the gun of killing. All the information about Wang Ma from birth to now was presented in full in front of Mo Ran. After turning off these panels, Mo Ran focused on finding a place to live. After Shoo's search, he soon found several very good places for Mo Ran. Chapter 304 Server Company. Turning off these panels, Mo Ran focused on finding a place to live. After Shoo's search, he soon found several good places for Mo Ran. One virtual screen after another appeared in front of him, each screen showing a place to live and corresponding detailed information. Mo Ran browsed through them all and soon made a suitable choice. It was a villa built on the top of the mountain, with a very spacious ground around the villa. The ground was covered with various weeds, looking like a green coat covering the earth. The villa in the middle seemed to be cleaned by a special person every day, and the overall look was still brand new. This place is good. It is located on the top of the mountain with a wide view. Most importantly, the surrounding ground is very spacious. so I can build several large warehouses there to store the large servers I get. As long as the protection is done well, there is no need to worry about the damage to the servers when a disaster strikes. Thinking of this, Mo Ran immediately bought the villa. Not long after the purchase, Mo Ran's mobile phone soon rang with an incoming call message. As soon as the call was connected, a slightly excited male voice came from inside. Hello. Is this Mr. Mo? I just saw that you bought the mountaintop villa, which is amazing. I don't know if you are free now. Mr. Mo, I am very honored to invite you to check out the villa and sign the contract between us. Mo Ran thought for a moment and then said slowly, I have something to do now, so the contract signing may need to be postponed for a few hours. As soon as Mo Ran finished speaking, the other end of the phone responded immediately. So that's the case. No problem. Mr. Mo Ran, we will clean the villa in all aspects and check if there are any hidden problems. If you are free, call us at any time. We will stay online 24 hours a day, and you can call us at any time. Mo Ran hung up the phone, and the taxi arrived at the destination at this time. After scanning the code to pay, he got off the car and saw a server company covering a vast area. There is an automatic electric push door at the entrance, and there are many security guards patrolling around. You can see many people in work uniforms coming in and out, and there is a parking lot for vehicles next to the gate. The company's building exterior design is simple and elegant, with a dark blue texture as a whole. Walking inside, I soon arrived at the bottom of the company's building. The transparent automatic glass door in front of me slowly opened, and Mo Ran stepped into the company, where he could see a spacious and bright space. The company's lobby is very spacious, with marble tiles on the floor and a huge LCD screen on the wall, showing the company's product and service information. Next to the hall, there is a set of luxurious sofas and coffee tables for customers to rest and discuss business. Hello. Sir, how can I help you? A woman in uniform came to Mo Ran and asked with a smile on her face. I want to buy some large servers. After Mo Ran finished speaking, the woman nodded slightly, then picked up a tablet in her hand and began to introduce it to Mo Ran. The server produced by our company is a high-performance, high-reliability server that uses the most advanced technology and has excellent computing and data processing capabilities. Its hardware configuration is very powerful, equipped with the latest processor, high-speed memory, large-capacity hard disk, and the highest performance graphics card. It also supports multiple network protocols and interfaces, and can efficiently connect and communicate with various network devices and storage devices. It also uses advanced cooling technology and power management technology, which can effectively reduce the noise and energy consumption of the server and improve the stability and reliability of the server. The woman introduced Mo Ran while taking him to the luxurious sofa rest area next to her. So, Mr. Mo Ran, how many large servers do you need to order from our company? At the same time, what type of server do you need and where do you use it? We can configure a more perfect server for you according to the place you use it. The woman's words were too many, and Mo Ran's confused little head hadn't fully digested them yet. So he said without thinking, used to feed Shushu. Mr. Mo Ran? I didn't hear it clearly. May I ask where it is used? The woman asked with a puzzled look on her face. And Mo Ran suddenly reacted at this time and said hurriedly, Ahem. My company's business is quite extensive, so we plan to diversify the types of servers. Mo Ran didn't exaggerate. After all, the new identity that Shushu gave him, this business is indeed quite extensive. As for the number of servers, well, how many servers do you have in your warehouse now? I want them all. As Mo Ran finished speaking, the woman sitting opposite was stunned for a moment, and then a strange look appeared on her face. Mr. Mo Ran, please don't make such jokes. It's not funny. The woman's face had already shown a hint of anger, and she directly regarded Mo Ran as some kind of troublemaker. Mo Ran also understood what the other party meant at a glance. Thinking about it, it was right. No matter who heard this, they would not believe that the other party had this ability, and would only regard the other party as a troublemaker. But it was a pity that Mo Ran had this ability. In fact, as long as he wanted, Shushu could buy the entire company for him with just a thought. Ms. Sun-e, I'm not kidding you. If you think I don't have this ability, you might as well check it yourself. Mo Ran said lightly after looking at the name on the tag, and took out the bank card in his arms, put it on the table, and pushed it over. Then he lay leisurely on the sofa, and crossed his legs comfortably, looking at the bank card pushed out by Moran. Sun Yi's face was puzzled, but more shocked. Could he really? Then I will check to see if you have this ability. If you do, then I will definitely make a great achievement for the company. But if it is a lie, let the security throw it out for you. Sun Yi picked up the bank card on the table, and then took out a portable POS machine from her pocket. Insert the bank card into the POS machine, and after a while, the amount in the bank card was displayed on the screen of the POS machine. Ah! This. When she saw the amount displayed on the screen, Sun Yi was shocked. She stood up from the chair, covered her mouth with both hands, and looked at the number on the screen with disbelief. The movement here was not too small, and it also attracted the attention of many people in the hall, and they all cast their eyes over. Sun Yi looked at the number on the screen with a shocked face, and then looked at Moran, who was sitting on the sofa leisurely. I'm very sorry, Mr. Moran. I'm sorry for not treating you well. I will immediately report your request to my superiors. I hope you can move to the VIP room and wait there for a while. Xiao Qing, Xiao Mei, take Mr. Moran to the VIP room immediately. Sun Yi quickly packed up the items on the table, and after instructing 2 staff members, she immediately trotted away to her superior's office. Chapter 305, I want to buy all the servers you currently have. Xiao Qing, Xiao Mei, take Mr. Moran to the VIP room immediately. Sun Yi quickly packed up the items on the table, and after instructing the 2 staff members, she immediately trotted away to the office of her superior. Seeing Sun Yi running away anxiously, Xiao Qing and Xiao Mei also noticed that Moran was unusual, and did not dare to be negligent, and immediately took Moran to the VIP room. Wow! It turns out that this is the perspective of the male protagonist in the novel. It feels good after experiencing it in real life. Moran followed the 2 staff members, thinking of the scene just now. In fact, there is still a refreshing taste in his heart. What happened here attracted the attention of many people around. After all, Moran's white hair was very conspicuous. From the moment he entered the gate, he attracted the attention of many people. What happened there? Why is that staff member so shocked? Hey, I know that staff member. He seems to be the general manager of this server company. General manager? What could make the general manager so shocked? I was closest and heard their conversation. The young man seemed to want to book all the existing servers of this server company. Fuck. Is this true? The cheapest server of this company is more than 600,000. And there are countless servers over 1 million. Book the server here. I'm afraid. It doesn't look fake. Who is that young man? Why is he so terrifying? At the beginning, I felt that this young man was very unusual. He must be the son of a super family. The people in the hall kept talking, and their eyes looked at Moran, who was gradually going away from time to time. The voices of these people were clearly transmitted to Moran's ears through the headphones. Is this the feeling of being the center of attention? It's really a little cool. Moran couldn't help but have a little idea in his heart, and even his pace became much lighter. Oh my god! Who is this Moran? With so much property. He is richer than the world's richest man. Sun Yi entered the elevator quickly, and was about to press the button for the vice president's floor when she suddenly paused. Wait! This matter is so important. If I pass it up 1 level at a time, it will waste a lot of time. What if Mr. Moran can't wait? Forget it. Go directly to the top to find the chairman. As long as this thing can succeed, I will definitely bring huge profits to the company, and my status will definitely rise all the way. Thinking of this, Sun Yi did not hesitate and directly pressed the button for the chairman's floor. As the saying goes, a gamble can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. As long as it succeeds, she will take off directly on the spot. The elevator door slowly closed and then began to rise slowly upwards. I think your companies should cooperate with each other. Let's grow bigger and stronger together and create greater glory. In a large office, a polite man sat at the tea table, and opposite him was a middle-aged man who looked calm and majestic. The man kept talking, telling about the things he had conceived and planned. The middle-aged man sitting opposite smiled but did not say a word, responding to the man from time to time. But it seemed that he was not happy to communicate with the man. If you look closely, you can see the disgust and disdain in the middle-aged man's eyes, as if he wanted the other party to disappear immediately. Chairman, a general manager said he has something important to discuss with you. At this moment, the secretary outside the door suddenly came in and whispered the news to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was immediately confused when he heard it. Is there something important? Why didn't you report it one level at a time, but came directly to me? As the general manager, it is impossible for him not to know the company's regulations. Did something really happen? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man also agreed to this request. If there was something to deal with, he could leave here immediately. He really didn't want to stay with this guy for a long time. Soon, Sonny appeared here. Hello, Chairman. Sonny bowed slightly, and the middle-aged man sitting on the chair also nodded slightly. You can't be unaware of the company's rules. Tell me, what exactly is going on that makes you, as the general manager, come to me directly? The middle-aged man put down his teacup and looked at Sonny with an interested look. It's like this, Chairman. There is a gentleman named M.O. Rand who wants to buy all the servers our company has now. As soon as Sonny finished speaking, the chairman who was making tea paused, and the secretary standing next to him also looked at Sonny with a strange look. Ha ha ha. Mr. Wu, your employees are too funny. What kind of novel joke is this? Buy all the existing servers of the entire company? Ha ha ha. This is too funny. The man next to him laughed out loud, as if he had heard a big joke. I believe you didn't come here to tell such a joke. Do you have any evidence? Mr. Wu remained calm and continued his work. Yes, Mr. Wu. Please take a look. This is the information I searched for about Mr. M.O. Rand on the way here, Sonny said, and stepped forward to hand over the tablet in her hand. At this moment, several cracks can be seen on the screen of the tablet, and a gap has been knocked on the corner. That was when he learned about M.O. Rand's information. He was so shocked that he didn't hold the tablet steady, causing it to fall to the ground. Mr. Wu took the tablet handed over by Sonny with one hand, and then looked at the screen on it. Pa! The teacup in his hand fell to the ground, and the fragments of the teacup and hot water instantly spilled all over the ground. Wow! Mr. Wu stood up from his seat suddenly, holding the tablet tightly with both hands, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. This information, is it true? Looking at Mr. Wu's current reaction, Sonny was not very shocked, as if he had expected it. Mr. Wu, our company is in contact with the Ministry of Public Security. How could the information obtained from it be fake? After Sonny finished speaking, her face revealed helplessness, but more excitement. Let's go! Let's go meet this Mr. M.O. Rand. Mr. Wu quickly left the tea table and handed the tablet back to Sonny. With the secretary, the three of them quickly walked outside, ignoring the man who was still confused. Hey, what's going on? The man watching this scene next to him was confused and didn't understand what had just happened, but he immediately put down his teacup, got up and quickly chased after him. Seeing Mr. Wu's strong reaction, he was also very curious about the so-called M.O. Rand. Chapter 306 Purchase and receive a batch of newly manufactured servers. Hey, what's going on? The man watching this scene next to him was confused and didn't understand what just happened, but he immediately put down his teacup, stood up and quickly chased after him. Seeing Mr. Wu's strong reaction, he was also very curious about the so-called M.O. Rand. Wow! Is this the VIP room? It's an amazing place at first glance, and the decoration is really good. Oh! This leather sofa is so comfortable to sit on, and the feel is completely incomparable to those sofas outside. Looking at the environment in the VIP room, M.O. Rand couldn't help but sigh that the company's financial resources are really strong. Mr. M.O. Rand, this is your coffee. Please enjoy it. Yes. Thank you. A waiter brought a cup of freshly brewed coffee. M.O. Rand thanked him and took a sip. As soon as the coffee flowed into his throat, a strong aroma began to spread in his nasal cavity, making people feel a unique, slightly bitter taste. The coffee tasted mellow, a bit like silk, leaving a slightly astringent feeling on the tip of the tongue. M.O. Rand didn't know coffee, but based on this small sip, he was sure that this cup of coffee was definitely of top quality. Just when M.O. Rand finished the second sip, the tightly closed door suddenly opened and several figures walked in from outside. The leader was a middle-aged man, who was walking towards M.O. Rand with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. I guess this must be Mr. M.O. Rand. He is so handsome and talented. The voice came out before the person arrived. M.O. Rand put down the coffee in his hand, stood up and stretched out his hand with a smile, and shook hands with Mr. Wu who was walking over. Thank you for the compliment. Mr. Wu must be the chairman of this server company. I wonder what to call you. seeing that Mo Ran actually knew his identity. Mr. Wu was also a little shocked. Mr. Mo Ran is too polite. Just call me Wu Chong. Oh, it turns out to be Brother Wu. Come. Please take a seat. Brother Mo. You are too polite. Please sit down. After exchanging a few polite words, the two of them sat back in their chairs and started to talk. So, Brother Wu, how many of the servers that the company currently has can be used for me? Mo Ran spoke first. Although he already knew the current number, it would be strange if he didn't ask. There are about 2.5 warehouses of servers that can be used for Brother Mo. But, Brother Mo, do you really want all of them? I still don't quite believe it. Wu Chong looked at Mo Ran with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Huh? Brother Wu, don't you believe me? Mo Ran looked at Wu Chong sitting opposite him with a half smile in his eyes. No. 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 How could that be? It's just that I've never seen such a huge order from Brother Mo in all these years. And it's hard for me to react for a while. Wu Chong said quickly, with a smile on his face. That's no problem. Come on. Just swipe the card. Mo Ran took out the bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Looking at the bank card handed over, Wu Chong was stunned at first, and then immediately took it. Brother Mo is really generous. I wonder if you need to check the goods. The warehouse is just behind the company. Wu Chong handed the bank card in his hand to the secretary beside him, and then invited Mo Ran to say. Mo Ran glanced at the current time and found that there was still plenty of time, so it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. Well, that's fine. Let's go and have a look. Everyone got up and left the VIP room, and as soon as they came out, they saw a man standing outside. Seeing the man outside, Wu Chong's face instantly showed a hint of impatience, but he immediately suppressed it. Mr. Chen, why are you here? I'm really sorry. I have to accompany Mr. Mo Ran next, and we may have to find another day to talk about our topic. Wu Chong spoke lightly, with an unpredictable expression on his face. Mr. Wu is really a busy man. Then I won't bother you. Let's continue another day. The man's eyes glanced at Mo Ran from time to time, and he didn't know what he was thinking about, and then turned around and left the company. Seeing the man turn around and leave, Wu Chong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was almost annoyed by this guy. That guy is really not a good guy. Mo Ran took his eyes off the man, and then followed Wu Chong to the back of the company. He got on a car and came to a huge warehouse. The door of the warehouse was open at this moment, and many staff members were driving forklifts to move all the servers brought by trucks into the warehouse. These are the latest batch of servers manufactured by the company's production base. The servers transported in will first remove the fixed protective shells on the outside and the protective compartments in the middle. Wu Chong asked the staff to open a brand new unopened server, and then asked Mo Ran to check it out. Mo Ran stretched out his right hand and touched the server, and the cool metal texture entered his palm. The bracelet began to scan the entire server. Report to the driver. The server is in the best and perfect condition, and its brand newness reaches 99%. Shu Shu's cold voice sounded in his ears, and Mo Ran nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. 99% new. Rare goods. How do you feel, Brother Mo? Do you need to ask the workers to disassemble and assemble some more? Wu Chong asked on the side. No need, Brother Wu. The quality of these servers looks very good, and I believe Brother Wu is a person, and he will definitely not sell me secondhand things. Mo Ran was telling the truth. Shu Shu had already dug up everything about the company and presented it to Mo Ran in its entirety. That was why he chose to come here. Brother Mo, you are really flattering me. I wonder where you need to ship these servers. Give me an address, and I will send them to you as quickly as possible. After hearing what Wu Chong said, Mo Ran remembered that the warehouse at the villa had not been built yet, and there was no place to put these large servers now. Well, these servers may have to be placed here with you, Brother Wu. I will build the place within 2 days. I will give you an address at that time, and you can send them directly. No problem, Brother Mo. I will take good care of all the servers you like, and I will send them to you as soon as you notify me. The two added each other's contact information, and then signed the contract, paid, and completed the transaction. After coming out of the company, Mo Ran began to walk towards the gate. I have basically accepted all of this batch of newly manufactured servers, and I don't know if I can wait for the second batch before the disaster comes. But in addition to these servers, I think hard drives, Graphics cards and other items should also suit Shushu's appetite. Try to stock up more to avoid large-scale damage when the disaster comes. It seems that in addition to the villa, I need to find another new place. Mo Ren just came to the outside of the gate, and a man who had been waiting for a long time came forward quickly. Mr. Mo, may I take up a little time to talk to you? Chapter 307. My name is Qin Jianghao. Mr. Mo can just call me Xiao Chen. Mo Ren just came to the door, and a man who had been waiting for a long time came forward quickly. Mr. Mo, may I take up a moment of your time to talk to you? Mo Ren looked up, and the man who was just outside the door came into his sight. This Mo Ren's strength is too terrifying. What is the level of his family? I just eavesdropped at the door. I didn't expect him to buy 2.5 warehouses of servers directly. 2.5 warehouses. Without even blinking an eye. It just so happens that I have a lot of rotten goods overstocked. Coax him down to buy all of them. Even if I find problems at that time, I don't know where to disappear to enjoy myself. He. Thinking of this, Qin Jianghao was full of excitement and proud of his clever idea. Dear Mr. Mo, are you planning to buy a large number of servers? Qin Jianghao looked at Mo Ren and asked with a flattering face. Oh, yes. What's the matter? Are you also engaged in the server industry? Brother? Mo Ren looked at the man with a smile. And various virtual pop-up information had already appeared beside the man. Yes. Mr. Mo, you are really wise and brave. You have discovered this. My name is Qin Jianghao. Mr. Mo, you can just call me Xiao Chen. Qin Jianghao kept complimenting Mo Ren, and the flattering smile on his face could not be withdrawn. Xiao Chen. Right. How many large servers do you have in stock? I need more. I wonder if you can supply my needs. After Mo Ren finished speaking, Qin Jianghao immediately answered. No problem. Definitely no problem. Although my company is not as big as Mr. Wu's business, it is also a server manufacturing company that ranks among the best in this magic city. Now in my company's warehouse, there are 5 warehouses full of large servers. All are the latest and unopened, and the quality is definitely guaranteed to satisfy you. Mr. Mo. After listening to Qin Jianghao's words, Mo Ren sneered in his heart. He really doesn't blush when telling lies. He can be so tough even after robbing his brother's company. This person is really thick-skinned. But this kind of thing has nothing to do with me. But it's really strange. Since this guy took over, the servers that were delivered to the company have disappeared. It seems that there is something fishy here. After Shushu searched deeply on the internet, Mo Ren found that since Qin Jianghao took over the company, the servers sold have often been complained about. The complaints were all because of the extremely poor quality of the servers, and the service life and performance were simply unbearable to look at. But the news of such complaints disappeared quickly, and was directly suppressed by people in Qin Jianghao's company, through the information searched by Shushu. It seems that this guy is making money from the servers. Why not take a look? This batch of servers entered a few days ago. I should be able to pick up some new and complete ones. Anyway, I am almost collecting all the magic cities, so it won't take much time to go and have a look. Seeing Mo Ren staring at him without saying anything, Qin Jianghao couldn't help but get nervous. Why are you looking at me like this? Did you find something wrong? No. How could this be possible? A rich man like this buys things almost for fun. How could he spend so much time to understand this kind of thing? Just when Qin Jianghao was thinking about it, Mo Ren's voice came out at this time. Then go and have a look. I hope, Xiao Chen, you won't let me down. Hearing this, Qin Jianghao's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed and made a gesture of invitation. Please, Mr. Mo, I will take you to my company now. You will be satisfied with my server. Qin Jianghao immediately came to a Rolls-Royce Shadow Phantom parked on the roadside, and took the lead to open the door for Mo Ren. After Mo Ren entered, he sat on it. The driver on the main seat started the car, and took the two to the company. Looking at the Rolls-Royce slowly going away, a woman poked her head out at the corner. Qin Jianghao. You damn bastard. The woman gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing an extremely angry anger. The woman immediately took out the mobile phone in her backpack and dialed a number on it. Beep beep beep. Hello. My wife. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly call me? A magnetic male voice came from the phone, sounding full of tenderness. Husband. I found the guy Qin Jianghao, the woman said immediately, and the voice on the other end of the phone stopped abruptly. And then a slightly angry voice came out. Found him. Wife. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Didn't that guy run away to play abroad and disappear? The male voice on the phone was angry, but still revealed a sense of doubt. Husband. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. I recognized that Dogby's face even if it turned into ashes. He just... The woman immediately told the man on the other end of the phone exactly what she had just seen. I know. I'll go to the company to find him now. After hanging up the phone, the woman immediately came to an electric car, put on a helmet, inserted the key to start the electric car, and drove out directly with a twist of the accelerator. In an ordinary apartment, a man hung up the phone in his hand. His handsome face was so gloomy at this moment that it seemed like water was about to drip out. But if you look closely, you can see a sutured scar running through the right half of his face. Although the wound has been treated many times, it still leaves a shallow scar, which is really regrettable on this handsome face. Chen Jianghao. These 3 words squeezed out from the man's teeth. It was hard to imagine how angry he was at the moment. Along with this voice, there appeared the scenes of hatred in his memory that he could not forget. What about going abroad? What about not being in the country? You are all lying to me. Well, since you show up today, all the old grudges and grievances will be settled today. The man quickly put on his coat and shoes, and then stood up and walked out. The man's right leg limped when he walked, looking very strange. When passing by the kitchen door, his eyes fell on a sharp knife inserted in the knife rack. After a brief thought, the man quickly grabbed a towel, pulled the sharp knife out of the knife holder, wrapped it in the towel, and put it in his pocket. Chen Jianghao. I hope you don't force me to do this. Dad? Where are you going? Suddenly, a babyish voice came from behind. The man quickly zipped up his clothes, and when he turned around, his gloomy face instantly became amiable. My daughter. Be good. Dad has something to go out for, and will be back soon. Then you have to come back soon. Dad? Shuji will be scared when she is alone at home. Yeah. Dad will be back soon. Soon. The man touched his daughter's head lovingly, then quickly got up and left the apartment. Before leaving, looking at his daughter's tender little face, the man's heart was full of entanglement, but he seemed to have made up his mind. Click. The door was completely closed, leaving only a young child staring blankly at the door. On the wall in the back corner, a surveillance camera captured all of this. What a pitiful brother. But it's not worth it to do this for this scumbag. Mo Ren glanced at Chen Jianghao sitting next to him calmly, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 308 Hichong. Don't do stupid things. It's really pitiful, big brother. But it's not worth it to do this for this scumbag. Mo Ren glanced at Chen Jianghao sitting next to him calmly, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth calmly. The S-Roy's Shadow Phantom kept speeding on the road, and Chen Jianghao in the car kept talking about his company. Mo Ren listened quietly on the side, always keeping a faint smile on his face, and occasionally dealing with Chen Jianghao. Damn it! This guy's mouth is too broken. Isn't it? He keeps talking all the way. Looking at Chen Jianghao sitting next to him, dancing and talking non-stop. Mo Ren's scarlet eyes gradually rose with the idea of killing him immediately. Fortunately, when this thought was about to reach its peak, the vehicle finally arrived at his so-called company. In front of him was a company with a large area. Although its area could not be compared with Wuchang's company, its size was still very impressive. However, compared with the surging flow of people in Wuchang's company, this company seemed very quiet. There were almost no people inside. Some scattered dead branches and leaves could be seen on the ground outside, and the green plants in the flower bed grew outside. Looking around, several elderly people in security uniforms were seen sweeping the fallen leaves. Ding ding ding. The driver honked the horn, and the horn instantly attracted the attention of several security guards. A security guard immediately put down the broom in his hand and trotted to the security room. Creaky, creaky, creaky. The door in front of him slowly opened, making a harsh metal friction sound. A careful look at the slide rail below revealed a lot of rust caused by long-term lack of maintenance. Ha ha, ha ha. The company's business has been busy recently, and the staff is almost overwhelmed. Look, this door is making some noise because it has not been maintained. Chen Jianghao smiled awkwardly, his eyes drifting towards him ran a little unnaturally. It is worthy of being the century-old company, you said. Xiaochen. With such a busy business, Xiaochen, you should recruit more employees. And you can't slow down the company because of this little thing. Mo Ren looked at Chen Jianghao with a smile, as if he had no idea of the internal situation of the company. It's so funny. What's the busy business? It's obvious that he drives away all those who don't obey him, deducts wages and other maintenance funds. And he and the board shareholders are enjoying themselves, and don't care about the lives of his subordinates. Mo Ren sneered in his heart, and he had already started to prepare a big gift in his heart. Ha. Mr. Mo is right. Xiao Chen, I will remember what you said in my heart. I will change it in the future. No, I will change it right away. Ha. Let's go. Let's take Mr. Mo to see the servers in our rear warehouse now. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Seeing that Mo Ren did not show any doubt, Chen Jianghao couldn't help but feel relieved. The slawless shadow drove inward, bypassing the company building in front of it, and heading straight for the warehouse in the back. Watching the slawless that was gradually going away, the old security guard, who had entered the security room to open the door, had a complicated look on his face. Alas, how long can it last? The old man sighed heavily, feeling helpless and regretful. Pressing the door switch on the table, the rusty entrance door began to close slowly, making a harsh sound when rubbing against the ground. Just as the old man was about to go back to clean up, his eyes glanced at the corner outside, where two figures were walking towards this side. Someone is coming. The old man narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. When he saw the faces of the two people clearly, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He Chong. Malin. It's them. Why are they here? Could it be? Thinking of the S-Roys that just drove in, the old man immediately had the answer in his mind. He immediately stopped the closing door, then immediately walked out of the security room and began to walk quickly towards the two figures. He Chung. Malin. Why are you here? Uncle and X2. The three of them met soon, and the old man named Uncle and asked first. Uncle and I just saw that bastard Chen Jianghao at the door of Wu's company, and then followed his car all the way here. Is that guy inside? Malin spoke first, looking at the company building in front of him with hatred in his eyes. When Uncle An heard this, his face suddenly showed a tangled look, especially when he looked at Chong's limping right leg. He felt even worse. But looking at the angry expressions on the faces of the two, Uncle An finally nodded. That's right. That guy just went in. It seems that he brought a new customer, and now he went to the warehouse behind. He Chong Malin. You must not. Sure enough, that damn bastard is in there. Before Uncle An finished speaking, Malin immediately ran inside. Malin. Don't be impulsive. Uncle An hurriedly chased after him, but a big hand grabbed his shoulder from behind. He turned around and saw He Chong standing behind him. Uncle An, I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Uncle An was stunned at first, and then met He Chong's eyes that looked ready to die. Then he looked down and noticed that He Chong's right hand was in his pocket at this moment, and there seemed to be a long object in the pocket, and the shape was directly highlighted on the clothes. Seeing this scene, Uncle An's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly reacted. He Chong, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Uncle An immediately reached out to grab the long object, but He Chong turned around and dodged it. Uncle An, my grievances with Chen Jianghao will be settled today. If anything happens to me, I ask you to help take care of my wife and children. My parents left me a long time ago. You are the only one who treats me as his own son. Thank you very much for taking care of me all the way. After He Chong finished speaking, as if he had made the final decision in his heart, he bypassed Uncle An and rushed into the company. He Chong, come back. Don't do stupid things. Come back quickly, cough cough cough. Uncle An was about to turn around and chase him, but he overexerted himself and directly caused his waist to sprain. His lungs were not very good to begin with, and now he took a big breath of cold air, causing him to lie on the ground and cough continuously. Looking at the two figures gradually going away, Uncle An's heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. No, cough, cough. Can't let them do anything stupid. Uncle An endured the pain and propped himself up, and began to walk towards the security room step by step. He had to call the police immediately to stop what was about to happen. Chapter 309, he didn't dare to test it, because it was all garbage. No, cough, cough. Can't let them do stupid things. Uncle An endured the pain and propped himself up, and began to walk towards the security room step by step. He must call the police immediately to stop what was about to happen. Sizzle. The car stopped in front of a warehouse. And Chen Jianghao got out of the car first to open the door for Mo Ran. The driver and the bodyguard also got out of the car. The two men were extremely burly, with huge muscles bulging quickly, and they looked like they had practiced. Mo Ran was the last one to come out of the car and looked up at the large warehouse in front of him. Then the perspective ability was activated, and Mo Ran's sight penetrated through the wall of the warehouse. The contact lenses in his eyes not only can obtain information, but also have night vision function. With the perspective ability, the situation inside can be seen at a glance. In the sight, you can see rows of huge shelves inside. Various large servers are wrapped in plastic and stacked on the shelves one by one. The sight swept across several large warehouses around, and the situation inside was the same. And the shelves were full of large servers. The perspective turned, and Mo Ran looked at the warehouse at the back. Compared with the other 5, this warehouse is very small. It seems that it was built not long ago. The steel used on it is still very new, which is out of tune with the old large warehouses around it. There are also many servers inside the warehouse, but they are all dismantled into pieces, and the server parts are scattered everywhere. There are also many tools inside, which seems to be a very complete disassembly and assembly line. Click, click. The two strong men came to the door of the warehouse, took out the key to open the iron lock on it, and then one of them grabbed one side and slowly opened the door. The door was opened, and the interior of the warehouse was dark, and a thin layer of dust could be seen on the ground and around. Ha ha ha. Things tend to collect dust when they are stored for a long time. Don't worry, Mr. Mo. We have packed these servers very well, and they will not be affected by the dust. You too. Take out a few servers immediately, and put them all in place for Mr. Mo to check. At Chen Jianghao's command, 2 strong men entered the warehouse first. Click, click, click. As the main power switch was turned off, the lights above the warehouse lit up one after another, instantly dispelling all the darkness inside. Then, they came to the front row of shelves, took out a few servers from inside, and then began to tear off the outer packaging. When Mo Ran and Chen Jianghao came in, there were already 5 unpacked servers on the ground. They looked quite new, but judging from the situation in the warehouse behind, the quality of these servers might not be very good. Mo Ran came to a server and began to examine it in a serious manner. After the bracelet scan, the cold mechanical sound of shoo shoo soon sounded in Mo Ran's ears. Report to the driver. The server is inefficient, and many internal components have been disassembled and tampered with. After scanning, the performance of this server is only 41%. Hearing this, Mo Ran couldn't help but twitched his mouth and set his eyes on another server next to him. After scanning, the performance of the server is only 37%. Wow, Chen Jianghao is really good. He doesn't make money like this. This server is simply split into 2, and each one is worse than the other. After a round, Mo Ran looked at all the open servers. The conclusion can only be described in one sentence: rotten. Really too rotten. Really worse than the other. Mr. Mo, how is it? Is the quality of this server very good? My packaging is very tight, and dust will not affect it at all. Seeing that Mo Ran was constantly observing over there, Chen Jianghao finally couldn't bear the tension in his heart and hurried forward to ask. Mo Ran sneered in his heart after hearing this. What the hell? I'm paying for this kind of rubbish. I won't let Shushu eat this kind of chaff. The quality of these servers does look very new. Hearing this, Chen Jianghao's eyes lit up instantly. But Mo Ran's next sentence made him dumbfounded. But to evaluate the quality of a server, you can't just look at its appearance. I wonder if Brother Chen is willing to let me test the performance of these servers. Mo Ran finished speaking and looked at Chen Jianghao with a smile. Mr. Mo, this? Chen Jianghao was embarrassed for a moment and didn't know how to answer Mo Ran's question. What's wrong with Brother Chen? Do you think there's something wrong with me? Looking at Chen Jianghao's reaction, Mo Ran continued to ask questions. What's going on? Aren't these rich young men particularly naive? He should have bought it directly after being sweet-talked all the way. Why do we have to test it now? Did he see something wrong? Impossible. I handled all of this very well. And it's impossible to find it just by looking at the appearance. No. He must not be tested. Otherwise the true face of these garbage will be exposed. Chen Jianghao was in trouble for a while, hesitating and didn't know how to answer. Of course, he doesn't dare to test it for you. Because these machines are all disassembled and assembled junk. And they can't be compared with the original servers at all. Just at this moment, an angry voice sounded from the door, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Jianghao suddenly trembled and turned his head quickly, only to see an extremely familiar face in his eyes. He Chong. Why are you here? At the door of the warehouse. He Chong just stood there. After running for a distance just now, he was breathing the air breathlessly at this moment. But his eyes full of hatred were staring at Qin Jianghao at this moment. Qin Jianghao's face was first full of surprise and shock, followed by ridicule and teasing. Hey, brother He Chong. What are you doing here? If you want to come to me to reminisce about the past, I'm not free now. After all, there is a big client here, and I really can't get away. Qin Jianghao took a few steps back when he said these words, and two burly bodyguards beside him stepped forward instantly, blocking the front on the left and right. Hearing this, He Chong snorted coldly and shouted directly, Humph! What client? I think you think others are big enemies. Don't be fooled by him. Brother inside. The servers in these warehouses are all shoddy. Don't buy them. Once you buy them, you will definitely suffer a big loss. As He Chong finished speaking, Qin Jianghao's face darkened at a visible speed. You? Shut up and stop telling lies to the people. Mr. M.O. Don't listen to what this guy says. All my servers are, Mr. M.O. Qin Jianghao turned his head to look at the side and found that M.O. Ran, who was standing beside him, had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 310 Falling Out. You? Shut up and stop telling lies. Boss Missouri. Don't listen to what this guy says. All my servers are. Hey! Boss M.O. Qin Jianghao turned his head to the side and found that M.O. Ran, who was standing beside him, had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Qin Jianghao was stunned. What the hell? Where is Boss Missouri? How could such a big guy disappear just like that? Just when Qin Jianghao was extremely confused, M.O. Ran's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Are you looking for me, Brother Qin? M.O. Ran walked out of the shelf next to him and suddenly came to He Chong's side. He Chong, who was at the door, was also startled by M.O. Ran's sudden appearance, but his attention was still quickly looking forward, his eyes fixed on Qin Jianghao, who was behind him. Qin Jianghao, you are such an ungrateful person. I treated you as my best brother, but you took away my company, destroyed my originally happy life, and threatened my wife at home. You even asked someone to break my leg. If my wife hadn't arrived in time, I would have to spend the rest of my life on crutches. All the new and old grudges between you and me will be settled here today. He Chong roared, pulled a sharp knife out of his pocket in an instant, and rushed forward. But before he could run 2 steps, a white arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed his right hand tightly. He Chong only felt a huge pulling force coming, and the whole person was pulled to the spot, and he staggered because of the unstable center of gravity. Brother, what are you doing? He Chong looked at M.O. Ran, who was holding him next to him with a shocked face, and then saw the other party stretched out his left hand and pinched the sharp knife in his hand with 2 fingers. Then the next second, the sharp knife that He Chong held tightly in his hand was pulled out by M.O. Ran, and the process was very easy. The huge force made He Chong's right hand unable to hold it at all. He Chong was horrified when he saw this scene, and looked at M.O. Ran standing aside with fear on his face. How is this possible? I clearly held the knife tightly. Why could he pull it out of my hand so easily? Who is this person? Why is his arm so slender, but has such terrifying power? Looking at the arm holding his right hand, no matter how hard He Chong tried, he couldn't break free. Instead, the owner of the arm still stood there with a calm attitude. Brother He Chong, you are being confused by doing this. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should also consider your wife Malin. Not to mention that you now have a very cute daughter. The name Ruan Yun is very good. M.O. Ran let go of Yu Chong's right hand, and then looked at him with a faint smile. Hearing this, He Chong's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body quickly stepped back a few steps, staring at M.O. Ran with a very vigilant look. Who are you? This should be the first time we meet. Why do you know so much about my family situation? M.O. Ran didn't care about He Chong's vigilant eyes, but continued to talk to himself. I know not only your affairs, but also his affairs, as well as the affairs between you two. I have to say that you two are really interesting. Qin Jianghao, who was opposite, heard this and felt a chill all of a sudden. An extremely bad feeling rose in his heart. Mo. Mr. Mo. What are you talking about? You know what's going on between us. Don't worry about that guy. I'll have my bodyguards drive him away immediately. Let's continue the deal. Before Qin Jianghao finished speaking, Mo Ren interrupted him directly. Deal? What deal? Do you want me to buy the garbage in your 5 warehouses? Do you think I'm stupid or don't understand? You underestimate me too much. Humph. You look like a good-looking person. But in fact, you are really like a pile of shit in your heart. You have done a lot of bad things. Do you want me to tell you a few of them? Ignoring Qin Jianghao's gradually changing expression, Mo Ren continued to speak. For example, he used his female subordinates as his hidden rules, exploited company employees, and even used their identities to take out loans. The company evaded taxes, withheld employees' wages, and even physically assaulted them. Haha. I have to say, what you did was really wonderful. Do you want to hear more? I have more explosive news. Such as those lives. Shut up. Qin Jianghao roared. At this moment, he no longer had the politeness of the past, but instead had an angry expression like a demon. His eyes were fixed on Mo Ren, as if he was going to pounce on him and cut him into pieces in the next second. Ha ha, ha ha. You are worthy of being President Mo. With your strength, you are really all-powerful. I can't hide this secret from you at all. But I am very curious. How did you know it? At this moment, Qin Jianghao's expression changed, and his angry expression instantly turned into mockery. But so what? Don't forget that you are now in my territory. You don't even bring a bodyguard when you go out. Are you confident in your own skills? So what if you know my secret? Even if your family is strong, even if I will be caught in the future, I would have killed you too long ago. Go! Kill them both, and lock the bodies in this warehouse. The 2 bodyguards took out a folding knife from their pockets and rushed towards the 2 people at the door. There was no hesitation or resistance on their faces, as if this kind of thing was just a part of their daily life. Humph. Interesting. Mo Ren snorted coldly and threw the sharp knife in his right hand out instantly. The knife was extremely fast, and it flashed a cold light in the air, directly cutting off a light bulb above his head. The light bulb with the wires connected to it cut off fell from the roof and quickly fell downwards. Above. No! Get out of the way! Although the 2 bodyguards noticed the situation above, the light bulb fell very fast. They only had time to raise their hands to block it before the light bulb fell down. Bang! Crash! Ah! I'm hurting! Ah! It hurts so much. The fragments of the glass light bulb pierced the 2 people's bodies. One of them was hit directly by the light bulb, and a bloody wound instantly appeared on his arm. The next second, the pushers inside the containers on both sides suddenly started inexplicably, and the servers on the containers were pushed down directly. Not only here, but also servers in other places were pushed down, instantly surrounding Qin Jianghao and his 2 bodyguards. Bang, 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 bang. The servers fell one after another, like dumplings, blocking all the aisles tightly. Chapter 311. Let's go see your warehouse. Bang, 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 clang, clang. The servers fell one after another like dumplings, blocking all the aisles tightly. Brother He-chong, stop looking. Let's go. Take me to see your warehouse in the suburbs. I'm quite interested in the servers inside, Mo Ren said, and then pulled He-chong outside without saying anything. Looking at the servers that kept falling from the shelves, He-chong was completely confused. He had never seen such a scene before, and his brain didn't react for a while. Oh, hey, that's not right. How do you know about my servers in the suburbs? And those servers? Okay, stop talking here. Get in the car. Let's get out of here quickly. The police will be here soon. Click, click. The next second after the 2 left the warehouse, the warehouse door behind began to close automatically. Mo Ren opened the back door of the S-Royce and got in. And He-chong also got in the driver's seat with a confused look on his face. Wait! How can I drive without a key? Buzz buzz buzz. The S-Royce, which was originally stationary, suddenly started, and He-chong was about to say the next sentence but choked in his mouth. What are you doing? Drive? Under Mo Ren's urging, He-chong could only reluctantly shift gears and then step on the accelerator. The Slawless drifted in place and drove quickly towards the exit of the gate. Cough, cough, cough. Oh my god. What's going on? What happened? Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, the interior of the warehouse was dark, and a large amount of dust from the fallen servers filled the air. Qin Jianghao and his 2 bodyguards would cough violently every time they inhaled air. Damn it! Why did the pushers on the shelves suddenly start? And the warehouse door and the lights on it? Sweet! What's going on? With the help of the light of the mobile phone, Qin Jianghao finally saw the surrounding situation clearly. A large number of servers were like a small mountain, blocking all the passages around them. And there was no way out. What are you standing there looking at? Move them quickly. Move all these damn servers away. Hurry! Seeing the bodyguards standing there stupidly holding their phones and looking around, Qin Jianghao almost vomited blood. With his roar, the 2 sturdy bodyguards took action. They placed their phones on the shelves next to them and began to move the servers in front of them with a weak light. Sweet! Let those 2 damn guys run away. Wait! That Mo Ren seemed to say that he wanted to go to Heechong's suburban warehouse. Suburban warehouse. I remember. It's that place. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Although I don't know why he collected so many servers. Humph. But there are a lot of my guys over there. I'll call them now. And once I see them going there, I'll surround them and beat them to death with sticks. Thinking of this, Qin Jianghao immediately entered a string of phone numbers on his mobile phone and then pressed the answer button. Beep beep. Huh? Why didn't the call go through? Did I accidentally press the hang-up button? Seeing that the original call page suddenly disappeared, Qin Jianghao's face was full of confusion. But he still didn't think much about it, and continued to dial the phone. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep. Oh my god. Something is wrong. There is a problem. When the phone exited the call page again, Qin Jianghao finally realized that there was something wrong with his phone. The next second, the screen of the phone in his hand suddenly went black, and the light behind it disappeared. The same happened to the phones of the other 2 security guards. The lights of all the phones disappeared, and the 3 of them fell into darkness again. Oh my god! What's going on? What's going on? Where's the light? Why is it gone? Damn it! What's going on? What's wrong with this broken phone? Who is it? Who is it? Just as Qin Jianghao kept cursing angrily, a server on the shelf above his head was being pushed outwards, and then fell straight from the shelf. Bang! Qin Jianghao only felt a strong wind coming in front of him, followed by a heavy object falling to the ground. Ah! What? Qin Jianghao was frightened and collapsed to the ground. After trembling and getting up from the ground, he reached out to touch the darkness in front of him. A cold metallic texture entered his palm. A server fell right in front of him, no more than 10 centimeters away from him. Qin Jianghao was so frightened that his pants got wet. He quickly used his hands and feet to grope forward and hid under the container on the side. The other 2 bodyguards did not dare to move things randomly in the dark. They groped in the dark and hid in the shelves. What a chatterbox. I'll teach you a lesson to make you grow up. Listening to the voice in his ears, Mo Ren snorted coldly and nodded with satisfaction. Slawless moved forward and soon came to the corner of the company building. Then the vehicle began to slow down and stopped next to a flower bed. There was a woman sitting on the flower bed. The high-heeled shoes on her left foot had been taken off, and the heel at the bottom had been broken. At this moment, the woman was rubbing her left foot with both hands, as if she had accidentally tripped just now. Seeing the S-Royce parked in front of him, the woman immediately stared at him with a vigilant face. When she saw the passenger window roll down, revealing a familiar face inside. Husband, is it you? Why are you driving that bastard's car? Malin looked at Heechong sitting in the passenger seat, with a beautiful face full of confusion. Wife, there is no time to explain. Get in the car quickly. Although Malin was very confused, she also picked up her shoes quickly and sat in the passenger seat. The S-Royce continued to move forward and drove quickly towards the company's gate. Noticing that there was someone in the back seat, Malin turned around and saw Mo Ren, who was sitting with his legs crossed and browsing his phone. Hey! It's you? Husband, what's going on? What happened to you just now? Don't worry, honey. I'll explain it to you later on the way. The car drove to the gate quickly, and Uncle In, who was holding his old waist and walking slowly, was seen. Seeing the S-Royce driving next to him, Uncle N was stunned. And then the passenger window rolled down. He Chung. Malin. Why are you here? Wait. He Chung. What did you do to Chen Jianghao? Where is he now? You won't. You won't. Looking at the two people sitting in the car, Uncle N felt dizzy and almost fell down with his hands on the car door. Uncle N. Don't get excited. I didn't do anything to Chen Jianghao. The kid was locked in warehouse number 1. I have something now. I need to leave immediately. When the police come, please take them to warehouse number 1. Chapter 312. The file suddenly appeared. Uncle N. Don't get excited. I didn't do anything to Chen Jianghao. The guy was locked up in warehouse number 1. I have something to do now. I need to leave immediately. When the police come, please take them to warehouse number 1. After saying these words, He Chong stepped on the accelerator, and the figure of the Slawless quickly disappeared in front of Uncle N. Looking at the Slawless that had disappeared without a trace, Uncle N slowly reacted from his shock and confusion. Chen Jianghao was locked up in warehouse number 1. What's going on? Who? But fortunately, this kid didn't do anything stupid. Fortunately, Uncle N couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that He Chong did something stupid and killed Chen Jianghao. Olden, what happened just now? I seem to see He Chong and Malin running in. Yes. Olden, why didn't you stop them? You know about their affairs. The one you were talking to just now was He Chong. Right? Why did he drive away in Chen Jianghao's car? He wouldn't really give him. No way. If that really happened, wouldn't we have to run away immediately? Several elderly people in security uniforms walked out quickly and came to Uncle N, talking non-stop. No. He Chong didn't do anything stupid. He locked Chen Jianghao in warehouse number 1. And he seemed to have called the police. Ouch. My old waist. Let's not talk so much for now. Help me go in and sit down. Let's wait. The police will probably be here soon. Uncle N pounded his lower back hard, with an extremely sour expression on his face. The elderly people around looked at each other, but still helped Uncle N walk slowly into the security room. Woo. Not long after the few people entered the security room, the sound of sirens came from afar. There is still too little information. Putting down the copy in his hand, Lao Chui rubbed his sore eyes. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank it. Only a few drops of water mixed with tea leaves slowly flowed into his mouth. Pooh. Spitting the tea leaves in his mouth into the trash can beside him, Lao Chui got up and left the desk with the teacup. When he came to the water dispenser in the bureau, he could see a young man in police uniform standing in front of the water dispenser. The young man also noticed someone approaching from behind at this moment, and turned around to see Lao Chui walking here. Master, you come and get some water. I just happen to have it full too. The young man tightened the cup in his hand and turned around to make way. How is Xiao Su? Can you adapt to life in the bureau after a few days? Lao Chui rinsed the cup with hot water and took out a new bag of tea from the cabinet below and poured it into the cup. With the master's guidance, of course I can adapt quickly. I won't say more. Master, I'm going to be busy now. Xiao Su said hello and turned around to leave with the cup. Humph. You are really a little flatterer. Lao Chui laughed and returned to his desk with a cup of tea. Slurp. After taking a sip of tea, Lao Chui put down the cup and continued to pick up the copy to check. Ding ding. A message receiving sound suddenly came from the computer, and Lao Chui put down the file in his hand and looked at the computer. I saw that the computer had received a file at some point, and it was constantly prompting. File? Who sent me the file? Lao Chui put down the copy in his hand in confusion, and then controlled the mouse to click the file. The file opened with the click of the mouse, and the content inside was quickly displayed on the computer screen. Lao Chui's eyes browsed a few lines on it, and then his pupils suddenly dilated. This file actually records all the evidence of Chen Jianghao's crimes. How could it be possible? Who sent this? The file also came with several videos. Lao Chui opened them one by one, and the contents inside shocked him more than one. No matter who sent this file, Chen Jianghao and your accomplices, you are dead. Clean your necks and wait. After backing up the file, Lao Chui immediately stood up and left the desk. Not long after, dozens of police cars left the bureau quickly. These police cars were divided into many teams and moved in different directions. The sirens were getting closer and closer, and more than a dozen police cars with flashing lights soon appeared in front of everyone. Uncle N didn't dare to delay and immediately pressed the button to open the gate. As the gate was fully opened, more than a dozen police cars swarmed into the company and drove away to the warehouse at the back. The 2 police cars at the back stopped at the exit, and several police officers got out of them. "Hello. Are you the company's security personnel? We have something to ask you," the police asked. And Uncle N and several other security guards immediately told all the information they knew. Woo woo woo, woo woo. Listening to the sirens coming from outside, Qin Jianghao almost jumped up with excitement. Ha ha ha. The police are finally here. I can finally leave this damn place. Ha ha ha. Click, click. The door of the warehouse was slowly opened, and the light from the outside could not wait to get in, and the darkness in the warehouse was instantly dispelled. Uncle Police. I'm here. I'm inside. Save me. I'm inside. Qin Jianghao's voice was shouting inside. But the police outside didn't pay any attention to him. It's all blocked. Call the fire department. Let them use the ladder to lift the people out. Looking at the servers that were blocking the warehouse, Lao Chui turned and said to Xiao Su next to him. Understood. Master. I'll notify them immediately. Soon. A fiery red fire truck arrived here. With the help of the firefighters, Qin Jianghao and his 2 bodyguards were lifted out. Uncle Police. I was locked up inside. That person. Click. As soon as he landed, Qin Jianghao ran over and shouted. But before he could finish, a crisp click sounded from his hand, followed by a cold metal texture on his hand. Qin Jianghao was stunned for a moment, and when he looked down, he saw that his hands were handcuffed with a pair of shiny handcuffs. What is this for? Why do you rely on me? Let me go! Let me go! Qin Jianghao was fixed by 2 policemen on the left and right, and roared angrily at Lao Chui in front of him. Humph! Why did I arrest you? Don't you know what I did? Have you forgotten all the things you did? Lao Chui snorted coldly, looking at Qin Jianghao with indifference in his eyes. Chapter 313. How did he do it? Humph! Don't you know why I arrested you? Have you forgotten all the things you did? Old Chui snorted coldly, looking at Qin Jianghao with indifference in his eyes. Impossible. Impossible. I have cleaned up all those things, and I have bribed all the people. You can't find out. You must be framing me. Let me go immediately. Old Chui's words made Qin Jianghao even more angry, and he began to struggle more violently. But under the suppression of the 2 policemen, his thin body seemed so insignificant. Oh! This is a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Come on. Apprentice. Send him a message so that he will give up this idea. As soon as Lao Chui called out, Xiao Su next to him immediately opened the tablet in his hand and presented the information in front of Qin Jianghao, looking at the messages on the tablet and the videos that were shot at an unknown time. Impossible. Impossible. How could they find out? I obviously did a good job. How could they be found out? Qin Jianghao, who was still roaring, was like a deflated balloon at this moment. His whole body instantly slumped, and the light in his eyes also disappeared in an instant. Take him to the car and take him back. Lao Chui gave an order, and the 2 policemen holding Qin Jianghao immediately took him to the car. Beep, beep. The phone in his arms rang at this moment, and Lao Chui took it out. As soon as he answered it, a voice came out. Lao Chui. We've got it done here. No one escaped, and we caught them all. Okay. I've got it done here too. Take all these guys back to the bureau. After hanging up the call, Lao Chui and other police officers quickly took Qin Jianghao back to the bureau. The remaining few police officers stayed inside the company, cleared all the remaining employees, and sealed off the company. In the interrogation room, facing these ironclad evidences, Qin Jianghao and his accomplices were all scared, as if their souls had been taken away. Next, what awaited them was the harshest Dragon Country criminal law, peanuts poured into their heads, and a prison without daylight. Huh? I didn't expect that besides those few, there are so many people who are so. Looking at the information in the file, Lao Chui couldn't help but feel a pity. Master, why are you so sad? Justice will never be late. Didn't we bring them all to justice? After listening to what Xiao Su said, Lao Chui took a puff of cigarette and said, Disciple, Justice delayed is no longer justice. It can only be the truth at most. And some people will never hear the so-called truth again. After Lao Chui finished speaking, he stopped talking and smoked the cigarette in his hand. Xiao Su, who was standing next to him, was confused, but he seemed to understand the meaning of what the master said. At this time, several middle-aged men in police uniforms came to Lao Chui. Lao Chui, you are amazing. You used your big move without saying anything. You actually solved the previous case. That's right. Those bastards wiped the evidence more cleanly but that had been wiped dozens of times. Lao Chui, how did you do it? The evidence in that document is too detailed. Tell us about it quickly. Seeing the few people, Xiao Su immediately got up and left Lao Chui's desk after greeting them. Haha. You guys stop flattering me. These evidences are not found by me, but a file that suddenly appeared in the computer. Lao Chui smiled helplessly and told the story of the file in the computer. What the hell? File? Lao Chui, what are you talking about? What file that suddenly appeared in the computer? After listening to what Lao Chui said, several people's faces were full of confusion. Why would I lie to you? The file is now in my computer. Huh? Why is it gone? Looking at the file disappearing on the computer screen, Lao Chui was completely confused. He hurriedly opened the backup and found that the file inside had also disappeared. No, this file was clearly in my computer just now. Lao Chui was completely confused. His eyes quickly scanned the computer, but he just couldn't see the file. The people next to him saw this scene and suddenly showed a strange look on their faces. Alas, Lao Chui, I originally thought that young people would be more pretentious. But I didn't expect you to be more pretentious than young people. Good guy. You have a lot of calculations, waiting for us to come and perform this scene. Right? Let's go. You are too bad. We won't play with you anymore. The few people said a few words and left directly, leaving Lao Chui in the wind. It shouldn't be like this. The file is clearly on my computer. How come it disappeared when I turned around? What's going on? Lao Chui was still confused. Mo ran. No. Boss Missouri. This. Is the information on it true? Is it true? Is it true? Malin held up his phone to Mo Ran, and his pretty face was full of shock and disbelief. At this moment, the phone screen was showing the information about Mo Ran that he had found on the internet. What do you think? Mo Ran glanced at him and said indifferently, This is too exaggerated. Seeing Mo Ran's reaction, Malin didn't know what to say. Boss Missouri, you just said you would help me solve the company's problems. What does that mean? Do you have evidence of Chen Jianghao? He Chung, who was driving in the main driver's seat, asked, since he heard Mo Ran tell him about this. His first reaction was to not believe it. But since his wife found Mo Ran's information on the internet, this idea began to disappear from his mind. Well, it should be about time. Time? Boss Missouri, what does this mean? Beep, beep, beep. Just when He Chong wanted to ask, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Malin took He Chong's phone out of his pocket, then answered the call and pressed the hands-free button. Hello. Is this Mr. He Chong? This is the situation. Mr. He Chong, do you have time to come to the bureau? We will deal with Mr. Chen Jianghao and your problem. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, the expressions on the faces of the two people were shocked beyond words, and they saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Hello? Mr. He Chong, are you listening? Seeing that He Chong did not respond for a long time, the operator on the other end of the phone asked in confusion. Yes. I am listening. I may need to come over later. Sorry. I am a little busy now. Okay. I understand. Then please come as soon as possible. Mr. He Chong. Beep. The phone was hung up, and the car was particularly quiet at this moment. Gulp. Gulp. Two barely audible swallowing sounds were heard, and the two people in the front were all sitting upright. He Chong looked at Mo Ran behind him through the rearview mirror from time to time, and his eyes had changed from shock at the beginning to horror. How did he do it? I didn't see him make a phone call at all. He was just playing with his phone since he got in the car. Did he just click on the phone a few times? This matter was so easily solved. This is too ridiculous. And this car, why was it started without a key? The more He Chong thought about it, the more frightened he felt. He couldn't understand how Mo Ran did it. looking at the two people who suddenly fell silent. Mo Ren felt very strange for a moment. Ah. What? Why are they silent? Shouldn't they be happy that such a good thing has been solved? These two people are really strange. Forget it. I'll continue to wave people's hands. I don't want to do it myself when I get there. Mo Ren quickly edited a message and clicked send. Chapter 3:14 10,000 deposit. Looking at the two people who suddenly fell silent. Mo Ren felt very strange for a moment. Ah. What? Why are they silent? Shouldn't they be happy after solving such a good thing? These two people are really strange. Forget it. I'll just continue to wave people's hands. I don't want to do it myself when I get there. Mo Ren quickly edited a message and clicked send. Moduan Underground Room. This is an area located underground in the suburbs. And its size is a bit similar to a small underground parking lot. Looking around on both sides, you can see a lot of rectangular areas made of plywood. These rectangular areas are rooms, including billiard rooms, computer rooms, and even rooms storing various comic books. However, these rooms are covered with dust and seem to have not been used for a long time. In the middle is a relatively large area, where some tables, chairs, TVs, fitness equipment, and other items are placed. There are even some beer, instant noodles, snacks and other foods. But the quantity is not large, and it seems that they have just been bought. At this moment, there are about 20 men sitting scattered on this field. Although they look ordinary, but through the exposed arms full of veins and muscles, it is enough to prove that many of these people have practiced. They were wearing all kinds of clothes, most of which were deliverymen's clothes. Everyone looked exhausted, as if they had just come from their respective jobs. These people were smoking or chatting, sitting in their seats, as if waiting for someone to come. I feel that it is really unnecessary for Big Brother to hold meetings every 3 days. After all, our era has passed. Don't say that. We have all followed Big Brother all the way here. How sad Big Brother would be if you said that. Alas. Of course I know. But we are all not young anymore. And we are no longer the gangsters of the past. The two people at the entrance of the passage sat on a bench, smoking cigarettes and chatting with each other. The two people's voices were not too loud, but they were still heard clearly by a man standing in the passage next to them. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, and his whole body was very burly. When he stood up, he was like a small mountain. At this moment, the man was leaning against the wall. His fierce-looking face was full of pain. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes at this time. He looked like a little girl crying bitterly. Brothers, I am really useless. I promised to lead everyone, to eat, to have a good time. But I ended up like this. I am so useless. The man held his face with both hands and kept twitching and crying. Then the sobbing became quieter and quieter. Then 2 pairs of rough hands rubbed his face fiercely twice. They are right. The passion and feelings that belonged to us at that time are gone. I can't let everyone continue this childish behavior. Let everything come to an end today. He sucked his nose hard a few times, and the crying face returned to a fierce look. After tidying up his messy clothes, the man raised his foot and turned to enter the underground area. Seeing the person coming, the people who were originally smoking and chatting instantly put out their cigarettes in their hands, and all stood up and shouted loudly. Hello, Brother Ming Tian. Looking at the brothers in front of him, Ming Tian actually felt like he was back in his youth. Huh? He took a deep breath and cleared the trance in his mind. Even if he was reluctant, their so-called group must be disbanded today. Being brothers with you is really the greatest luck in my life. It is a rare fate that we can meet in the vast sea of people. I cherish this feeling very much. And I feel deeply that Listening to what Meng Tian said, everyone present immediately reacted. Big Brother. A man next to him was about to speak, but was stopped by Meng Tian, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth were forced to pause. From now on, I declare that our macho gang. Dingling. Just as Meng Tian was about to announce the next news, a loud text message alert sound suddenly rang out from his pocket. The sudden text message alert sound made Meng Tian stunned, and then his brows could not help but frown slightly. There was no other reason, mainly because the alert sound was too loud. Even if the phone volume was turned up to the maximum, it was not so loud. Meng Tian immediately stopped talking and took the phone out of his pocket. As soon as the phone was unlocked, a cold mechanical sound came out from the phone. The volume was very loud, and it was accurately transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Meng Tian, take all your people and follow the map to this location to help me deal with these ignorant hooligans. This cold mechanical voice stunned everyone present, and Meng Tian's brows furrowed deeply. Ding. Another message alert sounded, and Meng Tian's mobile phone received a location message. My phone is, what happened? Is this someone's prank? Just as Meng Tian was about to turn off his phone and was about to take it to someone for inspection, a loud alert sound rang from his phone. Your bank card has arrived. 10 million yuan in total. This is a deposit. I will give you more money after solving this matter. Remember, time waits for no one. You'd better leave now. As the cold mechanical sound disappeared, Meng Tian was stunned on the spot. And so were the people present. Everyone's expression was extremely dull. Meng Tian didn't hold the phone firmly in his hand, and it slipped out of his palm. A person standing next to him reacted immediately and grabbed the falling phone with quick eyes and hands. The phone screen was turned on at this moment, and the man saw the string of incoming information very clearly. Go! Oh my god! Oh my god! 10 million is really 10 million. The man's hands holding the phone were shaking constantly, and the shock on his face could no longer be described in words. Meng Tian reacted with a start, quickly snatched the phone from the man's hand, and checked it carefully. 10 million. It's really 10 million. I actually received 10 million in my card. After confirming that his bank card really received 10 million, Meng Tian shouted excitedly, Brothers, get your weapons. Get on the chariot. Let's make a lot of money with me. Meng Tian roared, and the shocked people reacted instantly. Oh my god! What did I hear just now? Brother Meng got 10 million. Don't stand there sweetly. Hurry up and get your weapons. Didn't you hear that voice? Let's go to fight. Hurry up and drive the car out. Everyone go. Let's go make a lot of money with Brother Meng sweetly. Everyone on the scene moved like crazy. They were excited, like a group of passionate young people who had just entered society. Soon, 2 modified vans drove out. The vans were covered with various fiery red flame pictures and various skull patterns, which looked very cool. Come and get your stuff. Don't forget your old friends sweetly. The 2 of them brought a large wooden box and put it on the ground, which contained various sticks and knives covered with spider webs and dust. Chapter 3:15 Suburbs. Come and get your weapons. Don't forget your old friends. The 2 of them brought a large wooden box and put it on the ground. Inside were various sticks and knives covered with spider webs and dust. The people around immediately swarmed up and immediately pulled out their old weapons from the box. Stop it sweetly. What are you guys doing? Meng Tian almost jumped up when he saw this scene. What kind of society is it now? If you dare to take these things out to fight, you will 100% get small handcuffs and small iron bars. Big brother. Aren't we going to fight? We have to take out our weapons. Yeah. Big brother. How can you fight without a weapon? Everyone was puzzled, and Meng Tian was speechless and slapped his forehead. My brothers. Now we live in a harmonious legal society. You guys took this thing out and were handcuffed before you even left the house. Hurry up and tear off all the stickers on the car. If the traffic police see you, you will definitely be arrested. Don't use these guys. Let's use water sticks. Meng Tian gave an order, and the younger brothers present immediately reacted. Understood. Brother Meng is still smart. He is really powerful. The younger brothers complimented him, and soon took action. Everyone was busy, and everyone unknowingly returned to the atmosphere of youth and passion. Not long after, 2 vans full of people drove out of the underground passage. Woohoo! Let's fight. Ha ha ha. Let's fight. I didn't expect that I'm almost 30 years old, and I can still be crazy like a young man today. Everyone in the car was excited, and there was no longer the decadent look of the past due to life setbacks. Gotsi, what did you want to tell me just now? Meng Tian sat in the back seat and asked the person next to him, who was the younger brother who just grabbed the phone for him. The younger brother named Gotsi scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Meng, we all live in the same city, and we are not going to die. What you said just now sounds weird. I feel a little embarrassed to say it to the brothers. It's like a little girl. After Gotsi finished speaking, the originally noisy car suddenly became quiet. Meng Tian's whole face began to turn red, and then gradually turned black. Pa! Meng Tian directly hit Gotzi's head with his head, and the other party immediately covered his head in pain. What did I say? Did you hear what I said just now? Meng Tian looked around, with a faint smile on his ferocious face. No. No. Brother Meng didn't say anything just now. That's right. Gotzi. You are such a chatterbox. You always say nonsense. Everyone in the car immediately agreed, leaving Gotzi holding his head and crying sadly. Only Gotzi was hurt in the world. This suburb is much more deserted than the city center. I guess that's where my villa is. Mo Ren looked out the window. In the distance, there was a mountain peak that bulged upwards, and a circle of winding mountain roads could be seen leading up to it along the mountainside. Retracting his gaze from the window, there was a warehouse surrounded by iron fences not far ahead. The surrounding iron fences were rusty, covered with various dark yellow rust. Inside the iron fence was a rectangular container, which seemed to have been transformed into a living place, with windows and door openings visible on it. The S-Royce began to slow down slowly, and then stopped in the open space in front of the iron fence. The noise attracted the people inside the container, and one of them immediately opened the window and stuck his head out, but immediately shrank back after seeing the S-Royce outside. Brother, there is a S-Royce outside, and it seems to be Qin Jianghao's kid from the license plate. The few people who were playing cards in the room paused, and the bald strong man in the lead immediately stood up from the chair. Sweet. This fucking thing is finally here. If it weren't for the fact that I can get money without doing anything here. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to come to this broken place. The bald man groaned and began to put on the coat draped over the chair. Brother, I heard from others that the guy seems to be dying, and he has owed us money for 2 months. Yes, brother. Hurry up and find him to get all the money back. We can just quit. The people next to him also echoed and began to put on his coat. I know. Getting the money is the right thing to do. This guy has done so many bad things. It's only a matter of time before he dies. Hurry up and get the money and we'll leave. The 5 people in the container put on their clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Brother. The person who came doesn't seem to be Qin Jianghao. Isn't that the so-called brother who was cheated by Qin Jianghao? Oh my god. Look at that white-haired guy. He looks so young. Is he a tomboy? Oh my god. He's pretty good looking. The 5 people came outside and found 2 people getting off the S-Royce. He Chong in the main driver's seat and Mo Ren in the back. The conversation of several people fell into his ears clearly, and Mo Ren couldn't help but frown. SHHHHH. Hey girl. What are you doing in this broken place? Come on. Smile for me. Several people came to the edge of the iron railing, and the bald strongman looked at Mo Ren like a wolf. I give you 3 seconds. Get out of this place, or I will have someone carry you out. Mo Ren folded his arms across his chest, looking at the 5 people with cold eyes, and his voice was even more emotionless. The 5 people on the opposite side were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother, guess what I heard? This girl asked us to get out. I am dying of laughter. Where does this courage come from? It seems that she wants us to love you well. Click. Click. The gate on the iron railing was opened, and the 5 people walked towards the 2 people while laughing. What are you doing? Stand over there, and don't come over again. Stop right now. He Chong was shocked when he saw this scene, and immediately blocked in front of Mo Ren. Although he didn't know why this awesome young master went out without a bodyguard. But looking at the current situation, if Mo Ren was hurt, even if it had nothing to do with him, with the strength of his family, they would kill a large number of people at once, regardless of whether you were innocent or not. He didn't want to suffer a greater disaster because of this. Ding ding ding. 2 loud car horns sounded, and then 2 vans rushed out from the corner. Zila. The 2 cars stepped on the brakes at the same time, and a perfect drift stopped in front of He Chong and Mo Ren, directly blocking the 5 strong men who were walking over. Chapter 316. The fight begins. Ding ding ding. 2 loud car horns sounded, and then 2 vans rushed out from the corner. Zila. The 2 cars stepped on the brakes at the same time, and a perfect drift stopped in front of He Chong and Mo Ren, directly blocking the 5 strong men who were walking outside. Well, not too much or too little time. Just right. Looking at the 2 vans parked in front, Mo Ren spoke lightly, as if he had expected it. Mo. Mr. Mo. Did you call all these people? He Chong turned his head in shock, and the only response he got was Mo Ren's expression of guess what. Wow wow. All the doors of the 2 vans were opened, and more than 20 people got out of them. The leader was a sturdy man in a down jacket, whose burly figure made the whole down jacket swell up. Meng Tian took 2 steps at a time and passed Yi Chong, and quickly came to Mo Ran, with a bright smile on his face. Ha ha ha. I guess it was you who asked us to come here. What do you want? Mo Ran raised his eyebrows, and was quite interested in Meng Tian's reaction. You have an interesting vision. You knew it was me at once. Of course. Your temperament is so outstanding. It's not comparable to the boy in front. I recognized you at a glance. After Meng Tian finished speaking, Yi Chong, who was standing in front of him, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yi Chong, thank you. I am offended. Don't call me sir. My last name is Mo. As for what to call you, you decide. I only have one request now. That is, please ask the 5 people in the iron fence to leave here. Mo Ran's eyes fell on the 5 people in front, with an inexplicably sarcastic smile on his lips. Understood, Master Mo. I will immediately invite them out with my brothers. Meng Tian turned around and started walking towards the door, and his originally smiling face instantly changed to a ferocious look. The younger brothers around followed one after another, each holding a long towel in their hands. These towels were all special towels for car washing, and they were very long. The towels were rolled into long strips and fixed with ropes to prevent them from falling apart. At this moment, all the towels were wet with water, and water drops were dripping from them. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Get out of my way now. And don't come over here again. Seeing the more than 20 people approaching, the 5 people behind the iron bars panicked instantly. You want to fight, sweetly? Right. You 2 go and close the door. And the rest of you come with me to grab weapons. The bald man roared, and rushed to the pile of waste next to him with the 2 men. The 2 people who stayed in place also came to their senses immediately, rushed to the iron gate, and started to push it up with all their strength. Kajika. Bang. The iron door was not closed much before it was grabbed by Meng Tian's brothers. The rest of the people rushed in, waving the towels in their hands, and hitting the 2 people fiercely. Pa! 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 Oh my god! It hurts! I'm leaning on my back. How can you hit someone with a towel? The towel is very soft, but the towel soaked in water is different. Now the wet towels in everyone's hands are like batons, hitting the 2 people fiercely one after another. One person's face was hit hard by the towel, and the hit part instantly turned red, which shows how strong the whipping force was. But the next second, the man covered his face with his hands and screamed, "Ah! What so cruel? A sweet towel soaked in beer. Is this what a human being does? Ah, my eyes!" The 2 were beaten and fled in panic, their whole bodies curled up on the ground, with their hands tightly protecting their heads. The younger brothers who saw this scene stopped, and several of them stepped forward and pressed the 2 to the ground. Hey! 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 Who soaked the towel with beer? Can he still be a human being? Damn! Look at how this guy is so spicy. Looking at the guy who fell to the ground, closed his eyes tightly, and screamed in pain. Meng Tiandu felt a little bit sorry. Haha. Brother Meng it's me. The main reason is that I didn't bring enough water, and it was all used up when it was my turn. I just happened to find an unopened bottle of beer in the armrest box of the car. I thought it was all liquid and could soak the towel, so I didn't think too much and just used it directly. The person who spoke was a younger brother. At this moment, he was holding a towel that smelled of beer in his hand, and he stood there with an embarrassed look on his face. Seeing this, Meng Tian didn't know what to say. He held his head with one hand and was full of helplessness. I'm talking to you, Go and replace the 2 brothers who are suppressing others. You go to the back to suppress others. Don't go to the front to fight, or you will accidentally hurt the brothers. Meng Tian waved his hands helplessly, and the younger brother immediately grabbed the towel and went to replace the one who was pressed down. Tian, come on. Come on if you have the guts. I'll beat you to death with a stick. Looking at the 2 younger brothers who were pressed to the ground and screaming, the bald strongman was furious. The 3 bald strongmen each held a steel pipe about 2 meters long in their hands, and at this moment, they were pointing at everyone with a fierce look on their faces. The people present did not retreat but advanced, and began to approach the 3 bald strongmen little by little from the encirclement. Tian, don't come over. Otherwise the stick in my hand will not have eyes. Do you hear me? Tian Mei. You damn guys. Get out of here. As long as you leave here, we will forgive what happened today. Get out. Get out quickly, or we'll really start fighting. The crowd ignored the three people's roars, but continued to narrow the encirclement bit by bit. When they were close enough, everyone bent down and grabbed a handful of sand from the ground. Wait, wait! What are you guys going to do? The bald man who saw this scene secretly said in his heart that it was not good. But before he could make any move, everyone present threw the sand in their hands at the three people fiercely. Fuck you. Poo poo poo. Fuck. Poo. Ah. Poo poo poo. Damn you. Is Tian Mei a human being? Poo poo poo. The first wave of sand attack made the three people suffer terribly. A lot of sand entered their eyes and mouths. They were so uncomfortable that they kept vomiting. Then the surrounding brothers rushed up quickly. The towel in his hand was swung and directly wrapped around the steel pipes held by the three people. Then he pulled hard and pulled the steel pipes off their hands. Then the brothers behind him quickly took over, and the towels in his hands kept whipping the three people like a storm. One after another, countless towels formed one after another after image. Pa pa pa. The whole venue was suddenly filled with a slapping sound, mixed with the voices of the three people begging. Chapter 317 him 90% new. Not bad. One after another, countless towels formed one after another after image. Pa pa pa. The whole venue was instantly filled with pa pa sounds, mixed with the voices of the three people begging. Ah, this scene is really... He Chong looked at the fantastic scene in front of him, and he didn't know what to think. It's really quite good. Malin next to him agreed at the right time. It's so exciting and lively outside. So you have to come out and watch. This scene is really beautiful. A group of middle-aged people in their 30s holding towels, madly whipping 5 people. Mo Ren didn't want to watch anymore. After all, it would be a waste of time. He walked towards the inside of the iron fence, and He Chong Malin next to him followed closely after seeing it. Meng Tian. That's enough. Get them all out. I don't have time to waste on them anymore. Mo Shao understands. Everyone stop! Meng Tian roared, and everyone present stopped waving towels in their hands. At this moment, the 3 people on the ground had been beaten black and blue, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as pig heads. You are their leader, right? Listen to me sweetly. Now get out as far as you can. Do you hear me? Meng Tian grabbed the collar of the bald strong man and spoke harshly to him face to face. Yes. 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 Get out. We'll get out right away. Right away. The bald man and his 4 younger brothers fled, and their figures quickly disappeared around the corner. It was so cool after this fight. I'm over 30 years old and can still experience the passion of youth. My hands are almost sore from the work. It's even faster than my glue application speed. Everyone was chattering, discussing and reminiscing about the fight just now. Mo Ren came to the door of the warehouse. The pull ring on the door was tied with a circle of iron chains. The surface of the iron chain was rusty, and it seemed that it had been hanging here for some time. Meng Tian, open this door for me. Mo Ren looked at the door lock in front of him and said to Meng Tian beside him. No problem. Please wait a moment. Mr. Mo? Hey! Come on. Some people. Open this broken iron door. Meng Tian roared. And several people came here with several steel pipes. Insert the steel pipe into the chain. And then 2 people grabbed one end and started to turn it vigorously. Crack. Bang. The iron chain was twisted and tightened, and the force began to gradually act on the handle on the warehouse door. The severely rusted handle had long lost its initial hardness, and began to be gradually twisted, and finally broke directly. Squeak. The rusty warehouse door was pulled open, and the rusty pulley rubbed against the ground and made a sharp sound. Light entered through the door, dispelling most of the darkness in the warehouse. There were rows of huge shelves in the warehouse, filled with wrapped servers. The surface was covered with thick dust, and many spider webs could be seen entangled on the shelves. These servers were temporarily dragged and placed in this warehouse because something happened to the company's deliverymen, and they have not been moved since then. Mr. Mo, are you sure you want to accept all of them? After all, these servers have been stored for so long. After He Chong finished speaking, he looked at Mo Ren cautiously. I will definitely accept them. These servers are well sealed, and the situation inside is probably not as bad as you think. Mo Ren waved his hand, and Meng Tian beside him understood what he meant. He immediately called a few younger brothers to come in and drag a server out of the shelf. He used the towel in his hand to pat off the dust on the surface, and a lot of dust floated into the air under the padding. As the multiple protective films wrapped outside were torn off, a brand new server appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Hee-chong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And the stone in his heart was finally put down at this moment. Mo-ren came to the server, put his right hand on it, and began to stroke it. Report to the driver. After scanning, the performance integrity of this server has reached 91%. The cold mechanical voice of Shu sounded in his ears, and the last trace of uncertainty in Mo-ren's heart finally disappeared completely at this moment. 90% new. Not bad. Mo-ren found this warehouse in the suburbs through all the information about Hee-chong from birth to now. Then through the surrounding surveillance time search, it was determined that this warehouse had never been opened since it was closed. So I wanted to try my luck here, but I didn't expect to win. Continue to open a few servers. The effects inside are very good. Very new. These servers are good. My transaction with Mr. Hee-chong is officially confirmed. Mo-ren smiled and looked at Hee-chong. And then his fingers clicked a few times on the phone. Ding. Longhua Bank notifies you that 2 billion yuan has been deposited into your bank card. The text message alert sounded from Hee-chong's mobile phone, which made everyone present stunned. Mamamo. Mr. Mo, this money is not a bit wrong. Looking at the text message on the mobile phone, Hee-chong was shaking all over, and looked at Mo-ren staggeringly. Yes. Mr. Mo, did you press a few more zeros because of your shaking hands? Malin next to him was also shocked, and his voice was trembling. There's nothing wrong. Trading is trading. I want all the servers in your warehouse. It's your turn next. Before that, I need you to stay here for a while, and keep an eye on the servers in this warehouse for me. Mo-ren looked at Ming Tian, who was also stunned, and then clicked a few times on his phone. Longhua Bank reminds you that 500 million yuan has been credited to your bank card. Remember, you must keep an eye on the servers in this warehouse for me. Someone will be sent here to move them in a few days. Mo-ren patted Ming Tian's sturdy body, then raised his foot and started walking outside. Hee-chong Malin, who was next to him, reacted immediately and quickly caught up with him and followed Mo-ren. Ming, brother Ming, this money. A younger brother next to him poked Ming Tian, and he was immediately out of shock. Understood. Mr. Mo, we will definitely keep an eye on this warehouse for you, and not even a fly will be allowed to fly in. Ming Tian immediately tensed up, and his voice came out like thunder. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Mo-ren just waved his hand casually, then got on the S-Royce and started to return to the city center. Chapter 318 Large-Scale Acquisition. Understood. Mr. Mo, we will definitely take good care of this warehouse for you, and not even a fly will be allowed to fly in. Ming Tian immediately tensed up, and his voice came out like thunder. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Mo-ren just waved his hand casually, then got on the S-Royce and started to return to the city center. Well, that's enough. You can handle the rest of your business, and the deal between us is over. The S-Royce slowly stopped on the side of the road. Then the door opened, and Mo-ren stood up and started to walk out. Mr. Mo, are you sure you want to take it here? Hee-chong looked back and found that Mo-ren had already walked out of the car. Bang. The car door closed and Mo-ren's figure began to fade away. Just left like that? Hee-chong couldn't help scratching his head in confusion. But he was also relieved. 2 billion. Husband. We have 2 billion again now. Malin kept looking through the information on Hee-chong's phone, and the whole person was extremely excited and couldn't believe it. Hee-chong came back to his senses and touched Malin's head with a loving face. With these 2 billion, I have the capital to make a comeback. Give me a few years, and I will definitely let you and our daughter live a better life. Husband. Wife. Bam. Bomb. The two kissed each other passionately, and reluctantly let go for a long time. Wife. I'll take you home first. I'm worried about Wanyan being alone at home. I'll go to the bureau first and settle the matter between Xinjianghao and me. Okay. It's not too early. I can still go to a few more stores in the remaining time. And I can also go to the electronic city by the way. Looking at the various virtual screens displayed in front of him, Mo-ren calculated the next journey while taking a taxi. In the following time, Mo Ran kept shuttling between various server companies, buying warehouse after warehouse of servers. Such a big purchase naturally attracted a lot of attention. The bosses of all server companies in Shanghai are connected to each other, and Mo Ran's huge purchase is unprecedented. After chatting with each other, they soon knew the news. WeChat group chat. Mr. Zhang, everyone. You will never imagine what I encountered today. This is too unbelievable. A young man directly bought the servers of my 3 warehouses. Mr. Mu, today. A young man named Mo Ran came. Who is this kid? He took the servers of 2 warehouses without hesitation. Mr. Liang, your servers were also cleared out? No way. Were they all bought by a young man named Mo Ran? Mr. Yu. Mr. Wu, this guy was the first to buy my server. His strength is so terrifying. I won't say more. You will know it when you see it yourself. Mr. Wu, Mo Ran's personal information. All the bosses, my chow. When did such a powerful person appear in Longhua? I have never heard of this guy before. Where did he come from? Looking at the shocking comments on the phone. Mr. Wu, who sent the message, was looking as if it was true. Mr. Wu, looking at the information above. Mo Ran seems to come from a very secluded family. His sudden appearance must be because this young master wants to achieve something. Mr. Zhang, we exchanged contact information with him, which should improve our relationship. Mr. Mu, it seems that he needs a large number of servers. What exactly does this young master Mo Ran want to do? There are all kinds of messages in the chat group. And the topic is about Mo Ran. It's just buying some servers. Why are you talking about it in the group chat? Turning off the chat message on the screen in front of him, Mo Ran turned his eyes back to the front. Mr. Mo, we still have about half of the warehouse's servers. And that location is going to be taken back for some reason. Since you want to take care of it all, I will definitely give you a good discount. The middle-aged man in a suit sitting in the driver's seat was controlling the car while smiling at Mo Ran. The car drove along the street and soon arrived at a warehouse in the old city. Creaky. As the middle-aged man in the suit pressed the remote control, the door of the warehouse in front of him began to rise and open slowly. This warehouse is not too big, but there are still nearly 100 servers stored in it. Mo Ran disassembled a server for inspection and found that its quality reached 97%. After looking at several servers, Mo Ran paid directly. Ha ha ha. Mr. Mo is generous. Come. The key to this warehouse will be given to you directly. Anyway, it will be replaced in the end. The servers inside can be moved out within a week. Mo Ran took the warehouse door remote control handed over by the other party, and then declined the other party's proposal to return together. Then I'll go first. Mr. Mo, I will immediately arrange for people to deliver the things you bought. Looking at the car that was gradually moving away, Mo Ran took out the remote control and pressed the down button of the warehouse door. After the door was completely closed, Mo Ran focused his eyes on the surveillance in the corner of the warehouse. Report to the driver. The surveillance shielding has been completed. The transfer video has been generated, and it will be automatically played after 3 days. The cold mechanical voice of Shu Shu sounded in Mo Ran's ears. Well, then I can start with confidence. Mo Ran stretched out his left hand and waved forward, and the servers that filled half of the warehouse disappeared instantly, all stored in the space bracelet. Creaky. Looking at the warehouse door gradually closing behind him, Mo Ran's right hand holding the remote control suddenly tightened, and then walked to a trash can next to him. He opened his hand again, and the remote control that was crushed into pieces fell into the trash can. It's getting late. Let's leave it like this for today. It's time to go back. And I also need to prepare some things. Mo Ran took out his mobile phone to book an online taxi, and at the same time dialed the number of the villa that had called before. The other party quickly answered and responded, and sent staff to the villa. Cut off the call in the headset, and the online car-hailing car just came to Mo Ran at this time. The vehicle drove all the way, and soon arrived at the winding mountain road leading to the villa. Hey, brother, you didn't buy the villa on the top of the mountain? Looking at the road leading to the top of the mountain, the driver in the main car suddenly spoke. Yes. Is there any problem? Mo Ran asked. It just feels strange. Aren't there some villas in the city center? Why are you willing to buy in such a remote place? The place above was originally bought by a big shot, and he was going to build a manor there. But something happened and he ran abroad. That place was auctioned off. The price was originally high, and it was very remote, so no one has bought it for so long. Mo Ran naturally knew what the driver said. But he still responded with a few symbolic words. I prefer quietness. So this remote place is just right for me. The driver did not ask too many questions after saying this. And the car soon fell into silence. The vehicle continued to go up along the winding mountain road. No car could be seen on the road. After all, no one would be willing to come to this place. Not long after, a large black carved iron gate appeared on the road in front of him, with outer walls built of marble on both sides. The gate was completely open at this moment, as if someone had arrived here a long time ago. Chapter 319, Mountaintop Villa. The vehicle continued to go up along the winding mountain road. No car could be seen on the road. After all, no one would be willing to come to this place. Not long after, a large black carved iron gate appeared on the road in front of it, with outer walls built of marble on both sides. The gate was completely open at this moment, and it seemed that someone had arrived here a long time ago. The vehicle drove into the gate, and a piece of freshly mowed grass came into view. The road below began to change after entering the gate, from the original black asphalt road to white polygonal marble. The surface of the marble has been specially treated, and no stains will remain on it. The edges are also colored, making each piece of marble become independent and three-dimensional. The marble pavement under your feet extends all the way to the front door of the villa, forming a flat open space there. The exterior design of this villa is exquisite, and the overall style is elegant and atmospheric. The walls are made of natural stone, and each stone has been carefully selected and polished, presenting a natural and stable texture. The wall is covered with green vines, which are tightly wrapped around the wall. It seems that they have just been trimmed, and the surface of all the vines is extremely flat. The surroundings of the villa are full of flowers that have just been planted. Each flower is so full and attractive, blooming with its own beauty. Huge glass floor-to-ceiling windows can be seen everywhere, each of which is so meticulously carved and perfectly shaped. The main entrance of the villa is a huge wooden door with beautiful patterns carved on it. Every stroke is full of artistic charm, and the whole door is like a perfect work of art. A car is parked in the open space in front of the villa. Two men in suits are standing next to the car. They each hold a briefcase in their hands and are watching the approaching car. After paying the driver, Mo Ren opened the door and walked down. As soon as he got off, two men standing next to the car immediately came up to greet him. Hello, Mr. Mo. I'm glad to see you. Just call me Xiao Zhang. The one next to me is Xiao Li. Hello, Mr. Mo. Just call me Xiao Li. The two sides shook hands and exchanged some words, then went straight to the point and started signing the purchase contract. Mo Ren had already paid the full amount of the villa online, and the only thing left was to sign the purchase contract. After filling out the purchase contract, Xiao Zhang carefully put the contract on the hood into his briefcase. Thank you for your time, Mr. Mo. We have cleaned and repaired the villa, and also given you some basic equipment such as beds, kitchen utensils, and bathroom items. Water, electricity, natural gas, and internet communications are also fully opened. You can move in now. Xiao Li told Mo Ren everything that had been arranged before he came, and Mo Ren was very satisfied. Well, not bad. Not bad. I am very satisfied with your service. It is really thoughtful. To be praised by you, Mr. Mo, is a recognition of our work. It is getting late today, so we will not disturb you. The two got in the car they came in, and after saying goodbye to Mo Ren, they drove straight out of the outer gate. As the car drove out, the huge iron door began to close automatically. The first villa in my life. I didn't expect that the wish of my previous life would come true in this world. I came to the entrance of the gate along several stairs. After sensing Mo Ren approaching, the huge wooden door in front of me began to open inward automatically, and all the lights inside the villa were lit. In an instant, the lights were bright. From the outside, the whole villa looked like a dazzling pearl. Not long after I sat on the sofa in the hall, I heard the sound of a car horn at the gate. It seems that the accessories and things I bought in the electrical city have arrived. The speed is quite fast. Mo Ren got up and left the villa, and saw the big truck parked outside the gate at a glance. The outer iron gate slowly opened, and the big truck outside the gate accelerated in, and then stopped on the lawn on one side under Mo Ren's command. A dozen strongmen got out of the car. After checking the information with Mo Ren, the driver in charge began to command these strong men to move things. There weren't too many things bought in the truck. Just some computer accessories, a set of air conditioning system for large factories, 6 120-inch TVs, cables and wires of different specifications, various large and small processors, etc. All these items were moved into the rooms in the villa. All the rooms on the first floor were empty, and the space inside was large enough to accommodate these things. Although these people didn't know why Moran stuffed so many things into the house. Moving was their principle, and there was no need to ask anything. It was past 5 in the afternoon, as the last few bundles of large data cables were moved into the villa. All the items transported by the entire truck were emptied. Everyone has worked hard. Come and have some water. This is my reward for your hard work. You will need to carry the following supplies. Moran handed everyone a bottle of mineral water and a tip of 10,000 yuan. Boss, can we really accept this 10,000 yuan? It's too much. Boss, this money is... Moran's generous offer stunned all the strong men who were carrying the supplies. They didn't dare to take the 10,000 yuan at all. They just took it after Moran's persuasion. Thank you. Boss. Boss is generous. Please rest assured about the remaining supplies. Our speed will definitely not delay your time. Everyone waved goodbye to Moran. And then the truck restarted. And the figure quickly disappeared in front of Moran. I don't know how much time is left. This beautiful and prosperous scene will probably disappear soon. I will start to implement my plan. And maybe I can find some clues in advance. Moran turned back to the villa. And the door behind him began to slowly close. Chapter 320, Setting Up a Station. I don't know how much time is left. This beautiful and prosperous scene will soon disappear. I will start to implement my plan. Maybe I can find some clues in advance. Moran turned back to the villa. And the door behind him began to close slowly. Walking a distance into the villa, Moran came to a staircase leading down at the back. The design of this staircase is ingenious. The width and height of the steps are just right, which can not only ensure the comfort of walking, but also show the luxury and elegance of the villa. Going down the stairs, the lights on the surrounding walls are lit one by one, and the bright lights instantly dispel the surrounding darkness. At the end of the stairs, a heavy explosion-proof door appeared in front of Moran. The door looked extremely solid and was made of special steel. As Moran approached, the door in front of him began to open automatically, making a low and slight sound. The door opened, and a huge villa basement appeared in front of Moran. The basement is 35 meters long, 5 meters high, and has an area of more than 300 square meters. The interior is equipped with a powerful ventilation and filtration system, an independent power system, and a separate water reserve. If it is slightly modified, this basement will become a very good defense point. Well, although the space here is not as big as the interior of the rat, it is enough to make a temporary small base station. And the location here is not far from the signal tower, and it can easily connect to the fiber optic cable buried deep underground. Wired connection is always more stable and efficient than wireless connection. By then, the entire Blue Star will be under my surveillance. Ha ha, hiccup. No. What am I laughing at? Why do I feel like a villain now? Moran was suddenly embarrassed by his own laughter, and had the illusion that he was a villain. With a wave of his left hand, hundreds of servers appeared instantly, directly filling up nearly 4/5 of the area in the basement. In order to save space, Moran dismantled the server cabinet outside. Otherwise, there would not be enough space for so many servers. With a wave of his left hand, 20 large four-winged drones appeared on the ground. These drones have been modified and equipped with 4 folding mechanical arms at the bottom, which can handle some not too complicated things. They are a very good helper. Shoo shoo. The next time is up to you. Understood? Captain. Shoo shoo's cold mechanical voice sounded in Moran's ears. And the silver-white bracelet worn on his right hand instantly split into 8 pieces and fell to the ground. Then these 8 pieces began to deform, forming mechanical hamsters the size of house cats. Shoo shoo must become a little hamster. It looks so cute. Moran leaned over and touched a mechanical hamster, and the other party gave a very humane response. Then the 8 mechanical hamsters began to move. Their backs opened, and several black and blue mechanical tentacles stretched out from them, and began to process the piles of servers. The drones on the ground also started to start. One after another flew into the air, stretched out their mechanical arms to start carrying the necessary materials and assisting the mechanical hamsters in their work. One of the mechanical hamsters jumped around. 2 pairs of blue mechanical eyes kept flashing up and down, and then froze on a wall somewhere. And the body jumped a few times to come here. Then the head began to deform. and a black muzzle appeared instantly. Shwa 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 shwa. The red kinetic projectile shot out instantly, directly digging out a perfect circular hole on the wall. The mechanical hamster jumped into the hole, and the steel claws in front of it instantly turned into scarlet energy claws. The energy claws began to wave continuously, constantly crushing the reinforced concrete in front of it, and the muzzle of the head continued to shoot kinetic projectiles, assisting the mechanical hamster to move forward. A drone handbag was located at the entrance of the hole, and all the steel and concrete fragments that were crushed and shoveled out fell into the bag. Looking at the mechanical hamsters waving their tentacles and busying around in front of me. It's quite strange. Okay, well, the appearance is no longer cute now. Moran turned and left the basement, leaving the rest to Shoo Shoo. He went up the stairs to the second floor of the villa and chose a larger room among the many rooms as an observation room. Well, this room is the largest in the whole villa, and those 120-inch TVs will be placed here. After making the decision, Moran turned and went downstairs, and found the 6 120-inch TVs in a room below. All the TVs were wrapped in boxes, each of which was brand new and unopened. Moran found a rope to tie them all together. Then he lifted them up with one hand and held them on his back, and with the other hand he picked up a tool bag and brought these items to the room on the second floor. He unpacked all the TVs and then took out the fixed rack. Holding the fixed rack for TVs, Moran used a colored pen to draw the points on a wall where holes would be drilled. After the points were determined, he installed batteries in the electric drill and then started drilling according to the points. Dong 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 dong. After a long time, 6 areas with holes completed appeared on the wall. Then he took out the expansion screws and fixed the shelf firmly on the wall. It didn't take Moran long, and all the TV shelves were firmly fixed on the wall. Okay, it's done. The next step is to hang the TV up. Plug in the required plugs behind the TV, and then fix them to the shelf one by one. Soon, the wall was filled with 6 120-inch TVs, and various specifications of connectors and wires fell from the back to the ground. The display screens for observation are all installed, and the rest of the line connections are left to Shoo Shoo. It's getting late now. It's time to prepare dinner tonight. Moran looked out the French window. The golden afterglow of the sunset was slowly dissipating in the sky. At this moment, the world seemed to be coated with a layer of light golden halo, which looked very beautiful. Well, forget it. Let's just order food directly. Don't cook it yourself. Order more dishes and put them all in the space bracelet. Anyway, the space in the bracelet cannot flow, and there is no need to worry about the damage of the dishes. Thinking of this, Moran quickly fiddled with the virtual screen in front of him, and soon ordered nearly 1,000 dishes in a large restaurant in the city center. After doing all this, Moran turned off the virtual screen in front of him and leaned on the sofa with full relaxation. Through the huge glass window in front of him, he could clearly see the gradually disappearing afterglow in the distance. The afterglow of the sun began to turn from golden to deep red, and Moran's thoughts also sank into the depths of memory unconsciously. Chapter 321 Headache. After doing all this, Moran turned off the virtual screen in front of him and relaxed on the sofa. Through the huge glass window in front of him, he could clearly see the gradually disappearing afterglow in the distance. The afterglow of the sun began to turn from golden to deep red, and Moran's thoughts also sank into the depths of his memory unconsciously. Ha ha ha. How about the cold man? How about this gift we prepared for you? Playing with this disgusting stray dog in the community every day. You are not afraid of contracting disgusting rabies. We are mercifully helping you. You must thank us well. Ha ha ha. The laughter and cries around him kept drilling into his brain through his eardrums. Moran slowly lowered his head to look at the ground. A stray dog was lying motionless on the ground. The light golden hair was stained with bright red blood, and the ground around was stained with some blood, which could be seen everywhere like sesame seeds. Moran just watched quietly, and there was no expression on his face like dead water. Why didn't Ah Huang move? Is the red blood? Did Ah Huang get beaten to death by them? Then should I beat them to death? Ah Huang is dead. Moran felt an unknown emotion surge in his heart, which was very strange. It made him very strange. Hey, aloof guy. We're asking you questions. Why are you standing there motionless? Are you ignoring us? The voice behind him suddenly became louder, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching. Moran slowly turned his head and stared at the group of children with cold eyes. under the influence of the unknown emotion in his heart. He didn't even notice that his eyes had changed. The leading teenager was about to speak when he saw Imoran turning his head and looking at him. With just one glance, he felt that his heart was being tugged hard, and an emotion called fear kept bursting out in his heart. At this moment, Imoran's eyes, like dead water, revealed an aura that made him extremely scared. Then Imoran started to walk towards the group little by little. Wow, wow, wow. Ah! What are you doing? Woo, wow, wow. Ghost. Ghost. Looking at the crying children running away, Imoran stopped and then set his sights on Ah Huang. Dead? Imoran turned and left, walking towards his own apartment building. The sun had already disappeared on the horizon, leaving only the golden afterglow illuminating the world. Imoran lay down beside the window and looked down, only to see a cleaning lady coming to Ah Huang and sweeping him into the trash can like garbage. Imoran stared at the horizon in a daze until the last ray of sunset completely disappeared. Son, come out for dinner. Hearing the shouts from outside the room, Imoran stood up and began to walk out of the room. Did the students understand? Are there a few who didn't understand? Then the teacher will explain it again. The solution to this problem is, first do this, then this, and then this. Do you understand? All around were the teacher's teaching voice, and the students flipping books and answering voices. Imoran's eyes unconsciously looked out the window, looking at the afterglow that was about to dissipate in the distance, which made him feel uncomfortable. A figure suddenly entered from behind the door, and the head teacher came to Imoran quickly. Imoran, collect your things and follow me immediately. Quickly. The anxious head teacher attracted the attention of many students around him, and many of them looked at Imoran. Although Imoran didn't understand why, he quickly packed up his things, put on his school bag, and left the classroom with the head teacher. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of the ticking instrument and the pungent disinfectant were constantly transmitted to Imoran's brain through perception. Wife, wife, you will be fine. The doctor will definitely cure you. I will cure you no matter how much it costs. The father knelt beside the bed, holding the mother's left hand tightly with both hands. A steady middle-aged man was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and his face full of years was full of pain. I'm gone. What are you going to do? Imoran just stood by the bed and watching this scene calmly, but his eyes were full of struggle. From that day on, Imoran suddenly felt that the house became so spacious and quiet. The last bit of sunset in the sky completely dissipated, and there was no sound outside the room anymore. Son, come out for dinner. Drip, drip, drip. The sunset glowed through the window, casting a golden glow on the ward. Imoran stood in front of the bed, looking at it calmly. On the bed lay a white-haired old man, whose face had long been marked by wrinkles. Son, you have never married in your life. You have no wife, and no children. If I leave, what will you do alone? The father on the bed was barely breathing, as if he would leave completely in the next second. Imoran slowly squatted down and slowly lifted up the dry and thin arm with both hands. Father, I am doing well. I will take good care of myself. As Imoran finished speaking, his father on the bed slowly smiled, his eyes full of relief. Imoran just watched calmly, but the struggle in his eyes became more intense. Is this guy a little sick? His father is almost dead. Isn't he sad at all? I heard that his mother was like this when she passed away. There was no trace of pain on her face. She was very, very calm. My God, he can't be a monster. He doesn't look like he has emotions. Shh. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear. Let's go. The person has left. Let's go in. Doctor's whispers could be heard outside the door, and Imoran couldn't help shaking his father's hands. Who? The wind in the cemetery was strong, and Imoran's sleeves were swaying constantly. Looking at the 2 stone tablets in front of him, Imoran leaned back and slowly slid down to the ground. Father, Mother, I feel so bad, so bad. Why can't I express my feelings? Why? Am I really a monster? Why? 2 lines of clear tears slid down from the corners of his eyes, and 2 cold, stinging sensations suddenly came from his face. Drop, 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 bang, plop. Ah! Someone was hit by a car. Hurry up and save him. Oh my God. He's bleeding so much. Ambulance. Call an ambulance quickly. Ren found that his vision was gradually covered by a red liquid. And at the same time, he began to lose control of his body. And his soul seemed to fall into the abyss. I'm going to die. At the moment when his consciousness was about to dissipate, a voice from nowhere came into Ren's mind. My asterisk and? You and asterisk percent have suffered for many years. What's wrong with my head? It hurts so much. Ren came back to his senses with a start. And then he felt a severe pain in his head. But the pain only lasted for a moment, and then disappeared completely. Oh my god! What was I doing just now? I seemed to be dazed. What the hell? Just when Ren was confused, the earphones in his ears suddenly rang. Hello? Is this Mr. Ren? We are the staff of fucking restaurant, and have arrived at the door of your villa. Chapter 322. Get ready. Hey! What was I doing just now? I seemed to be dazed. What the hell? Just when Ren was confused, the earphones in his ears suddenly rang. Hello? Is this Mr. Ren? We are the staff of fucking restaurant, and have arrived at the door of your villa. Ren turned his head to look at the gate, and found a truck parked at the gate. Just coming directly. After Ren finished speaking, he directly controlled the gate to open. And several trucks outside the gate lined up to enter. It's 7 o'clock now. Why have I been in a daze for so long? Looking at the dark night sky outside the window, Ren scratched his head, and turned to go downstairs. After completing the connection with the hotel staff, he directed them to move the dishes to each vacant room. Each dish was insulated and packed separately in an insulated box. The name of the dish was posted on the outside of the box for easy identification. There were many staff members dispatched by the restaurant. The dishes on each truck were quickly moved down and filled every room. All the dishes have been moved. I look forward to your next visit, Mr. Mo. The trucks lined up and drove out of the villa one after another. And the gate was completely closed after the last truck drove out. Well, just eat some lobster and abalone tonight. And put the rest into the space bracelet. Ren picked out a few incubators, and put the rest into the space bracelet. Sizzle. As the incubator was opened, a steaming delicious dish with an alluring aroma appeared in front of Ren. Well, let's eat. Baji baji baji. Here are the keys. From today on, these 3 factories will be rented to you for 1 year. If you want to renew the lease, you must tell me in advance. The man opposite took off a bunch of keys hanging on his waist, took out a key from it, and threw it to Gu Lao. Okay. Take care. Gu Lao put away the key in his hand, then turned and walked into a factory. There were many soldiers in the factory, sweeping the dust and garbage on the ground with brooms and mops. Well, the location of this factory is not bad, with a solid outer iron fence, surrounded by some low-rise old city houses, and the roads between them are also wide. If you encounter problems, you can find and retreat in time. Next, you just need to make a little renovation, and you can let everyone live here temporarily. I think the teams that buy living materials and supplies should have completed the specific task soon. I hope to make a good place before the sun goes down. Gu Lao turned his head to look at the horizon. The sun had sunk into the horizon. After a quick glance, Ren lay comfortably on the 3-meter-wide bed, while checking the information on the internet through the virtual screen in front of him. He picked up the mincemeat in his mouth with a toothpick. There is basically no shooting incident today on the internet. It seems that the higher-ups have suppressed it. However, apart from what happened here, there have been many incidents of beating and injuring people in other provinces. It is clear that it was done by the players. I hope it will not arouse the suspicion of those people. After a rough look, he ignored it and began to contact the company that built the warehouse. The important thing was to transport the servers here as soon as possible. After everything was done, time passed by unknowingly. I took my clothes and went into the bathroom to wash up. Then came out and lay on the bed to browse my phone and watch TV series. And time passed by. Oh my god. Watching TV series really speeds up the passage of time. It's already past 11 o'clock. Go to sleep. Go to bed early, and get up early for good health. All the lights in the room began to dim, and Ren fell asleep with the quilt. Wang Ma. This guy looks like an extremely ordinary person. Why did he suddenly change his temperament? After the examination at the hospital, this guy has been crazy since he woke up. His brain was severely damaged, and he almost lost the ability to think independently. He is now a fool. In short, there is nothing to be learned from him. Just put him in a mental hospital. The news on the internet has been suppressed. Apart from the Magic City, very few people know about this matter. The matter in the Magic City is the most serious. The residents were shot directly on the street, which will reduce the sense of security in the hearts of the masses. In short, the matter needs to be followed up. But I heard from my subordinates that there seemed to be a lot of fighting in various places today. Some people even killed each other. This is abnormal. There must be something wrong. It is better to send someone to investigate. Yeah, I agree. Right. 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, time to get up. The biological clock in Emo Rant's body rang on time, and his two pairs of tightly closed eyes began to slowly open. Report to the driver. The temporary base station has been built. The cold mechanical voice of Shu Shu rang in his ears, which made Emo Ran sober up for a while. It was done in one night. But you can go and see what it looks like now. Get up and brush your teeth. Although the weather in November is getting cooler, the villa is equipped with central air conditioning, and it is as comfortable as spring at this moment. After changing into clean clothes, Emo Ran turned and went downstairs to the basement. The explosion-proof door in front of him slowly opened, and a gust of cold air rushed towards him instantly. Wow, it's really good. Emo Ran raised his hand to take back 20 drones, and 8 mechanical hamsters also ran over at this moment, instantly transformed into 8 pieces, and returned to Emo Ran's right hand. The basement is now full of cables. On the ground, walls, and ceilings, all the servers are connected in series and hung in the air, and they look like a bunch of wind chimes, filling the entire basement. At this moment, all the servers are in working condition, and various indicator lights are displayed on them like stars. The walls are covered with many heat sink nets, and cold air is constantly emanating from them. All the lines were connected in series, eventually forming a thick cable. This cable was connected directly to the fiber optic cable under the signal tower through the hole in the wall. A hole was also opened in the ceiling, and several cables that were not too thick were inserted into it, all the way to the room above. Fortunately, the independent power supply of this basement was given unlimited. Otherwise, with this terrible energy consumption, the water meter would be checked in the next second. Emo Ran turned and left the basement, and went down the stairs to the room on the second floor where the TV was placed. At this moment, a hole was opened in the floor of the room, and several cables spread out from it, all the way to these TVs. Chapter 323 Surveillance. Emo Ran turned and left the basement, and went down the stairs to the room on the second floor where the TV was placed. At this moment, a hole was opened in the floor of the room, and several cables spread out from it, connecting all the way to these TVs. Turn on all. At Emo Ran's command, all 6 120-inch TVs were lit up. Unlike ordinary TVs, all the TVs were flashing various data at this moment. Magic City, Coastal Area, Dragon Country, Asian Continent, Hemisphere, Global. The coverage area of Shushu continued to spread like lightning, and soon spread to the entire global network. Various data about things kept appearing, and each item was extremely detailed. Emo Ran moved a sofa to sit on it, took out a bowl of sweet porridge from the space bracelet, and began to enjoy it. While enjoying the sweet porridge, Emo Ran focused his eyes on the 6 TV screens. Well, Xiaoying discharged nuclear wastewater. A large amount of ocean began to be polluted, and the ocean space continued to shrink. The second time he saw this news, Emo Ran's anger rose again. So last night, Emo Ran asked Shushu to give Xiaoying a big gift, which was that all the toilets exploded and burned due to circuit overload, and a series of operations such as disconnection from the internet, power outages, signal traffic paralysis, and sending computer viruses were added. Then he turned around and put the blame on the hackers in the United States. The conflict between the Bear country and the Ukrainian country ended up in a close fight, and the situation even intensified. Will this be the beginning of a war? The zombie deer virus was discovered in the United States, and many elks have become mindless zombie creatures. This is something that Shushu can dig deeper into. The global greenhouse effect is intense, and the glaciers in the Arctic and Antarctic are gradually melting. As Shushu continued to dig deeper, more possible disasters appeared in front of Emo Ran. Although he had already known a little through the virtual screen, so much news still shocked Emo Ran. It seems that the world is actually calm on the surface, but in fact, undercurrents have long been surging. These things are the beginning of something that is very likely to happen. But with so many events, which one will turn into a real disaster? looking at the events one after another on the TV. Imoran fell into silence for a while. Each event taken out separately. As long as time is added to the deduction, it will form an uncontrollable huge disaster. But I'm afraid there are more disasters than just these. After all, it is the so-called gods who pulled us into the game. Our panels, vehicles, and some special items cannot be explained by reality. If the disaster comes from the blue planet itself, in addition to man-made nuclear wars, viruses, etc., then it is volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other terrifying crustal movements. Then if the disaster does not come from the blue planet, then it will come from. Thinking of this, Imoran slowly looked up at the ceiling, and his vision went through the ceiling and reached the sky above. Outer space. 3 words came out of Imoran's mouth, and his whole body was shocked for a moment. I'm afraid. No. 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 How could this happen? No way. It shouldn't be. Recalling the worlds he had experienced before, he first encountered a harsh environment, followed by various monsters. This idea began to intensify in Imoran's mind. In short, all we can do next is wait. If we block everyone's panels and vehicles, we will have to survive a period of disaster. And this disaster will definitely be global. And the process will definitely be very painful. Shoo shoo. From now on, monitor the entire blue planet all day long. If anything special happens, notify me as soon as possible. At the same time, expand the monitoring range to outer space. And do not let go of any anomalies. Understood? Captain. Shoo shoo's cold mechanical voice sounded in Imoran's ears. Imoran raised his head and drank all the last sweet porridge in the bowl, then got up and left here. In the following time, the warehouse construction company that Imoran contacted soon arrived at the villa. After reasonable location arrangement, it was found that at most 15 warehouses could be built on the top of the mountain. At the same time, Imoran asked to build all these warehouses 1 floor higher, which naturally caused confusion and shock among the people in the construction company. No one understood why Imoran did this. Building so many warehouses around his own villa was already incomprehensible enough. In response to everyone's doubts, Imoran directly took out money to block them. How? Can it be done? Imoran casually allocated a little bit of funds and looked at the chairman of the company in front of him with a calm face. Yes. 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 No problem at all. President Imo. I will now instruct my people to start work immediately. From today on, I will eat, drink, defecate and urinate here. At the same time, I will use all the strength of the company to build these warehouses for you as soon as possible. If anyone dares to be lazy, I will whip him. The chairman of the company stood straight. His originally round face was unusually square at this moment, and his eyes revealed that please believe me. Time passed day by day, and the trucks coming up the winding mountain road never stopped. All the workers involved in the construction worked in 2 shifts and continued to build for 24 hours. Moran gave 10,000 yuan in small red envelopes to the workers on site every day. With such an incentive, the construction speed was very fast. Warehouses were built one after another, and each warehouse was made of high-strength alloy. The materials used could not be described as solid, but terrifying. Such a huge supply of materials naturally attracted the attention of many material manufacturers. After learning about Imoran's identity from many sources, these people were all shocked beyond words. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Outer space, located in Pluto, at the edge of the solar system. At this moment, Pluto suddenly moved, and a hole suddenly appeared in the originally calm atmosphere. The hole appeared in just a moment, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Looking at the 15 huge warehouses standing around, Imoran nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad. Your company's speed really satisfies me. I will still look for you to cooperate if I need it in the future. Ha ha ha. No. No. Mr. Imo. You are really flattering. Call me if you need it. After all the warehouses were built, Imoran contacted the previous server companies as soon as possible. All the companies quickly responded to Imoran and promised to deliver them here as quickly as possible. The weather is even colder now. Imoran glanced at the warehouses around him and turned to enter the villa. Report to the driver. Unknown anomalies appeared in outer space. The sudden sound of shoo-shoo made Imoran pause. And then he ran quickly to the room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 324. A gap suddenly appeared on Pluto. Report to the captain. An unknown phenomenon appeared in outer space. The sudden voice of Shushu made Imoran pause. And then he quickly ran to the room on the second floor. Longwa Outer Space Research Institute Observation Room. That? I didn't see it wrong just now. There was a gap in the atmosphere of Pluto? I saw it too. But the gap only appeared for a moment and disappeared too quickly. Has this strange and mysterious planet undergone any new changes? In the observation room, countless researchers stared at the huge screen in front of them with excitement. Today's observation room is different from the past. There are a large number of scientific researchers gathered here. And even a large number of them are white-haired and authoritative old men. The reason why everyone gathered here is that the radio telescope first developed by Longwa was officially put into use today. It was just unexpected that the abnormality on Pluto was discovered shortly after it was put into use. Find the picture just recorded and enlarge it to display it on the screen. A white-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back, turned his head, and looked at the researcher on the operating table next to him, and said, "Understood. Call up the picture immediately." The researcher who was called operated for a while. And soon a huge picture was displayed on the screen. Soon, the planet named Pluto appeared in front of everyone in a very high-definition posture. The most eye-catching thing was the gap that suddenly appeared. The diameter of the gap was about 23 kilometers. And the interval between its appearance and disappearance was no more than 2 seconds. How strange. How could there be a gap in this atmosphere? And look at the shape of this gap. The outermost circle is bulging outwards. What a strange gap. I never found it when I observed it before. This gap is like... The researchers present talked a lot, and their expressions changed from excitement at the beginning to confusion and puzzlement, looking at the gap on the screen. Everyone present felt a little creepy for some reason, as if the gap was something very bad. That gap looks like something came out of it. The old man standing with his hands behind his back murmured in a low voice, his eyes staring at the gap in the screen like a hawk. Is this the sudden strange phenomenon that jumped out of Pluto? What could it be? Mo Ren stared at the screen in front of him. He always felt that there was something strange about the gap that suddenly appeared on Pluto. Report to the driver. According to the budget, there may be a huge object of 23 kilometers emerging from Pluto. After listening to Shushu's report, Mo Ren couldn't help but frown deeply. It seems time is almost up. In the following time, Mo Ren continued to collect all kinds of servers, computer versions, and other electronic equipment. He also acquired a supermarket not far from the villa. The area of this supermarket is not too large. The reason for the acquisition is that Mo Ren took a fancy to the underground parking lot. He sent someone to remodel the entrance gate of the underground parking lot to make it strong and difficult to destroy. What needs to be done next is to place orders frantically, and buy all kinds of computer accessories, electronic equipment, computer versions, servers, electronic terminals, and other equipment on the internet. It's a really huge and terrifying number. But we still need to do some protection. Mo Ren waved his hand, and hundreds of unmanned attack aircraft appeared instantly. Each drone was equipped with two 12.7mm heavy machine guns and 4 bursts of micro-missiles. After doing all this, Mo Ren left the underground garage, and the automatic door behind him began to slowly close, and finally locked completely. It's already December, and the weather is really cold now. Tightening his clothes, Mo Ren took a taxi back to his mountaintop villa. Time passed day by day, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Anyway, there is nothing to do next, so I might as well get up later today. Mo Ren wrapped himself in the quilt and prepared to take another nap. Report to the captain. Something strange has been discovered in outer space. A meteorite with a diameter of 23 kilometers is rapidly approaching the blue planet. The cold mechanical sound of shoo-shoo rang in his ears. Mo Ren opened his eyes with a start and jumped out of the bed. Okay. It seems that there is no sleep. Scratching his messy hair, Mo Ren began to dress in an orderly manner. Wait. How many kilometers? 23 kilometers. Mo Ren paused while dressing, and the expression on his face began to become extremely shocked. Longwa, Outer Space Research Institute. Observation room. That thing is a meteorite. What's going on? Where did this meteorite come from? This meteorite is too big. Quick! Calculate the size of this meteorite immediately. In the morning, the calm in the observation room was broken by several exclamations, and several researchers looked at the screen in shock. At this moment, a huge meteorite was displayed on the huge screen. This The trajectory of this meteorite. Why does it feel like it seems to be coming towards us? A researcher said fearfully, but was immediately warned by the eyes of several researchers around him. Report this matter to all the senior executives immediately, and make sure they know about it. Yes. Understood. A researcher who seemed to be the team leader immediately gave the order, and the rest of the people hurriedly picked up the phone to make a call. Then the team leader turned to look at the researcher, his eyes full of seriousness and anger. You are jumping to conclusions without knowing the facts. Do you want to cause panic? I really don't know how you got in. Sorry. I'm sorry. Then the researcher immediately lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the team leader's eyes that seemed to eat him. This is the Outer Space Research Institute. Yes, please come quickly. The sound of dialing keys and communication sounds came one after another, and each researcher was quickly reporting the news to various senior departments. During this period of time, all the researchers in the Space Research Institute rushed here. Oh my God! What a big meteorite! Looking at the scale, it must be at least more than 10 kilometers. Or even more. Where did this meteorite come from? We have been exploring for so many years. It is impossible that we have not found such a big meteorite. When did this meteorite come here? I didn't see it on the screen yesterday. After seeing the meteorite image displayed on the screen, everyone present was deeply shocked and gradually felt a sense of fear. A very big question lingered in everyone's mind. That is a meteorite. Where did it come from? Chapter 325 Meteorite. When everyone saw the meteorite on the screen, they were all deeply shocked and gradually felt a sense of fear. A very big question lingered in everyone's mind. That is a meteorite. Where did it come from? The more they thought about this question, the stronger the fear gradually rose. Facing such a huge meteorite, it was like turning on the light in the room, completely clear at a glance. And this meteorite had no track at all. And it suddenly appeared so close to the blue planet. I calculated it. A sound was like a stone suddenly thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the contemplation of all researchers present. And all the communication stopped at this moment. Everyone quickly looked up, and countless eyes looked at the source of the sound. It was a middle-aged male researcher, and his face was full of shock and disbelief at this moment. Under the gaze of everyone, he swallowed his saliva and continued with a trembling voice. The diameter of this meteorite, a total of 23 kilometers. His words were like a thunder, causing a commotion in the crowd, and everyone's face was full of astonishment. But it wasn't over yet. The man's trembling voice came out again. And this meteorite, its trajectory. Bang! Before the man finished speaking, the old man came to his side and interrupted him directly. The huge screen in front of him and all the computers on the scene were also locked, and no operation on the screen could be performed. The man was frightened by this sudden operation and looked at the old man with a dull face. Don't talk. Follow me now. The old man's voice was full of irresistible majesty, and the man was dragged away by the old man. And the old man also signaled to the people next to him with his eyes. Seeing this, some old men nearby also quickly followed. Please stay inside and don't walk around. And don't speculate anything at will. We will inform you of the rest later. The old man turned around and said something before approaching the door, and then signaled to the guards standing next to him. The guards immediately understood and stood directly at the door, staring closely at the people inside. Dozens of old men led the man and began to rush to a place. This is the observation room. This is the observation room. Please send some guards here. Looking at the crowd in the observation room, who were already a little agitated, the leading guard captain took out the walkie-talkie on his waist and shouted, Understood. Security personnel have been dispatched. A response came out from the intercom soon, and a large number of guards began to rush over from various places. What's Mr. Sun's reaction? Why do I feel like something big is going to happen? A 23-kilometer meteorite. What kind of terrifying size is this? And that meteorite is too close to the blue planet. Why do I feel like it will? Shoo! Shut up. Didn't you hear what Mr. Sun said just now? There are surveillance cameras here. Please pay attention to your words and actions. But Mr. Sun's reaction is really hard for people not to think too much. Once the emotion of fear grows in the heart, it will spread wildly, and it will be difficult to suppress it. The commotion among the people present was getting louder and louder, and even several researchers came to the door and wanted to go out. I'm very sorry. I can't let you go out now. Please go back immediately and wait for news in the observation room. The guard stationed at the door immediately stopped them, and some physical friction even began to occur between the two sides. Old Sun led the young man, and dozens of old men, to a tightly guarded conference room. Several senior executives from the Institute had already rushed to the conference room, and the huge screen in front was fully turned on. The huge screen was divided into many frames, each of which was a separate call information. At this moment, calls were being connected one after another, and the figures of the Dragon Country's senior officials were appearing on the screen one after another. Soon, the figures of all the Dragon Country's senior officials appeared on the entire screen, and the conference room was now empty. Everyone in the conference room was whispering, and the expressions on everyone's faces were becoming more and more serious. Seeing this, Mr. Sun took a deep breath, then walked onto the stage with a tablet computer. Everyone present also stopped communicating at this moment and looked at Mr. Sun. Everyone, we are about to encounter a terrible disaster. No, we are about to encounter a terrible disaster. Mr. Sun's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the microphone, including the Dragon Country's senior officials on the screen. A meteorite with a diameter of 23 kilometers is heading towards the blue planet at a speed of 17 kilometers per second, carrying an extremely terrifying destructive force. We don't know where this meteorite came from. Its appearance is completely a fantasy, and it is simply unbelievable. When talking about this, Mr. Sun couldn't help but pause, as if he couldn't say what to say next. Mr. Sun, are you sure our detection is correct? Such a huge meteorite can be found even dozens of light years away. How could it be known only now? Indeed. But this is also what makes us most confused. There was nothing when we observed yesterday, but it suddenly appeared today. Mr. Sun, more and more researchers asked. And at this moment, they were still half believing and half doubting the news. Seeing more and more people standing up to ask questions, Mr. Sun could only raise his hand to suppress them and stop everyone from asking questions. I know you are confused. Now I will present a video to you. I hope you will be mentally prepared. After Mr. Sun finished speaking, he looked around the audience, which made everyone present even more confused. After Mr. Sun's several operations, a video soon appeared on a large screen on the side. The video showed the endless dark universe, and the equipment used to shoot the video was the latest radio telescope. Since the official launch that day, we have been continuously taking deep space photos. Everything has been normal until 8 o'clock this morning. But things changed. Please pay attention to the time and the screen. As Mr. Sun spoke, he slowed down the video, and everyone immediately locked their eyes on the screen. When the last second jumped to 8 o'clock, a huge meteorite with a diameter of 23 kilometers instantly appeared on the screen. Chapter 326, The Last 15 Days. Elder Sun. What do you mean? Is the video stuck? How come such a meteorite suddenly appeared? Isn't it wrong? The meteorite suddenly appeared in space. Seeing the huge meteorite suddenly appearing in the picture, everyone present was stunned, with deep doubts on their faces. The senior officials of the Dragon Country on the screen also frowned slightly, not understanding what Elder Sun meant. Elder Sun seemed to have anticipated the reactions of the crowd, waved his hand to signal everyone to stay calm, and then picked up the microphone to continue. I know everyone is confused, but don't be confused yet. Next, I will slow down the speed and everyone will understand the reason at a glance. Mr. Sun rewinds the video to the first 2 seconds, and then slows it down several times. As the play button is pressed again, all eyes in the audience are fixed on the screen again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Soon, the originally calm picture begins to change, and a huge meteorite gradually appears in the picture. At this moment, everyone present can see the moment when the meteorite appears clearly. The meteorite in the picture is like an orange that is being peeled slowly. The surface of the meteorite seems to be covered by an invisible barrier, which is now fading away bit by bit, until finally, the entire meteorite appears completely in the picture. This. How is this possible? How is this possible? What on earth is that? What did I see? That meteorite. Oh my God. I don't know how to describe it. How did this meteorite appear? Is there really a parallel space in the world? Impossible. This is impossible. This must be some kind of refraction of light. This meteorite must be fake. It's really too unbelievable. The appearance of this meteorite is just like teleportation. The people in the conference room were boiling in an instant, and they stood up from their chairs. Everyone's face was full of shock, fear and disbelief. All the senior officials of Dragon Country on the screen also widened their eyes. They had never seen such a strange scene. Of course, they were not the only ones shocked, but also the space research institutes of various countries in the entire Blue Star. Everyone saw the scene. Strange, shocking, and inexplicable. Quiet! Everyone be quiet! Old Sun shouted loudly with the microphone. But the effect was minimal, and no one listened at all. At this time, an officer in the corner stepped forward quickly, took the microphone from Old Sun's hand, and shouted loudly. Everyone be quiet! The voice rolled like thunder, and the noise of everyone stopped at this moment. Thank you. Elder Sun thanked the officer, who nodded in response, handed the microphone to Elder Sun, and turned away. Comrade Sun, how long will it take for this meteorite to reach the blue planet? And where is its landing site? A senior Dragon State official on the screen asked, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to Elder Sun. According to data calculations, this meteorite is only 19.44 million kilometers away from the blue planet, and is expected to arrive in about 15 days. And the landing site is expected to be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Elder Sun answered immediately. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was silent, and the faces of all the senior Dragon State officials were filled with incomparable seriousness. A pin drop could be heard in the entire conference room, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the entire conference room. Huh? Only 15 days left? We know. Now please continue to monitor this meteorite. We will discuss a plan within today. The figures of the Dragon Country's senior officials on the screen disappeared one after another, and the entire huge screen returned to the original page. 15 days. Only 15 days left. Does that mean we only have the last 15 days left to live? Only 19.44 million kilometers left. What should we do? Can we stop this meteorite? Stop it. How can we stop that thing? It's a super meteorite with a volume of 23 kilometers. It's over. We're done. Once that meteorite falls, the entire blue planet will be destroyed by it. Whoa. Is our human civilization going to disappear? The entire conference room was filled with wailing and crying, and many researchers with poor psychological endurance even fainted. Alas, are there only 15 days left? Old Sun sighed heavily, and for a moment he felt that he had aged several years. The news spread as fast as lightning, and soon, all the top leaders of all countries knew about it. After communicating with each other by phone, all the top leaders of all countries unanimously decided to hold a global conference. A conference that concerns the survival of all mankind. Of course, this conference was held in secret, and the news is not allowed to be disclosed to the outside world. Once it is known to the outside residents, it will cause an uncontrollable panic. A 23-kilometer super meteorite. It seems that this is the upcoming disaster. But what does this mean? Do you want to wipe out everyone, including the players, in one wave? But this is too much of an exaggeration. There is no need to use such a method. Man-made disasters and natural disasters, as long as the intensity is slightly increased, can easily wipe out all humans. But now they are directly using meteorites. Looking at the information from the screens in front of him, Mo Ran couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 23 kilometers. 23. Shoo. How big was the gap on Pluto that day? Mo Ran seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked Shoo. Report to the driver. The gap found on Pluto that day was 23 kilometers. Shoo's cold mechanical voice came out, and Mo Ran began to have a hint of confirmation in his heart. It's all 23 kilometers. Could it be that this meteorite came from Pluto, and this is why there is a gap in the atmosphere? Well, this possibility is probably very high. Coupled with the stealth protection on the surface of the meteorite, it can be basically confirmed that this meteorite was sent by some means. Thinking of the video he saw in the institute, Mo Ran's thoughts became more certain. It seems that this meteorite is probably just a cover. The real disaster is something else. Now it is just to spread panic. Mo Ran can already imagine that when all humans on the entire blue planet know this news, the world will no longer be peaceful, and fear and despair will occupy everyone's heart. Riots and chaos will continue to escalate, and everyone will die in despair. Chapter 327, Door to Door. Mo Ran could already imagine that when all humans on the entire blue planet knew this news, the world would no longer be peaceful, and fear and despair would occupy everyone's heart. Riots and chaos would continue to escalate, and everyone would die in despair. Humph! It's really a sinister method. No wonder they want to shut down our system and recycle the vehicle. It turns out that there is such a trick waiting for us. Thinking of this, Mo Ren sneered in his heart. But he always felt that something was wrong. As if this disaster was not as simple as imagined. Report to the driver. It was detected that all military bases in Longwa were preparing personnel and issued orders to enter the city. At the same time, all civil defense projects began to prepare. And material collection, information blockade, and fire retention plans began to be implemented. Shushu's cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. And a lot of information appeared on the TV screens in front of him. It seems that the high-level officials of Dragon Country have issued an order. It must be to preserve the human fire with the greatest ability. Countries around the world must have begun to prepare. These movements are expected to attract the attention of many interested media. But now at this moment, I am afraid that the monitoring on the internet will be more rigorous than ever. Anyway, let's listen to their conversation and see what they want to do next. A TV screen in front of him began to switch, and finally showed a huge and solemn round table conference room. There was a huge round table in the conference room, where all the national representatives sat. There is a nameplate in front of each representative seat, which is marked with the name and flag of the country they represent. A microphone is placed in the center of the round table for representatives of various countries to speak. Some closed-circuit televisions and monitors are set up around the round table, so that representatives of various countries can understand the progress of the meeting and other relevant information in real time. Mo Ran took out a breakfast from the space bracelet, sat on the sofa, and started eating while waiting. Ding dong. A doorbell sounded, and a picture appeared on the virtual screen in front of Mo Ran. The content in the picture is the image of the gate of the villa. At this moment, several cars are driving outside the gate. Huh? Why did Gu Lao come here? And brought so many people with him? It seems that he got something. Gu Lao came here once last month. After seeing such a powerful artificial intelligence method, he asked Mo Ran to help them get some driver's licenses. After all, the test time for a driver's license is not less than half a year. Of course, this problem is easy for Mo Ran, and he can solve all for him in less than a few minutes. The gate of the villa slowly opened under Mo Ran's control, and the cars lined up and drove in one by one. The car door opened, and dozens of figures walked out, one of which was Gu Lao. Wow! Mo Ran is too capable. So many warehouses. There are all large servers inside, probably to improve his artificial intelligence. How powerful is his artificial intelligence? It's like a cheat. All of our driver's licenses were issued in an instant. This speed is too scary. Our artificial intelligence is not as powerful as his. To what extent has his artificial intelligence been strengthened? After getting off the car, many old men looked at the huge warehouses arranged around them, and were shocked. Okay. Stop looking. Let's go in quickly. There are more amazing things inside. I was so shocked when I came here for the first time. Now something must have happened in Longwa. Mo Ran must know a lot. Gu Lao and others hurried to the door, and the door was fully opened before everyone arrived. Good morning. Mo Ran. Something extraordinary must have happened. Our artificial intelligence has discovered something. Gu Lao was the first to enter the room on the second floor, and saw Mo Ran eating on the sofa. The rest of the people followed closely, and were shocked when they saw the layout inside. Something extraordinary has indeed happened. The so-called disaster is about to come. All the information is displayed on the screen, and everyone can check it freely. By the way, have you all eaten? If not, I have a lot of food here. Mo Ran turned his head and glanced at everyone, then waved his hand, and more than a dozen boxes of fresh-keeping boxes appeared on the table. Wow! Then we won't be polite. The moment the artificial intelligence collected the information, we felt something was wrong and rushed over immediately. We haven't even had breakfast yet. Gu Lao and others did not shirk and began to unpack their favorite dishes to taste. At the same time, they gathered in front of several TVs, clicking their fingers on them to check the information inside. The screens of these TVs have been modified by Shushu, compared with a previous viewing function. They have added many powerful functions. Oh my god. Ahem. A 23-kilometer super meteorite. My god. Is it so big? Zunda fake. What the hell is this? That damn guy will not just use his ultimate move on us. I don't think it's possible. That guy is killing us for fun. How could he just use a meteorite to blow us up? That makes sense. Could this meteorite be fake? It's just a phantom. A bunch of people gathered in front of these TVs. Every piece of information on them shocked everyone. Oh my god. Mo ran. You can even get the information above. If you are discovered, I think you can be killed right there. Slurp. Burp. Gu Lao sat next to Mo ran and drank a big bowl of hot porridge and said, Then you are still watching. Aren't you afraid of being killed with me? Mo ran glanced at Gu Lao, and his eyes were full of speechlessness. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. Just kidding. But this picture is a conference room in the United Nations. It seems that all the countries in this world want to get together for a conference. But I don't know what kind of plan they will discuss. Gu Lao looked at the TV screen in front of him, and many people had appeared in the conference room inside. The issue discussed is nothing more than how to stop the meteorite, or change its trajectory. But these will end in vain, and the only thing left is to try our best to avoid it. But I think this meteorite will not fall at all. The real disaster is something else. The meteorite now is just to create panic. Mo Ran took another sip of sweet porridge, looked at the TV screen in front of him, and said lightly, Chapter 328 Discussion Among Nations. The only issue discussed is how to stop the meteorite or change its trajectory. But these will end in vain. All that remains is to do our best to avoid it. But I don't think this meteorite will fall at all. The real disaster is something else. The meteorite today is just to create panic. Mo Ran took another sip of sweet porridge and said lightly, while looking at the TV screen in front of him, The real disaster is something else. Could it be that the meteorite in the sky is fake, and it is just to spread panic, plunge the whole world into chaos, and cause war between humans? Thinking about it, there is indeed such a possibility. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Lao thought that this possibility was really very high. This possibility cannot be ruled out. But the meteorite is not fake, but a real meteorite. A real meteorite. How can you say that? Gu Lao looked at Mo Ran with a puzzled look, and the other party just pointed at the screen to signal him to look. Gu Lao turned his head and saw that the huge meteorite was on the screen. Then the screen continued to zoom in, and finally locked on an object. That is, a scrapped spacecraft? After seeing the object on the screen clearly, Gu Lao also recognized the name of the object at a glance. It was a spacecraft that had been scrapped for who knows how long, and it was floating aimlessly in space at the moment. However, this situation did not last long, and the huge meteorite arrived here in the blink of an eye. The moment the two met, the scrapped spacecraft was instantly smashed to pieces, and various broken parts were tightly attached to the surface of the meteorite, and they attacked the blue planet together with the meteorite. That spacecraft should be from the last century, although it is not clear how it escaped the gravity of the blue planet and floated into space alone. It can be confirmed from the picture just now that this meteorite is real, not just a phantom. Mo Ran finished speaking, raised his head, and drank all the remaining sweet porridge in the bowl. No way, the meteorite is not fake, but a real one. What if it really falls? Seeing this, Gu Lao was already a little scared. If the meteorite falls unexpectedly, wouldn't they and the people in this world die together? Anyway, just wait. If the situation is really wrong, I will take action. Mo Ran glanced at the space bracelet on his left hand, and quietly arranged a backup plan in his heart. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and at this moment, the UN conference room was already empty. There were layers of guards set up around 1,000 meters, and no one was allowed to approach. Seeing that everyone was present, the representative of the United States spoke first. I think everyone has heard the news. Now there is a 23-kilometer super meteorite. Please give me a sec. Pretty. I need you to give a perfect explanation for what your hackers did to my Sakura country that day. Before the representative of the United States finished speaking, the representative of the Sakura country suddenly stood up from his seat and interrupted him directly. The representative of the United States was interrupted suddenly, and the face of the representative of the United States was visibly unhappy. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to interrupt his speech in such an occasion. But after seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at this side, the representative of the United States still suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Sakura country representative, please don't disturb us. Those hacker groups are not under our jurisdiction. However, we will give you a satisfactory answer as soon as possible. Please sit down immediately. We have more important things to do. Foolish man. Are you trying to fool me? Do you know what you hackers have done? Toilets. Those are our sacred toilets. And you have destroyed them all. The Sakura country representative was furious at this moment, waving his hands to express his anger. Not only that, He also found that the Dragon Country representative sitting opposite him was laughing constantly. Foolish man. Dragon Country representative. What are you laughing at? The representative of Sakura Country was furious when he saw this, and pointed the finger at the representative of Dragon Country. Really? Are we laughing? Representative of Sakura Country. You must have seen it wrong. The representative of Dragon Country said so. But at this moment, the corners of his mouth were almost up to the sky. You guys? Bang! Enough. Representative of Sakura Country. What are you going to do? We are about to experience a world-destroying disaster. And you still have the mood to talk about your damn toilet here. Shut up and sit down. The representative of Beautiful Country no longer wanted to endure the buzzing of this fly, and he slammed the table with a loud roar. Feeling the dangerous eyes of the representatives of the surrounding countries, the representative of Sakura Country could only sit back in his chair in dismay. The SD-23 meteorite will arrive on the blue planet in less than 15 days. It is definitely the largest meteorite we have ever discovered, and its diameter is an astonishing 23 kilometers. Once there was a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers that fell on the blue planet, and the energy it triggered at that time was equivalent to 10 billion tons of TNT. Now this meteorite is 23 kilometers in size. Once it falls on the blue planet, the energy it explodes will be at least 20 billion tons of TNT equivalent, or even far more than this number. SD-23 is the name given to this meteorite, which means Star of Destruction. The representative of Longwa spoke first, and the data was displayed on the huge screen. At the same time, we also did a simulation test, and the results we got were very pessimistic. When the representative of Longwa said this, his voice paused, and everyone present was worried at this moment. Our simulation experiment is in progress. Since Longwa has already done a simulation experiment, why not show it to everyone to see what it is like? The representative of the United States spoke first, and the representatives around him nodded in agreement. Although they all instructed researchers in their respective countries to conduct simulation experiments, it was obvious that the speed was not as fast as that of Longwa. This is natural, so please look at the screen. Everyone turned their eyes to the big screen, and saw a video playing on the big screen in front of them. The video was a picture simulated by a computer. At this moment, there was a 100% number in the upper left corner of the picture, which represented the number of lives on the blue planet at this moment. A blue planet was extremely conspicuous in the picture, and there was also a meteorite approaching. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and everyone forgot to breathe at this moment, and their eyes were fixed on the screen. Chapter 329 Simulation. A blue planet is extremely conspicuous in the picture, and there is also a meteorite approaching. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer. Everyone forgets to breathe at this moment, and their eyes are fixed on the screen. 5,000 kilometers. 4,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. SD-23 The meteorite rushed into the atmosphere of the blue planet with terrifying power, directly tearing a huge hole in the originally intact atmosphere. The friction between the meteorite and the atmosphere caused a dazzling strong light to burst out, and the entire meteorite was instantly shrouded in a blazing fire. At this moment, the meteorite was like a fire meteor falling from the sky, carrying endless energy and destruction. Its surface was wrapped in flames, exuding a scorching breath, and the entire atmosphere seemed to be ignited by it. The red tail flame drew a red track in the air, falling directly towards the island in the central Pacific Ocean below. The meteorite continued to shrink under the friction of the atmosphere, but until it landed on the ground, its diameter was still more than 19 kilometers. Boom! The moment the SD-23 meteorite fell to the ground, an extremely dazzling light suddenly burst out from the junction. This strong light was like a nuclear bomb explosion, instantly releasing energy that shocked the world and made ghosts weep. The island at the center of the explosion was turned into dust in the blink of an eye, and the seawater within hundreds of kilometers around it instantly evaporated into countless high-temperature water vapor, as if the entire ocean was boiled. What followed was the terrifying explosion shock wave, which spread rapidly in all directions at an astonishing supersonic speed. This shock wave was like a gust of wind, tearing the ships sailing on the sea into pieces, and razing all the buildings along the way to the ground. Wherever it went, all traces of human existence were ruthlessly erased, as if the whole world was being reformatted. The clouds accumulated in the sky were blown away in an instant, and no clouds could be seen over the entire Pacific Ocean. and the atmosphere was completely torn open with a huge, unhealable defect. The horrific earthquake caused by the explosion swept across the entire hemisphere, and countless broken meteorite fragments were thrown high, like deadly meteors streaking across the sky. They flew rapidly into the distance, and some were even thrown directly back into space, and then fell back to the blue planet under the influence of gravity. The seawater formed super waves nearly 1,000 meters high due to the shock wave, and the terrifying waves spread rapidly in all directions. These waves were like running monsters, roaring and rushing towards the land. The monster's huge body covered the sky and the sun, and any land along the way was swallowed by it. The land on the planet began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was replaced by the surging waves. Under this terrifying tremor, all the continental plates began to move up and down constantly, as if the blue planet was twitching in pain. Countless terrifying cracks continued to appear on the plates, like scars on the earth. These scars were deep and huge, and the magma inside could be seen gushing out continuously. These hot lava torrents began to devour the ground wherever they passed, and the huge mountains were torn apart like shortbread in this doomsday scene. Hundreds of millions of tons of soil fell into the endless dark cracks, as if the flesh and blood of the blue planet were being torn apart. As the plates moved, the volcanic belt was also completely activated, and all the active and extinct volcanoes on the blue planet erupted collectively. The magma from the volcano shot up like a fountain, and volcanic ash and smoke filled the sky. The entire blue planet began to be wrapped in a gray fog, and under the gray fog was a scene like the end of hell. At this moment, the 100% number in the upper left corner had already dropped to 0% without knowing when. Since the moment the meteorite touched the ground, the number in the upper left corner began to fall madly. At this moment, the 0% number was bright red, which looked chilling. The video ended completely, and there was really no need to play it anymore. Except for silence. It was still quiet. All the representatives of various countries present stared at the screen blankly, and everyone was deeply shocked by the doomsday scene on the screen. Ahem. The representative of Longwa coughed a few times, which pulled everyone out of shock. This is the first simulation experiment we got. Just now, I received the second simulation experiment sent by our researchers, and the data obtained is still exactly the same. As the voice of the representative of Longwa fell, the originally quiet conference room suddenly became noisy. Oh fuck! Doomsday. Doomsday is coming. What a terrible doomsday it is. What is the meaning of us gathering here? We can't stop this level of disaster at all. Things are not over yet. It's too early to draw conclusions now. This is a situation we haven't responded to. If we intervene, the outcome will definitely be different. Yes. Use nuclear weapons. Use all our nuclear weapons in the world. This is our most powerful means. That's in a vacuum environment. The power of nuclear weapons will be greatly limited, and there is no way to achieve the original power. Representatives from various countries in the conference room began to have a heated discussion. Some people felt deeply desperate and began to give up on themselves. Some people thought it was too early to give up now. If they did nothing and just waited for death, it would be too aggrieved. During this period, various countries received simulation videos sent by their researchers one after another. Video after video was displayed on the screen, but the results were all very different. The 100% in the upper left corner would always drop to 0%, and everyone's morale began to break down bit by bit. The sound of communication began to gradually disappear, and the entire conference room fell into an extremely depressing silence. The existing technology is simply unable to deal with that kind of alien objects. And now this result is indeed expected. Mo Ran looked at the screen in front of him and said slowly, and Gu Lao and others around him also nodded in approval. The meeting ended hastily, and the only plan that could be determined was 1. In a limited time, do your best to build the most solid civil defense fortifications. 2. Start the fire plan, and do your best to preserve the fire of people, creatures, plants, etc. 3. Block any news, and try not to let everyone know the news in advance to avoid uncontrollable serious riots. 4. This is also the last plan, which is to use the most powerful nuclear weapons today. Do your best to stop the falling speed of the meteorite. Change and deflect the direction, or smash it to greatly reduce the destruction it brings. Although various plans are listed, there is no hope and motivation on everyone's face. Knowing the outcome in advance, the so-called process is meaningless. Chapter 330 Block the news. Although various plans were listed, No hope or motivation could be seen on everyone's face. Knowing the outcome in advance, the so-called process is meaningless. We need to be more low-key in the future. Now that the army is about to enter the city, the patrols of special police and police will be more frequent. The speeches on the internet will definitely be monitored, and any topics related to space may be deleted. But there is no wall that is impenetrable. I am afraid this secret will not be hidden for long. Mo Ran looked at the screens around him, which had listed a lot of detailed information. Well, it looks like we'll be busy next. Then Mo Ran. We won't bother you anymore. We'll leave first. Gu Lao and the others drove away from the villa, while Mo Ran continued to observe the information on the screens, listing all the possible disasters that might occur. As time went by, a large number of soldiers began to move into the city, and patrols on the streets became more frequent than before. This situation also attracted the attention of city residents. But in today's rapidly developing environment, not many people paid attention to this. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. After a busy day at work, Xiaoli returned home. After cleaning all the stains on his body and enjoying a full dinner, Xiaoli began to do what he had to do every day. The weather tonight is really good. The sky is very clear, and there are almost no clouds. This is definitely the best time to observe the space. Xiaoli is an astronomy enthusiast who likes to observe the space. He often posts some videos of observing the space on video websites. The video has a good number of views, which has also attracted many astronomy enthusiasts who love space. Over time, Xiaoli became a host. What he does every day when he returns home is to start a live broadcast to observe the space. Carefully bring the astronomical telescope from the room to the balcony, and then open the various protective covers on it, and prepare some lenses for switching. It didn't take much time for Xiaoli to fix the telescope on the balcony. Done! Now let's adjust it a little bit. Where should we observe live tonight? Xiaoli leaned over and put his eyes on the lens, then began to move the telescope and adjust the knob on it. As he looked, a huge black irregular spherical object suddenly came into view. What is that? I don't think I have seen it before. Xiaoli was very confused and pointed the telescope at the object, and then began to adjust the picture continuously. As the picture became clear, Xiaoli also saw the object clearly in the lens. At just one glance, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the whole person shouted out in disbelief. Oh my god! That's a meteorite. How can there be such a huge meteorite? Not only that, he also found that the meteorite was gradually approaching the blue star, which instantly made him feel a strong sense of fear. Bang! Just when Xiaoli was in a brainstorm, a loud sound of breaking the door suddenly came from downstairs. The sudden sound of breaking the door scared Xiaoli, and when he turned around and looked back, he saw several fully armed special police and policemen had arrived at the door of his room. When he came back to his senses from the shock, he was already sandwiched between two special policemen. Huh? Xiaoli was stunned, and his brain, which had just come back to its senses, crashed again. Mr. Li, I'm very sorry to bother you. Due to some special matters, we need you to come with us now. After a special police officer next to Xiaoli said this, the two of them carried Xiaoli out without saying anything. The police next to him rushed over and instantly dismantled the astronomical telescope that Xiaoli had placed on the balcony, and put them all inside. No matter how stupid Xiaoli was, he reacted to this scene. But looking at the two special police officers next to him, he could only swallow the words that came to his lips. Xiaoli was not the only one who had this happen tonight. Although the city is full of neon lights, it still does not affect some residents who love astronomy to buy telescopes to watch. And these residents naturally saw something. Of course, they were only waiting to be taken away by the special police and the police. In a temporary base. Report to the commander. All the residents who bought astronomical telescopes have been found and properly settled. Staring at the report of his subordinates, the middle-aged officer nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good. Now is not the time to let them know the news. In the next period of time, calm their emotions and ensure their basic life. Yes. The middle-aged officer looked up at the sky, his eyes full of melancholy and helplessness. Alas, can we survive this crisis? Time passed day by day, and various information blockades and the construction of civil air defense projects were carried out in full swing. 1 or 2 days is fine, but over time, it is hard not to attract the attention of surrounding residents. Doubts and speculations began to appear on the internet, And some people even found that many space up hosts stopped updating and did not start live broadcasts, as if they had disappeared from the world. There are more and more voices about this kind of doubts on the internet, but they are deleted without a trace the moment they appear. All discussions about space topics will be subject to network restrictions, resulting in the inability to send messages. It was as if an invisible shadow appeared on the network, erasing all the news about space. Oh my god! What speed is this? My keyboard is almost smoking. But it's still not that fast. Which department is this genius from? This speed is so terrifying. The speed was so fast, and the traces were so thorough, that the departments of Longwa involved in the news blockade were shocked. Looking at the constantly deleted messages in front of him, Imoran raised the red wine glass in his hand lightly, and took a sip of Coke. Although Shushu has suppressed it very well, it will be difficult to suppress it in a few days. Imoran turned his head to look at another TV screen. And the scene presented inside was like hell. Many countries have accidentally leaked the news, causing the public to know the news of the meteorite in advance. Panic, riots, and chaos continued to unfold. And any moral constraints disappeared. And everyone showed the darkest evil in human nature. The streets were full of shops that had been smashed and looted. And some were even on fire. Corpses were everywhere on the ground. And bright red blood was dotted in every corner, which looked very creepy. Although Imoran had asked Shushu to block the news with all his strength. There is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. This situation can't last long. And the remaining time is also coming soon. Chapter 331 Global Nuclear Weapons. Although Imoran has asked Shushu to block the news with all his strength, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. This situation can't last long. And the remaining time is almost up. The sun rises from the horizon again. And a new day comes again. At this moment, it is less than a week away from the impact of the SD-23 meteorite. And the news about the meteorite can no longer be blocked. Various reporting videos are overwhelming and swept across the territory of Longwa in an instant. Despair, fear, helplessness, fear. All kinds of negative emotions quickly expanded and spread. Various factories and jobs began to stop working. And the wanderers who had been working outside returned to their hometowns one after another, choosing to spend the last time with their families. Some residents with poor psychological endurance even wanted to end their lives early. Some people who had accumulated a lot of anger due to the difficulty of life began to release the malice in their hearts at this moment. Fortunately, all cities have already stationed a large number of troops. And various police and special police have joined the battle. And these situations were quickly suppressed. Everyone's mobile phones, TVs, and even large screens outside shopping malls began to play a video for 24 hours. The video was the speech of the senior leaders of Longwa, which soothed the hearts of all the people in the video. At the same time, everyone was informed that Longwa would unite all countries in the world to release nuclear weapons and fight against the meteorites from outer space with global power. As soon as this news came out, a large part of the despair was suppressed instantly, and many people felt hope for life again. What is a nuclear weapon? Everyone on the blue planet knows it very well. It is a cutting-edge product of wisdom and technology, with a terrifying power to destroy everything. This is just one nuclear weapon, and the number of nuclear weapons owned by the entire blue planet is more than tens of thousands. One nuclear weapon may not be able to shake this meteorite. But what if there are dozens, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands? As this news continues to spread, all humans on the blue planet have rekindled their hope for life. Many countries on the brink of collapse began to recover, and the social system started to function again. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, time has come. December 30th. Today is the last day of the year. There are only 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 32 seconds left before the SD-23 meteorite enters the atmosphere of the blue planet. Today's weather is already very cold, and white snowflakes are falling in the Magic City. Although it is only 4 o'clock, the whole sky is dark. But at this moment, the Magic City is already brightly lit, and all residents are waiting in front of their mobile phones and TVs early. And some people have not slept all night. The mobile phone was showing a live broadcast created by the Dragon Country official. The content on the screen was the SD-23 meteorite that was gradually approaching the blue planet. Not only that, many people prepared various supplies in large and small bags. The streets were full of various man trucks parked downstairs, which were empty inside and guarded by many soldiers. This was the second plan prepared by the Dragon Country. But nuclear weapons could not reduce the damage of the meteorite to the minimum. Then all residents would be arranged to evacuate immediately to the nearest underground civil air defense project. Awah-huh! Mo Ren stretched his body in the quilt, climbed out of the bed slowly, and leaned on the bed board, looking at the huge TV hanging on the wall in front of him. The TV turned on immediately, and a live broadcast screen immediately appeared in front of Mo Ren. At this moment, the time has come to 9:40, and there are only 20 minutes left before SD-23 reaches the atmosphere. Looking up from the ground, SD-23 has become as big as a soybean at this moment, and it can be seen very clearly with a little focusing, taking away the strongest weapon in the world. This method is really interesting. Looking at the live broadcast screen, Mo Ren smiled inexplicably. 9:50. At this moment, the SD-23 meteorite is about to touch the outermost atmosphere, and its surface has begun to glow slightly red. Everyone, it's time! The senior leaders of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the senior leaders of various countries connected on the screen, and all nodded in unison, and then quickly issued the launch order. Launch! Launch! 3. Lancement! Boom boom! With a low roar, all the missile silo covers that had been prepared for a long time slowly opened, and hot flames instantly sprayed out from the silos, like a series of fire dragons rushing into the sky. Under the support of the flames, one nuclear bomb after another dragged a long tail flame and roared into the sky. They were like shining stars, rushing into space with ribbons woven from tail flames. Such a scene shocked everyone present. They had never seen such a spectacular scene in their lives. 100 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Nuclear bombs from all over the world went up all the way. Troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere. The next second, countless nuclear bombs followed one after another and hit the SD-23 meteorite. A series of dazzling strong lights burst out instantly, completely covering the entire SD-23 meteorite. The huge explosion energy distorted the surrounding space and spread out like water waves. Although there was almost no air at this height, the nuclear bomb still erupted with extremely violent and terrifying flames. The terrifying flames spread outward rapidly, like a large red net that continued to expand. Many satellites nearby were instantly affected and swallowed by the raging flames. When they reappeared, they had turned into pieces of charred iron and fell down. The nuclear bombs that followed closely behind continued to drill into this red net one after another. The electromagnetic waves generated by the explosion swept in all directions, and the live broadcast began to be affected until the picture completely disappeared. Without the live broadcast, everyone quickly put on their clothes and ran outside. The streets, rooftops, and every corner were full of people, looking up at the sky, staring at the huge red flame. Many people began to shake hands and pray, praying that a miracle must come to this world. Mo Ren put on his clothes and opened the balcony window, and a sharp cold wind blew in his face instantly. Hiss! Whoosh! A cloud of white smoke floated out of his mouth, and Mo Ren rubbed his hands and looked up at the sky. The contact lenses in his eyes began to magnify the picture, and then the perspective was activated. Humph! As expected, I am a little looking forward to what will happen next. In Mo Ren's eyes, the SD-23 meteorite was under the fierce attack of countless nuclear bombs, and on the surface of the SD-23 meteorite, an invisible protective shield completely protected it. The SD-23 meteorite was so strangely suspended in the air, as if the still button was pressed. Chapter 332 Meteorite Broken. In Mo Ren's eyes, the SD-23 meteorite was bearing the fierce attack of countless nuclear bombs. On the surface of the SD-23 meteorite, an invisible protective shield completely protected it. The SD-23 meteorite was so strangely suspended in the air, as if the still button was pressed. The big red net in the sky continued to expand under the continuous weaving of countless nuclear bombs. Dazzling strong light continued to overflow from the net, and each strong light came from the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Boom! The explosion sounded like thunder, and it came from the air at this moment, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Soon, the last few nuclear bombs entered the red net and exploded. Since then, all the nuclear weapons owned by all countries on the blue planet have been used up. In the Dragon Country command room, looking at the huge red net on the screen, everyone present was heartbroken. But soon someone found something wrong. Isn't it a bit wrong? Isn't the SD-23 meteorite heading towards the blue planet? Why is the explosion point always in that position? Yes. I also feel something is wrong. It has been so long. Why has the explosion location not changed? Is there something wrong? I think we should arrange for the people to evacuate immediately. This is the safest way. Something is not right. Could it be that even this nuclear weapon cannot shake this meteorite? Everyone present began to notice the strange situation in the sky. And all the senior officials immediately decided to evacuate the people. At this moment, a person pointed at the screen in front of him and suddenly shouted, "Look! The meteorite is broken." The voice fell into the ears of everyone present like a thunder, and everyone's eyes instantly turned to the screen. It started. In Imran's eyes, the SD-23 that stopped in the air began to change. The entire SD-23 meteorite suddenly exploded and turned into countless black powders flying all over the sky. Then, the SD-23 meteorite separated into more than a dozen small meteorites with a diameter of about 4 to 5 kilometers. These meteorites seemed to have their own destinations and began to fly away in more than a dozen different directions. One of the small meteorites was thrown directly into space under the impact of the explosion and slowly drifted towards the moon. As the red flames produced by the nuclear bomb explosion slowly dissipated, all humans on the blue planet also saw the current situation clearly at this moment. It's broken. My God. The meteorite is broken. Some people stared with their eyes wide open. And they couldn't believe their eyes. The meteorite was blown into pieces by human power. It's unbelievable. We actually fought against aliens with human power. Some people cheered, their hearts filled with joy and pride. This is a great victory in human history. And it is definitely a strong stroke recorded in the history books. Oh my God! We survived. We really survived. Some people hugged each other excitedly, with tears in their eyes. At this moment, they felt the preciousness and fragility of life, as well as the hope of rebirth from the ashes. In an instant, the cheers of joy were higher and higher, and everyone was indignant, cheering loudly at the meteorite fragments that kept falling in the sky. The cheers were like thunder, resounding through the sky, as if to shake the entire blue planet. Satellite communication has been restored. An operator shouted loudly while watching the restored communication. Quick! Immediately track the landing site of the meteorites in Longwa. Once residents are found around, immediately arrange for evacuation. Looking at the meteorites flying towards Longwa, the senior leaders immediately gave orders. Yes! Tracking these meteorites. It didn't take much time for the landing sites of these meteorites to appear on the screen. When everyone saw the marked locations, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? So lucky. The landing sites of these meteorites are all in the wilderness, where there are few people or no one has set foot. It's hard to believe that we survived a catastrophe that destroyed the world. We can't be careless. These high-temperature meteorites may cause combustion when they fall to the ground. We must send people to check and retrieve some meteorite samples. One person spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. This order was quickly executed. A large number of helicopters led scientific researchers, soldiers and firefighters to rush to several meteorite crash sites in Longwa. But the tail smoke of this burning meteorite is really strange. It's the first time I've seen such a deep black color. Not only is the color very black, but it seems difficult to spread. It has been floating in the air for so long. Maybe the material is different. Maybe it will be a completely new material. Anyway, once we collect meteorite samples, we can study its material structure. Looking at the flying black dust, a group of researchers began to discuss and speculate with each other, listening to the various exchanges coming from the headphones. Imran could only sigh helplessly. Alas, I hope they can take good protection when collecting meteorite samples. Those strange black smoke may be the beginning of the next disaster. It's a pity that we players are restricted by the system and cannot expose game-related content and various hints of our own sources. Thinking of this, Imran recalled the information he had collected abroad before. Some players were targeted by some departments because they were too conspicuous, and they were arrested for interrogation. Some players could not bear the torture and decided to tell the news related to the survival game and that they came from other worlds. But everyone was affected by the system, and all the words they said became unclear language. Even the messages sent by various means would become garbled, making it impossible to check. And once such a thing is done, a system warning sound will be received that only players can hear. Once the warning exceeds 3 times, the person's brain will be attacked and the whole person will be brain dead, no matter what means are used. if there is even a slight thought of telling others in the mind, a warning will be issued. And the number of warnings is accumulated from 3 times. Once it is raised, it will accumulate once. And the effect will exist forever. Forget it. What is coming will come. And the world will change completely from tomorrow. Moran turned and entered the room and began to prepare today's breakfast. Chapter 333 Black Dust. Forget it. What is coming will eventually come. And the world will start from tomorrow, completely changed. Moran turned and entered the room and began to prepare today's breakfast. In the sky, more than a dozen meteorites were shrouded in blazing flames, flying rapidly in their respective directions. Behind these meteorites, there was a black tail smoke that continued to spread. This black tail smoke was composed of countless tiny black dust. These dusts fluttered in the air with the wind, forming one piece after another of black floating objects, some of which even dissolved in the clouds, dyeing the white clouds black. When they were still 1 kilometer away from the ground, these meteorites that fell at high speed suddenly exploded in the air. Boom! The entire meteorite exploded and turned directly into a large piece of black dust that fell all over the sky. These black dusts were sprinkled down like raindrops at an extremely fast speed. The area within a radius of 10 kilometers was instantly covered with a black dust rain. Flowers, grass, trees, and all other plants were instantly covered with a thin layer of black dust. Some animals below were frightened by the explosion above their heads, and many animals began to flee in all directions. But they still couldn't avoid the high-speed falling dust, and the dust stuck to the fur of these animals. A lot of dust even drifted into the eyes, noses, and mouths of these animals, causing them to sneeze in discomfort. Some dust even fell into the lake and river water that had not yet frozen, and completely dissolved in the water in an instant, disappearing without a trace. After a long time, several transport helicopters full of people flew in the sky. From a distance, everyone on the plane saw the large area of black dust covering the ground. My God, this meteorite actually exploded into countless powders. It's so weird. I have never seen such a meteorite that was broken into powder. What kind of material is it made of? These dusts may be some unknown substances. I think it is best to call in some protective equipment for safety reasons. Even at such a long distance, the airflow generated by the helicopter can blow up the dust and keep it floating in the air. After discussion, everyone decided to find a flat place as a temporary camp. Then, they transferred several sets of advanced protective clothing from the department and collected the meteorite dust after protecting themselves. The helicopter team kept circling in the air and then found a relatively flat grassland. The helicopter slowly landed on the grassland, and many soldiers began to build a simple camp. The place where these meteorites landed is a bit interesting. Well, if you have to say something related, it is that there are so many wild animals nearby. Moran looked at all the meteorite landing points marked on the screen, and touched his chin thoughtfully. The impending catastrophe was lifted, and now the whole dragon country was in a state of excitement. Everyone sang and danced, and fell into an unprecedented carnival. Life is like this. People often hate it because of the setbacks in life, but after experiencing near death, they understand and feel extremely cherished. People are really strange creatures. The troops stationed in various cities began to withdraw one after another, but the police and special police were still patrolling. They gave up getting along with their families just to maintain and protect the order in the city. Time flies, and it is noon. Gu Lao and others come to the villa again to look for Moran. The purpose of coming here is to discuss the meteorite incident. I see. After hearing what you said, Moran, it does feel that that period of time was very strange. Indeed. Even if the meteorite will slow down due to friction in the atmosphere, it is impossible to stay in one place for so long. If that is the case, then the truth is a bit scary. Something terrible is bound to happen next. I feel that the disaster will be related to war, and taking away the strongest nuclear weapon of mankind means that we may have to deal with some kind of enemy other than humans next. Moran and Gu Lao and others sat together and began to discuss the meteorite incident. As everyone speculated and exchanged ideas, they began to feel that the next disaster was unusual. Today is the last day of the year. It is hard not to think too much about such a thing. It seems to be hinting that tomorrow will be a new era of the world. In short, no matter what, starting from tomorrow, this world will definitely change in some way. Weapons, food, water sources, etc. will never be too much. After Moran finished speaking, everyone present nodded in agreement. Gu Lao and others left soon, and time passed slowly without noticing. As the clock struck 12, the new year quietly entered this lively night. Fireworks and firecrackers were not allowed in the city center. So many people drove to the suburbs to set them off. Everyone's enthusiasm reached a level never seen in the past few years. And the special police and police patrolling nearby did not stop them after seeing it. After all, such a thing happened today, and it is not surprising to have such a reaction. In the sky, the black dust floating in the air, led by the wind, began to drift slowly in different directions. Every time you pass a mountain area or a city, a lot of black dust will fall from the sky, and the dust seemed to deliberately avoid humans, but instead attached itself to various animals. From this perspective, there is really a unique beauty. On the huge TV screen in front of him ran. The entire dragon country was overlooking from a satellite perspective. From the satellite's perspective, the entire dragon country was covered by countless colorful fireworks. Fireworks rose from cities and villages, like countless shining stars. The protective clothing is put on, and it is time to check whether it is in compliance. The inspection is completed, and the protective clothing is worn in compliance. After checking each other, several researchers wearing protective clothing began to carry boxes of experimental equipment into the dust area. Several soldiers in protective clothing followed him. All of them were armed. After all, they were in the wilderness, and there were countless wild animals. Is this really the meteorite from yesterday? These black powders are too fine. Is it because of the nuclear bombing that this change occurred? That's impossible. These meteorites were still intact when they were separated. Otherwise, they would have turned into ashes during the flight. The researchers began to take out various equipment to collect the dust scattered on the branches and fallen leaves. Such fine and light dust shocked the researchers present. Chapter 334 Weird Wild Deer. The researchers began to take out various equipment to collect the dust scattered on the branches and fallen leaves. Such fine and light dust shocked the researchers present. Around these researchers, there were more than a dozen soldiers wearing protective clothing and all armed with live ammunition. Captain, I feel so strange around me. I didn't find any animals at all. Yes, and I feel like there are countless eyes staring at us around. The voices of the team members came out of the intercom in the protective clothing. The captain, who was called by everyone, looked around and felt that something was wrong with the surrounding situation. The collection work of several researchers was carried out in an orderly manner. A large amount of black dust was scraped off the surface of the object and then put into several sealed containers. A researcher who was collecting the dust found a wild deer in front of him after peeling off a bush in front of him. It scared me. It turned out to be a wild deer. Hiss? But why do I feel that this deer is a bit strange? In the eyes of this researcher, the wild deer was standing in the bushes more than 20 meters in front. The figure was facing away from him, with its neck slightly bent and its head drooping in front. Something is wrong. There seems to be something wrong with this wild deer. After a closer look, the researcher immediately found something wrong. The deer was shaking all over, and its 4 legs were spread out irregularly. Each leg was shaking uncontrollably, and it looked like it was about to fall. The whole body of the deer was covered with a thin layer of black powder. A brown-purple missing piece was located on the left hind leg. It was a little difficult to identify from a distance, and it looked like a wound. Although he felt that there was something wrong with the deer, the researcher couldn't suppress his curiosity and walked forward a few steps to see it more clearly. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the researcher looked down and found that his foot had stepped on a branch. When he looked up again, he saw that the wild deer in front of him suddenly stopped trembling, then suddenly raised its neck and slowly turned its head. After just one look, the researcher's pupils suddenly shrank, and his mouth screamed out uncontrollably. Ah! What is this thing? The researcher was so frightened that he almost dropped the collection container in his hand. His body instinctively retreated quickly, and as a result, he was about to fall to the ground because of an unstable center of gravity. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind and directly supported his back steadily. The researcher turned around and found that the person coming was the captain of the soldiers. Front, the one in front. Back off. There's something wrong with that wild deer. Before the researcher could finish his words, he was pulled behind him by the captain. The captain quickly loaded his gun and stared at the wild deer in front of him. The deer looked extremely creepy at the moment, and its head seemed to have been bitten by some animal. Half of its face had been torn off, and the eyeballs in its eye sockets had been pulled out. and the surrounding flesh and blood showed a variety of fractures. There were also multiple bite wounds on the other half of the face, and the only remaining eyeballs in the eye sockets were extremely turbid, as if they had already lost their vitality. The bloody wound was exposed, and the bones inside could be easily seen. A dark green viscous liquid kept flowing out of the wound, which looked extremely disgusting. The deer opened its mouth and was breathing out. Its tongue was hanging out, and sticky saliva was dripping from it. The strange deer in front turned its body around, and the nose on its head sniffed the air vigorously, as if it was exploring something. Then the next second, the deer's eyes were fixed on the two people. Yo! Roar! The deer raised its head and let out a cry. It was clearly the cry of a deer, but it was mixed with a wild animal's roar. Then the deer moved its limbs and rushed towards the two people like crazy. The captain was about to pull the trigger, but was pulled back by the researchers behind him. Wait! Don't kill this deer. Its current condition is very strange. It may be related to this black dust. In addition, the captain also understood the reason behind what the researcher said, and quickly adjusted the muzzle of the gun to aim at the limbs of the wild deer. Duh. The assault rifle in the captain's hand roared in a series of roars, and several bullets flew through the air and hit the four legs of the wild deer directly. The captain's shooting skills are very good, and these bullets hit the leg joints accurately. Plop! The wild deer that rushed over instantly softened its feet, fell to the ground with a plop, and rolled in front of the two people. Yo! Roar! 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 The wild deer lying on the ground roared and began to twist its limbs like crazy, trying to rub against the two people bit by bit. At this moment, the wild deer's mouth opened to a very exaggerated angle, and it felt like it would be dislocated in the next second. The whole neck was stretched out abnormally straight, and the mouth was biting wildly in the direction of the two people, and the tongue that stretched out of the mouth had already been bitten off and fell to the ground. Captain, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly shoot? Two soldiers rushed out of the bushes behind them, and they all rushed over quickly after hearing the gunshots. Turning their heads, they also found the strange wild deer struggling and roaring on the ground. Damn! What is this? It's a deer. How can there be such a weird deer? The two were instantly shocked by the twisting wild deer on the ground. They were about to shoot, but were stopped by the captain. This wild deer may have been affected by this black powder. Everyone, find some branches around, tie it up with ropes, and bring it back to the camp. Understood, X2. After receiving the order, the two soldiers immediately went to collect the surroundings, and the captain picked up a stone from the ground. Then he came to the side of the wild deer, pounced on it and suppressed it, then stuffed the stone into its mouth, and tied it up tightly with the rope on his body. After hearing the gunshots, nearby soldiers and researchers rushed over from all around. After seeing the wild deer twisting wildly on the ground, everyone's face was full of shock, and they all gathered around and pointed. Soon, two soldiers found a few strong columnar branches from the surroundings. Everyone worked together to tie up the wild deer, then hung it on the branches, and one person carried one side and began to return to the camp. After everyone left this place, there were bursts of sparse sounds from the bushes in the distance. Chapter 335, Are you sure the deer is still alive? Everyone worked together to tie up the wild deer, then hung it on a branch, and carried one side back to the camp. After everyone left this place, there were sparse noises coming from the bushes in the distance. Hiss! What on earth is this black powder? No metal detector can detect it. This thing is really weird, and it doesn't look like some kind of stone powder. It is very hard when crushed, and it can't be fixed or changed in shape at all. Is this really a new substance? But I always have a feeling that this powder is not a good thing. In the temporary camp, several researchers gathered in a temporary isolation shed. All of them were wearing protective clothing and using various instruments on the table to test the collected black powder. But the information obtained was very little, and it was impossible to find out what kind of substance this black powder was. Oh! It's really a strange thing. It looks like iron but not iron. And it doesn't look like rock powder. But the texture is extremely hard. What on earth is this? A researcher scratched his head through the protective clothing, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. When they collect more powder, we will take the dust back to the laboratory, where there are more equipment for support, and we will definitely know what this substance is. Let's take a rest first. After all, we haven't slept for a night. After a slightly older-looking researcher finished speaking, The others all nodded in agreement and put down their hands. Since arriving here yesterday, everyone has collected some black powder and started testing as soon as the laboratory was built. They haven't had much rest until now. Then many people leaned back in their chairs and closed their eyes to take a nap. But before they could take a long nap, the door of the isolation shed was opened and several researchers walked in quickly. Everyone, come outside quickly. We caught a wild deer in the dust area. And this wild deer seems to be affected by this black dust and has become very strange. I felt sick when I saw it for the first time. Several researchers who were taking a nap were awakened. When they heard what they said, everyone stood up from their chairs with disbelief on their faces. What? You said that this dust will affect organisms. How is that possible? We didn't find this at all when we tested it yesterday. Are you sure? Yesterday we did a series of tests on blood, mucous membranes, etc. This dust will not have any effect on humans at all. In fact, there is still some effect. If you inhale too much, it will easily accumulate in your lungs and cause pneumoconiosis. Everyone walked out while talking, and soon came out to see the wild deer. When the other researchers saw the wild deer on the ground, they couldn't help but tremble and exclaimed in disbelief. My God! What has this wild deer experienced? The wound on its face shows its skull. Such a huge and fatal wound. I didn't expect it to be alive. This is simply unbelievable. How is this possible? Look at the blood flowing from the wound. It is a very sticky dark green color. Everyone surrounded the wild deer and was deeply shocked by its current appearance. The wild deer tied up on the ground was shaking wildly at this moment, as if it was trying its best to break free from the restraints on its body. The only remaining cloudy eyeball was spinning wildly in its eye socket, staring at every researcher present. The slightly older researcher squatted down and put his hand on the wild deer to caress it. After a few strokes, the researcher's pupils suddenly dilated, and the whole person jumped up from the ground and quickly stepped back. Such a scene immediately scared the people around, and they all turned their heads to look at the researcher. The researcher's face was full of fear, and his eyes were fixed on the wild deer on the ground. The whole person was stunned on the spot, with his mouth wide open. But no sound came out. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? What happened? Did you notice anything from this wild deer? The researcher's strange scene immediately made everyone present nervous. Are you sure? Are you sure, this deer? It is really alive, the man said tremblingly, and his right hand pointing at the wild deer was shaking constantly. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned and looked at the researcher with strange faces. Brother, what's wrong with you? This thing is jumping on the ground so hard. Why do you ask such a strange question? Seeing the strange looks everyone gave him, the man swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, This wild deer, it has no pulse, no heartbeat, and its body is very cold. It feels hard to the touch, like it's dead. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent, and everyone froze, including the soldiers around them. The captain next to him stepped forward quickly and stretched out his hand to press on the wild deer. In just a short while, the captain's pupil shrank suddenly, and the whole person stood up from the ground. This deer actually has no heartbeat. The captain's words were full of shock. When he was suppressing the wild deer just now, he didn't even notice the spot. The captain's words were like a thunderbolt, instantly waking up everyone present. A group of researchers immediately squatted down, and their hands wearing protective gloves were placed on the wild deer. Not long after, everyone suddenly jumped up from the ground, and quickly moved away from the wild deer like a frightened hare. No. How is it possible? This is completely against biology. How is it possible? How is it possible? This wild deer really has no heartbeat, no pulse. This wild deer is really dead. Why is it still alive and kicking like this? Everyone felt a chill all over their body, and the look they gave the deer was filled with fear, as if they were looking at an unknown creature they had never seen before. Everyone, pack up all your equipment immediately, and we will set off to return immediately. This matter is no longer something we can decide. We must inform the higher-ups immediately. This black powder is not as simple as it seems. There are big problems inside. After the slightly older researcher finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was about to start collecting items, something strange happened suddenly. Ah! Roar! Ga! Roar! Roar! Breaks of roars came from the forest. The sound was extremely hoarse and unpleasant, but very familiar, and seemed to be a combination of the sounds of some animals. Then, there was a loud rustling sound in the surrounding bushes, and they all shook, as if a large number of unknown creatures were approaching quickly. Chapter 336 Evacuate. AO. Roar. GA. Roar. Roar. Burst after burst of roars came from the forest. The sound was extremely hoarse and unpleasant, but very familiar, as if it was a combination of the sounds of some animals. Then, there was a loud rustling sound in the surrounding bushes, and all of them shook, as if a large number of unknown creatures were approaching quickly. The abnormal movement around instantly alerted all the soldiers present. One after another, the sound of bolts was heard, and the black muzzles of the guns were all aimed at the surrounding bushes. The captain looked around like an eagle, and his brows were deeply furrowed. The roars coming from the surroundings gave him a very bad feeling. Quick! Start all transport helicopters. Take all the collected black powder including this deer, and we will leave this place immediately. Although it is not clear what creature made the sound, it is obvious that there are a lot of things coming as the roars gradually increase. As the sound fell, everyone present immediately took action. Buzz buzz buzz, whir. The transport helicopters on the open ground started one after another, and the propellers rotated with a loud humming sound. Strong airflow burst out from them, blowing the weeds on the ground constantly. Some researchers quickly rushed into the isolation shed and put all the remaining black powder in a special sealed box, and took away various computer data and all the instruments used for testing. Just as all the researchers were hurriedly packing up their belongings, there was a sudden burst of gunfire outside. The gunfire startled the researchers present, and the fierce gunfire continued to stimulate the eardrums of everyone present. Quick! 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 Move the important things first, and forget about the unimportant ones. Let's go! The slightly older researcher shouted, and the others immediately put down some unimportant equipment, grabbed the most valuable things and ran out. As soon as they came outside, all the researchers were shocked by the scene in front of them. All kinds of wild animals appeared at the edge of the open space, all rushing towards them like crazy. The appearance of these animals was extremely creepy and weird. Their mouths were wide open as if they were about to be dislocated, and various piercing roars were constantly emitted from their throats. The eyeballs of all the animals were extremely blurry, and some were even completely white, as if they had completely lost their vitality. The bodies of these animals were covered with a thin layer of black powder, and there were many wounds on various parts of their bodies. These wounds were torn, bitten, torn, and pierced, all kinds of them, and they looked particularly disgusting. Facing the soldiers' gunfire and rain of bullets, these animals not only did not feel afraid, but became more violent and roared. Countless bullets shot into the abdomen and chest of these animals, opening blood holes one after another on their bodies, and dark green blood continued to flow out and drip onto the ground. Stop looking. Hurry up and get on the plane. The captain turned around and yelled, and the researchers who were stunned on the spot woke up as if from a dream, and immediately ran towards the transport helicopter. What on earth have these animals experienced to become like this? It's really weird. A wild deer was clearly hit in the chest by me many times, but it just staggered and continued to rush forward as if nothing had happened. The voices of the soldiers came from the intercom in the protective suit. After raising a gun and blowing off the head of a wild boar, the captain immediately controlled the intercom and shouted, "There is something wrong with these animals. Don't attack other parts of them. Attack their heads, so that they can be completely killed." "Yes." "Understood." The soldiers immediately followed their orders, and every bullet fired from their assault rifles accurately penetrated the heads of these animals. The animals with their heads blown off fell to the ground, twitching violently for a moment, and then lay on the ground completely motionless. The soldiers shot alternately while retreating towards the transport helicopter. The number of animals gathered around them increased, and they began to approach them in a siege. All researchers have arrived. The tail hatch is starting to close. Take off. Take off. Take off. As the last researcher entered the helicopter, the soldier at the rear immediately pressed the tail hatch switch, and the tail hatch at the rear of the helicopter began to close little by little under the control of the hydraulic strut. The helicopter pilot who received the order in front began to increase the throttle. The speed of the propeller above began to increase. The strong wind pressure rolled the ground below, and the transport helicopter began to leave the ground and rise into the air. "Captain, we have reached the transport plane and started to cover you." listening to the voice coming from the intercom. The captain immediately shouted to the remaining soldiers on both sides. "Quick! Everyone withdraw from the battle, and quickly evacuate to the transport plane." "Yes!" The soldiers quickly withdrew from the combat posture, and quickly ran to the transport helicopter that was about to take off behind. Duh. After sweeping forward to empty the magazine, the captain immediately ran and rushed towards the transport plane. Roar! Roar! An extremely loud roar was heard, and the captain suddenly looked back. He saw a huge black bear rushing out of the bushes and rushing towards him at this moment. No grass grows wherever it passes, and any animal that stands in its way is instantly knocked away and trampled. The fragile isolation shed was easily knocked down, and the black bear's speed began to increase, and the distance between it and the captain gradually narrowed. Fuck! Isn't this thing hibernating now? How did it rush out? The captain couldn't help but swear, and at the same time, his feet ran faster. He didn't want to fight this guy head on. Not to mention that this thing could run at a terrifying speed of 30 kilometers. If he was caught up, he would definitely be in trouble. What a big black bear. Quick! Cover the captain and shoot the black bear. The soldiers on the helicopter quickly turned their guns and pulled the trigger at the black bear that was constantly rushing over. Duh. Several assault rifles spewed out fierce flames, and countless bullets attacked the black bear like a storm. But soon, all the assault rifles in the soldiers' hands were misfired, and all the bullets in the magazines had been used up. On the other hand, the black bear was not seriously injured due to the angle and shaking of the people on the plane, and several bullets flew directly past the black bear's scalp. More bullets hit the black bear, but this non-fatal pain could not stop it. Instead, the injury made the black bear even more violent. Chapter 337. Black bear climbed onto the plane. On the other hand, the black bear was not seriously injured due to the angle and shaking of the people on the plane, and several bullets flew directly past the black bear's scalp. More bullets hit the black bear, but this non-fatal pain could not stop it. Instead, the black bear became more violent due to the injury. Damn! There are no bullets at the critical moment. Reload the bullets quickly. Use something else to attract the attention of the black bear. The captain will be caught up by it soon. Several soldiers hurriedly pulled out the empty magazines on their bodies and started to reload the ammunition boxes on the helicopter. The remaining soldiers quickly tore open a box of disinfectant next to them, grabbed the disinfectant inside and threw it out. Bang caw! Bang caw! Bottles of disinfectant were thrown out one after another, falling directly beside the black bear, and several bottles hit the black bear's forehead directly. This wave of harassment made the black bear roar even more angrily. But it did affect its actions, and the distance between the captains widened again. Take off. Take off quickly. Looking at the helicopter hatch entrance in front of him, the captain who ran over hurriedly shouted loudly on the intercom. The rotating blades of the helicopter suddenly accelerated, and the fuselage began to leave the ground little by little. The captain also rushed over at this time, and his two fast-running feet exerted force, and the whole person bounced up and landed directly on the cover of the rear door of the cabin. The soldiers inside rushed over instantly, grabbed the captain and dragged him in quickly. Running with a black bear weighing hundreds of kilograms. This is really the first time since I joined the army. The captain lay directly on the ground and gasped for breath, and the protective mask on his face was torn off. The soldiers around also breathed a sigh of relief. What happened today was really something that no one had ever experienced. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over and they could finally start returning. Bang! A crash sounded suddenly, and then a force pulled the tail of the helicopter down directly. Everyone in the cabin almost fell to the ground, and at the same time, a piercing alarm sounded. Ding ding ding. The alarm sounded with the red indicator light flashing continuously, and the helicopter pilot hurriedly adjusted the control to stabilize the shaking fuselage. What's going on? What happened? Wait! Everyone, look behind. The black bear actually ran up. A soldier suddenly pointed to the rear door and shouted, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw two huge bear claws on the cover of the rear door, and the entire rear door made a series of clicks, and the door that was originally closing was pulled open little by little. Roar! 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 A scary bear head popped up from below and roared at everyone in the cabin. What's going on? This thing can jump up from such a high place. The captain quickly pulled out the last magazine on his body ejected the empty magazine in the assault rifle, and quickly inserted it. Then he pulled the bolt to load the gun, pointed the muzzle at the black bear's head, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. Bang 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 caw, bang caw. The black bear's head was instantly smashed by a series of bullets, and dark green blood mixed with various fragments splattered everywhere. The black bear's strength was instantly drained away, and the claws that were holding on to the edge of the cover loosened, and it fell directly from the air. Boom! The next second, a heavy sound of falling came from below. The rear hatch cover began to rise slowly, and then closed, but the cover had already deformed visibly. After returning, we must disinfect and clean it thoroughly, and repair the deformed cover. The brothers in the logistics department will be busy, looking at the tail cover covered with dark green blood and fragments. The captain immediately picked up the protective mask and put it on. There was no other reason, mainly because this liquid actually emitted an indescribable stench. The carrier helicopter began to take everyone back, and the captain reported the situation here to his superiors on the way. That's the situation. The accompanying video has started uploading. Report completed. I understand. I'm glad that all of you are fine. I have arranged for the base to prepare for the reception. You will go back immediately. Yes. After ending the call, the captain looked at a soldier next to him. At this moment, he was operating the computer and uploading the camera images worn by everyone to it, flying faster all the way. It soon arrived above the base. Below was already full of researchers and soldiers wearing protective clothing who had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the helicopter stopped, a large number of soldiers in protective clothing carried disinfection tools and began to disinfect the entire transport helicopter. All researchers inside, including soldiers, and all those who participated in this operation were taken away for quarantine and testing. The black powder samples were sent to the internal laboratory after being disinfected and protected. The wild deer brought back was put directly into a large sealed container, with 3 layers of protection inside and outside, and then sent to the laboratory under the escort of many soldiers. Although this powder has no effect on people for the time being, it is hard to say what will happen to animals affected by it. This is the situation. The accompanying video has begun to be uploaded. Report completed. Understood. Fortunately, all of you are fine. I have arranged for the base to prepare for the reception. You will go immediately. The call ended, and Mo Ran looked at the screens in front of him. The screen was divided into several areas, each of which was a separate video. No heartbeat, no pulse. But the animal that was obviously dead was alive and kicking. Isn't this thing a zombie? Looking at the crazy and mutated animals on the screen, a monster that appeared in movies and TV dramas slowly emerged in Mo Ran's mind. In fact, in addition to movies and TV dramas, this kind of monster has been seen before. The zombie dinosaurs on the island are indeed similar to these. These black powders can cause animals to mutate, which is unimaginable. But they can't cause people to mutate, which is a bit strange. Is it not the right time? Or does it require some specific conditions? For example, being bitten by this mutated animal. Looking at the various information on the screen, Mo Ran began to analyze them one by one. But the information obtained was also little, and Mo Ran could not be 100% sure of this guess. Continue to observe. The wild deer has been sent to the laboratory, and the mutations in its body will soon reveal the answer. Before that, continue to cast a wide net. The meteorites that fell are not only in Longwa. Other meteorites must have also had an impact, and maybe a disaster is happening now. Mo Ran began to check the situation of other meteorite fall points, and at the same time, his attention was occasionally focused on this laboratory. Chapter 338 Monster. Keep observing. The wild deer has been sent to the laboratory. I believe the mutations in its body will soon reveal the answer. Before that, continue to cast a wide net. The meteorites that fell are not only in Longwa. Other meteorites must have also had an impact. Maybe a disaster is happening now. Mo Ran began to check the situation of other meteorite fall sites, and at the same time, his attention was paid to the research institute from time to time. In the base laboratory, all researchers looked at the mutant wild deer tied up in a transparent sealed container, and everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. No, there is no temperature detected on this wild deer. This is really incomprehensible. Looking at the picture on the infrared display screen in front of them, the faces of the researchers surrounding them were full of shock. With the help of several soldiers in protective clothing, the wild deer in the sealed container was lifted out and fixed on a metal research table. Roar! 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 As soon as the stone stuffed in its mouth was removed, the wild deer let out a piercing roar, began to twist its body wildly and struggled continuously, and the several iron chains tied to its body were shaken and rattled. This thing is a deer. This sound is not right. How could this be a wild deer? I've never heard of a deer that makes this kind of sound. Listening to the roar of an unknown wild animal, the shock on the faces of the researchers present never disappeared. One researcher took a syringe, inserted the needle into the wild deer, grabbed the end of the syringe and pulled it, and a stream of sticky dark green blood appeared in the syringe. Another researcher took a box of test tubes and injected the dark green blood in the syringe into these test tubes. It's incredible. The wild deer has been dead for at least more than 24 hours, and the blood in its body will not coagulate. An old man picked up a test tube and held it in front of his eyes, and shook it to check. The dark green blood in the test tube was extremely viscous, and it flowed back and forth as the old man shook it. It seems that the real disaster has not yet passed, and the black powder will be the beginning of a new round of more terrifying things. The old man put the test tube back in his hand, and then locked his eyes on the struggling wild deer on the research table. The experiment officially began, and all the researchers in protective clothing began to work. On one side, they began to dissect the wild deer, and on the other side, they analyzed the blood drawn from the wild deer. The sharp scalpel cut open the abdominal cavity, and the organs that had begun to decay were exposed in front of everyone. The slightly black and rotten pus mixed with dark green blood instantly flowed all over the research table, outside the transparent glass of the laboratory. Some senior executives who came here to check were already standing. Everyone looked through the thick tempered glass in front of them to see all the processes happening inside. As time went by, the wild deer on the research table had been dismantled to only the head and neck. The head kept roaring on the neck, and the whole neck was twisting wildly. This scene had completely frightened everyone present. Many young researchers could not bear the psychological pressure and fainted on the ground. Although the experienced researchers could barely stand, everyone's face was extremely pale. They had never seen a creature with only a neck and a head left, still so lively. This thing is no longer a biological creature. It should be called a monster. Roar, 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 roar. The wild deer, with only a head and neck left, kept roaring, staring at every researcher present with its white eyes, twisting its neck frantically, trying to break free from the chains that bound it. The piercing roar echoed throughout the laboratory, irritating the eardrums of everyone present. Ah! Ah! Monster! Go to hell! You monster! A researcher couldn't bear the psychological pressure, so he grabbed a big hammer next to him and swung it hard at the deer's head. Wait! Stop! What are you doing? A researcher nearby tried to stop it immediately, but it was too late. The big hammer hit the deer's head directly. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones breaking instantly rang out, and the whole head of the deer was smashed into a paste. Dark green blood mixed with various fragments instantly splashed all over the researcher. The roar stopped abruptly, along with a constantly twisting neck. The whole deer died completely, and became a pile of rotten meat on the research table. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Clang. The big hammer in his hand fell to the ground, and the researcher's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. He began to breathe heavily, and the mist produced by his intense breathing began to fill the entire mask. But this still could not hide his terrified expression. Damn it! What are you doing? The head of this thing is a very important experimental material, and you just smashed it. You guy! The researcher who stopped him rushed over directly, grabbed the researcher's protective suit with both hands, and lifted him up from the ground. And then he started to speak. I was too scared. Sorry. The researcher stuttered, and the mood that had just calmed down was raised again. Okay. Xiao Su. Let him go. He didn't do it on purpose. It's useless to hold him like this. An old man walked slowly from the side, revealing an old face under the protective suit mask. Mr. Zhang. Alas. Xiao Su sighed, looked at the researcher angrily, let him go, and quickly came to the research table. After cleaning the broken skull of the wild deer, the brain inside was smashed to pieces. Although the brain was smashed to pieces, several relatively intact fragments could still be seen. Xiao Su carefully picked it out and put it in a petri dish. Several researchers around also came forward to help. and soon picked out the relatively intact brain inside. They carefully picked up the culture dish and walked quickly to another testing room. During this period, the test report of the wild deer blood has come out, and the researchers who tested the blood uploaded all the data to the large screen on the wall. It can be seen that the faces of these researchers are very ugly, and even have a look of fear. Seeing such a scene, Zheng Lao and other researchers also looked serious and looked at the large screen. Chapter 339. Animals are just carriers. The real target is humans. It can be seen that the faces of these researchers are very ugly, and even with fear. Seeing such a scene, Zheng Lao and other researchers also looked serious and looked at the big screen. At this moment, many people have gathered outside the laboratory, and everyone's eyes are projected through the glass onto the huge screen on the wall. The blood analysis of wild deer is displayed on the screen. And there are also several groups of control experiments. An old man who participated in the blood test came to the big screen and began to explain the information on it to everyone. His voice was transmitted to the outside through the loudspeaker and fell into the ears of the senior staff present. The powder produced by the SD-23 meteorite is a new type of virus. Each virus is wrapped in a polygonal round shell. This round shell is extremely hard and cannot be destroyed by external forces. After the old man finished speaking, he called up a picture on the screen in front of him. The picture was taken from a microscope perspective, and the protagonist was a polygonal round object. Each side of it was extremely smooth and flat, as if it had been specially carved. This shell protects the virus inside very well, so that it will not be damaged before parasitism, no matter how much external stimulation is applied. This shell cannot be opened automatically, but once it touches the blood of an animal, the shell will begin to melt, exposing the virus inside. The old man continued to preach, and the screen in front of him began to play a video. On the experimental table, the blood of the little white mouse was slowly injected into the black powder. In an instant, the black powder seemed to be ignited and began to react continuously. The originally solid black round shell was now dissolving bit by bit, as if being eroded by a mysterious force. As the round shell broke open, the virus hidden inside also rushed out like a demon that had escaped from its trap. These viruses showed a strange dark green color, and their edges were covered with sharp thorns and protrusions. What was even more chilling was that 5 or 6 tentacles stretched out from the virus body, and they swam and waved in the blood wantonly, as if searching for something. After pressing for 1 second, these viruses are like sharks that smell blood, waving their tentacles with their claws and teeth, rushing towards the red blood cells at an alarming speed. Their goal is clear. The red blood cells in the blood are their prey, and the hunting game has begun. They pierce the red blood cells with their tentacles, like straws, frantically extracting nutrients from them, and the volume of the virus begins to expand. The cells shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then a crack opens on the body of the virus, and several new viruses drill out of it. They give birth to 10, and 10 give birth to 100, hunting the red blood cells in the blood at a terrifying speed, thereby producing more viruses. The blood of the mice in the culture dish turned dark green, little by little, at a speed visible to the naked eye. They are simply a group of bloodthirsty and brutal hunters, eroding and spreading throughout the host's body at a terrifying speed. Any immune cells will hunt them, but their actions are silent. They can instantly occupy every corner of the host's body in a very short time, and then enter a 24-hour latent period. Once the time is up, the virus will instantly invade the host's brain and take full control of the body. When the old man said this, his body began to tremble slightly, as if he was very afraid of what was to come. Lao Zhang, Zhen Lao asked worriedly, and was stopped by Lao Zhang just as he was about to step forward. Lao Zhang calmed down and pointed at the screen and continued. These are just the beginning stages of this virus, and infecting animals is just their initial target. As soon as this was said, the researchers present couldn't help but take a breath, and the senior executives outside the research room were also shocked. The content demonstrated on the screen just now was shocking enough, but this was just the beginning. The virus infects animals only to make them a medium for rapid transmission to humans. If human blood is fused with this black powder alone, it will not cause it to react. But once the blood of infected animals is mixed with human blood, the virus will react, and the reaction is very violent. The video on the screen continued to show. In the picture, with the injection of a needle of human blood, the viruses in the blood suddenly became violent. They rushed towards the red blood cells at an extremely terrifying speed. stretched out their tentacles and stabbed them fiercely, and then tore them apart frantically. A large group of viruses rushed up in a black mass, and thousands of viruses frantically scrambled for a red blood cell. In the blink of an eye, the red blood cells were torn into countless fragments, and all swallowed into the stomachs of these viruses. The next second, these viruses that devoured human red blood cells began to mutate. They grew a harder shell on their bodies. The number of tentacles increased, and the thorns on their bodies became sharper. Their body size began to change dramatically, directly becoming at least 2 or 3 times larger than before. This virus is completely born to hunt humans. They use animals as carriers to spread and replenish their own energy. Once a human is attacked by an infected animal, the virus will quickly occupy the whole body through the blood, and its process will take at least an hour. Once humans are infected, they will become more terrifying than this animal. Once it spreads, the whole world will be completely destroyed. Old Zhang's body began to tremble with excitement. Mr. Zhang, who was standing by, hurried forward and helped him to a chair with several researchers. The entire laboratory was unusually quiet, and everyone just stared at the screen. The various information presented in it had completely shattered their cognition at this moment. Mr. Zhang, how long will it take to develop a vaccine for this virus? A deep voice came from the loudspeaker, and everyone turned their heads to look at the tempered glass of the laboratory. At this moment, a middle-aged officer with a microphone in hand and a fierce aura was standing outside. We can only say, try our best. After saying this, Mr. Sun slowly put down the microphone in his hand, and his face was full of bitterness at this moment. Okay, then I'll trouble you all next. After saying this, the middle-aged officer put down the microphone and turned to leave here. Before leaving, Mr. Zhang seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly stood up from the chair, grabbed the microphone, and shouted loudly. The black powder will only affect animals, and will not have any reaction to humans. People and animals must be separated, and all animals in the city must be dealt with immediately. Mr. Zhang's voice was transmitted to the outside of the laboratory through the loudspeaker. When the middle-aged officer heard this, the expression on his face instantly became extremely solemn. While taking out his mobile phone from his arms and starting to make a call, he ran out quickly. Chapter 340 Deal with all pets. The black powder will only affect animals, and will not have any reaction on humans. People and animals must be separated, and all animals in the city must be dealt with immediately. Zhang Lao's voice was transmitted loudly outside the laboratory through the loudspeaker. When the middle-aged officer heard it, his expression instantly became extremely solemn. He took out his mobile phone from his arms and started to make a call while running out quickly. It turns out that the black powder is a virus. It seems that the whole world will set off a huge zombie crisis. Mo Ran looked at the screen, which was divided into several areas. Each area is a separate fixed picture, all of which are from the protected area with cameras. The places where these meteorites fell are all in the wilderness where few people go, and some even fell into the animal protection area. Through the fixed cameras in the protection area, Mo Ran has been able to find a large number of animals infected by the virus. Those running on the ground, flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and even hibernating, are all infected by the black powder and turned into bloodthirsty and brutal zombie animals. These black powders are pervasive and all accurately locked on each animal. After 24 hours, all animals within the range of the powder explosion have turned into zombies. These zombie animals spread rapidly around, and in the process, they continue to infect animals that had not yet become zombies. Once bitten by infected zombie animals, healthy animals will completely become zombie animals within 6 hours. In several protected areas under surveillance, at least 60% of the area has fallen. Many animals in them have all become zombies, and the scale is constantly expanding. In addition to various animals in the wild, cats and dogs raised by humans may also be affected. Shoo shoo. Call up the cloud distribution map from December 30th to January 1st. Mo Ran remembered the dust in the sky that he saw yesterday, and immediately ordered Shoo Shoo to investigate. Understood, Captain. Shoo Shoo's cold mechanical voice came out, and soon the content was displayed on a TV screen in front. Mo Ran looked at the screen content and found a large amount of black dust produced by the meteorite explosion that day. It has spread to the sky above the entire blue star without knowing it, completely enveloping the entire blue star. Seeing this, Mo Ran's heart was completely clear. and all the processes from beginning to end were listed in his mind. Good method. It's really a good method. First, use the meteorite to create a global crisis, causing all humans to panic and cause riots, completing the first wave of heavy damage to the entire human society. Second, use meteorites to destroy all nuclear weapons, so that humans lose their powerful range strike means. Third, when everyone is excited about surviving, quietly release the virus that causes animal mutations, causing all animals on the blue planet to become zombies. Thinking of this, Ren looked at the screen, which marked all residents who kept pets, as well as the overcrowded pet hospital today. I hope they can be faster. It's less than 2 hours until noon. Ren packed all the information and sent it to Gu Lao and the others. Zombies? Could it be the zombies that appear in movies and TV shows that turn people into zombies after biting them? Well said. Don't say it next time. Gu Lao and others looked at the message sent by Ren, and everyone's face was full of shock and solemnity. Notify everyone to return immediately, and the things we prepared can be made, Gu Lao said, and everyone began to contact their team members. At the same time, everyone in the factory began to take action, and various steel pipes, iron rods, and knives began to be welded and sharpened to form one deadly weapon after another. Doctor, I don't know what's wrong with my furry child. I saw him twitching constantly when I woke up in the morning, foaming at the mouth, and his whole body was very hot. Aren't you a top pet hospital? Where are the doctors? Why didn't even one doctor come? In a pet hospital, countless residents crowded in the lobby with their pets, and the medical staff at the front desk were extremely busy, constantly dealing with the situation. Everyone calm down. Calm down. All our doctors are busy, and there are no vacancies in the hospital. The front desk medical staff's dissuasion was only responded by the crowd, who kept making noise. Why doesn't this world end? I've had enough. The front desk medical staff was about to explode, but they still tried their best to keep a professional smile on their faces. Squeak! Squeak! Just then, there were brake sounds coming from outside. Several trucks appeared at the entrance of the pet hospital, along with numerous special police and police officers, all fully armed and wearing protective masks. Everyone, stay away from your pets immediately. They have been infected with an unknown virus, Su Chong shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, and the originally noisy hall became very quiet in an instant, seemingly realizing that what he said was a bit inappropriate. Su Chong immediately added, "But don't worry. This virus will not affect humans now. Please hand over your pets to us. We will take them away for quarantine." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other, and then looked at the pets in their arms. What? Disease virus? Oh my God. I won't be infected. Take it away. Take it away. Take this thing away. Many people panicked, threw away the pets in their arms, and fled like flying. Fortunately, there were police to maintain order, so that the rioting crowd did not have a stampede. Brother Su, what you said is? Seeing the eyes of the crowd, Su Chong immediately said, very unhappy. What's the matter? What else can I say? Are you going to grab them directly? Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly grab all these pets on the car. All the SWAT police officers immediately took action and caught the pets that were unconscious and twitching on the ground one by one into the truck compartment. Seeing the police and SWAT police constantly pouring into the hospital, all the medical staff were confused and just watched the pets being taken away. Bang, bang, bang. Please open the door. Your pet is infected with an unknown virus. We need to take it away for isolation. I hope you understand. Please don't interfere with our routine work. Countless police, SWAT, and a large number of soldiers who re-entered the city all began to knock on doors from house to house. The process of capturing the infected pets naturally encountered some obstacles. Time passed by minute, leaving no one aware of it. Soon, 12 noon, arrived. Chapter 341 Biochemical Alarm. Disaster begins. Countless police, special police, and a large number of soldiers who re-entered the city all began to knock on doors from house to house. The process of capturing the infected pets naturally encountered some obstacles. Time passed by minute, leaving no one aware of it. Soon, 12 o'clock noon, arrived. In the cargo space of the truck, those pets who were originally in a coma and twitching all over their bodies. At this moment, all of them stopped twitching incredibly. as if they were controlled by a mysterious force, and fell into extreme silence. The next second, countless eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness, revealing white eyeballs that had long lost their vitality, emitting a creepy cold light. Woo! Roar! 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 The terrifying roar instantly filled the entire carriage. These cats, dogs and other pets that were supposed to be docile and cute, all let out low roars at this moment, their voices full of pain and anger. Then, the roars became louder and louder, gradually turning into piercing roars. Their expressions became hideous and distorted, waving their claws wildly, tearing their companions around with their sharp fangs. The entire carriage was instantly covered in blood, and blood splattered out, quickly forming a disgusting layer of dark green blood on the ground. Bang! 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 A series of fierce collisions suddenly sounded in the carriage, and the entire box began to shake violently with the crazy struggle of the pets. Report! Report! There is an abnormal movement in the carriage. Please reply if you receive it. There is an abnormal movement in the carriage. Received. A large number of police forces have been dispatched to reinforce, and the nearest route out of the city has been arranged for you. Please hold on. The special police, who controlled the truck, immediately slowed down the speed of the car, while transmitting information through the walkie-talkie. While stabilizing the shaking car body, the police car leading the way immediately activated the alarm and began to evacuate the traffic ahead through the loudspeaker. The traffic lights on the road began to be controlled through the background to open the road for the convoy to clear the traffic. Woo woo woo, woo woo. The vehicle ahead immediately avoids. The vehicle ahead immediately avoids. The vehicle ahead heard the sound and made an emergency avoidance, and everyone around heard the sound coming from the truck compartment. The shrill roar continued from the compartment, and even everyone in the car could hear it clearly. What a creepy roar. What on earth is in that car? I just read on the internet that soldiers, special police, and police are catching pets all over the city. Those pets seem to be infected with some unknown virus. It's so strange today. Many people on the internet are saying that their pets are sick. They are all in a coma, have a high fever, and foam at the mouth. Nothing will happen. Right? Hey! Look at the back of that truck. There is a dark green liquid flowing down. Everyone around felt panicked as they watched the large truck gradually go away under the escort of many special police and police cars. And on the ground, there was a dark green liquid that was gradually going away. The next second, a piercing alarm sounded suddenly, piercing the tranquility above the city like a sharp sword. This alarm sounded extraordinary, and its sound was like crying and complaining, like the last wailing of the world, full of suffocating silence. Everyone's heart was instantly gripped by fear, as if they heard the dying wail from hell, making them breathless for a while. Suddenly, a page popped up automatically on everyone's mobile phone without any warning. A striking yellow-bottomed black-bordered biochemical logo occupied the center of the entire page, and then a notice edited in red font appeared below, accompanied by an urgent voice. Attention all Dragon Country residents. Attention all Dragon Country residents. Please do not stay outside. Return home immediately. Lock all doors and windows tightly. Make sure any place that is connected to the sewer is closed. Please stay indoors and wait for further instructions. Remember, if you encounter a pet or animal with strange behavior, stay away immediately and do not go forward to check. Remember, stay away from pets and animals with abnormal behavior. Do not hesitate. Remember, protect yourself and avoid direct contact with them. The voice playing on the phone is exactly what is on the notice, and the tone is full of anxiety and tension. At the bottom of the notice, 3 options are listed separately, as if to remind people of the urgency of time and the urgency of the situation. In an instant, the whole city the whole Dragon Country is boiling. All electronic devices such as televisions, computers, flat panel radios, etc., are constantly playing this announcement in a loop. All residents at home immediately stood up and locked all doors and windows, in accordance with the requirements of the notice. All sewer toilets were closed and blocked, although they were very confused and didn't know what happened. The eye-catching red text and anxious prompts made them think for a moment. Those who were still outside ran home frantically, not daring to delay for a quarter of an hour. The panic spread again, and the cars on the road began to jam. The traffic police, escorted by soldiers and special police, began to direct the difficult road clearing. Damn! There is not enough time. Otherwise it wouldn't be the current situation. This is the last resort. We have dealt with nearly 87% of the pets in all cities in this short time. The speed of the soldiers is very fast. There are still 13% of pets that have not been dealt with. Not to mention the rats in the sewers. Sigh. The senior executives looked at the pictures on the screen in front of them. Everyone's face was anxious and filled with lingering haze. There were countless staff members around who were busy and anxious, all dealing with various things. Hurry up, everyone. Work harder and prepare the outer defense immediately. Guilao and other elders came outside and directed everyone present to build a defense line. There is a circle of buildings around the factory, which seems to be the previous office and residential area. After discussion, Guilao and others rented the surrounding buildings from that person again soon. After such a period of renovation, all the windows facing outward of the buildings have been reinforced. A circle of iron nets was built on the outermost periphery, which is the first layer of defense set up by everyone. Several high towers were set up around to deal with some situations. The iron nets around the factory have also been renovated and raised. Now everyone is installing various sharp spikes on these iron nets. Biohazard alert. It seems the disaster has begun. Imo Ren looked up at the sky and saw several fighter planes roaring and flying into the distance. In the distance, many armed helicopters could be seen, and transport helicopters were approaching, full of soldiers with live ammunition. The sky was like a gray curtain, and snowflakes were like withered petals, constantly falling from the sky. There was an endless atmosphere of sadness between heaven and earth, as if the whole world was crying silently. Chapter 342 Complete Virus. The sky was like a gray curtain, and snowflakes were like withered petals, constantly falling from the sky. There was an endless atmosphere of sadness between heaven and earth, as if the whole world was crying silently. It has mutated again. What kind of virus is this? How is it possible? This is simply incomprehensible. Looking at the control experiment that was obtained again, Lao Zhang was already horrified. A sense of despair and fear continued to spread in his heart, and his body almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Several researchers nearby immediately stepped forward to help him. At this moment, everyone's face was full of fear and despair. The third stage. In a short period of time, it has completed 3 evolutions. How is this possible? Zheng Lao was also terrified. He seemed to be nailed to the spot, staring blankly at the information on the screen. The huge screen in front of him showed the 3 evolutionary stages of the virus. The first stage, the revived virus, is like a demon. After invading the animal's body, it begins to divide and grow wildly. Within 24 hours, it can completely infect the animal. At this point, the virus has completed the first round of evolution and turned into the initial body. The second stage, the initial body virus, is like a killer in an invisible cloak. It extends its claws to normal humans through animals. It only takes 1 hour to infect humans. At this point, the virus in the body has successfully achieved its second evolution and grown into an adult form. Stage 3. The adult form virus is like a plague, spreading from infected humans to normal humans. It only takes 10 to 15 minutes to completely infect normal humans. At this point, the virus in the body has completed its final evolution and become a complete form. 3 transmission processes, each time making the virus stronger and evolving again. Additional effects of the virus. If an individual dies during infection, the virus will quickly take control and infect the individual within 1 to 2 minutes. The virus will spread rapidly through the blood, invading the brain at an extremely fast speed, destroying all cells and completely stopping body functions. At the same time, the virus will transform the brain into a new tissue organ that is completely independent of oxygen and eliminates the need for important resources. The body will also change under the influence of the virus. The joints will not be stiff, and it will always maintain continuous vitality and burst out all the power of the body. Every piece of information on the screen is extremely suffocating. In just a few lines of data, the next world pattern has been predicted. Notify. Notify the top management. Notify them of all this information. In addition to the weird animals, there are also people who look very abnormal. The news from the laboratory was quickly delivered to the senior officials of Longhua. Looking at the messages on it, they could only edit the message briefly and send it to all Longhua residents. As the new notice appeared in the hands of every Longhua resident, some people also understood what happened at this moment. Isn't this a zombie? The monster that only exists in movies and TV shows actually appeared in reality. I thought the meteorite ended the disaster and had completely gone away. But I didn't expect that this was the beginning of the real disaster. It must be fake. Yes. I must be dreaming. The meteorite is fake. And this must be too. Is it too late to stock up now? Why do I feel that my life will change drastically in the future? Don't think about it. The world will definitely change in the future. Have you seen any zombie world in movies and TV shows? Can it return to its original state? Hurry up and go out to stock up. The more supplies you have, the longer you will live. Otherwise, you will starve to death at home sooner or later. Yes. Hurry up and go out to collect supplies. If it's too late, there will be no more. There is still time. I have put on several pieces of clothes. I am going to go out to collect supplies. Is there anyone who wants to go with me? Take me with you. I also want to go out to collect supplies. I don't have anything to eat at home. I'm going too. Is there anyone from the same community as me? Let's go together. There began to be many comments about going out to collect supplies on the internet. But soon there were different voices. You idiots. The spread of the zombie virus is all due to idiots like you. Without people gathering, the zombie virus cannot be spread by contact. As long as the soldiers eliminate the initial source of zombie infection, we don't have to worry about this happening. Staying at home and waiting for the next instructions from the country is the right choice. Don't go out. Don't gather people. The zombies can't come into contact with normal people and cause the spread. Staying at home is the right choice. A bunch of idiots. Going out is causing trouble for the country. Staying at home, locking the doors and windows, and protecting your own safety are the most important things. Going out is causing trouble. It has to be said that there are still many smart people. And there are more and more voices on the internet that dissuade people from staying at home. Under the influence of these voices, many people who want to go out to collect supplies began to waver. And after thinking again and again, they decided to stay at home. Of course, in addition to these, there are still some people who insist on their own ideas and are ready to go out to collect supplies. Y City, in an old residential area. Chow. A bunch of cowards who can only stay at home. Zombies and the like are not killed with a knife. Do you really think I have been mixed up in the past few years? The young man looked at the voice refuting him on the phone and cursed in dissatisfaction. Then he opened the chat software and started to send messages to the small group he created. There were 3 people in the group, which was a small group chat created by the young man himself. Hey, brothers, do you have the guts to go out with me to find supplies? And bring some? The young man sent the edited message, and the other 2 people's replies soon sounded in the group. Not long after, the young man's door was knocked. When he opened the door, he saw 2 men, one tall and one short, standing at the door. Both of them held a box in their hands, which contained a lot of cardboard and tape. Brother Mao, we brought the things you mentioned, and we just happened to have them at home. The 2 put the box on the ground, and the young man nodded with satisfaction after seeing it. Zombies are not that scary. Just take good precautions, and don't let them bite you. The rest can be solved with a stick and a knife. The young man dragged a bag from the room, which contained several rusty machetes and several solid steel rods. The 3 people immediately got busy, cutting the cardboard into pieces, and then fixing them on the torsos with tape. Soon, the 3 people were covered with several layers of heavy cardboard, like a bloated shell on the body. Although it hindered their movements, the faces of the 3 people were full of excitement at the moment. Woohoo! I'm going out to kill zombies. I've always dreamed of doing this. It's so cool. This cardboard I wear makes me feel like I'm wearing armor. Ha ha ha. Look at me killing zombies by myself, with a stick on the left and a knife on the right. It's so cool. Chapter 343 3 Guys Who Love to Die. Soon, the 3 people were covered with several layers of heavy cardboard, like a bloated shell on their bodies. Although it hindered their movements, the faces of the 3 people were full of excitement at the moment. Woohoo! Sweetly go out to chop zombies. I dream of doing this once. It's so cool. This cardboard on my body makes me feel like I'm wearing armor. Ha ha ha. Look at me killing zombies alone, with a stick on the left and a knife on the right. It's so cool. Everyone held a machete and a solid iron rod in his hand. The young man named Malgut even held 2 machetes and a solid steel rod on his back. Let's go! Let's go collect supplies and kill some zombies. Oh! Let's go! Gidogo! Let's go! The three of them took a few snakeskin bags, turned around and walked out of the house, and came to the downstairs of the community. The originally lively community was unusually quiet at this moment, and no one could be seen in the pavilion next to it. When they came to the corner, they could see several police cars at the gate of the community from a distance. Several armed policemen and soldiers were standing there, and roadblocks had been set up at the entrance. From time to time, cars could be seen driving in from outside, and residents running into the community quickly. Before entering the community, these people were required to undergo a full body check. Once they had wounds with unclear sources, they would be taken away and isolated immediately. Brother Mao, it looks like we can't get out. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that there is a hidden hole in this community? We can go out from there, and we won't be discovered at all. After hearing this, the two followed Brother Mao to that place, and soon found a gap in a garden. The gap was hidden in the weeds, covered by a wooden board, and blocked by bricks outside. No one noticed the situation here. The hole was not too small, and the few people didn't waste much time. After clearing the outermost bricks, they got out. The three people who came out did not delay, and immediately ran to the nearest supermarket to the community. On the way, they encountered many patrol police cars, all of which were avoided by several people. The biochemical alarm had long stopped at this time, leaving only the repeated broadcasting sound, reminding all residents to return home and not go out. The streets back were unusually empty, and from time to time, cars and pedestrians running fast could be seen. Hiss! The quiet streets with no one. The continuous broadcasting sound. The atmosphere is really cool. I feel excited all over my body. Now I want to find a zombie to practice my hands. The three people were completely immersed in the excitement of fantasy, wandering around in the alley, and soon came to this small supermarket. This supermarket was renovated from a 3-story residential building. The first floor was expanded to become a supermarket, and the third floor is the owner's house. There is also a small courtyard at the back. The owner of this supermarket is a middle-aged man, still single. He probably ran back to his hometown at this time. Let's go in and buy without worry. Looking at the closed supermarket door in front of them, the three of them immediately went around to the small courtyard at the back and climbed in along the low wall. I don't know if the boss left in a hurry. The door at the back was not locked, and the three of them pushed the door open easily. After everyone entered the supermarket, a white cat covered in blood jumped out of the second-floor window. A pair of white eyes scanned the surroundings, sniffed the air, and then locked their sights on the open door below. Meow. Roar. Roar. A low-level roar came from the white cat's throat, and the creepy face revealed a bloodthirsty murderous aura. Alas, these three guys are really looking for death. Aren't they running out to cause trouble? Looking at the mutant white cat that followed in, Ran could only sigh helplessly. Just now, it was clearly seen in the surveillance that the owner of this shop didn't want to hand over his pet white cat, so he deceived the police, who came to search and hid it. The fate of the two was obvious at a glance. The white cat mutated and chased the store owner all over the supermarket. Then, the two people and the cat disappeared on the second floor. Seeing the bloody white cat, Ran knew the fate of the store owner without thinking. We must notify the police quickly. Many rural areas and small towns have already seen human infections. It is not too difficult to suppress them. But if it breaks out in the densely populated Y city, not to mention that it is close to the city center, once a large-scale outbreak occurs, it is a question whether it can be suppressed. Zombies are nothing more than extremely terrifying infection speeds and bodies that never feel tired. But as long as it is discovered in time and fully suppressed, this zombie can't cause any trouble at all. Ran edited and packaged this video, and then sent it directly to the official center of Y City. Bang! These three damn guys. Don't you think we are busy enough? Are you looking for death by running out now? Immediately dispatch the nearest police force to rush as quickly as possible. And the mutant cat must be killed completely. Don't let it run away. Watching this video, the person in charge of the official center was so angry that he slammed the table. As soon as the three stepped into the supermarket, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The supermarket was in a mess, with many shelves tilted to one side and the other, as if they had experienced a fierce battle. The water, food and various items on the shelves were scattered all over the floor, as if they were swept by a strong wind. The floor was full of broken bottles, scattered food packaging and messy items. The shelves that were originally neat and orderly now became as messy as a garbage dump, and the three of them had no place to stay for a while. Oh my god! Is there a thief in here? Why is it so messy? It's probably a thief. Nothing is missing. Who has time to mess things up? Who cares? As long as the things are good, it's fine. Let's start buying for free and experience the joy of collecting supplies, Brother Mouse shouted, and immediately took out the snakeskin bag and began to grab various snacks on the ground and stuff them into it. The two of them followed suit and began to stuff various supplies into the snakeskin bag. The three of them talked and laughed, as if they were experiencing a very pleasant thing, and did not pay any attention to the mutant cat that was gradually approaching behind them. Upstairs on the second floor, a pool of scarlet blood covered the entire ground, and a fat middle-aged man was lying in the middle. The man was motionless, just lying on the ground like he was asleep. If you look closely, you can see that a big hole was torn in the man's neck, and various tracheal blood vessels are clearly visible, and you can even vaguely see the pale spine. At this moment, the man who was lying motionless on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, exposing a pair of turbid eyeballs. Then the man's whole body began to twitch continuously, and then he slowly stood up from the ground in a weird posture. Roar! 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 Chapter 344: A Survivor is Found. At this moment, the man who was lying motionless on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, exposing his cloudy eyeballs. Then the man's whole body began to twitch continuously, and then he slowly stood up from the ground in a weird posture. Roar! 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 A low roar like a beast came out of the man's mouth. He raised his head and sniffed the air hard. The next second, the cloudy eyes stared at the ground under his feet, as if piercing through the concrete and steel bars, and locked directly on the three people below. Supermarket downstairs. The three people who were chatting and collecting supplies suddenly shivered all over, and felt that all the hairs on their bodies suddenly stood up. Hiss. Brother Mao. Why do I feel a little chilly? As if something is not right. Yeah. I feel that my hairs are standing up, and I have a bad feeling in my heart. Not only the two of them. Brother Mao also felt cold all over at this moment. His hair stood up, and a bad feeling arose from his heart. But his mouth was still hard. Don't be so sweet. I think it's you. Before Brother Mao finished his words, the cat behind the three people pounced on him in the next second. Roar! Roar! The mutant cat was extremely fast, like a flash of white light, waving its sharp front claws and grabbing a man's neck. Ah! Oh my god! What is that? The man only felt a huge force coming from his neck, and the whole person fell forward. His forehead hit the corner of a shelf, and bright red blood flowed out instantly. Xiangzi. Oh my god! Where did this cat come from? The two were shocked instantly, and turned around to see a mutant white cat lying on Xiangzi's back, biting his neck madly. Fortunately, the down jacket hood on his body provided some resistance, and the mutant white cat's sharp claws did not tear his skin at the first time. Xiangzi on the ground immediately turned over and reached out to grab his back. Fuck you. Get off my back. Xiangzi reached out and grabbed the mutant white cat's hind legs, pulled it hard, and threw it out directly. The mutant white cat turned flexibly in the air, and then jumped steadily on a shelf. Then he aimed at the three people again, kicked his feet, and rushed over again. Take my stick. Go to hell. The other man roared, raised the solid steel stick in his hand and rushed out, hitting the mutant white cat in front of him hard. Xiangzi. Are you okay? Mao Ge quickly came to Xiangzi and pulled him up from the ground. Brother Mao. I didn't. Hiss. My hand? Xiangzi was about to say that he was fine when he felt a sharp pain coming from his hand. Looking down, he found that his right hand was dripping with blood, and several hideous scratches appeared on the back of his hand. The surface skin was basically torn, and the bones and tendons inside could be clearly seen. Ah! Ah! Hand! Hand! My hand! My hand! Xiangzi burst into a shrill scream and looked at his right hand with horror. Brother Mao, beside him, was also frightened by this scene. Such a bloody scene made him shudder. Bang! A crisp knocking sound suddenly sounded, and the two people's attention was instantly attracted by it, and they looked in that direction at the same time. The man was holding a steel rod and knocking it heavily on the ground. But soon the two people noticed something unusual. The steel rod in the man's hand fell to the ground, and one hand was tightly covering his neck. The whole person was stiff in place, and his body began to tremble violently. Ah! Ah Huang! Are you okay? Brother Mao's voice was slightly trembling. looking at Ah Huang, who was shaking constantly in place. He instantly felt a huge sense of fear in his heart. Then, the two saw the mutant white cat jumped onto the shelf not far from Ah Huang. At this time, a piece of bright red meat was being held in the mouth of the white cat, and blood was dripping from the meat. Plop! Ah Huang, who had been motionless, fell directly to the ground, and bright red blood gushed out from his neck. Seeing the surroundings constantly spraying, the ground was soon dyed blood red. He tilted his head, and the horrified expression on his face, and the gradually fading vitality in his eyes were all seen by the two people not far away. The pupils of the two people shrank wildly in an instant, and Xiangzi even forgot the stab wound on his hand. The two of them just stared at this scene blankly. Then, Ah Huang, die, die dead. Ah Huang is dead. The two were so scared that they kept retreating while screaming. Plop, plop, bang, bang. Just then, a sound of collision came from the stairs behind them. The two who were already on the verge of collapse turned around quickly, and saw a hideous infected person flying down the stairs. The bloated body rapidly enlarged in their pupils. In the blink of an eye, the boss, who had mutated into a zombie, pounced on Xiangzi like a hungry tiger, opened his bloody mouth without any hesitation, and bit Xiangzi's neck tightly. Then, with a strong tear, a large piece of flesh on Xiangzi's neck was torn off instantly. Warm blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing on the face of Mao Gu, who was standing beside him. Mao Gu was frightened by the sudden bloody scene and fell to the ground. Chong, who was thrown to the ground, struggled desperately. He wanted to scream, to ask for help, and to wail in pain. However, his entire throat had been bitten off by the zombies, leaving only a horrible blood hole on his neck, with blood gushing out. Those eyes full of fear were staring at Mao Gu, as if sending him a signal for help through their eyes. The zombies that pounced on Xiangzi kept biting him, and Xiangzi's struggle gradually became smaller, until he was completely motionless. The whole supermarket was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only the sounds of chewing and tearing echoing in the space. At this time, Brother Mao was already stunned in place, and he was in deep fear. Squeak! Squeak! Bang! The sharp break sound suddenly rang out outside, followed by a deafening gunshot and the sound of something falling to the ground. Crash! The door in front of the supermarket was suddenly torn open, and light rushed in from outside like a tide. Bang! Another sharp gunshot rang out, and the zombie that was biting Xiangzi madly was instantly shot in the head. Its body twitched a few times, and then it fell straight to the ground and could no longer move. A surviving human was found. Seeing Brother Mao standing there in a daze, the soldiers reported to their superiors while carefully advancing inside. Next to a shelf, the mutant white cat stared at the approaching soldiers like a hungry tiger. Then it kicked its hind legs suddenly and shot towards a soldier like an arrow from a string. However, the soldier who had been prepared reacted quickly and smashed it with a powerful butt of a gun. The mutant white cat was like a kite with a broken string, and was instantly smashed away, and it was greeted by bullets like a storm. The mutant white cat was beaten into a hornet's nest in a hail of bullets, and its head was smashed to pieces, splashing all over the ground like a rotten watermelon. Chapter 345, the 8th day. The mutant white cat was like a kite with a broken string, and was instantly smashed away. What greeted it was a torrential rain of bullets. The mutant white cat was beaten into a hornet's nest in a hail of bullets, and its head was smashed to pieces, splashing all over the ground like a rotten watermelon. Two soldiers quickly came to Brother Mao. One of them lifted him up and quickly took him out. No, this is not right. How could this be? This is different from what I imagined. Different. Brother Mao kept muttering in a low voice, as if he had lost his soul, and was carried to the car by two soldiers. Inside the supermarket, Ah Huang and Xiangzi, who were already dead, slowly got up from the ground in a strange posture. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out, and a bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows. Plop! Plop! The two people who had not yet completely gotten up from the ground fell down again, twitching on the ground for a while, and then stopped moving. The infected have been eliminated, and the search has begun upwards. After the soldiers reported the situation to their superiors, several people quickly formed a tactical team and continued to slowly advance to the upper level of the supermarket. Soon, The department that handled the bodies of the infected quickly arrived, took away the bodies on the ground, and cleaned up the infected blood in the supermarket. TSK. 2 died and 1 was stupid. He really won't die if he doesn't commit suicide. Looking at the content on the screen, Moran shook his head, and then turned his eyes to the other screens. Duh. Bang, 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 bang. The fierce gunfire continued, and one after another mutant animals that rushed over were killed by headshots. Everyone hold your position. The villagers' evacuation will end soon. Hold on. The officer in charge observed the situation in front, while looking at the transport helicopters that were evacuating in the back. At this moment, many transport helicopters have taken off, and they are flying far away with a whole cabin full of villagers. At this moment, there were still several transport helicopters parked in the open space. The villagers lined up to enter under the command of the soldiers. While checking their physical conditions, Grandpa, Grandma, our home, will we never be able to return again? The little girl looked at the village with flames in the distance, and looked at her grandmother beside her with tears in her eyes. The grandmother didn't say anything, but just hugged the little girl in her arms and gently stroked her head. The grandfather on the side silently watched the village. His sallow face was full of wrinkles, and no expression could be seen. However, the tears that kept rolling in his eyes fully expressed his mood at the moment. Not long after, the last team that entered the village to search for survivors rushed out from the corner. The 5 surviving villagers were closely guarded by them in the middle. The soldiers looked resolute, shooting and escorting the villagers to retreat. They are here. Quick! Team 1 and Team 2. Go forward to cover. The others opened fire and suppressed those mutant creatures. The officer commanding the battlefield had a sharp gaze, and he issued an order without hesitation. The soldiers of the 2 squads quickly stepped forward and closely joined the retreating team, and began to cover each other tacitly. Behind the squad, a terrifying scene appeared before their eyes. Countless mutant cows, sheep, and pigs ran wildly. These once docile animals are now full of wildness and madness. Their howls echoed in the air, making people shudder. What was even more frightening was that there were more than a dozen villagers who had turned into zombies following closely behind. Their faces were distorted. Their eyes were white and empty. They staggered but at an amazing speed, and they were roaring and rushing towards everyone, revealing their endless hunger for the living. But these terrifying mutant creatures were quickly suppressed by the torrential rain of bullets. The 5 villagers were quickly escorted to the boarding gate, and the medical staff, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward and began to carefully check their whole bodies. Wait! How did the wound on your ankle come from? The first 4 villagers were examined, and no wounds were found on their bodies, so they quickly boarded the plane. But when it came to the last villager, he was extremely reluctant to accept the examination. When the medical staff lifted up his trouser legs, a striking scratch appeared on his ankle, and there was a brown-purple bruise on the wound. This is a scratch. You have been infected. The medical staff around were horrified and quickly stepped away from the villager. The soldiers with guns on the side quickly stepped forward and aimed their guns at him instantly. No. It's not like that. It's not like that. Let me get on the plane. Let me get on the plane quickly. Ahem. The villager suddenly became extremely excited. His eyes were bloodshot in an instant, and his body began to tremble violently. What are you doing? Let my husband get on the plane. Why don't you let my husband get on the plane? A village woman suddenly rushed out of the cabin and quickly came to the villager to protect him. Madam, please leave him quickly. Your husband is in an abnormal condition. Leave immediately. Before the medical staff finished speaking, the man behind the village woman suddenly became violent and bit the village woman's neck with a roar. Ah! A shrill scream was heard instantly, and bright red blood gushed out from the village woman's neck like a fountain. Fire! Fire! Kill them! The soldiers around quickly pulled the trigger, and the bullets ruthlessly penetrated the heads of the 2 men, completely crushing them. This scene frightened everyone in the cabin, and everyone's face was filled with deep fear. Everyone start evacuating. Start evacuating. As the order was issued, all soldiers began to cover each other and evacuate. After everyone got on the plane, the pilot quickly controlled the helicopter away from here. We have evacuated safely. Repeat. We have evacuated safely. We can strike. We can strike. The officer immediately reported the situation to the upper level. Not long after, several missiles whizzed through the air and instantly baptized the entire village. On the first day of the virus outbreak, the whole world fell into endless fear, and the streets of the city were filled with the breath of death. People fled in panic. Tears of despair and screams of fear filled every corner. Zombies came like a tide, ruthlessly devouring one living life after another, and the world was on the verge of collapse. On the second day of the virus outbreak, the night enveloped the earth, and fear followed like a shadow. People huddled in dark corners, praying for the arrival of dawn. When the sun rose again and illuminated this broken world, the tragic scene of destruction and disaster was shocking. The ruins were filled with smoke and dust, and the prosperity of the past no longer existed, replaced by a dead silence. On the third day of the virus outbreak, the survivors gathered together with difficulty. They held hope and tried to build their own gathering place. They support and rely on each other to resist the virus together, or seek shelter from official departments, hoping to find a glimmer of hope under official protection. On the fourth day of the virus outbreak, it is not only the zombies that are terrifying, but also insects that are affected by the virus. Their bodies have become huge and deadly. These originally tiny creatures have now become a nightmare for humans, which makes people shudder. On the fifth day of the virus outbreak, the world has become more crazy and chaotic, and people's hearts are filled with despair and helplessness, as if all creatures in the world have stood on the opposite side of humans and become enemies of humans. The eighth day of the zombie outbreak, the global power supply has not completely collapsed, and MO Rank can still observe the outside world through monitoring. At this moment, the outside world is dead silent, as if the whole world has been muted and no sound can be heard. In this week, the world situation has changed dramatically. Many military bases in Longwa have built solid shelters and began to transfer many residents in cities here. The time came to 8 o'clock. MO Rank got up from the bed and started to put on his clothes, and then prepared to go to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. At this moment, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of MO Ran. Or, appeared in front of all the players. No! Not only these players, but also everyone on Blue Star. Everyone has a panel in front of them. Chapter 346 Superpowers Come. It was 8 o'clock. MO Ran got up from the bed and started to put on his clothes, then prepared to go to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. At this moment, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of MO Ran. Or rather, appeared in front of all the players. No! Not only these players, but also everyone on Blue Star. A panel appeared in front of everyone. The sudden appearance of the panel made MO Ran slightly stunned, and then he immediately came back to his senses. The panel finally appeared. But it seems that there is something extra. MO Ran was browsing the panel, and suddenly found that there was a new item in his information area. Superpower, not extracted. Superpower? It means that you can obtain some powerful ability. Interesting. Let me see what this is. MO Ran stretched out his finger and clicked on the superpower option, and a new panel was immediately generated in front of him. In the center of the panel, the word extract was particularly eye-catching, and there was also a line of small words displayed at the bottom of the panel. Press the extract button to randomly obtain AESS level superpower. The higher the superpower level, the higher the growth limit of the self, and the stronger the strength will be. The information contained in this short line of small words is enough to make people think deeply. Without any hesitation, MO Ran stretched out his hand and clicked directly on the extract button. The button disappeared, and then the entire panel began to twist and flicker continuously, and countless flickering snowflakes completely wrapped it up. It's like this again. It was the same when I drew mouse for the first time. It made me look forward to it. The screen in front of me kept twisting and flickering, as if it was in a state of extreme failure. This time it took longer than mouse. When MO Ran brushed his teeth and washed his face and started to eat breakfast, the panel in front of him was still in a state of continuous failure. This time is a bit long. But there is one thing I didn't expect. Except for us players, all humans on the entire Blue Star have obtained the superpower panel, which is quite interesting. It seems that something is going to happen next. Through global surveillance, MO Ran has noticed the difference between these aborigines. By monitoring all electronic devices such as mobile phones, MO Ran can already frequently hear the emergence of new words such as superpowers and panels. At this moment, the network is still able to operate normally, and news about superpowers and system panels have instantly occupied the hot searches on major platforms. Fuck. My family? Am I dazzled? I actually saw a system panel appear in front of me. Me too. It was very fast. A panel suddenly appeared in front of me. What I have experienced during this period has completely exploded my brain. What is this all about? First, the meteorite destroyed the world. Then the zombie crisis came. And now there is a superpower plus panel. Damn! Did everyone draw superpowers? What level of superpowers did you get? Some people started asking about the level of superpowers online. But no one answered this topic. The number of people alive in the world is now about 50%. And nearly half of them died in just 1 week. Those who survived are not fools. And no one would talk about such sensitive issues. But there were so many people that a few conspicuous people jumped out to show off what level of superpowers they drew. Someone uploaded a video online, which instantly attracted the attention of many people. And they clicked in to check it out. The video content is the perspective of holding a mobile phone to take a photo. The person who filmed the video is a young man. The young man in the picture stretched out his right hand to make a half-grabbing gesture. And then a ball of burning flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Woohoo! Family members, did you see it? This is not a special effect, nor a magic trick, but a real flame. After the young man finished speaking, someone next to him threw a tissue into the flame in his hand. The moment the tissue came into contact with the flame, it was instantly burned to ashes. It's not over yet. I can slightly control this flame and turn it into a powerful means of attack. Now I will show you a show. The man next to the young man opened the window, and following the perspective of the mobile phone, he could see that this was a building on the 4th floor. On the wall opposite the building, a spider as big as a hair was climbing on the wall. The young man opened his palm, aimed at the spider on the opposite wall, and then activated his ability. Whoosh whoosh. A raging fireball instantly condensed in the palm of his hand, and then it was fired like a cannonball. Boom! The fireball hit the spider hard, and the mutant spider was instantly blown to pieces, with all kinds of limbs and debris flying everywhere, including a small white stone. And a circle of black scorch marks was left on the wall. Ha ha! Did you see that? Superpowers. This is superpowers. I won't say much. I'm going to go out with my brothers to hunt mutant creatures, obtain the cores in their bodies, and make my own superpowers even stronger. The video ends here. But similar videos are appearing more and more frequently on the internet. Some people who are more sensitive to themselves even find that their bodies seem to have changed since they gained superpowers. In addition, there are some special people who have not extracted any superpowers, but their physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. Not only have their strength become stronger, but their bodies have also become more resistant to beatings than before. These people can also improve their own strength by absorbing the cores of mutant animals. Is this what is called superpower? It looks like all kinds of superpowers. But the core of the mutant creature? It sounds like something used to strengthen itself. In just a few minutes, Mo Ren had already obtained a lot of useful information from the internet. At the same time, his lottery panel began to calm down, and Mo Ren could feel that his superpowers were about to be revealed. Putting down the rice bowl in his hand, Mo Ren began to wait attentively. Soon, the superpower panel completely calmed down, and Mo Ren's superpowers were completely presented in the center of the panel. Mechanical Emperor Special. Superpower Level Limit, EX. Current Superpower Level, E Level. Next Level, D Level. Chapter 347 Mechanical God Emperor. Soon, the power panel became completely calm, and Mo Ren's power was fully displayed in the center of the panel. Mechanical God Emperor Special. Power Level Limit, EX. Current Power Level, E Level. Next Level, D Level. As soon as the power appeared, Mo Ren instantly felt that he had become stronger. Not only did his strength, speed, and reaction improve slightly compared to before, but Mo Ren also felt that he had a strong affinity for mechanical parts. Looking at the screens in front of him, he felt that he could easily control everything. Mo Ren began to click on the information on the power panel one by one, checking them one by one. Mechanical God Emperor. This name feels unusual, not to mention that it also contains the word God. And there is this special note, which really makes my eyes light up. Mo Ren clicked on the special mark next to it, and a small panel of notes popped up immediately. Special. This ability belongs to a special type, which can exert some unique special transformation and improvement effects on vehicles and some modular facilities, etc. Well, but this special meaning seems that my ability can affect vehicles and some modular equipment. I can try it if I have the chance. Then Mo Ren set his sights on the upper limit of the ability level. which was a place that surprised him. Through the introduction inside, Ran knew that the lowest level of superpowers was E level, and the highest could reach SSS. But his EX level did not appear in it at all. It seems that, like Shushu, my superpowers have long jumped out of the SSS level and become another higher level existence. The question mark behind it may mean this. For the question mark behind the superpower level, Ran thought that only this possibility could explain it. However, this only shows that I can grow to a higher level than others. But this does not represent everything. Now everyone is on the same starting line. Starting from the lowest level E. Release skills require mental power. Low mental power will affect oneself, even in danger life. It looks a bit dangerous. And this? Is it my initial skill? It is so suitable for the next thing. Ran glanced at it, and turned off all the panels. He started to eat breakfast in big mouthfuls, and turned to the outside of the villa. The weather at this time has completely entered winter. There are howling winds, and falling snow outside. Ran exhaled a long breath of hot air, stretched out his hand to look at the open space in front of him, and then spoke. Summon, vehicle. Schwa. As soon as the words fell, countless data particles suddenly appeared on the open space in front of him. Ran was staring at all this from the side. Shushu's figure gradually became clearer and clearer in his sight, until he appeared in front of Ran completely. It's been a while since I last saw you. You're still the same as when I left that day. Nothing has changed. The rear hatch opened, and Ran stepped into it. All the lights inside were instantly lit up, and every corner was illuminated by the lights. Ran went straight to the storage room, cleaned up some weapons and other sundries in the bracelet, and then took a lot of tungsten titanium alloy, and then turned around and went outside. He found a fairly spacious ground, then waved his left hand forward, and a small mountain of tungsten titanium alloy appeared on the ground. Come on. My skill debut. Ran opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and aimed at the pile of tungsten titanium alloy, and directly activated his initial ability. Manufacture. E-level robot. As the ability was activated, Ran could feel something in his body spreading out, which seemed to be the mental power described on the panel. But he did not feel a trace of fatigue. Ran guessed that it might be related to his rebirth and crossing, or it might be related to his cheating ability. The next second, the whole pile of tungsten titanium alloy was instantly wrapped by countless green grids, as clear as a data module. Then, this pile of tungsten titanium alloy kept squirming like dough, gradually splitting into small balls of dark green flowing material. These dark green balls began to rise and change, gradually condensing into a human shape, and the surface began to become angular and smooth. When the dark green grid data on the surface disappeared, one robot after another appeared in front of Ran. And there were more than 300 of them. These robots were 1.8 meters tall, with a black and white surface. Every part of the body was very fine, forming a perfect mechanical body. The manufactured robots began to move, and they were arranged in several rows of closely connected teams in front of Ran. Then, all the robots knelt on one knee. The scene was extremely spectacular, and all the robots moved in sync. At the same time, Ran could feel in his mind that all the robots present had established a connection with him. His consciousness could wander among all the robots, and he could give them any command with just one thought. Ran came to the first row of robots, and then looked down at the robot in front of him. Although it is a product made by me, testing its loyalty is the most important thing, Ran murmured in a low voice, and a thought was emitted directly. The robot in front received the order instantly, raised its mechanical right hand directly, and then stabbed it into the chest fiercely. Bang! Crack! Crack! A big hole was pierced through the chest instantly, and then the right arm was pulled out suddenly. A round core connected to several wires was grabbed by the robot in its right hand. Sparks flew out of the hole in the chest, and green viscous oil began to flow out continuously. The robot's body began to twitch constantly, and the light in its eyes flickered, as if it was about to lose power completely. But it still kept this action, and raised the core in its hand high in front of Ran. Ran reached out to take the oily core, and the robot in front of him could no longer hold on, and fell directly to the ground, becoming a mechanical body without power. Ran continued to sweep his eyes over the entire row of robots, and another thought came to his mind. Bang bang bang, snap, snap. The entire row of robots stabbed their right hands into their chests, and pulled out the cores in their bodies directly, without any hesitation. and completely obeyed any orders issued by Mo-Ran. Well, not bad. This effect really satisfies me. I was worried that the robots I made would have self-awareness. But it seems that I was worried about this in vain. I just want to play with it. Mo-Ran activated his ability again, as his mental power was consumed. The core in his hand, including the entire row of robots, all were wrapped in dark green grid data. And when they reappeared, they had been restored to their original state, and the dark green oil on the ground had disappeared without a trace. Paw. Okay. Babies. Start working. Mo-Ran snapped his fingers, and all the robots on the scene stood up instantly, lining up and walking towards the nearest warehouse. Chapter 348. Start feeding Shoo Shoo. Snap. Okay. Babies. Start working. Mo-Ran snapped his fingers, and all the robots on the scene stood up instantly, lining up to walk towards the nearest warehouse. Swish. Swish. Mo-Ran gave a thought, and all the warehouse doors opened automatically. The power used by the doors came from the power of a separate villa, so there was no need to worry about the doors being unable to open due to power outages. All E-level robots lined up to enter, each group of 4, grabbing the 4 corners of the server cabinet, carrying it up, and starting to move toward Shoo Shoo. Each server was quite heavy, and the server company at that time used tools to assist in carrying it. E-class robots have much more power than adult men, but after all, they are just consumable items, and it is unnecessary to give them unlimited power. E-class robots lined up and began to carry the servers in an orderly manner. Mo-Ran entered the Shoo Shoo first, and then came to the command room. Shwa. The command chair in the middle was retracted into the ground, and the ground under his feet began to open a deep entrance. A staircase composed of countless dark green mesh data led straight down. Mo-Ran took the lead and entered, followed by a row of E-class robots carrying servers. Inside was a vast and boundless space, so vast that it was difficult to peek into its boundaries. The ground, the top and the surroundings were all covered by dark green grid data blocks, and their existence was all that constructed this space. The grid was filled with tens of thousands of obscure codes and various data streams, which continued to flow in it like blood. The entire space was extremely dark, but there was a light from an unknown source that kept the darkness and light of this space in an extremely delicate balance. Not far in front of the entrance, there was a large server cluster standing on the ground. Countless wires flashing with blue light extend from each server like blood vessels. These wires connect all the servers present into a whole. Some wires even hang from the air, with data plates of various sizes hanging on them, and their shapes are like saplings growing vigorously. The ground is also covered with cables as thick as tree roots. As Mo-Ran and the robot approach, the cables under their feet begin to automatically separate to both sides, revealing a path leading to the inside. When the E-level robot carries the server there, some thick tentacles will extend from all corners and begin to dismantle these servers. Well, eat more to grow up well. Mo-Ran just stood aside and watched the scene, his eyes full of doting like a child. Shoo Shoo. Reserve 50 robots for me, and all the remaining robots should move the servers at full speed. Understood? Captain. Shoo Shoo's cold mechanical voice rang out in this space, and the sound was far and near, as if it existed anywhere. Mo-Ran waved his left hand, and the servers in the space bracelet instantly appeared on the ground in front. These servers were quickly picked up by many tentacles extending from the ground and began to be disassembled. After doing all this, Mo-Ran turned and came outside, and selected 50 robots from the busy robots. There were about 300 robots left to carry the servers in the warehouse. But Mo-Ran thought for a while. He felt that the number of these robots was a bit too small, so he decided to make some more. He returned to the storage room to get some tungsten titanium alloy. Mo-Ran made 600 robots this time, 200 of which were assigned to the transportation of servers, and the remaining 400 were decided to be taken out. Bang! Ding! With a gunshot, a bullet hit a E-level robot directly, and the bullet was easily deflected, leaving only a small white dot on the E-level robot. Mo-Ran stretched out his finger and wiped it, and the small white dot disappeared instantly, without even a trace of a pit left. Use your spear to attack your shield. It seems that unless there is a means of attack that is harder than tungsten titanium alloy, it will be difficult to cause damage to my robot. Mo-Ran fired at the entire robot. Both the joints and the internal core were made of tungsten titanium alloy and were extremely hard. Mo-Ran waved his left hand, and hundreds of MG heavy machine guns appeared on the ground in an instant. Each machine gun was equipped with an extended magazine with a bullet capacity of up to 300 rounds. Barrett heavy sniper rifles, Gatling heavy machine guns, shotguns, RPG rockets, and other heavy weapons were countless. At the same time, hundreds of military machetes appeared, each of which was extremely sharp and heavy, and the blade flashed with a terrifying cold light. All the robots lined up in a team immediately stepped forward and took up various heavy weapons and machete equipment on the ground. Ren waved his left hand, and all the robots were immediately put into the space bracelet. The current demon city has basically retreated to the inner city, and there are almost no people in the outer city. Now that superpowers have appeared, many people will surely come out of the inner city to hunt infected creatures. But the emergence of superpowers has brought a possibility that these infected creatures will be further strengthened, and even grow faster than humans. The silver-white bracelet on his right hand emitted bursts of white light, and then the white light spread to the whole body. When the white light completely dissipated, the armor was already worn on Ren. The backup jet system was activated, and Ren flew into the sky and began to fly towards the outer city below. When he arrived above the city, he could see the buildings below that looked like they had been baptized by disasters, as well as the zombies and infected creatures wandering on the streets. Boom! Ren jumped down from the sky and randomly crushed a lucky spectator. The zombie's head instantly turned into a ball of paste. Ren stretched out his fingers and dug into the paste, and dug out a milky white pebble the size of a glass ball. Is this the so-called core? It looks like an ordinary pebble, but I can indeed feel a weak energy emanating from it. Ren closed his eyes and clenched his fists. An absorption option instantly appeared in his mind. When he clicked OK, he could clearly feel a warm current flowing from his fist to his whole body. Ren opened his eyes and looked at his right palm. The milky white stone held in his palm had disappeared at this moment. At this time, the power panel appeared in front of Ren. Below the area from E level to D level, a progress bar had appeared, and the length was estimated to be 1/10. It seems that 10 such cores are needed to upgrade to D level, which means that 10 infected creatures or zombies need to be hunted. This speed seems to be quite fast. The zombies and infected creatures around were attracted by the movement here, and instantly swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. Seeing this, Ren just waved his hand casually. In an instant, more than 400 robots instantly appeared around Ren, arranged in a circular shape. Chapter 349 Continuous Advancement. The zombies and infected creatures around were attracted by the movement here, and instantly swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. Seeing this, Ren just waved his hand. In an instant, more than 400 robots appeared around Ren, arranged in a circular shape. The zombies and infected creatures that surged like a tide were stunned for a moment after witnessing this scene. When they woke up from their dreams, more than 400 robots had already begun to rush towards them like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Da-da-da-da. Boom boom boom. Deafening gunfire sounded one after another, instantly drowning out the roar of the infected creatures, and completely breaking the tranquility of the entire block. The zombies and infected creatures that rushed towards them were shot one after another. Their brains burst, and they fell to the ground with a thud, becoming rotten and smelly corpses. As the distance between the two sides continued to narrow, the first head-on confrontation quickly unfolded. The first row of robots on the periphery held two knives and rushed into the zombie group like a tiger descending from the mountain. Every knife and blade that was cut down hit the fatal part with great accuracy, and one zombie or infected creature after another was killed on the spot. The surrounding zombies and infected creatures pounced on the robots like hungry ghosts, baring their teeth and claws, tearing and biting them with their sharp teeth and sharp claws. However, all this was in vain. The robots made of tungsten titanium alloy were as solid as a rock. The attacks of zombies and infected creatures were like ants trying to shake a tree, and could only leave shallow white scratches on their hard shells. Behind the large army, Ren specially separated dozens of robots to collect the internal cores of the zombies and infected creatures on the ground. Ren grabbed handfuls of cores with both hands and began to absorb them continuously. Ren quickly advanced from level E to level D, and then from level D to level C. The energy bar below the level also continued to grow, and Ren entered level B with ease. Not only that, as Ren's level reached C, the robot's power and speed all increased, and it had a stronger strength than before. With a casual slash, it could even easily cut a zombie in half. The noise here became louder and louder, and all the infected creatures and zombies within a few kilometers were attracted here. The number of these zombies and infected creatures accumulated more and more, and gradually formed a wave. Although the robot was upgraded by 2 levels under Rand's upgrade, it also began to be suppressed by the zombie tide. Sure enough, the most terrifying thing about the zombie tide is the number. Once the number is large enough, any tall building can be easily knocked down. It's a pity that you hit your own lifeline when you met me. Rand waved his left hand gently and released the mecha in the space bracelet directly. Who is this guy? Why is he wearing such a strange battle armor? And those robots? Did you see them? He just waved his hand casually, and these robots appeared instantly. Is his ability to summon robots? But there are so many of them. Is he an SSS level ability user? But this kid is a little too arrogant. Now his initial level is only E level. Facing such a large number of zombies and infected people, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Heavy machine guns, Barrett, RPG rockets. These are all heavy firepower. Where did this guy get them? And there are so many of them. It's too harsh. So many heavy weapons. It's not a dream to be imprisoned for life. In the huge command room, all the high-level officials of Dragon Country gathered here, and even many people from various departments. Looking at the pictures presented on the screen, everyone's face was full of disbelief. As early as the moment when the superpower appeared, all the high-level officials of Dragon Country quickly set up a special meeting. After what happened for so long, everyone clearly realized that their previous world no longer existed, and a new era was quietly moving forward. And this sudden emergence of superpowers will be an important key to open this new era, as well as a tough measure. All these things tell them that they will face a greater crisis next. And the emergence of superpowers is a confirmation of this. So after a short and intense discussion, all the top leaders unanimously decided to let the army and the residents of Dragon Country hunt to improve their superpowers. At the same time, the superpowers of all the people in the survivors' base were counted, and 3 categories of superpowers were divided accordingly. These 3 categories are Combat Superpowers, Assistance Superpowers, Life Superpowers. Combat Superpowers, possessing powerful attack power, can easily destroy and severely injure the enemy. Assistance ability has the ability to heal injuries, applies special benefits, and contain enemies. Life ability, this ability has a wide range, covering construction, manufacturing, food, planting, and other fields. There are different levels of abilities, and naturally there is a priority in resource allocation. It has always been like this, and the better resources must be used to cultivate strong people first. The screen image comes from a satellite in space, which can accurately observe a certain place in the Dragon Kingdom. As the content on the screen continues, some people on the scene began to exclaim, "My God! Such a terrifying number of accumulations! His robots seem to be unable to hold on. How strange. Those robots have clearly been attacked a lot, but there is no damage at all. How did they do that? The number of zombies and infected creatures is increasing. His robots may not be able to support them. I think we should use missiles to support them immediately. Yes, this person must be allowed to survive. He cannot die so early. With such strength, he will definitely add a lot of strength to our Dragon Country in the future." The senior officials present immediately decided to launch missiles to support this person. However, the next second, someone immediately pointed at the screen and exclaimed loudly. The eyes of everyone present were all attracted to the screen. After just one look, they were deeply shocked by the content displayed on it. Boom! The huge mecha fell from the sky and instantly crushed a large group of zombies and infected people into pieces. The ground was instantly broken into pieces under this powerful tonnage, and a pit sank directly into it. Clang! The mecha pulled out the sawtooth sword on its back with its right hand, and then slashed forward. Shwa! A cold light flashed, and a large group of zombies and infected creatures in front of it were instantly cut in half. The building next to it even suffered from it, and a hideous gap was cut by the sword. Following another sword, a large group of zombies and infected creatures fell down like harvested wheat seedlings. Crack! The super heavy shotgun on the left shoulder of the mecha popped out instantly, and fired continuously at the surroundings. Bang! 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 Each shot could instantly evaporate a large area of zombies and infected creatures, turning them into flying red meat flakes. Ren found a comfortable place to sit down, and just stretched out his hand to wait for the core picked up by the robot. While absorbing the core, he watched this wonderful and feasting killing. I have to say, it feels so good to sit and wait for others to feed you. Chapter 350 Upgrade him to a level in one day. Ren found a comfortable place to sit down and just stretched out his hand to wait for the core picked up by the robot. While absorbing the core, he watched this wonderful and feasting killing. I have to say, it feels so good to sit and wait for others to feed you. Boom boom boom, bang bang bang, swish swish swish. The fierce explosion sounded continuously, and the buildings on both sides of the street collapsed and shattered one after another. The mecha held a knife in his right hand and turned his left hand into a cannon. The heavy shotgun on his shoulder fired at full power, rushing and killing among the zombies and infected creatures. The ground was gradually flooded with dark green pus and blood, and all kinds of rotten flesh and blood piled up like a mountain. The mecha was covered with pus, blood, rotten flesh, and rubble and dust from the collapse of the building. These substances condensed on the outer shell to form a thin hard shell. Under the fierce attack of the mecha, no zombies or infected creatures could get within a kilometer of Ren. These monsters, which were as turbulent as black waves, were as weak as ants in front of the mecha at this moment, and were ravaged like toys. The main work of the robots was completed, and now they were all devoted to collecting cores. Along the way, some monsters that had not yet died completely were seen, and all were killed by the robots one by one. The cores in front of Ren had accumulated into a small mound, and the number was still growing continuously. I can't absorb it all. I can't absorb it all. Ren directly lay on the ground and absorbed the entire small earthen slope in one breath. The endless huge power instantly poured into his body, and Ren's ability level quietly reached a level. As the level reached a level, Ren found that this white core had basically no effect, and the improvement it brought was too rare, and it could be said that it was completely useless. The higher the level, the greater the demand. This low-level white core is no longer useful to me, but it can also be confirmed from the side that the next monster will definitely continue to strengthen, and even have the same abilities as humans. In that case, there is no need to absorb the remaining cores. They are about to arrive here, so these cores will be left to them. Ren looked up at the sky, pointed at the piles of cores in front of him, and then stood up and looked at the mechas and robots in front of him. The zombies and infected creatures in this area were almost wiped out by the mechas. The surrounding situation was full of body parts and collapsed buildings, which looked very creepy. Ren raised his hand and gently clenched it. All the robots, including the mechas, were instantly wrapped in countless data-garbled codes. Then they melted directly into a dark green liquid, and all quickly gathered at Ren's feet and disappeared. This is the second ability that Ren gained when he advanced to level B, Dimension Folding Space. This skill is the same as the space bracelet on Ren's hand, both of which are special spaces that can be used to store objects. This skill allows the manufactured robots to be stored in it, and to spread their spiritual consciousness. And any area within a radius of 100 meters can be summoned. The size of the dimensional folding space and the summoning range will continue to increase with the level. At the same time, when he just advanced to level A, he gained another new ability. Ren plans to test it after returning. Boom! Ren stomped down with one foot, and the ground under his feet instantly broke into pieces. The whole person was like a cannonball and blasted into the sky, and the jet system on his back was instantly activated. Ren, suspended in the air, looked towards the inner city and saw several armed helicopters and transport helicopters flying rapidly towards here. Only about a kilometer away from here. They are coming quite fast, slipping away. Ren increased his speed suddenly, and his figure quickly flashed into the distance, leaving behind a series of sonic booms that gradually faded away. Then, the stealth function of the armor was turned on, and Ren completely disappeared in the sky. In the distance, the helicopter brigade was flying rapidly towards here, and the soldiers on it were stunned when they saw the scene. Some people rubbed their eyes and looked forward again in disbelief. Gone! That guy disappeared directly. Could this be related to his superpowers? What kind of armor is that? The speed is too terrifying. There is even a sonic boom. Don't think too much. Let's land quickly and collect all those superpower cores. All helicopters began to slowly land from the air. Originally, there was a street with a group of buildings below, but now it has become a ground full of ruins. Everything was completely razed to the ground. The helicopters didn't need to find a suitable landing place at all, because there was almost flat ground there. In addition, the monsters around had been cleared by the mechas. and the soldiers began to collect the cores scattered on the ground as fast as possible. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. This mecha is so powerful. How did he get it? His ability level is definitely SSS. And it is very likely to have reached B level. Or even a level. Did you see it just now? He actually looked at us and pointed at the cores below. Did he find out that we were observing? This is not right. That's too ridiculous. The content on the screen shocked everyone present. And some researchers gathered together to communicate continuously. His eyes never left the screen. And the content on the screen had already been recorded. In the corner, an old man put his hands behind his back. His eyes fixed on the figure on the screen. This guy makes me feel familiar. The old man murmured in a low voice. And a figure appeared in his mind unconsciously. A group of high-level officials of the Dragon Country had already entered a separate room and were constantly discussing inside. It seems that everyone has the same idea. The guy in the picture is very likely not from our world. Yes, just like the people we found before. Their behavior is very strange. And they often communicate things that we don't understand. But they seem to be restricted in some way and cannot tell us the source and what they are going through. From his behavior, he doesn't seem to be an enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left those cores to us. But it's better to establish contact with him. I agree with this. After all, the current situation is very special. It's a good thing to have an additional powerful ally. Mo-Ren was very fast and returned to the villa in the blink of an eye. Hovering in the air and looking down. You can see hundreds of robots moving servers in an orderly manner. Mo-Ren waved his hand. And 400 robots instantly appeared in the open space below. These robots are all brand new. And they don't look like they have just experienced a battle. Not to mention Mo-Ren's dimension folding space. Any mechanical product placed in it can be gradually repaired in it. And the repair time can be accelerated by injecting mental power. Chapter 351 Analysis and Manufacturing. Mo-Ren waved his hand. And 400 robots instantly appeared in the open space below. These robots were all brand new. And they didn't look like they had just experienced a battle. Not to mention Mo-Ren's dimensional folding space. Any mechanical product placed in it can be gradually repaired inside, and the repair time can be increased by injecting mental power. Mo-Ren descended back to the ground, then removed the armor on his body and returned to his original appearance, looking at the surrounding warehouses. At this moment, 2.5 warehouses of servers have been moved into Shu. It has to be said that the robot's efficiency is still good, and it can work continuously for 24 hours without rest. It's time to test the newly acquired ability. An MG heavy machine gun was taken out of the space bracelet by Mo-Ren, and then his hand was covered on it. Analysis. Mo-Ren muttered in his heart. The next second, a dark green data grid spread out from the palm of his hand until it completely covered the entire MG heavy machine gun. Mo-Ren closed his eyes, and the MG heavy machine gun appeared in his mind instantly. Every structure and every part of the machine gun were all broken down in great detail and presented completely in Mo-Ren's mind. Mo-Ren opened his eyes again, and the dark green grid data covering the MG heavy machine gun began to dissipate, putting the MG heavy machine gun into the space bracelet. Mo-Ren walked to a warehouse that had been emptied, extending his right hand and sticking it to the wall of the warehouse. Mo-Ren activated his skills again. Manufacturing. Mo-Ren silently said in his heart. The dark green data grid began to spread rapidly to the entire warehouse, with Mo-Ren's right hand as the center. Then, the entire warehouse began to collapse and dissolve until a viscous dark green liquid was formed. Countless grid data continued to flow in the liquid, as if it was full of life, which looked very magical. These liquids began to change and reorganize, and then formed one MG heavy machine gun after another, the number of which was as large as a small mountain. Yes, that's right. Although the items manufactured now are only 20% complete. As long as the level is continuously improved, sooner or later one day, it will be 100% complete. This is another new skill that Mo-Ren obtained when he was upgraded to a level. Analysis and Manufacturing. Analysis. Able to analyze any mechanical, technological products, electronic equipment, and other mechanical-related items. Fully understand their structure and components, and record them in consciousness. Manufacturing. Able to use other materials to make any mechanical, technological, electronic, and other mechanical items recorded in the consciousness. At the same time, The manufactured items can be reversed to restore them to their original material state. Currently manufactured with only 20% completeness of the original object. Additional note, if materials that are not metal materials, machinery, technological products, electronic equipment, etc. are used to make analyzed items, an additional 50% will be deducted from the original completeness. Completeness, the lower the completeness, the lower the data of the manufactured item will be. And the original object cannot be 100% strong. TSK. It's worthy of being an EX level ability. This new skill is simply too abnormal. You can even use a piece of meat and a piece of stone to directly make an MG heavy machine gun. Thinking of this, Emorant's body trembled, and it was like a flash of lightning passing through his mind. How about, give it a try? Emorant immediately looked at the marble paving the road under his feet. The next second, Emorant's hand instantly covered the armor, and he bent down and picked a piece of marble out of the ground. Make, Emorant muttered in his heart. Then, the whole piece of marble was wrapped in dark green grid data, and gradually melted into liquid. Then it began to transform and deform continuously until it finally formed an MG heavy machine gun. I got it! Touching the MG heavy machine gun in its new state, with a full metallic texture in his hand. Emorant couldn't imagine that this thing was just a piece of marble just now. Although it can be manufactured, an additional 50% has been deducted. Now this gun is only 10% complete. Emorant grabbed the MG heavy machine gun and threw it directly into the air. The MG heavy machine gun flew up more than 30 meters, and then began to free fall until it finally fell to the ground. Bang, click! The entire MG heavy machine gun was instantly shattered, and various parts of the gun body had turned into countless pieces. This is really a good method. Maybe it will have unexpected effects in the future. Emorant waved his hand, and the various fragments on the ground were instantly wrapped by the grid data and began to merge again. And a complete marble brick filled the original gap again. It's getting late. It's time to start a happy lunch. Emorant hummed a little song and stepped into the villa. Outside, groups of robots were diligently moving servers. Days passed one after another. In the past few days, Emorant has been constantly observing the outside world. But for so long, he has not found any powerful zombies or infected creatures. All of them were in the normal state at the beginning. However, many surviving humans were seen hunting in teams. And of course, there were also the official army of Dragon Country. In other words, you were arrested and are now on your way to the military base in the inner city. Emorant sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, tasting the coke in the red wine glass, while making a video call with Gu Lao in front of him. What do you mean by arrested? Emorant, you are too bad at speaking. You are obviously communicating with the other party. How can you describe it as arrested? Gu Lao and others in the picture are following a group of Dragon Country troops to the inner city military base. Emorant already knew about the experience of Gu Lao and others. After all, with a team of more than 10,000 people stationed in the outer city and the vehicles suddenly summoned, it is impossible not to be noticed. Before this, Emorant was also aware that many players were caught by the Dragon Country officials. But of course, he didn't ask anything. After all, no one wanted to let himself die. The senior officials of the Dragon Country also noticed this. So after a period of discussion, they decided to temporarily classify these people into the army. After all, the vehicles owned by these players have firepower that is not weaker than the current tanks and cannons, and even stronger. In such an extraordinary period, having more power is an extra layer of protection. In short, you should be careful when negotiating, so as not to be wiped out by the system. Of course I know this. I have a certain degree of confidence in this. I won't say more. We have arrived at the military base. Gu Lao hung up the call, and Emorant looked at the screen in front of him, where he could see dozens of player vehicles slowly driving into a military base. Well, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered. But I don't know what you want to say to them. Gu Lao. Emorant changed to a more comfortable sitting position and began to appreciate what was about to happen next. Chapter 352 Weird. Global clouds disappear. Gu Lao hung up the call, and Emorant looked at the screen in front of him, where he could see dozens of player vehicles slowly driving into a military base. Well, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered. But I don't know what you want to say to them. Gu Lao. Emorant changed to a more comfortable sitting position and began to appreciate what was going to happen next. Gu Lao turned off the system panel and looked up at the huge screen in front of him. The screen reflected an open base gate, and the convoy was slowly driving inside under the leadership of the leading soldier. Gu Lao, what are you still doing there? Why don't you change your clothes quickly? We're about to talk. So you can't be casual about what you're wearing. There were several voices behind him, and Gu Lao turned around and saw that several people had already put on a set of solemn military uniforms, exuding an extremely majestic atmosphere. The color of the military uniforms was deep and steady, and every detail was carefully designed. The lines were tough, full of fortitude and tenacity. Rows of medals symbolizing honor were hung on the military uniforms, and the metal light on the medals kept flashing under the lights, as bright as stars. You're so handsome, but you didn't ask me to join you, Gu Lao joked with several people, then turned and walked towards his room. Communication, this dress is enough. Gu Lao stroked the military uniform in front of him, his eyes revealing an extremely proud look, led by an infantry fighting vehicle in front. Dozens of vehicles drove into the military base in a mighty manner. The surrounding soldiers, including the survivors in the military base, all looked at these vehicles with shock on their faces. The vehicles were obviously some cars that can be seen frequently, but their image at this moment has undergone a great change, and some of them can no longer be described as cars. What shocked them even more was the artillery, machine guns, and various unknown strange weapons. These weapons filled almost every part of the vehicle from head to toe, from top to bottom. Many survivors wanted to go forward to observe, but were immediately scolded by the soldiers on both sides and were not allowed to get close. The vehicle convoy entered an underground intersection, and some soldiers accompanying it immediately guarded the entrance and did not allow anyone to enter. Squeak! Squeak! Dozens of vehicles slowly stopped, and a group of senior executives looked at each other, and then locked their eyes on these vehicles. All the vehicle doors were opened, and Gu Lao and others walked out one after another. Many soldiers on the side saw this, and everyone's face was extremely shocked, and their eyes were as big as copper bells. They could never have imagined that a car that looked very strange could actually have hundreds of people walking out of it. The senior executives who saw this were not too surprised, as if they had known about this scene for a long time. However, after seeing the clothes worn by Gu Lao and others, the senior executives present could not help but widen their eyes. They kept looking up and down at everyone's clothes, and at this moment, Gu Lao and others also came in front of him. The next second, the two sides instantly saluted each other, and their movements were quick and unified, as if they had a telepathic connection. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the whole scene was full of solemnity. Both sides stepped forward to shake hands, and no one could hear a word of speech on the scene, and everyone's face was filled with indescribable excitement. You said nothing, but you said everything. Gu Lao, is this your method? It's really interesting. Seeing this, Mo Ren smiled and then looked at other screens. After a while, more than half a month passed in a blink of an eye. In this half month, the survivors have gone from being terrified at the beginning to becoming more rebellious after their strength has improved. Some survivors couldn't stand the management procedures in the base, and began to form teams to leave privately, and set up their own gangs and camps in the wild. On this day, the originally gray sky began to gradually dissipate, and the falling snowflakes stopped abruptly. As time went by, the clouds in the sky began to dissipate, and in the end, not even a trace was left, and the whole sky was unusually clear. Usually, not many people would pay attention to this situation. But this change is not just in one place, but the entire blue planet has undergone this change, which makes people think deeply. All the clouds above the blue planet are gradually disappearing. This is simply unbelievable. Something is wrong. This must be wrong. How can the clouds disappear so quickly? Under the astonished eyes of all scientific researchers, the blue planet shown in the satellite image, all the clouds in the sky are disappearing at an extremely fast speed. A group of senior executives immediately ordered that they must be vigilant in the next period of time and report any situation immediately. Another strange phenomenon has appeared. It seems something is going to happen again. Looking up at the cloudless sky, Mo Ren focused his eyes on the explosion-proof door in front of him. Manufacture. As the skill was activated, the explosion-proof door at the entrance of the underground parking lot instantly turned into liquid and combined into a huge dark green square, putting this square into the latitude folding space. Mo Ren turned and entered the parking lot. It has been a long time, and the surface has begun to collect dust. looking at the computer accessories, circuit boards, electronic components, etc. that filled the underground parking lot. Mo Ren waved his hand and put everything into the space. After doing all this, Mo Ren turned around and left, activated the armor, and began to return to the villa. In the past half-month, Mo Ren has been running around in various cities every day, collecting tens of thousands of electronic components, and almost plundering nearly half of the blue planet. All the collected electronic equipment, components, accessories, etc. were fed to Shu. Mo Ren waved his hands, and a large number of electronic equipment instantly appeared in the space, stacked together like several small mountains. The next second, countless tentacles stretched out from the ground and the air, and began to absorb and disassemble these electronic devices. Mo Ren slowly raised his head and cast his eyes into the distance. There, a huge foundation that towered into the sky rose from the ground, shaped like a towering pyramid, standing majestically above the ground. The entire pyramid was mainly black, a very pure black, and countless dark green data were like blood vessels, spreading on its surface. The pyramid was surrounded by many black pillars of varying lengths and strange shapes. Standing quietly, the dark green grid data flowing on the pillars continued to flow like blood in blood vessels. At the top of the pyramid, a round sphere emitting dazzling white light is like a pearl. Dazzling. The inside of the sphere is like a vast universe, with countless data ribbons constantly interweaving in it. It has changed a lot. As time passed, darkness gradually submerged the entire blue planet like a tide. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the whole world fell into endless darkness, without any light. In the sky, there was no trace of the moon. Not even a star could be seen. On the other side of the blue planet, darkness also enveloped the entire sky. Everyone began to realize that something was wrong, and an ominous premonition enveloped their hearts like a haze. And the fact is indeed so. The next second, a scarlet bloodlight pierced from the horizon like a sharp sword. Then, a blood-red moon, as if stained with blood, began to rise slowly and solemnly. Chapter 353: The Blood Moon Descends. And modern technology becomes scrap metal. Everyone begins to realize that something is wrong, and an ominous premonition hangs over their hearts like a haze. And it is indeed so. The next second, a scarlet bloodlight pierces from the horizon like a sharp sword. Then, a blood-red moon, as if stained with blood, begins to rise slowly and solemnly. As the blood moon slowly rises from the horizon, its rising speed suddenly accelerates, as if it is driven by an invisible force. In these few seconds, the blood moon is like a huge light bulb stained with blood, hanging high above the sky, emitting a strange and enchanting red moonlight. The red moonlight fell from the sky like a veil, covering everything below. The whole world seemed to have lost all its colors, leaving only the enchanting red. Under this blood-red moonlight, everything became blurred, as if covered by a mysterious veil. The earth was dyed with a strange red, and the familiar scenery became strange and terrifying. Mountains, rivers, trees, everything lost their original colors, and were set off by the red moonlight like a strange painting. Under the red moonlight, everyone felt like a stone was blocking their hearts, pressing them so hard that they couldn't breathe. What a weird moon. The red moonlight makes me feel very uncomfortable. Look around every place carefully. Such a weird moon. Something will definitely happen next. The blood-red moonlight shines through the big screen and shines on everyone's cheeks. And the entire command room is even more blood-red. The next second, something unexpected happened. The screen in front of me suddenly began to flash countless snowflakes. And not only this one, but the screens on all devices were like this. At this moment, it seemed to be interfered by some unknown interference, and all began to produce a lot of snowflakes and chaos. What's going on? Is it interfered? Before everyone could figure out the situation, the lights in the command room suddenly went out without warning, leaving everyone in darkness. Suddenly there was a power outage. What's going on? Start the backup energy source. Quickly restore the power supply to the base. The senior executives on the scene immediately gave orders, but the staff could not successfully start the base energy source, no matter how they operated in the dark. Not only that, when someone wanted to take out their mobile phone for lighting, they suddenly found that the mobile phone was completely out of order and could not be turned on no matter how they pressed it. All electronic equipment such as flashlights and searchlights were all in a strange silence at this moment. At this moment, A ball of fire suddenly appeared in the darkness, instantly lighting up many surrounding areas. Everyone immediately cast their eyes over, and saw a man raising his hands high, and a blazing fireball appeared in his palms. The light of the fireball dispelled a lot of darkness around, and many people around followed suit and began to release their own abilities. Some released the same fireball as this person, and some released a light ball as big as an apple. All the abilities that can produce lighting effects were released one after another. Bang! The door of the command room was pulled open, and Gu Lao and others walked in quickly with lighting equipment in hand. Before everyone could figure out why Gu Lao and his lighting equipment could be used, they saw Gu Lao and others said anxiously, "There is a problem. Everyone come out quickly." When everyone came outside, they saw that the entire base had completely fallen into darkness. At this moment, the only lighting equipment that can be used for lighting is the lighting equipment provided by Gu Lao and others, and the red moonlight cast by the blood moon in the sky. Report: power and communication are completely paralyzed, and we are investigating. Report: all weapons cannot be used, and the cause is being investigated. Report: listening to the soldiers' reports one after another, all the high-level officials of the Dragon Country present were shocked to realize, from tonight, all their modern technologies have completely failed and become a pile of useless scrap metal. Gu Lao obviously realized this, and he immediately asked the people around him. It seems that all their technologies have been affected, and it may be related to this strange blood moon. Are we affected? No. It seems that only they are affected. Our vehicles, equipment, and collected materials are all normal, because the base lost power. Many survivors underground came out and saw the extremely strange blood-red moon in the sky at a glance. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Meteor! Look at the sky. There is a meteor falling from it." This voice instantly attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found a red meteor falling in the sky. But soon everyone realized that something was wrong, because the number of meteors was increasing rapidly. 1, 2, 10, 100, thousands, as numerous as the stars in the Milky Way, as dazzling as a blazing flame. Even under the shining blood moon, these meteors are still dazzling. At this moment, these hundreds of meteors are like burning arrows, falling to the ground at a high speed. Damn! That's not right. Those things in the sky don't seem to be meteors. Could it be a meteor shower? But that's not right. Why are these meteor showers falling vertically to the ground? Everyone looked up at the sky. Just looking at the sky, the meteors falling like fireworks. That's our satellite, a researcher said in disbelief, his eyes full of fear and shock. Report? Report? A researcher ran to the top leaders breathlessly, and then whispered a few words in their ears. What? It's like this. There's nothing to consider about this. Consume the core for repair. This is an order. The top leaders almost didn't think about it, and immediately agreed to the researcher's request. Understood. I'll go down and take care of it. Good guy. This thing flies so accurately. It actually came directly at me. Mo Ren stood on the balcony, staring at the satellite approaching in the sky. Then he gently waved his right hand, and a square grid area instantly appeared on the ground below, and the mecha slowly floated up from it. Buzz, the purple shield, with the mecha as the center, instantly spread out to the surroundings, and soon completely covered the entire villa hilltop. Boom! The huge satellite fell on the shield, exploded into pieces in an instant, and various fragments slid down along the edge of the shield. It seems I must find a new reconnaissance strategy. Mo Ran turned and looked behind him. The screens on the wall could no longer display any information, and now they were just maintained at the original ordinary page. Mo Ren waved his right hand lightly, like a conductor waving his baton, and a dark green liquid object instantly emerged on the ground below. This liquid seemed to have life, and began to quickly combine and condense, and a brand new unmanned reconnaissance aircraft appeared on the ground like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Puff! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft began to turn around on the spot, and then began to accelerate at lightning speed. It drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a vigorous eagle flying rapidly into the sky. Chapter 354, Nourished by the Moonlight. All monsters evolve. Mo Ren waved his right hand lightly, like a conductor waving his baton, and a dark green liquid object instantly emerged on the ground below. This liquid seemed to have life, and began to quickly combine and condense, and a brand new unmanned reconnaissance aircraft appeared on the ground like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Puff. Whoosh whoosh. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft began to turn around on the spot, and then began to accelerate at a lightning speed. It drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a vigorous eagle flying rapidly towards the sky. As the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew into the air, the screens on the wall showed images again, and the perspective came from the drone in the air. Sure enough, there is something wrong with this moon. Everything is changing under the influence of the moonlight. Imoran began to observe and record the images while planning for tomorrow's events. The blood moon was in the sky. The scarlet light enveloped the earth, and a strange atmosphere spread. Mutations continued to take place in every corner, and a nightmare that no one expected was coming. The zombies hunted by the survivors, and the bodies of the infected creatures. They were lying quietly on the cold land, but under the mysterious influence of the moonlight, they quietly underwent horrifying changes. The flesh and blood that had been extremely corrupt and smelly now began to roll and rise like a pool of boiling water. They seemed to have their own consciousness, and began to eagerly look for another piece of flesh and blood that was closest to them. When they met, they instantly merged with each other without any resistance. 2 or even more pieces of flesh and blood were tightly combined into a larger piece of rotten flesh. These pieces of flesh began to slowly combine into balls of different sizes, with different shapes and surfaces that were constantly undulating, as if something was gestating inside. As time went on, the undulation speed of these balls of flesh became faster and faster, as if a heart was starting up. Puff! 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 The meat balls on the ground burst one after another, and the dark red viscous liquid instantly spread all over the surroundings. In the center of the liquid, a mutant monster with its body curled up can be seen. The next second, the monsters gradually woke up from their slumber, and their curled bodies began to stretch out little by little, making bursts of bone cracking sounds. Some of these monsters were in human form, with the shortest being more than 2 meters tall, and the tallest being 7 or 8 meters tall, like a human-shaped titan. These human-shaped monsters looked strange, and each one seemed to be a deformed product of a failed experiment. Some monsters had very slender bodies, and looked extremely hunched, but their thighs were extremely thick, with surging muscles bulging on them, and the blood vessels entrenched on the surface of the skin were so thick that they seemed to be about to burst. The monster's head and hands have a sharp bone spur like a sharp blade, and the entire spine of the back has a row of sharp bone spurs protruding from head to tail, like shark fins. Some monsters are normal in size, and the 2 arms that are almost 2/3 of the body are extremely shocking no matter how you look at them. Not to mention that the muscles on the entire arm are as huge as an explosion. The 5 fingers of this monster are covered with thick bones, just like 2 huge brass knuckles on the hands, which looks extremely creepy. And the huge monsters, like humanoid titans, inherit the characteristics of these 2 monsters. They have more surging and terrifying muscles, and their whole body is covered with thick bone pieces, just like wearing a heavy armor. In addition to these, there are also strange creatures born from the combination and stacking of various infected creatures. All the monsters looked up at the sky at the same time, and the blood-red moonlight fell on them, as if covering them with a strange veil. The faces of these monsters were ugly and distorted, but under the shining of this blood-red moonlight, they actually showed an indescribable expression of enjoyment on their faces. It was an intoxicated and obsessed expression, as if they were absorbing the essence of this red moonlight and enjoying this rare and wonderful moment. Their eyes flashed with a strange light, revealing their desire and greed for moonlight. These zombies and infected creatures have indeed evolved. Just looking at the size of these monsters now, their strength is probably not comparable to before. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in the sky, through the high-definition camera under the abdomen, clearly displayed what was happening below on the screen. Looking at the performance of the monsters on the screen, Imoran knew without thinking that the other party must have evolved. And the thing that made them evolve was the blood-red moon in the sky. The perspective of the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft continued to change, and soon Imoran saw a scene that surprised him. This is the location. If I remember correctly, it is the landing site of a meteorite. I didn't expect that not only the creatures, but also the plants have mutated. The picture shows an extremely huge banyan tree, so huge that its height is like a mountain, and its lush crown is like an open umbrella, instantly covering an area of nearly 1,000 meters in radius. There was no wind at this time, but the whole banyan tree was shaking constantly, as if it was hunting. As the perspective zoomed in, Countless thick vines could be seen hanging from the trunk of the banyan tree. And these vines kept grabbing around like tentacles. Those monsters standing in place to absorb the moonlight were caught by the vines without any defense. When they reacted and wanted to struggle, they were already firmly grasped by the vines. Then, a crack several meters long suddenly appeared on the thick trunk of the banyan tree. As the crack gradually expanded, it finally formed a huge mouth full of spikes. The monsters caught by the vines were fed into the giant mouth one after another. Every time the giant mouth chewed, a lot of flesh and blood that had been chewed into pieces could be seen surging inside. Not only this huge banyan tree, but all the plants around it seemed to be injected with life and began to twist their bodies constantly. Each mutant plant was using its own method to prey on the defenseless monsters around it. Some plants would even fight with a monster and tear the other party into pieces before they could stop. At this moment, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that was originally filming was suddenly attacked by an unknown attack. The camera angle rolled violently in an instant, and the transmitted picture quickly disappeared on the screen. At the moment the picture disappeared, a giant strange bird with 3 heads appeared on the screen. This was the last image transmitted by the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Chapter 355. The sound reappeared. At this moment, the drone that was filming was suddenly attacked by an unknown attack. The camera angle rolled violently in an instant, and the transmitted image quickly disappeared on the screen. At the moment the image disappeared, a giant strange bird with 3 heads appeared on the screen. This was the last image transmitted by the drone. The deeper you go into the core area of the meteorite, the stronger the monsters will be. It seems that these places will be a good place to level up. Mo Ren found the meteorite crash sites that he had recorded before, and 4 of them were located in the territory of Longhua. The 4 locations are 1 in the north, 1 in the northwest, west and southwest. These 4 locations have a relatively sparse population density, and the jungle coverage rate and the number of wild animals are very large. Calculating the time, it has been about 3 months since I entered this world, and I am afraid that the time to the end is approaching. Mo Ren thought so, and the system panel appeared in front of him as if he had expected it. Remaining until the final blood moon comes, 30 days. Then, a voice that has not appeared for a long time, but is very familiar to all players sounded again from the air. Oh, time flies so fast. 3 months have passed unknowingly. All ants. Hello everyone. The sound came down from the sky, echoing in the ears of every player. Will the natives hear this sound? Although he thought it was unlikely, Mo Ren thought of this for some reason. Of course, it was not only Mo Ren who had this idea, but also other survival game players. Gu Lao glanced at the people around him calmly, and found that everyone was busy with their own things. And there was nothing particularly strange. Looking at the reactions of the people around, it seems that only we players can hear this sound. Gu Lao murmured in a low voice, and everyone around him knew it well. Everyone was silent, and listened carefully to the next content. The voice in the sky continued to sound, but the following content made everyone present look solemn. I will not waste your time anymore. I am here to tell you some news, and give you a little advice. I believe everyone has seen the panel in front of them, and the content on it is also very clear. 30 days later, the final blood moon will completely descend on this world. And the blood moon you encountered tonight is just the most common first-order blood moon. Now the strength of all monsters has been strengthened to the first-order state, and the corresponding ability level is B level. After 15 days, the world will usher in the second-order blood moon. The strength of all monsters will be further enhanced, and they will begin to have special abilities, and their strength will correspond to the ability level AS level. On the 30th day, the world will usher in the third-order blood moon, which is the final blood moon. The strength of all monsters will reach its peak, and the strength will correspond to the superpower level SSSSS. There will even be terrifying monsters with the strength of SSSS level. At the same time, the moonlight of the final blood moon has a mental erosion effect. Players with superpower levels below A will be affected to varying degrees depending on the length of time they are exposed to the moonlight. In severe cases, they will completely lose their minds and turn into monsters. So all ants, please seize the time in these short 30 days to hunt monsters continuously. Improve your own strength as much as possible, and use superpowers to deal with monsters. The effect will be better than vehicle weapons. As the voice in the sky continued to spread, the panel in front of them continued to list this information. Hearing this, many players whose superpower level cap was only B, C, or even E felt deep despair instantly. no matter how they hunted monsters and absorbed cores. The superpower level cap had completely locked them at this stage, and they could never improve. But in the next second, what the voice said next made these players ecstatic instantly, as if they had found the answer to solve the problem. That's all I have to say. So before I leave, I'll give you a little advice. Or you can call it a method. This method is to hunt the inhabitants of this world. Not only can you get the upgrade core, but you can also get the advancement stone from them to increase your own level cap. Compared to dealing with monsters, humans may be a good choice. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. The sound in the sky gradually disappeared, but the playful laughter kept echoing in the ears of every player, like the whisper of the devil, constantly bewitching people's hearts. What? This? What a vicious conspiracy. Gwen and others instantly widened their eyes, and the shock on their faces could not be suppressed. What happened to you? Are you okay? I see you look very bad. A few people noticed the reaction of Gu Lao and others, and began to come over to ask. Ha ha ha. No. Gu Lao and others found an excuse to get away with it, and immediately led everyone away. As long as people have manufacturing skills, they can use their own abilities and monster cores to transform these modern facilities affected by the Red Moon and make them a new item driven by the core. Gu Lao on the other end of the video simply explained the situation just now, and Mo Ren nodded thoughtfully after listening. So that's it. It seems that this will be a restriction on the local residents. In order to maintain the normal operation of the original equipment and even the normal use of weapons, it is necessary to consume the core all the time. The core is an important item to improve strength. This can indeed have a great impact. Mo Ren told Gu Lao what he had found here, and sent the photos taken by the hummingbird drone around. These monsters have indeed evolved, but I think they seem to be in a sluggish state. If we launch a surprise attack at this time, can we easily solve them? In response to Gu Lao's question, Mo Ren directly sent a video shot by the hummingbird drone. In the picture shrouded in the night, a team of 5 people appeared silently on the street. Each person held a sharp fire axe in his hand and approached a mutant monster carefully. Everything was normal at first, until the person in front was only 2 meters away from the monster. The monster, who was looking up at the blood moon, lowered his head without warning, and then turned his body. In an instant, a creepy face stared at the 5 people. Chapter 356. It's just a trap to lure humans. In the picture covered by the night, a team of 5 people appeared silently on the street. Each person held a sharp fire axe in his hand and approached a mutant monster carefully. Everything was normal at first, until the person in front was only 2 meters away from the monster. The monster, who was looking up at the blood moon, lowered his head without warning, and then turned his body. In an instant, a creepy face stared at the 5 people. Brother, the monsters below seem to be motionless. But are we sure we want to do it? These monsters seem different from the previous ones. In a 5-story building, 4 men and 1 woman were standing by a window, looking down at the street below. The 4 men were muscular and looked like they worked out regularly. The slender woman looked a bit out of place compared to the 4 men. Under the red moonlight, many first-level monsters could be seen standing on the street below, all motionlessly looking up at the sky, greedily absorbing the moonlight. You must be kidding. We have awakened the A-level supernatural power burst, and the eldest brother's supernatural power level has reached the S level, which shows how profound his attainments in muscles are. That's right. This awakening of superpower seems to be related to the profession we did before. My sister-in-law is a nurse in the hospital, so she awakened the B-level healing technique. The 4 of us are close combat, and 1 is a healer. We can walk sideways in this world. What the man said immediately caused the other 2 to refute, and they even ridiculed each other as cowards. Damn! You 2 don't have to insult me like this. While the 3 of them were arguing, the most burly man walked to the corner and easily picked up a fire axe placed in the corner. There was a large black stain on the axe blade, which seemed to be some kind of dried blood. Don't be so sweet over there. The 3 of you. Now those monsters are stupidly standing there without moving. It's the best time to sneak attack. Why don't you follow me downstairs and start fighting? After the sturdy man finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards the stairs. The other 4 also picked up a fire axe and followed closely behind him. The 5 people came downstairs and opened the door carefully without making any sound. A dozen meters in front of the crowd, there was a monster standing there looking up at the moon. The other monsters around were far away, so it was the first choice to attack. Let's go. The target is it. The sturdy man made a gesture. And since the 4 people immediately understood, they all followed the sturdy man and moved closer little by little. As the distance to the monster got closer and closer, the sturdy man began to gradually tighten the fire axe in his hand. The other 3 were on both sides behind the sturdy man. If the monster was not killed with one blow, they would immediately rush up to finish it off. Seeing that the distance was close enough, the strong man was about to take action, and the monster in front suddenly turned around without any warning. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard. But the strong man in the lead was the first to react. Kicked down with his right foot, and rushed out directly. He raised the fire axe in his hand high, and chopped it hard at the monster's head. At the moment when the axe was about to fall on the monster's head, something unexpected happened to the strong man. Seeing the monster's 2 extremely thick thighs gently sideways, it easily avoided the axe chopped by the strong man. Bang! Crack! The axe hit the cement road fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the axe blade sank into the cement ground. The huge force instantly rebounded from the axe blade and broke directly at the connection of the axe handle. This. How is this possible? How can it be faster than me? The strong man stared at the wood in his hand in disbelief, which was broken into only half of the axe handle. Brother, be careful. Just as the strong man was stunned for a moment, several anxious shouts suddenly came from behind him. The strong man's heart trembled suddenly, and he immediately looked up. He saw that the monster next to him had raised his right hand, and the bone blade growing from his arm was exuding the breath of death at this moment. Schwa! Without any reaction time, the bone blade exuding the breath of death had already slashed towards him. Plop! The head of the strongman rolled to the feet of the 3 people like a ball. The extremely strong body fell slowly to the ground, and blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly forming a blood puddle on the ground. When the 3 people behind saw the head on the ground, they were instantly frozen in place, and they were stunned in the same place, and their heads completely lost their thinking. Ah, husband, ah! A shrill scream came from the back of the 3 people, and the woman was frightened by this scene and collapsed to the ground, screaming continuously. At this moment, the woman's scream was like a curse, awakening many monsters around in an instant. Ah! Big brother! I will kill you! Ah, I will kill you! One person was furious, roaring and raising the fire axe, rushing straight to the monster in front. Don't go over! Don't! The shouts of the companions behind him had not yet ended, and the monster jumped up and avoided the man's slash. Then the 2-handed bone blade hand slashed down, instantly separating the man's arms from his body. After landing, the monster slashed horizontally again, and directly cut the man in half. Ah! Crack! The man who fell to the ground did not die immediately, and let out a horrible howl of pain. The monster slowly walked up to the man, raised an extremely thick thigh, and stepped on it hard, crushing the man's head. The other 2 people who saw this were completely frightened and began to run towards the building with all their strength. However, it was too late at this time. From the moment they stepped out of the building, their lives were destined to stay here. The monsters that were disturbed all around attacked quickly, as fast as lightning, and instantly came in front of the 2. Schwa, schwa, schwa. The sound of flesh being torn apart and bones being cut off could be heard. The 2 of them could not even use the slightest strength to resist. The woman was so frightened that she was stunned and even forgot to scream. Her body had a physiological reaction due to extreme fear, and a pool of yellow liquid kept flowing out from under her. Bang! 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 The sound of the giant running came from far away, and the woman turned her head woodenly to look at the source of the sound. She saw a monster with 2 pairs of giant hands running towards her at a rapid speed. Then the monster suddenly jumped high, and the 2 pairs of extremely huge fists kept getting bigger in the woman's eyes. Boom! 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 Crack! Pop! After several heavy blows from the monster, the woman turned into mincemeat all over the ground. The monster's evolution has already been completed. I think this scene is just a trap to lure humans into it. This kind of thing is not the only one that happens. Mo Ren looked at the call page and said to Gu Lao, who had been stunned, "Gulp! That's unbelievable. This is just a monster that has evolved to the 1st level." Chapter 357, Leaving the City. The evolution of the monsters has already been completed. I think this scene is just a trap to lure humans into the trap. This kind of thing is not the only one that happens. Mo Ren looked at the call page and said to Gu Lao, who had been stunned, "Gudu! That's unbelievable. This is just a monster that has evolved to the first level. After browsing several videos sent by Mo Gu Lao, and others also had a general understanding of the monsters today. Today's first-level mutant monsters are no longer the ordinary monsters that can only howl and attack randomly with brute force. They have stronger bodies and sharper and more terrifying weapons. But there is no need to worry too much. The Blood Moon has completed the first evolution of all monsters. This bloodlight may have some kind of buff effect. Look at the monsters in these videos. They are obviously in an excited state. After listening to what Mo said, Gu Lao and others took a closer look and found that it was indeed the case. These awakened monsters ran around like mad dogs on drugs, frantically searching for the remaining survivors around. When the red moon disappears tomorrow, the strength of these monsters will definitely be reduced. After talking with Gu Lao for a few more words, the two hung up the call. Mo opened the chat channel, and there were indeed many players discussing tonight's events. Some people decided to go out hunting, but naturally some died, and some were injured, and some did not even come back. Players also began to guess that the Blood Moon seemed to have buffed the monsters, and since then, no one dared to go out hunting tonight. Some people also began to speculate about the final Blood Moon in 30 days. How strong will the monsters be at that time? At the same time, some players began to form teams with each other and discussed hunting the residents of this world to get the advancement stone. The chat messages kept rolling, and Mo took a few glances, then turned off the panel and went to bed early. As time went by, the dazzling red blood moon in the sky also dimmed little by little. When the red light disappeared, a golden sunlight followed. The blood moon and the sun exchanged with each other in an instant. What's the situation with this sun? Looking at the sun hanging directly above his head, Mo looked at the time with a puzzled look. 8 hours 10 minutes and 45 seconds. It was still morning. Forget it. No matter what, I'm ready to set off today, hunting monsters and collecting cores along the original route. After finishing breakfast, Mo went to the basement and put all the servers inside into the space, and at the same time took back the wireless endowment on the generator. Let's go! After taking a look at the flat open space around the villa, Mo stepped into the shoo-shoo. The warehouses around had already been melted into data blocks by Mo, and they could be taken out and used at any time when they were needed to make materials. After all, the materials in these warehouses were high-quality alloys, and it would be a waste not to take them away. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom 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 boom. The shoo-shoo started, accelerated and knocked open the gate of the villa, and began to drive towards the outer city along the winding mountain road. Entering the outer city area, you can see many mutant monsters scattered on the streets. Seeing the shoo-shoo, the monsters roared and pounced on him, using all their strength to attack crazily. But all they did was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and they couldn't even leave a scratch on Shoo-shoo's armor. Instead, they were torn into pieces by the spiked armor, or screamed in pain from being burned by the high-temperature armor, and were directly stuck to it and steamed alive. Many monsters even tried to rely on themselves to stop Shoo-shoo's progress, and their fate was naturally to be crushed into a pool of foam. These monsters have not only evolved, but also changed their death. Mo found that once these mutant monsters died, their bodies would instantly dissolve into a pool of rotten flesh and blood. In the flesh and blood, a green spherical object as big as a ping-pong ball was seen. Mo, sitting in the command chair, released his mental power and instantly covered a radius of 100 meters. Then, the green spherical objects in the flesh and blood fell into the dimension folding space. Not only that, these monsters will also drop some food, materials and other items. Obviously, these items can only be collected by players, and people in this world can't see them at all. Mo directly transferred these items to the storage room through the latitude folding space. I have to say that this skill is really very convenient. Is this the new monster core? Not only is the size much larger than the previous one, but the color has also turned light green. After admiring the core in his hand for a while, Mo clenched his 5 fingers and began to absorb the monster core in his hand. It takes more than 4 to 5 seconds. It seems that as the core grade increases, the time required for absorption will increase. Looking at the monster cores that kept appearing in the command room, Mo began to close his eyes and absorb them continuously. Shoo-shoo rushed along the street, and wherever he passed was like a huge eraser brushing across the earth. Any monster disappeared in an instant, leaving only crushed flesh and blood on the ground. Oh my god! What is that thing? Whose ability is this? It directly summons such a big thing. Go down and pick up the core quickly. This monster has been crushed to death by him. We can just go down and pick it up. Yes. Yes. Yes! Such a good opportunity can't be missed. The loudest noise of shoo-shoo attracted many survivors in the buildings on both sides. Soon some of them ran out of the buildings and began to dig in the flesh and blood on the ground. Damn! Why is there nothing? Wouldn't this monster drop its core when it dies? Don't monsters drop cores during the day? Otherwise, why can't I find it here? This shouldn't be the case. I was lucky enough to hunt a few monsters in the morning. The core would drop. But why don't these? No matter how these survivors searched in the flesh and blood, they couldn't find the so-called monster core. Looking at the other monsters attracted by the noise around them, these survivors didn't bother to look for the core and hurriedly turned back to the building. The more monsters there are outside. It seems that these monsters are surrounding every city. Why do they do this? To prevent people inside from leaving. Looking at the images transmitted back by the Hummingbird UAV, Ren couldn't help but feel a little confused. Shoo-shoo. Start the high-energy particle launcher. Use the split mode. And attack within a range of 100 meters. Now that there are more and more monsters, it is better to replenish firepower appropriately. Understood? Captain! Shoo-shoo's cold mechanical voice sounded, and the high-energy particle launcher instantly popped out from the top of the turret. Immediately afterwards, it began to attack the surrounding 100 meters, and dense particle arcs bombarded the surroundings crazily, and the monsters hit instantly exploded into countless pieces of ash. Chapter 358, Advanced to S Level. New Skill Vehicle Master. Understood? Captain! Shoo-shoo's cold mechanical voice sounded, and the high-energy particle emitter instantly popped out from the top of the turret. Then, it began to attack the surrounding 100 meters, and dense particle arcs bombarded the surroundings crazily, and the monsters hit were instantly blown into countless pieces of ashes. More and more monster cores fell into the command room through dimension folding space. As Ren continued to absorb, the progress bar from a level to S level soon reached the end. The ability upgraded to S level is indeed extraordinary, and it is completely incomparable to the previous A level. Not only have all the physical attributes doubled compared to before, now my mental power can completely cover the distance of 200 meters around, and I can feel the power spreading from my body in the dark. Is this the so-called pressure from the strong? It feels really wonderful. Ren shook his hand and felt his current self, and then expanded his mental power to 200 meters. At the same time, he asked Shoo-shoo to adjust the attack range of the high-energy particle emitter to 200 meters. Through the panoramic view, Ren could clearly observe that there were some monsters that looked very low level. Since Ren advanced to S level, these monsters dared not attack, but were very afraid and quickly moved away. At the same time, I advanced to S level, and successfully acquired a new skill. I can finally understand in detail the special content marked next to the ability. Ren looked at the current ability panel, which was showing the new skills Ren had acquired. S-level skills, Vehicle Master. 1. You have formed an extremely powerful mental connection with the vehicle, and can put the vehicle into the mental space. At the same time, the connection with the vehicle will not be interrupted, and you can take out the internal items or put in external items at any time. After reading these lines, Ren's eyes lit up instantly, and his face was full of disbelief. It is actually possible to store the vehicle in the spiritual space. Even dimension folding space cannot do this. This skill can do it. Ren had the idea of storing the vehicle in the space before, but the space bracelet could not be used, and this behavior was expressly prohibited. Ren, who was unwilling to give up, also used his own skills, but still could not store it in dimension folding space. Although Shoo-shoo is now completely invincible, Ren is still worried about being targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Now that he has this skill, he doesn't have to worry about this at all. Hey, there are more words below. Is there more to this skill? Ren slid his finger across the screen and found that there was a lot of content below this skill. So he immediately read it carefully. 2. Use the strongest technology at this stage to completely transform the vehicle and make it a completely new individual existence. Transformation requires mechanical materials. The higher the quality level of the materials, the less the quantity, and vice versa. Once the transformation is completed, the vehicle can be freely switched between multiple types. Unlocked SS. My God. This This skill is too damn good. Doesn't this mean that in the future, I can cut anything that runs on the ground, swims in the water, or flies in the sky? Mo Ran was so excited that he almost flew away. But when he saw the mark unlocked at the back, he was stunned. This unlocked? What does this mean? The SS at the back. Does it mean that this skill needs to be unlocked at SS level? Good man. I was so happy for nothing. Mo Ran's whole handsome face was full of big speechless words. It was just like Nyozi stood up to enter the cave. And then you told me you didn't want to. Damn. What's this? Never mind. It's just SS level. With my current core collection speed, it's just a matter of time. Looking at the monster cores that had already filled the ground, Mo Ran began to continue his own absorption journey. At the same time, Mo Ran paid some attention to the screen. Since he chose this road to go south, it was for these research institutes along the way. There are all kinds of cutting-edge technology research sites inside. For Mo Ran, these are very rare treasures. Now there are only 30 days left. If he doesn't take it now, he will have no chance in the future. As he gets farther and farther away from the city, the number of monsters he encounters can be described as a wave. The defense line is densely packed and stretches for several kilometers. It is composed of monsters. The energy shotgun launcher on the turret was also activated and joined the attack queue of the high-energy particle launcher. Here, Mo Ran encountered the Titan monster seen in the previous video. Roar! 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 More than 20 Titan monsters roared and rushed over. And wherever they passed, it was like an earthquake, and the ground shook violently. Some monsters on the Titan monster's way were crushed by their feet because they had no time to dodge. Boom! 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 The 203mm twin-mounted automatic naval guns continued to fire, and the incoming Titan monsters were hit by armor-piercing shells one by one. The entire head, including the shoulders, evaporated from the body in an instant, and the huge body fell to the ground with a bang, crushing many monsters underneath. The bigger the monster is, the bigger the core inside it is. Mo Ran held a green core the size of a coconut in his hand, which was dropped by the Titan monster he just killed. A Titan monster hiding behind the building waited for an opportunity to move, and when Shushu approached, its huge body suddenly pounced out. But it was greeted by the energy shotgun launcher that was already aimed at it. Bang! 5 spherical lightning bolts blasted out in an instant. And in an instant, they hit the Titan monster. In just a moment, nearly 91% of the Titan monster's body was instantly vaporized into powder by the powerful energy, leaving only 2 pairs of big feet falling alone on the ground. Bang! Bang! The energy shotgun launcher kept firing, and each shot could instantly evaporate all the monsters in an area. Bang! Crack! As Shushu crashed through the highway toll booth, he drove into the highway. All the monsters that were chasing behind him stopped and began to return to the city. Don't chase them anymore? It seems that my expectation may be correct. These monsters will wait for the ultimate blood moon in 30 days. Once they evolve to the 3rd stage, all the monsters will form a huge monster wave, directly sweeping the entire city. After taking a look at the situation behind him, Mo Ran turned around and continued to absorb the core. Shushu sped along the highway, and his speed easily stabilized at more than 200 kilometers per hour. It must be said that Lungwa's infrastructure is very strong. These highways can actually withstand Shushu's violent driving speed. The convenience and smoothness of the highway, coupled with Shushu's speed, Mo Ran soon arrived at the first research institute on the road. Bang! Shushu turned right sharply, smashed the highway guardrail and rushed down. Boom! A violent sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded, and Shushu rushed down from the highway more than 10 meters high, and fell directly into a building below. The entire building collapsed into a pile of ruins in an instant, and Shushu rushed out of it intact, and continued to move towards the destination. Chapter 359 Arrival at the Institute. Boom! A heavy object fell to the ground with a loud sound. Shushu rushed down from the highway more than 10 meters high and fell directly into a building below. The entire building collapsed into a pile of ruins in an instant. Shushu rushed out of it intact, and continued to move towards the destination. Now, Shushu is very close to the institute. After absorbing most of the core on the ground, Mo Ran began to focus on the screen in front of him. Shushu, search the institute schedule, and see if there are still people stationed there. Understood. Captain. Shushu's cold mechanical voice came out, and he began to search for the data cache information obtained before the network was disconnected. Although I heard before that Longwa had arranged for these researchers to evacuate to a safer place, I still searched to avoid embarrassment if I bumped into someone. Mo Ren thought so in his heart. And Shushu's voice came out. Report to the captain. The institute has been completely blocked due to a biochemical leak. Mo Ren was stunned when he heard this. He remembered that when he explored it before, this was a research institute specializing in particle-related research. How could it be related to something like a biochemical leak? But when he saw the information listed by Shushu, Mo Ren immediately understood the whole story. It turned out that several researchers suddenly turned into zombies without knowing it, and slaughtered people in the institute, instantly infecting all the researchers. After searching the itineraries of several people, it was found that these people had gone out to climb mountains together during the adjustment period. It was not long until the meteorite hit, and the powder fell that these people suddenly turned into zombies. Alas, it seems that the truth has been revealed. These people should have been parasitized by some kind of insects when they were climbing the mountain, until the meteorite dust fell, causing the organisms to mutate. And then this layer of mutation was transferred to these people. Mo Ren couldn't help but sigh. The research institute with nearly 10,000 people was completely destroyed, although some people escaped. But the mortality rate was almost 96%, and the entire institute could be considered annihilated. Soon, after crossing several streets, the front suddenly opened up, and a huge open space appeared. A circle of walls completely included the entire open space, and a huge building was located in the middle. The building gate and all windows were covered with a thick layer of alloy steel plates, making it an airtight super building. As for why there is such a high level of protection, it is to protect the cutting-edge technology products inside the institute. Bang! Crash! Shushu smashed through the outer wall and rushed in. The monsters following behind rushed in through the gap in the wall. A sharp friction sound was heard. Shushu braked and drifted. The vehicle slowed down and stopped in front of the gate of the institute. Several exaggerated scratches were left on the ground. Report to the driver. 8 survivors were found in a room on the second underground floor. When Mo Ren had already stood up and was about to go out, Shushu's sudden voice called him back. What? There are still living people in there? The complete integrated map of the institute appeared in front of Mo Ren. He could see that there were many small red dots inside. Among them, there were 8 green circular light dots in a room on the second underground floor. When the biochemical leak occurred, the institute had completely sealed off and cut off all power supplies. I didn't expect that after so long. Those 8 people could still survive. But when he saw the room where the few people were, Mo Ren also understood. The rear hatch of Shushu opened, and Mo Ren, wearing a battle armor, walked out. The particle launcher and energy shotgun on the top of the turret were still attacking, suppressing the mutant monsters that kept rushing in. I wonder if that idea is feasible. Let's give it a try. Mo Ren summoned a mecha from Dimension Folding Space, and then applied the skill Dimension Folding Space to the mecha. The application was successful. Mo Ren sent out a thought, and the mecha rushed out instantly, starting to kill the monsters. The killed monsters turned into a mass of flesh and blood, and the cores and materials that fell out all entered the Dimension Folding Space. This method is indeed feasible. It seems that I can use this to do a lot of things in the future. Mo Ren walked towards the door of the laboratory, and robots appeared around one after another. The number reached more than 1,000 in an instant, and all followed Mo Ren. Mo Ren advanced to S level, and these robots also changed. Not only did their bodies become stronger, they were no longer the skeletons they used to be. Moreover, the surface area covered by the skin has increased significantly, and the area where the internal core was originally hollowed out has gradually decreased. Mo Ren put his hand on the alloy door in front of him, and the door instantly turned into dark green data liquid, and then combined into a square block. Roar! 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 The door disappeared, and dozens of zombies roared out of the darkness. The number increased, and soon rose to hundreds. These zombies were not illuminated by the red moon, and now they still maintained their original initial appearance. Thousands of robots around rushed out instantly, forming a steel defense line in front of Mo Ren, constantly destroying the attacking zombies while gradually advancing inward. This feels so wonderful, I don't need to do anything myself. It's so cool. Little ones, move it for me. Don't let go of any piece of iron sheet. Mo-Ran applied dimension folding space to all robots, and led some robots to advance to the underground of the Institute. Second floor underground. Independent shelter. We have been waiting for half a month. We can't wait any longer. We must go out and find a way to save ourselves. Otherwise, if no one comes, we will die here sooner or later. The outside has been completely blocked, and the power supply has been completely cut off. Where do you want to go out? Not to mention the wandering zombies outside. In the independent shelter, two male and female researchers, who looked to be in their 30s, suddenly started arguing over a certain issue. Being in a closed space for a long time will have a great impact on one's mood. As expected, the quarrel between the two became louder and louder, and even evolved into fighting each other. Sister Ching. Brother Chen. You two stop fighting. Stop it, woo woo woo. Sister Ching. Brother Chen. Stop it. Stop fighting. Several young men and women who looked to be in their early 20s hurried forward to stop the two. A young girl, who looked to be the youngest, cried directly because of the scene in front of her. What are you two doing again? Stop it quickly. Stop fighting, stop it. In the corner next to him, an old man who was sleeping soundly was instantly awakened by the quarrel, and hurriedly got up from the ground, and came here quickly. Chapter 360. Beast. Damn beast. What are you two doing? Stop it now. Stop fighting. Stop it now. In the corner next to him, an old man who was sleeping soundly was awakened by the quarrel. He hurriedly got up from the ground and walked to the two people. Seeing the old man, the two people who were fighting with each other stopped immediately, and stood there like a child who had done something wrong. You? Alas. That's it. No matter how you quarrel, it's useless. Now the entire institute is completely blocked, and the power is cut off. It's impossible to get out of here. The distress signal has been sent long ago. What we have to do is to save our energy, and try to hold on until rescue comes. If, alas, the old man did not say the last words, but sighed heavily. Both of them understood what the old man did not say, and their eyes suddenly added a bit of despair. The zombies wandering outside were attracted by the quarrels here, and they immediately surrounded the shelter and kept howling, and even banged the door of the shelter. The roar of the zombies mixed with the banging of the door constantly stimulated everyone in the shelter, although the sound became very weak after being blocked. For everyone now, it was no less than turning on the external speaker of the mobile phone. At this moment, the roar of the zombies outside the shelter gradually faded away, and the banging of the door also stopped abruptly. The zombies outside seemed to be attracted away by something. The old man and the two men immediately noticed this, and the man rushed to the door and tried to look out through a small observation hole on the door. It was pitch black outside, and nothing could be seen, but he could faintly hear the movement coming from a distance. The man put his ear against the door and tried to listen to the sound outside. Gradually, he heard dense metal collision sounds approaching, and there were many of them, just like the frequency of people walking. But the crisp metal collision sound made him very confused. Pa, pa, pa. The dull metal collision sound was getting closer and closer, and the man's heart was suddenly filled with turbulent waves. There are people. This is the sound frequency of people walking. There are people outside. Someone is coming. A lot of people. Hey! We are inside. Save us. We are inside. The man shouted excitedly, and kept hitting the door hard to make a sound. Everyone present was shocked, and gathered at the door, and shouted loudly. We are inside. Save us. Hey! Here. We are here. Save us. The dense footsteps stopped not far in front of the shelter, and then a single footstep came to the door. The next second, the door in front of everyone was instantly wrapped in dark green grid data. This scene startled everyone, and they flew away from the door like a frightened kitten. As everyone watched, the door in front of them began to change, and an object similar to the shape of a trumpet suddenly appeared on the door. Hey, can the people inside hear me? A cold male voice suddenly came out, like the sound of nature falling into everyone's ears. Yes, yes, yes. We can hear it. We can hear it. The man hurriedly leaned in front of the door and shouted loudly at the loudspeaker on the door. Okay. You put on the gas masks in the shelter. The air in the institute is polluted by zombies and is not suitable for humans to breathe. Tell me after doing all this. Mo-Ran's voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker. After a few minutes of waiting, a response came from the loudspeaker. We are already dressed. Hearing the response, Mo-Ran instantly analyzed the door in front of him and condensed it into a data block. The door in front of them suddenly disappeared, and a man in black armor appeared in front of them. Then the man walked in, exposing his body completely under the light, and everyone saw his full appearance clearly at this time. A black armor looks very sci-fi, and it is not a product of this world at all. 8 eyes kept looking at Mo-Ran, especially the old man, whose eyes were fixed on Mo-Ran. Mo-Ran ignored everyone's gaze and scanned the shelter for a few times. "Follow me." Leaving this sentence, Mo-Ran turned around and walked out. He took out several flashlights from dimension folding space and handed them to several robots. After all, these people don't have night vision and can't see the road, so lighting is still needed. The lights dispelled the darkness, and the people who followed were instantly surrounded by more than a dozen robots in the center of the team. When they saw these well-shaped robots beside them, and the hundreds of robots around them that were carrying items, everyone's face was full of shock. They had never seen such advanced and sci-fi robots. Everyone kept looking at these robots, and began to whisper to each other. But soon, everyone noticed something was wrong, because these robots were actually dismantling their equipment. Hey! 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 These are your robots. Why are you dismantling our equipment? Let them stop. What? Why are you dismantling our equipment? Those are cutting-edge technology equipment. Stop it! The old man was so angry that his eyes almost popped out, and he ran towards Mo-Ran with his old legs, insisting that he give an explanation. The next second, a robot that was originally following Mo-Ran stopped instantly, and turned to stare at the old man. The old man shuddered all over instantly. He actually felt a killing intent from this robot. Mo-Ran turned around at the fork in the road and walked down. Before leaving, he ordered several robots, take them directly outside, and make sure everyone is inside. Everyone didn't understand what Mo-Ran meant. His body flew into the air, and was picked up by the robot beside him, running quickly upwards. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go! Let us down! Who are you? You bastard! Let me go! Whoa! Let me down quickly! Whoa! Let me go!" Amid the screams of the crowd, the robot quickly sent them to the research institute. When the old man saw the current situation in the research institute, he couldn't help but curse on the spot. Beast. Fucking beast. Is this what a human did? Everything was fucking pulled out. Beast. Ow. At this moment, the research institute was like a swarm of locusts. All the equipment, electrical appliances, and any mechanical or metal-related items disappeared. Even several robots were seen pulling out the cables buried under the floor, one bundle after another, completely pulling them out. When the robot took the 8 people outside, they saw a huge mecha that was more than 10 meters long waiting outside, and an iron cage placed next to the mecha. "Ah! That bastard! Let your robot let me go! I want to challenge you! Ah, you beast!" Even though he was invited into the cage by the robot, the old man was still cursing. The others were already deeply shocked by the situation in front of them, and were completely stunned in the cage. The mecha grabbed the handheld pull rod on the cage, released the shield to cover the cage, and then started the jet system, and rushed directly into the air in one direction. Fortunately, I was quick to react and asked the robot to carry them up, and made a cage temporarily. Otherwise it would be difficult to take away that noisy old guy. Looking at the mecha gradually going away in the air, Mo-Ran set his eyes on the huge machine in front of him. Chapter 361 Advanced SS Level. The mecha grabbed the handle on the cage and released the shield to cover the cage. Then it started the jet system and rushed into the air in one direction. Fortunately, I was quick to react and let the robot carry them up. I also made a cage temporarily. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take away that noisy old guy. Looking at the mecha gradually going away in the air, Mo-Ran set his eyes on the huge machine in front of him. This machine is very huge, almost filling up the entire space. This is also the reason why Mo-Ran came to this research institute. For the 3rd underground floor, this huge scientific research equipment particle collider. The current location is the impact point of the particle collider. There are 2 very large accelerators on both sides, and countless cables and pipes are entrenched on them. Kinetic weapons will basically be eliminated in the future, and energy weapons will be the mainstream in the later stage. I have already thought about what kind of weapons to create with this device. Analysis. The dark green grid data starts from Mo-Ran's left hand, and quickly spreads to the entire particle collider. This thing is really huge. It seems that it will take some time to fully analyze it. Take advantage of this time and absorb the core quickly. Ren analyzed with his left hand and took out the monster core from the dimension folding space with his right hand to absorb it. Now Ren is only one step away from the SS level. Such a terrifying advancement speed is enough to make other players untouchable. And now only half a day has passed. The dark green grid data continues to spread wildly on the particle collider. The structure of the equipment, every part, every screw, are constantly decomposed and appear in Ren's mind. Soon, the particle collider was completely analyzed by Ren and began to dissolve continuously, combining into an extremely huge square data block. If you use the decomposition function that comes with the game, you can only get some materials in the end. And it's hard to say what the blueprint is. Since I have the analysis and manufacturing skill, you can pack the whole item and take it away directly, and then make it when needed. And this process only consumes some mental energy, which is really convenient. After storing the data block in dimension folding space, Ren focused his eyes on his ability panel. At this moment, the progress bar on the panel is completely full, and Ren estimates that it is almost done. And the fact is just as Ren expected. As the core in his hand is absorbed, the ability level on the panel instantly changes from S level to SS level. Along with it, there is also a surge of power that keeps pouring into the body, constantly flowing all over the body. Not bad. This feeling is really wonderful. Feeling the power in his body, Ren set his sights on the wall next to him. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the wall directly. Boom! A fierce explosion sounded, and the fist hit the wall heavily, instantly causing a vibration around. The wall, made of high-strength special cement, was easily blasted by Ren into a hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 centimeters and a depth of several dozen centimeters. Countless huge cracks spread rapidly around like spider webs. Now that the body has become stronger, the strength of the armor that can be exerted will also be greater. And after advancing to the SS level, these manufactured robots have also changed, and their appearance is very different from before. Ren looked at the robots around him. Their bodies were now stronger than before, like a group of burly men. The surface area covered by the skin was larger than before, and there were few hollow areas. In addition to the self-enhancement, all previous skills were strengthened, and a new skill was obtained. When he saw the new skill, Ren was shocked and widened his eyes. No wonder it needs to be upgraded to SS level. It turns out to be because of this. Beast. Beast. This is a beast. The old man leaned against the edge of the iron cage as if he had lost his soul. But his mouth was still stubborn. The two people next to him kept comforting the old man, and everyone noticed the situation below. Buildings collapsed. Ruins. Monsters were rampant. Corpses were everywhere. And the whole world had completely fallen into doomsday. Everyone's face was full of despair. But what scared them even more was where this mecha would take them. But soon they understood where the mecha would take them. We are in the Magic City? Brother, look at the sky. Something is coming. Duo pointed her finger at the sky, and her pretty little face was full of shock. Mu Chuan quickly turned his head to look in the direction Duo pointed, and indeed found a purple spherical object, which was rapidly approaching this side. In the military base, more and more survivors and soldiers all discovered the unidentified object coming from the air. Although the base operation has been restored, the current equipment needs to consume monster cores, which is really a headache. Give priority to the cultivation department. Food is the most important thing. There are so many people in the base now, and the reserved food can't be eaten much. Just as a group of senior executives were discussing the problem, the door next to them was suddenly pushed open, and an officer walked in quickly. Report. There is a purple spherical unidentified object in the air, approaching us at a very fast speed. When everyone hurried outside, they saw that the entire base had entered a state of full alert. All the soldiers held modified weapons and looked at the purple light ball approaching in the distance with serious expressions. Attack immediately and intercept that. Wait a minute. I know this thing. At this moment, Gu Lao suddenly walked over from the side and stopped the order to attack. The senior officials didn't understand, but after Gu Lao's brief narration, everyone had some understanding. You mean, you have known him before? Yes. He is not a bad guy, and he must have something to do with us. While the few people were talking, the mecha had already arrived above the base, and the energy shield on its body was instantly lifted. Isn't this the mecha we saw before? Look! The mecha is holding an iron cage. And there seem to be several people inside. There are about 7 to 8 people, wearing white clothes, and they look like several scientific researchers. Everyone recognized the mecha at once, and kept talking about who the people in the iron cage were. The mecha also slowly landed on the ground at this time. For a moment, countless eyes in the entire base instantly gathered on the mecha. After all, such a sci-fi and eye-catching mecha is really too eye-catching, and it is hard not to notice it. The iron cage containing everyone instantly turned into dark green liquid, and all gathered in the dimension-folding space. Ah! I'll fight you. You give us back those equipment, give them back to us. The old man jumped up and struggled out of the 2 people's support, and ran over in 2 steps, and began to punch and kick the mecha, while cursing without stopping for a moment. Chapter 362 Combination and Amplification. Ah! I'll fight you. You give us back those equipment, give them back to us. The old man jumped up and struggled out of the 2 people's support, and ran over in 2 steps, and began to punch and kick the mecha, while cursing without stopping for a moment. This old guy is worthy of being the academician with the worst temper, and the most obsessed with scientific research in this Particle Research Institute. I saw him today, and he is really extraordinary. Mo Ran looked at the picture sent by the mecha speechlessly for a while, and then seemed to have discovered something, and looked in a direction in the military base. Isn't that academician Yang Tian? He's still alive. Yes. I heard that there was no news after the fall of the Particle Research Institute. I didn't expect that he would appear here alive. The senior officials who rushed over were shocked by the scene in front of them. But someone immediately recognized who the old man who was punching and kicking was. 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and pulled Yang Tian, who was punching and kicking. Let me go! I want to fight this beast to the death. I want to beat him to death. Yang Tian. It's really you. You're still alive. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Tian was stunned at first, and turned around to see an old man walking towards him quickly. Old Lu. Is that you? Old Lu quickly stepped forward and gave Yang Tian a big hug, which made Yang Tian feel sick and pushed him out. Get lost. What do you want to do? 2 old men are being so affectionate here. Aren't you disgusting? Having said that, Yang Tian's face was still filled with a happy smile. Comrade Yang Tian, I'm glad you're still alive. I don't know what happened to make you so angry. Can you tell us in detail? A senior executive said, looking past Yang Tian to the mecha behind, and suddenly had a general understanding in his heart. This is what happened. Yang Tian was like a student who was bullied and was complaining to the teacher. He told everything in detail, and all the grievances he had suffered. After hearing what Yang Tian said, all the senior executives looked at each other, not knowing how to start. So that's the case? Comrade Yang Tian, we apologize to you for not organizing the rescue immediately, leaving you trapped for so long. At the same time, we need to tell you something. Our world is no longer the same as before. Our equipment has been affected, resulting in... While everyone was talking, the mecha began to move and slowly walked in one direction. What? Technology, our technology was destroyed. How could this happen? I thought the panel I saw was an illusion caused by staying in there for too long. But it was all real. After listening to what the senior executive said, Yang Tian felt as if the sky had fallen down, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was supported by the soldiers next to him in time. So those cutting-edge equipment can be said to be a pile of scrap metal. It doesn't matter if he takes it away. Comrade Yang Tian, you have been through so many things. I am afraid your body can't bear it. You should go down and rest. We will arrange a room for you. Yang Tian and several other researchers, led by several soldiers, went to the inside of the base. Comrade Yang Tian, the Particle Research Institute is outside the Magic City, which means that the man went outside the city. After the soldiers' investigation for several days, the entire Magic City has been surrounded by countless monsters, and there is no way out. That person can leave the city under such conditions. Either he has certain means, or he is very powerful. Let's go and talk to him. The mecha will definitely be able to contact him. After discussion, everyone began to walk in the direction of the mecha. Under the control of Mo Ran, the mecha came to the open space in front of the base hangar. At this moment, there are many fighters, many infantry fighting vehicles, and countless weapons on the open ground. The life-making type of superpowers are now transforming these fighters and weapons. seeing the huge mecha slowly approaching. These people were frightened and hurriedly dropped their work and moved away from here. The soldiers standing guard around were also nervous, staring at the mecha with their eyes, fearing that it would suddenly do something bad. Is this the 5th generation fighter developed by Longwa? The various data look really good, and the appearance is also very domineering and cool. You can ask them for some. The new skills are interesting, and the S-level skills can be used by the way. Mo-Ren glanced at the ability panel, where the new skills Mo-Ren had acquired were displayed. Combination and amplification. Combination. Combine a mechanical type item. Part into another mechanical type item. Part. So that the two items, parts are perfectly integrated and become another new mechanical item. Part. If separated, it will consume double mental power. Amplification. Amplify and upgrade the selected mechanical type item. Part. Making it more powerful and more functional than before. You can conceive in the spiritual world. But this will consume and #mental asterisk and #%. Unlocked SSS. Although for some reason the last skill is not fully displayed, according to the meaning marked above. But Mo-Ren can probably guess that this is a skill that can make objects evolve and increase. And the specific effect needs to be operated after the SSS level. Feeling the people approaching behind him, Mo-Ren slowly turned around in the mecha. A senior executive spoke first. Hello. Thank you for rescuing our scientific researchers, and the cores you gave us that day. My name is Zhang Jianhua. I wonder what your name is. Brother? Brother Jianhua. You are too polite. I just did a little help. Just call me Mo-Ren. Mo-Ren's voice came out through the mecha, and the cold male voice instantly reached everyone's ears. Listening to this voice, it seems to be a young man in his early 20s. Zhang Jianhua thought for a moment, and then continued to ask Mo-Ren. I see that Brother Mo-Ren seems to be very interested in technological items. Is there anything you want to take away? Mo-Ren was thinking about this. So he said, I want your 2 5th generation fighters. Of course, I won't take your things for nothing. After Mo-Ren finished speaking, the mecha moved its left hand, and hundreds of thousands of cores instantly appeared on the ground. Densely packed. These are all first-order cores. Oh my god. This number is too terrifying. When everyone saw the scene, they were all shocked by the huge number of cores, and everyone's face was full of astonishment. Mo-Ren didn't care about the expressions of the crowd, and the mecha waved his right hand towards the 2 5th generation fighters in front. In an instant, the 2 fighters were put into the dimension folding space. This scene shocked many onlookers around, and no one even saw how the fighters disappeared. In this case, I will go first. Without waiting for everyone to react, the mecha jumped into the sky and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant, leaving only a gradually fading sonic boom echoing in the sky. Chapter 363 Overall Transformation. In this case, I will go first. Without waiting for everyone to react, the mecha leaped into the sky and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant, leaving only a gradually fading sonic boom echoing in the sky. Now that I have advanced to the SS level, these first-order cores have no improvement for me. After absorbing all the first-order cores in the dimension folding space, Mo-Ren stopped collecting cores. Looking at the robots fighting monsters, Mo-Ren put his hands on his armor. Analysis. Manufacturing combination. After a series of small moves, dimension folding space appeared under the feet of the robots, and a ball of dark green liquid emerged from it, instantly climbed onto the bodies of the robots, and began to combine and transform them. Swish, swish, swish. All the robots showed the laser blades on their arms, and began to slash the monsters in a more ferocious manner. That's great. I don't have to do it myself in the future. It's easier to work with more brothers. Mo-Ren looked at the empty space next to him, and 2 5th generation fighters appeared on the ground from the dimension folding space. Mo-Ren thought and moved, and the 2 fighters instantly became liquid and combined into 2 huge square data blocks. Then, under Mo-Ren's control, the data block merged directly with the mouse that was parked in place, forming a huge ball of liquid that was constantly changing its composition. When the ball of liquid calmed down, a fighter jet with a length of 40 meters and a wingspan of 20 meters appeared in front of Mo-Ren. The sharp-edged structure and streamlined lines, every part of it was breathtaking. It was simply a perfect work of art. Mo-Ren walked slowly to the bottom of the belly, and an entrance to the interior opened instantly, followed by a pedal that continued to extend. Boom! There was a loud noise in the distance, and Ran turned his head to see that it was the mecha that had returned here. The mecha has arrived. So we can start the journey. Let's go to the next research institute. Ran thought and moved. And all the robots, including the mecha, were instantly collected in a dimension-folding space. After doing all this, Ran entered the interior, and the entrance hatch behind him began to slowly close. Ignition started. The fierce engine roar accompanied by the tail flame ejected from the rear. The fighter began to gradually accelerate and rush forward. Any monsters and buildings blocking the front were instantly smashed to pieces. Surrounded by the roar of the engine, the fighter rushed into the sky and rushed away. In the next few days, Ran stopped and walked along the way, visiting all the research institutes he could meet along the way. And all the cutting-edge technology products went into Ran's pocket. And Ran also arrived at these meteorite impact points. The monsters in the range are indeed more powerful than those outside. But it is only the monsters that were first affected by the meteorite powder and mutated first. The cores collected still cannot provide much improvement for Ran. Over time, Ran did not plan to go to the remaining 2 meteorite points because it was really boring. Ha ha ha. Too strong. This combination ability is really too strong. Looking at the mecha in front of him that was killing all around, Ran showed an extremely excited expression on his face. Facing countless monsters rushing like a tide, countless arcs began to appear around the mecha. And then these arcs were like a rain of pear blossom needles, bombarding the surroundings crazily. The mecha slashed a titan monster in front of it with a sword, and then opened the 5 fingers of its left hand and aimed at a titan monster rushing from behind. Bang! 5 spherical lightning bolts instantly blasted out from the palm of the mecha, and the titan monster that came from nowhere was hit, and its entire body instantly evaporated into countless powders. Now these 2 powerful attack methods come from high-energy particle launchers and energy shotgun launchers respectively. Ran just tried it before, and found that this special weapon can be analyzed. So, how could such a good method be missed? Ran directly analyzed its structure, and then used the data block to create it, and combined it into the mecha body. Although the current manufacturing strength is only 60%, the effect has made Ran very satisfied. Once it reaches 100%, it will be even more satisfactory. Now all robots are like this. All with flight, shields, laser blades and other weapons. It is also combined with a small particle launcher and an energy shotgun launcher. Each robot taken out alone is a very powerful and terrifying combat force. My brothers are all strong. Now I just need to sit in the back and command. A huge full-length mirror rose from the ground, and Ran began to show off in front of the mirror. The current armor has been completely transformed by Ran, becoming a piece of clothing that can be switched at will. What occasion? What type? It can be changed at any time with a thought. Now Ran is wearing a commander's uniform with black as the main color and bright red as the auxiliary color. He has a pair of over-the-knee boots on his feet and a huge black windbreaker with gold edges behind him, which is fluttering in the wind. He wears an exquisite hat on his head, with a circle of shining gold edges inlaid around the brim of the hat, and an infinity symbol is carved in the center of the hat. Ran's hands are wearing a pair of white gloves, and his right hand is tightly holding a black and gold cane with exquisite patterns carved on it. These are all carved by Ran himself. Of course, this cane is not an ordinary cane. It can be transformed into any weapon at will. But this kind of transformation, Ran probably won't use it very often. Cool. So cool. I've wanted to do this for a long time, and finally realized this wish today. As time passed, the sun above my head was like a timed electric light, lighting up and extinguishing on time. During these days, Ran kept an eye on the chat channel and learned about the current players' ability levels. Most people have advanced to level A, but there are still some people at level B or even lower. Players above level A can be counted on one's hands, which is very rare. Of course, time will not stop for everyone. In a blink of an eye, it is the 15th day, and the second stage of the blood moon is coming. The sun in the sky began to dim until it completely disappeared, and the whole world was completely shrouded in thick darkness. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the blood moon was like a pair of slowly opening eyeballs, and the scarlet moonlight tore through the darkness and fell to the ground, and continued to spread and expand. A blood moon as big as a wash basin was hanging high in the sky. Chapter 364 Arriving at the real moon before 30 days. The sun in the sky began to dim until it completely disappeared, and the whole world was completely shrouded in thick darkness. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, the blood moon was like a pair of slowly opening eyeballs. And the scarlet moonlight tore through the darkness and fell to the ground, and continued to spread and expand. A blood moon as big as a wash basin was hanging high in the sky. There's something wrong with this moon. How come it has become so big? It's almost as big as a wash basin. Moran was lying on the command chair with his legs crossed, looking at the moon in the sky through the panoramic view in front of him. The moon was so big now that he felt something was wrong. Under the red moonlight, all the monsters began to evolve to the second stage. Their skin and bones became harder, and their bodies became bigger than before. At the same time, their special powers began to develop in their bodies. Of course, there was more to it than that. The blood and rotten flesh left after the monsters died were boiling like boiling water. Then, they continued to merge and grow, and finally formed one monster after another. This time, the monsters no longer looked up at the moon. They kept roaring, and their eyes flashed with a terrifying red light. All the monsters became restless and violent, and any slight movement would attract their attention. Even an unintentional collision between the same kind would instantly ignite a war, and they would fight to the death. Huh? What are those monsters doing? Why are they killing each other? Looking at the reactions of the monsters outside, Moran was a little confused for a while, but he didn't think too much, and directly released the mecha and robots to kill. But no matter how the mecha and robots eliminated the monsters, these monsters seemed to be unable to see them. They only had their eyes on killing their own kind, and they didn't care about the surrounding situation at all. Such an abnormal and weird scene instantly attracted Moran's great attention. Something is wrong. There is a problem. Moran opened the chat channel and found that the messages were scrolling quickly. Many people were discussing what happened tonight. Am I seeing this right? Are these monsters crazy? Why are they attacking their own people? That's right. I stood in front of it, and it seemed to not see me. No matter how I cut it, it didn't move. Isn't something going to happen? Why do I feel that the reactions of these monsters are a bit weird? I have this feeling too. These monsters reveal a sense of weirdness everywhere, as if some conspiracy is going to happen. I think you are just worrying too much. These monsters dropped a lot of cores after killing each other. You don't need to do anything to pick them up. It's so cool. I won't sleep tonight. There are cores all over the street. I can pick them up in large quantities. Many people in the chat channel were celebrating, but some people noticed that something was wrong. But this news was quickly drowned out. The sound in the channel gradually disappeared. The players were all devoted to collecting cores, and had no time to care about other things. Moran asked Shushu to release a large number of hummingbird drone bombers to detect any abnormal situation around. At the same time, he began to absorb cores at full speed, and the progress bar of his ability level began to rise wildly. The core of the second level monster is as big as a basketball. The command room cannot hold too many cores. So Moran simply went outside and immersed himself in the core pile. The mechas and robots collected more and more cores, which had accumulated into a small hill. Then the hill kept shrinking and rising. And so on. 5 hours passed unknowingly. Ding. Suddenly, a ringtone, like a message alert sounded. Moran, who was closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged to absorb, suddenly opened his eyes, and his scarlet eyes flashed with a strange red light. Huh? Moran exhaled a breath of turbid air, then looked down at his body, and felt that some earth-shaking changes seemed to have taken place. That sound just now, was it a message notification sound? But I haven't checked it for so long. I wonder what level my ability has reached. Moran opened his ability panel, which now displayed a large ability level EX. It's actually EX level, which is a bit shocking to me. How many cores have I absorbed? I wonder what new skills I have unlocked. Moran checked it immediately, but was dumbfounded the next second, staring at the screen with a confused face and blinking his eyes. What is this? At this moment, all the skills on Moran's ability panel disappeared, leaving only a short line of words. Have fun. Mayan %#. What does this mean? What does it mean to have fun? Wait, are all my skills gone? Moran was startled and tried all his skills. When he found that everything was normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the entire ability panel suddenly disappeared, and no matter how he clicked, he could no longer find the panel. Moran was stunned and didn't know what to do for a while. However, thinking of the prompt sound he heard just now, Mo Ran immediately searched on the panel, but did not find any information. Just when Mo Ran was wondering about the source of the sound, his eyes drifted to the Blood Moon stage located just above the panel. As soon as he opened the panel and saw the content inside, Mo Ran couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and his face was full of disbelief. There are 10 days left until the final blood moon comes. How is this possible? When I looked at it 5 hours ago, there were 15 days left. How come there are only 10 days left now? Just when Mo Ran was puzzled, a string of scarlet fonts suddenly appeared on the panel. Before the 30th day, arrive at the real moon. Seeing this, Mo Ran suddenly looked up at the sky, and then he found that 6 moons appeared in the sky at some point. These 6 moons are centered on the blood moon in the middle, and are distributed in 6 different directions. The 6 moons have different shapes, and appear in different states. Mo Ran also discovered that the blood moon in the sky had become larger than before without knowing when. And the blood light it emitted was even more intense and charming. The intense blood light occupied the entire world. If no one paid close attention, no one would notice that 6 moons had appeared in the sky at any time. Shoo shoo. What is the date today, and what state is the moon in? Report to the driver. Today is January 30th, and the moon is full. The cold mechanical voice of Shoo Shoo rang in Mo Ran's ears. Mo Ran looked up in the sky, and soon locked his eyes on the round and full moon in the north. Chapter 365 Blue Star. Turned out to be like this. Shoo Shoo. What is the date today? And what is the state of the moon? Report to the captain. Today is January 30th, and the moon is full. Shoo Shoo's cold mechanical voice rang in Mo Ran's ears. Mo Ran looked up in the sky, and soon locked his eyes on the round and full moon in the north. Let's go! Let me see what's going on. Mo Ran's mind moved, and all the robots and mechas that were fighting rushed to him in an instant. The robots today have been reborn, and their bodies have become the most perfect human form, with smooth lines and sharp edges, like future warriors in science fiction movies, full of wild technological atmosphere. As shown in the picture, all robots and mechas were stored in the space. And then Shoo Shoo transformed into an airplane and flew rapidly to the north with Mo Ran. Pay attention to the blood moon stage panel. There's a problem with the time jump. Move towards the full moon state. On the way, Mo Ran told this news to his friends. On the ground, the rotten meat and blood produced by the monsters after their death actually emitted a strange red mist at this moment. The red mist was hazy and completely hidden in it under the illumination of the blood light. Oh my god! This time is wrong! As soon as Zhang Tian received the message from Mo Ran, he immediately opened the blood moon stage panel. The whole person suddenly woke up and instantly realized that the time was wrong. The last line of words confirmed his guess. Zhang Tian looked up at the sky and found 6 moons in different directions at the edge. Brother Zhang, what are you looking at? Why don't you pick up the core? Damn! How come there are 6 moons in the sky again? One person followed Zhang Tian's gaze to the sky and was shocked by the 6 moons that suddenly appeared. Go! 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 Everyone hurry up and don't pick up these cores anymore. Get ready to set off immediately. Seeing that everyone around was picking up monster cores, they didn't pay any attention to the situation in the sky. Zhang Tian, who had come to his senses, immediately shouted loudly, and everyone who had reacted immediately stood up and left. But there were still a few people squatting on the ground, frantically picking up the cores and supplies on the ground. And they didn't hear Zhang Tian's roar at all. Hey! Did you hear me? I'm calling you. Hey! Zhang Tian immediately ran to these people, and found that these people seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. They kept picking up supplies frantically, and kept saying, I want them all. I want them all. Pa! Pa! Hey! Wake up! Wake up quickly! Zhang Tian slapped them a few times, and these people woke up instantly. Everyone's face revealed confusion, and they didn't understand what had just happened. Hurry up! Hurry up! At Zhang Tian's urging, several people quickly ran to their respective team vehicles. Sister Su Shi, who was absorbing the core, heard the voice and turned around to see Xi and Yao running towards her. It's Xi and Yao. Why are you so anxious? Did something happen? Sister Su Shi. Mo Ran sent a message saying that we must move towards the real moon immediately. He should have sent you a message as well. You should check it out quickly. After hearing what Xi and Yao said, Su Shi immediately opened her panel and found the message from Mo Ran. Following what Mo Ran said, She opened the Blood Moon stage panel and found that the time was wrong. And the blood-colored font that slowly emerged made her feel very uneasy. "Let's go!" "Inform everyone. We'll leave here immediately." "Wait. Those people's situation seems to be a little bit wrong." As time went on, many players began to notice that something was wrong with the people around them. They began to gradually lose themselves and were attracted by the countless cores and materials on the ground. These things were like tempting incense, which made their greed continue to grow and sink into them step by step. As they continued to fly towards the full moon, Ren found that all the surrounding scenery began to become unusually blurred, and finally turned directly into a thick fog. The surrounding space is changing. I seem to have entered a transmission channel, and it is right to choose this direction. Ren, who was sitting in the command room, was keenly aware of the changes in the surrounding situation. About 10 seconds later, the thick fog around him suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. And Ren also saw the current situation around him clearly. "Damn! I am now on the moon? And in front of me, isn't that the blue planet? How did it become like this?" The situation in front of him now made Ren unbelievable. He was shocked to find that he was actually on the moon now, and the blue planet in the distance had changed from its original round shape to a flat surface. A sphere with the same volume as the moon, but emitting a blood-red glow. It is currently hanging above the blue planet, and is constantly descending at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shushu turned back into a tank and landed on the ground. The rear hatch opened, and Ren walked out. "There is air around here. It seems that this is not a real moon, but a fictitious environment." Just as Ren was observing the surrounding environment, a mechanical sound that only the players could hear suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Not only that, a 3-hour countdown constructed by a red box appeared right above the perspective of each player. Player, Ren, arrived at the correct location first. The world destruction entered the last 3 hours countdown. All players, please use the full moon state as the direction to reach the transfer area within 3 hours. Player, Ren, arrived at the correct location first. The world destruction entered the last 3 hours countdown. All players, please use the full moon state as the direction to reach the transfer area within 3 hours. Player, Ren, arrived at the correct location first. The world destruction entered the last 3 hours countdown. The sudden mechanical sound was like a thunder in the dark night. The chat channel, which had been silent for a long time, was now flowing wildly like boiling water. Everyone was horrified to find that they had spent 5 hours without noticing it, and they hadn't noticed the time change at all. Some even found that their companions were not right, and seemed to be in a frenzy of collecting supplies. Countless players asked Ren in the chat channel what happened, looking at the various at himself and private messages in the channel. Ren did not reply. Instead, he turned on the system camera, took a picture of the scenery in front of him, and then clicked to upload. As the picture was uploaded to the channel, the originally boiling channel suddenly became silent as death. Chapter 366 World Destruction. Looking at the various at himself and private chat messages in the channel, Ren did not reply. Instead, he opened the system camera, took a picture of the scenery in front of him, and then clicked to upload. As this picture was uploaded to the channel, the originally boiling channel suddenly became silent as death. Fuck. Look at the Blood Moon stage panel. There are only 3 hours left without knowing it. I don't know who started it. And the originally dead chat channel became boiling again. Damn it. This is Blue Star. How did it become a plane? Stop talking nonsense, sweetly. Run quickly. There are only 3 hours left. The world is going to be destroyed. Everyone, pay attention. Don't pick up those cores and supplies anymore. The flesh and blood produced by those monsters after they die has the negative effect of controlling people's minds. Someone mentioned this information in the channel, and immediately many people echoed it. That's right. I have a few people with low ability levels who have become extremely crazy and turned into monsters in the end, and hurt many of us. Fortunately, we have completely killed them. If there is a mentally ill person in the team, he must be killed immediately. Otherwise, after a long time, this person will soon become a monster. If the impact is not serious, treatment can restore it to normal. But if it is serious, it will not work. Treatment cannot make it return to normal. This world is going to be destroyed. Why? Why is it like this? Why did I fall in love with her in this world? I am tired. Everyone. I want to give up my player identity and stay in this world with the person I love forever. I was locked up sweetly. Who can save me? I will give him all the supplies. Come and save me. Looking at these comments in the channel, Emoran got a message. I didn't expect that the flesh and blood produced by the second stage monsters after death would secrete the substance of the dead crazy. No wonder those monsters would kill each other. It turns out that there is such a big conspiracy waiting. But I didn't expect that someone in this world would fall in love with someone else. But that's right. Humans are emotional animals. And this situation is indeed quite normal. And the guy who was locked up below. It's really miserable. After wandering around for a while, Emoran returned to the inside of Shushu and waited. All the players began to flee frantically. The cores and supplies everywhere could no longer attract them to come down and collect. Everyone had completely forgotten this greed under the fear of death. Guang, hurry up. Do you know what you are doing? We don't have much time. Yes. Let's go. There's no way to take her away. We are not on the same path. Hurry up and follow us. Guang, I'll give you 3 seconds. Love and life. Think carefully about which one to choose. Facing the constant persuasion of his former teammates, the man just shook his head heavily. Then he hugged the woman next to him and kissed passionately. Xiao. Let's go. Don't worry about this guy. The vehicle accelerated and rushed out, and soon disappeared at the corner of the street. Take care. Take care. The two sides saluted for the last time, and Gu Lao and others boarded the vehicle with a determined look. They left. Which world will they go to play? I suddenly have a hunch that we don't have much time. Everyone just stood there quietly, watching the dozens of vehicles gradually going away, as if it realized that the core and the supplies could not tempt everyone. The blood moon in the sky instantly emitted a red ripple. This ripple quickly landed on the ground and swept across the entire world at a very fast speed, wherever the ripple passed. Except for these players, all the original inhabitants of the world, at this moment, seemed to be imposed with a spell of immobilization, standing completely motionless in the same place. Obviously, this trick is very effective, and many players began to notice this. So, between the two choices of escaping and becoming stronger, some people began to be unable to resist the temptation. They stopped their vehicles, took out their weapons, and released their superpowers, and began to swing their knives at these motionless residents. And in the end, they will pay the price for their greed. Everyone continued to fall into a state of madness in the killing, until their minds completely disappeared and their bodies turned into monsters. Such situations became more and more common and began to appear wildly in the chat channel. Many players with such thoughts immediately broke out in a cold sweat and felt fortunate for their hesitation. As time went on, Zhang Tian, Su Shi, Gu Lao and others, who were the first to be reminded by Emoran, all arrived here first. Wow! Brother Emo, you look so handsome. Haha. Zhang Tian, you are not bad either. The armor you are wearing is forged by a superpower. It looks very special. Brother, it's been a long time since we last met. You are more handsome than before. You are not bad either. You have a very sharp aura. You are at least S level now. Emoran. The acquaintances gathered together to chat, and Emoran waved his hand. He took out all the remaining cores in the space, and everyone absorbed them. After all, these had no effect on him, and were no less than waste stones. My chow. Brother Emo, how many monsters did you kill? But I won't take them for nothing. I heard you were collecting technological items. I have quite a few here. I'll trade them with you. Emoran did not refuse the items that everyone brought to exchange for the core. After all, he really needed a lot of technological items to enrich his data blocks. Time passed by, and the second, third, 10th, and 100th vehicles appeared nearby. Countless players came out, and everyone looked at the surrounding environment with shock. But more people looked at the blue star and blood moon that were approaching in the distance. 1 minute countdown to world destruction. All players please return to your vehicles and sit down. The cold mechanical sound echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone quickly returned to their vehicles. 3:2:1. As the final countdown ended, an extremely dazzling light burst out instantly, covering everyone in an instant. Chapter 367 Hour Countdown. 1 minute countdown to world destruction. All players please return to their vehicles and sit down. The cold mechanical sound echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone quickly returned to their vehicles. 3:2:1. As the final countdown ended, an extremely dazzling light burst out instantly, covering everyone in an instant. The number of people remaining on the chat channel also evaporated in an instant. Now there are about 1 billion people left, which is a world of difference from the initial 8.8 billion. After the dazzling white light, there is darkness. A dark darkness that is extremely dense. It seems that we have entered the transmission channel. I wonder what the next world will be like. Mo Ran looked outside, and could keenly perceive that the surrounding space was constantly changing. At this moment, the voice came out again, and rang in everyone's ears. Dear ants, I really admire your perseverance. You can still maintain your sanity under so many temptations. That's right. Those who can't maintain their sanity are dead, but there are actually people who are willing to give up their player status and stay in that world to die. What kind of thoughts do these people have? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the voice was full of ridicule and teasing. Many people couldn't help but clench their fists after listening to it, and the expressions on their faces were full of anger. Oh, I am so happy. I won't say any more meaningless things. Now I will explain to you a few things about the next world. 1. Don't think that you have superpowers. Just like drinking horse urine. If it weren't for me suppressing the levels of these monsters for you, and the last wave of benefits, you ants don't know how you will be abused by the monsters. So when you arrive in the new world, please keep a low profile. 2. After arriving in the new world, the vehicles and systems will be recycled again. As for when they will be given to you, you just need to remember to try your best to live until that day, and leave the rest to time. 3. Identity information will be implemented after you arrive in the new world. I will handle it better this time. You don't have to worry about being found out for doing something unreasonable. But if anyone takes the initiative to mention it to others, then you can expect your head to explode. 4. Here, I will not tell you any information about the next world. Everything depends on you to explore, understand, and survive. The 5th point, which is also the last point. Please consider what you can carry within 24 hours. The quantity must not exceed the capacity of a 10L backpack. And you can carry 2 weapons. One for long range, and one for short range. So, fellow ants, I hope that when we meet next time, everyone will still be alive. The voice gradually faded away, and everyone's ears fell into silence again. The voices in the ears were quiet, but the entire chat channel was boiling. Countless messages kept rolling in it, and everyone was discussing what happened just now. Being able to carry weapons and keep us as low-key as possible. It seems that the intensity of the next world is very high, and I am looking forward to it. Mo Ren moved his mind, and the commander's clothes he was wearing instantly turned into a set of home short-sleeved and shorts. The command chair behind him began to flatten slightly, and the massage mode was activated. At the same time, the panoramic screen in front of him began to play a movie, and Mo Ran lay on the command chair with great relaxation. Click, click, click. The door of the command room behind him opened, and a robot walked in with a plate of snacks and drinks. A small table rose on the side of the command chair, and the robot placed the tray in his hand on the small table, then turned and left the command room. In the following time, Mo Ran ate snacks and drank drinks while watching a panoramic high-definition movie. Wow! The movie of the old sister-in-law fighting the brother is really good. Although the mechanical brother in it is always a villain. He is too handsome. I want to make one too. Mo Ran turned over and jumped off the chair, and then came to the armored room. In the right corner of the armored room, thousands of robots were neatly arranged. Come on. It's time to make this place bigger. Mo Ran rubbed his hands, then knelt on one knee, pressing his palms directly on the ground. The next second, countless dark green grid data instantly spread rapidly to the entire armored room, with Mo Ran's palm as the center. The space in the entire armored room began to rapidly expand and rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the equipment and mechanical arms used for forging not only increased in size and number, but also became more powerful than before. Mo Ran slowly came to the huge control screen. And then, all the data of the mechanical brother in the movie was transmitted to the screen. With the confirmation button pressed, the originally quiet armor room suddenly became extremely lively. All the forging equipment roared violently, and scarlet molten iron and sparks kept splashing out from inside. Don't make me wait too long, big baby. After doing all this, Mo Ran left the armor room and went to the command room to continue watching the movie. After a happy night, the next morning, Mo Ran got up early. But to be precise, He was woken up by pain. Ouch! My teeth! Hiss! Mo Ren opened his mouth wide. And through the dressing mirror in front of him, he could see that one of the back teeth on the left side had turned black. Mo Ren poked it with his hand out of urgency, and the sour taste rushed straight to the top of his head. Damn! What's this? Can a strong man also be troubled by toothache? Why do I have a toothache for no reason? But on second thought, Mo Ren remembered that he seemed to have been partying during the day and then partying at night these days. It seems that there were a few nights. I went to bed without brushing my teeth. It should be a few nights. Add to that the various desserts last night. It seems that toothache is not a strange thing when you think about it this way. No. I have to pull this tooth out quickly. Otherwise it will hurt me to death. Mo Ren hurried to make up for the loss and brushed his teeth quickly. Every time the toothbrush touched the decayed tooth, there would be a sour and tingling sensation rushing straight to the top of his head. After brushing his teeth under such torture, Mo Ren returned to the command room with a tired face. Doctor? Mo Ren waved his right hand, and a silver-white robot instantly floated up from the space. This robot is slightly thin, but it has 6 mechanical arms, each of which can split out a variety of surgical knives. Its head is similar to a monitoring probe, which not only has a powerful magnification, but also has a series of penetrating observation capabilities such as X-rays. The command chair behind him began to lie flat, and as Mo Ren opened his mouth, the doctor robot immediately stepped forward and began to treat the decayed black tooth. In a few minutes, the blackened tooth was easily removed by the doctor robot. During this process, Mo Ren did not feel any pain. Then Mo Ren held a denture in his hand, analysis and directly used tungsten titanium alloy to make a denture for himself. The surface of the tooth was also processed, and it looked exactly like a real tooth. Brush your teeth well every day in the future. Don't forget such important things again. Time always passes quietly without a sound. Soon, the 24-hour waiting time has expired. Everyone only felt a white light in front of their eyes. When the surrounding scenery gradually became clear, everyone was already in this new world. Chapter 368 Arrival in the New World. Time always passes quietly without a sound. Soon, the 24-hour waiting time has expired. Everyone only felt a white light in front of their eyes. And when the surrounding scenery gradually became clear, everyone was already in this new world. Mo Ren opened his eyes and found that he was in a dense forest at the moment. The surrounding trees looked very familiar, but they were unusually tall. The shortest of them was more than 100 meters, blocking the entire sky above. And the place where Mo Ren was standing now was just in an open space, where he could see the bright sunshine and the blue sky above. Well, this world is indeed very unusual. I can feel a very high world intensity, which is completely incomparable to the previous worlds. Just as Mo Ren was feeling the surrounding situation, a blue panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, a dark blue bracelet instantly appeared on Mo Ren's left wrist. Mo Ren observed the bracelet on his wrist, and then set his eyes on the new panel in front of him. Ah! How come the layout of this panel is a bit like an RPG character development game? And everything seems to be digitized by the game? Mo Ren was not in a hurry to find the direction. He directly made a chair on the spot, and started to sit on it to browse the information on the panel. The panel is very simple. On the right side is a huge structure area with a miniature version of Mo Ren on it. On both sides of this miniature version of Mo Ren, there are 8 grids corresponding to different areas, from top to bottom, from left to right. The grids are: helmet, none; gloves, none; necklace, none; belt, none; shoulder guard, none; pants armor, none; chest armor, none; boots, none. On the top of the miniature version of Mo Ren's head, there is a red data-based health bar and experience level. Health / level / In addition to these, the left side of the panel is divided into several areas. They are: weapons main / secondary weapons, none; props, none; supernatural talents, unknown; skills, detection E; warehouse, none; friends, none. Looking at the information on the panel, Mo Ren really felt more and more like he was playing an RPG game. And this game was a VR panoramic view. My god. What is going on? Can't everyone in this world have this kind of panel? What on earth happened in this world? Mo Ren looked up at a tree next to him, and a panel appeared on the tree. Ordinary tall tree. HP 200. Attack 0. Defense 5. Speed 0. Oh my goodness. It's confirmed. We are very likely to be teleported to a large game world. Or this world has undergone some kind of change, and has been transformed into a game. Of these two possibilities, Ren is more inclined to the second one. After all, he can feel it clearly. This world is real, and it is not created by some means. It seems that the most important thing now is to understand the situation of this world. Ren spread his left hand, and a dozen black iron beads the size of glass balls appeared instantly. Each iron bead is an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, which can display all the surrounding scenery in Ren's spiritual consciousness. Hey! I can actually feel Shushu in the spiritual world. And I can also take out or put things in it. It seems that although the system and the vehicle have been taken away, the connection between me and Shushu has not been interrupted. This discovery surprised Ren very much, and it was obvious that he did not expect this situation. All the items placed in the space in advance were sent back to Shushu's storage room. Ren raised his hand, and was about to release the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft in his hand. Suddenly, he keenly noticed that there were two flying objects in the air approaching quickly. With his perspective activated, Ren immediately locked his eyes in that direction. In the sky, a magical car with a sense of science fiction was flying at high speed. The car was covered with scars, and a hole was blown open at the tail. Thick black smoke continued to pour out, leaving a black ribbon in the air. At this moment, the car seemed to have lost power, and was falling rapidly downwards. Behind the car, there was a black aircraft that looked like a triangle. On the surface of this black aircraft, there was a special pattern made up of two red sharp knives crossed, which seemed to be the logo of a certain organization. The car under attack in front of it soon landed in the forest due to lack of power. The black aircraft behind it followed closely, and flew rapidly towards the car below. Oh! Look at this situation. This is a chase scene. The people inside are likely to be the original inhabitants of this world, which saves me the time of my own investigation. And I will go and ask them. Ren clenched his left hand suddenly, and when he opened it again, the dozen glass balls had been fused into a solid big sphere. Ren threw the sphere to the ground, and a circular suspended magnetic plate was formed instantly. Ren stepped on the suspended magnetic plate, stuck his cane, and placed his hands on the cane. The floating magnetic board took off immediately, carrying Ren towards the crash site at high speed. Bang! Crack! Crack! Clang! After crashing through countless trees along the way, the severely damaged flying car finally stopped in a clearing between trees after sliding for a while. The huge hole in the tail was damaged, and the black smoke rose into the sky. Bang! A blast was heard, and the entire upper cover of the flying car instantly bounced up. And then several people climbed out of it. The two people sitting in the front, main driver, and the co-pilot seemed to be a driver and a guard. There were three people sitting in the back. A man who looked a little old, and two girls who looked only in their teens. Ahem. Master, the flying car is seriously damaged, and can no longer be used. You should take the two ladies and run away quickly. Let me and the driver stay to hold them back. The guards and the driver on the main and co-pilot seats got out of the car first, and assisted the three people in the car to get out. It's useless. We are still a long way from the city. With the speed of those guys in the Dark Knight double blade, we can't escape at all. Damn it! Who sent them to assassinate us? The man named Master took out a long sword from the system warehouse. The blade was sharp and luxurious. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary long sword. Father! All signals cannot be sent. We seem to be interfered by something. Hearing his daughter's words, the man quickly scanned the hovercraft, and soon found a small round object at the rear of the car. Humph! It turned out to be a message jammer. These guys came prepared. The man slashed with a long knife, and the entire jammer was instantly split in half, and a hideous scratch was also cut on the surface of the car. Soon, in the sight of several people, the triangular aircraft slowly landed from the air, and stopped in the open space in front of everyone. The 5 people present instantly felt like they were facing a great enemy, and they all took out their weapons and got ready. Their eyes were fixed on the 10 figures in black robes, who were slowly walking out of the aircraft. Chapter 369 Dark Knight Double Blade Guild. Soon, in the sight of several people, the triangular aircraft slowly descended from the sky and stopped in the open space in front of everyone. The 5 people present instantly felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and they all took out their weapons and prepared for action. Their eyes were fixed on the aircraft. And the 10 figures in black robes were slowly walking out. These 10 people were dressed in black armor, wrapped in a black robe from head to toe. And the most eye-catching thing was that the black mask worn on each person's face was printed with a symbol of 2 crossed red sharp knives. The moment these 10 people appeared, an invisible barrier instantly covered the area. The 10 people quickly formed a surrounding position and slowly approached the direction of the 5 people. The hands hidden under the black robes stretched out, and 2 extremely sharp daggers appeared in their hands instantly. The dagger of the leading person was dark purple, and the man in the distance recognized it at once. I, Wu Qing, am so honored that I can let the S-level strongman in the Dark Knight Double Blade Guild, the famous Purple Double Blade, come in person. I am really flattered. As Wu Qing said this, the faces of the driver and guard standing in front of the 3 people changed instantly. Especially the driver. His face turned pale in an instant. After all, he is only a B-level psychic now. And competing with an S-level psychic is simply courting death. The guards around him were slightly better. They were A-level psychics. But they were not good enough to face S-level psychics. Ha ha ha. The Wu family master has a good eye. He recognized me. The Purple Double Blade. At once. But please don't blame me later. It's mainly because someone paid 3 times the price and asked to make you guys completely dead. So the organization sent me to lead the team to complete it. When the Purple Double Blade said this, there was a very meaningful sarcasm in his words. Wu Qing frowned deeply, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. The little girl behind? Don't waste your energy anymore. Your news, your own props. All of these have been blocked by us. Save your energy. Looking at the girl next to Wu Qing, who was constantly sending distress messages, Zi Xuanren mocked him. The girl didn't even raise her head after hearing this, and didn't want to negotiate with him at all. But another girl next to her shouted, Zi Xuanren, so what if you are an S-level psychic? And you blocked our props? My sister and I are both newly awakened S-level psychics. And 2 against 1 may not be able to kill you. A bastard. The girl's crisp, but slightly angry voice came out. And Zi Xuanren on the opposite side was stunned at first, then laughed wildly at the sky. And the same was true for several other people around him. Ha ha, ha! My god. I'm laughing to death. What kind of hell joke is this? 2 newly born chicks that haven't even grown all their feathers are going to kill an eagle. Ha ha. So what if you are S-level? Have you ever experienced fighting? Do you know the fighting skills? I'm afraid you haven't even stepped out of the warm bird's nest. Ha ha ha. Yo. The sword in your hand is pretty good. But I think you have only dealt with those simulated monsters in the academy. I'm afraid you haven't even touched the blood of a really level monster? Ha ha. The sarcasm of the crowd made the girl very embarrassed. Her whole pretty face suddenly turned red, and her expression was extremely angry. Brother Zi Xuanren, don't waste your time talking to them. Kill these 3 big guys. Let the brothers enjoy the remaining 2 young sisters before killing them, he. All kinds of obscene words came out of several people's mouths. And at the same time, everyone began to accumulate strength under their feet, ready to rush forward immediately. Yuxuan, Dad and others will try their best to hold them back. You should run with your sister immediately. The blockade area is about 100 meters. After running out, you should use the props immediately and escape to the city as quickly as possible. Dad, be obedient. Wu Qing's words were full of irrefutable tone. Even though Yuxuan was reluctant at this moment, he could only nod heavily. Oh! Master Wu. The famous S-level superpower back then, was not only physically injured because of that accident. Even your level has dropped to a level. I just don't know how many moves you can survive under my hands now. The Purple Double Blades made an extremely playful mockery. And at the same time, the double blades in his hands began to tighten. And his body was also in an attacking posture. Just when an inevitable battle was about to take place, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, can you please pause for a moment? I want to ask for directions. The voice instantly attracted everyone present, and 15 eyes looked at the source of the voice. I saw a person appear in the bushes next to him. The man was wearing a black-based, bright red-colored outfit. He was wearing a pair of over-the-knee boots, a huge black windbreaker with gold edges, and a delicate and luxurious hat on his head. Under the hat was a handsome, but very beautiful face. If it weren't for the cold male voice, it would be hard to tell whether he was male or female. This man was standing on a suspended iron plate, holding a cane inlaid with gold edges in both hands, and looking at everyone present with a calm attitude. A strange person. How could someone appear in such a remote forest? And I didn't even notice this person approaching just now. What happened? Schwammerman kept looking up and down at Imoran. And at this moment, he was full of vigilance and doubts. Yo, this one is so pretty. Is he really a man? He's even better than those two women. He. I've been playing around all my life, but I've never tasted what a man tastes like. The closest member of the Dark Knight Double Blade was looking at Imoran with a strange look, and kept saying all kinds of obscene words. What are you barking about? If you have too much shit and urine in your mouth, go wash it out. Don't come out and stink people up. It's disgusting. Imoran's face darkened instantly, and this man was no different from a dead person in his eyes. You're looking for death. How dare you humiliate me like this? I'm going to chop off your limbs and make you into a human stick and sing to you day and night. Shadow attack. The man roared like an enraged beast and rushed towards Imoran in an instant. After using the detection technique to investigate Imoran, Schwammerman trembled all over, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Wait! There's something wrong with that guy. Before Schwammerman finished speaking, a violent explosion suddenly sounded, and then an object passed by everyone at a high speed, causing a series of air-breaking sounds in the air. Chapter 370. I'm just asking for directions. After using the detection technique to investigate Imoran, Schwammerman's whole body trembled instantly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Wait! There's something wrong with that guy. Before Schwammerman finished speaking, a violent explosion was heard, and then an object passed by everyone at a high speed, causing a series of air-breaking sounds in the air. Boom! Crack! Bang! Everyone only felt a violent collision from the side, accompanied by the sound of something breaking. Under the eyes of everyone, a robot appeared in front of Imoran at some point. The humanoid proportions of this robot are extremely perfect, with an extremely sturdy steel body. The whole body is mainly dark black, and many areas are sprayed with bright red. The most eye-catching thing at this moment is the robot's left hand that is constantly dripping with blood, and the blood stains scattered on the ground in front of it. Everyone was instantly attracted by the sound on the other side, and their eyes all looked over there. Over there. Everyone was dumbfounded to see the scene in front of them. A huge tree lay across the ground, and its width was as much as 1 meter. At this moment, this big tree had broken and fallen down at some point, as if it had suffered a shocking impact. If you look closely at the fracture, you can clearly see a deep pit, shaped like a twisted human body. Under the broken stump, there lies a horrible figure whose body has been completely twisted into a twisted shape. All the bones in his body seem to be broken, and his limbs are entangled at an unimaginable angle. The spine on his back has long been broken, piercing through the skin and stretching out from the back. The head has rotated 90 degrees, and the whole face is swollen. The eyes are so protruding that it seems that they will fall out of their sockets in the next second. Such a tragic scene instantly frightened everyone present, and their stomachs were churning. Everyone present was stunned in place. They had no idea what had just happened. But Schwammerman knew. He was trembling all over at the moment. He saw the scene that just happened very clearly. When his subordinate was about to rush to Imoran, a robot suddenly appeared in front of him. Without any reaction time, the robot directly hit the subordinate's abdomen with a left hook. His abdomen caved in instantly, and the powerful force directly made his back explode. The spine was broken and turned outward, and various organs and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Then, the whole person flew out like a cannonball, hitting the tree heavily, and the huge force made the tree directly break. Ah! 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 The man who had been twisted into a knot was not dead, and was wailing in pain. I'm forced to keep a drop of blood. It seems that there is some kind of life-saving prop on my body. Imoran raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene. The robot in front of him received the order. With a step, the figure disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it was in front of the man. Ah! 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 No! No! Ah! The man lying on the ground cried out in pain, begging for mercy intermittently, and his bloodshot eyes were full of fear and despair. Everyone's eyes were focused here, staring at the robot. Under everyone's gaze, the robot slowly raised his right hand, then punched it hard. The speed of this punch was so fast that no one saw how it was thrown, but they could hear the sound of the sonic boom coming from the air. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang that shook the earth. The terrifying explosion sounded throughout the venue, making everyone's eardrums buzz. The ground under their feet was shaking violently, as if it was being hit by a strong earthquake, making everyone unstable and almost falling to the ground. The surrounding soil was blown up and flew everywhere, forming a dense cloud of smoke and dust that quickly spread and enveloped the entire area. When everything gradually returned to calm and the dust cleared, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. On the originally flat ground, a large pit with a depth of 3 meters and a diameter of 10 meters suddenly appeared. The surrounding ground was covered with dense cracks, as if the earth was torn apart abruptly, which was shocking. The person who was originally on that piece of ground had disappeared without a trace at some point, and only the blood stains scattered on the ground indicated that he had been here. Pa! The robot jumped lightly and jumped out of the pit, and returned to Imo-Ren in a flash, bringing a blue bracelet. Imo-Ren did not answer immediately, and glanced at everyone present with a calm look. Everyone, can you stop what you are doing? I just want to ask for directions. Imo-Ren's voice came out faintly, but when it fell into the ears of everyone present, it seemed not to be a question, but an order that could not be shirked. Ah! Daozi. You killed Daozi. Revenge. I want revenge. You die? That's my best friend. You actually killed him. Ah! I'm going to kill you. When they saw their team members being treated like this, the 2 members of the Dark Knight Double Blade lost their minds and rushed towards Imo-Ren with a roar. The 2 figures disappeared instantly, as if they had activated some kind of sleight of hand. Be careful. Their profession is assassin, and they have the ability to hide themselves. Wu Qing, who saw this, immediately shouted, although he didn't know who Imo-Ren was. In this situation, only he could save them. But soon, Wu Qing's pupil suddenly shrank, because he saw a trace of pity in Imo-Ren's calm eyes. The next second, 2 robots instantly appeared in front of Imo-Ren, one on the left and one on the right, and kept grabbing, as if they were holding something in their hands. Soon, the answer was revealed. The 2 team members who rushed over were now being strangled by the robot's throat, and were held in their hands like chickens. Ah! Cough! Cough! Let go! Let go! Cough! Let go! Ah! Cough! You! Let go me! The 2 kept waving their weapons to attack the robot. But unfortunately, this attack could not leave even a scratch on the robot.